The ones left behind aren't always the saddest, but they are definitely the ones. Seon-woo stood amidst the ruins, cradling his very last teammate. But it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as Joa slipped away. She had willingly sacrificed her life just to save her cap. You see, even though he was just a low-level awakened, he possessed the most unique ability of all, the power to absorb others' skills. Taking her final breath, Joa whispered, "Please, survive using my teleportation skill." Seon-woo gritted his teeth in sheer frustration, only able to choke out an apology. He roared in agonizing pain as a dark power surged from deep within him, completely swallowing both him and Joa. Leaving his fallen comrade behind, he had to keep moving forward, living only for revenge. Let's rewind to a few years ago, when the apocalypse first began on Earth, and a massive rift tore open the sky. Countless monsters poured out of that rift, leaving millions of people either dead or severely injured. Those who managed to survive lost their families, turning into helpless refugees. World superpowers tried desperately to suppress the chaos using their massive military forces, but it was completely useless. Against the raw, absolute power of these monsters, human firearms and even nuclear weapons were rendered utterly powerless. Humanity quickly became the hunted, forced to hide and flee just to survive. As famine and terror ran rampant everywhere, humanity realized the end of the world had truly arrived. But 3 years after the Great Cataclysm, superhumans with incredible powers slowly began to emerge. They were capable of taking down high-level monsters, something even the most advanced military forces on Earth couldn't dream of doing. As the number of awakened grew, humanity finally launched its counterattack. These awakened joined forces to establish safe zones, which came to be known simply as the cities. Inside the cities, people could once again live normal lives, just like they did before the apocalypse. On the flip side, there were the danger zones. Known as the wilderness, these lawless lands were filled with constant violence, forcing the inhabitants to live in perpetual fear of death. The world was no longer divided by nations, but by two simple regions, the safe zones and the danger zones. As for Seon-woo, he was just an ordinary guy, working as a guide for a massive organization. Seon-woo had just led a group of hunters to their destination, the territory of the bronze spider. As a guide with deep knowledge about monsters, he explained to them that a level 19 target was relatively easy to hunt. First, cut off all 8 of its legs, decapitate it, and only harvest the torso. If possible, start with its 2 front legs, since it uses them to attack. He also warned them to watch out for the white webbing it shoots from its mouth during attacks. One slip-up, and its lethal attack can slice your head clean off. Hearing this, the hunters turned pale, muttering, Yeah, we get it, damn it. Acting tough like that won't do you any good. You damn normie." Seon-woo lowered his voice, calmly saying, "Look, you said you defeated a level 18 salamander before, so I apologize if I offended you." But before he could even finish, a pair of glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness behind them. It immediately launched an attack, spraying webbing toward the group. Startled, Seon-woo quickly spun around and reflexively leaped backward to dodge. Seeing the others completely frozen in place, he snapped in frustration, "What are you guys doing? Get out of the way!" Sejin couldn't hide the terror on his face. Spotting the monster, he screamed, "Everyone, battle positions!" Yet, Sejin's body wouldn't stop shaking. So this was the overwhelming pressure of a level 19 monster. Seeing the beast preparing to strike, Seon-woo quickly yelled, "What are you guys waiting for? Get out of the way now!" But it was already too late. A thick strand of steel-like webbing shot out, instantly decapitating one of the hunters. Witnessing the horrific sight, Sejin's knees buckled under sheer terror. Seon-woo couldn't hold back his fury and yelled at them, "Damn it, are you guys just going to stand there and die?" Something was definitely wrong. The combat capabilities of this attack team were way too low. Seon-woo recalled the job Jamie had set up for him. She claimed they were an elite squad that had taken down a level 18 monster, and that all he had to do was guide them to make some easy cash. It turned out he had been— what a blatant lie. She actually called these amateurs a highly trained combat team. Before he could think any further, the spider lunged forward, swinging its deadly fangs down. This time, Sejin decided to stop running. He swung his weapon upward to block the monster's strike. Activating his lightning skill to boost his attack, he unleashed a powerful slash, successfully pushing the beast back. Witnessing this, Seon-woo re-evaluated him. At least his lightning skill was the real deal. The electric-infused slash proved highly effective, temporarily paralyzing the spider. Sejin quickly took charge and ordered an all-out attack. Without a second thought, The team mindlessly rushed forward, stabbing at the monster's main body. Seeing their foolish move, Seon aimed for the front legs. "Don't touch its body, you idiots." Just as expected, with a single swing of the monster's front leg, one of them is sent flying into the wall, dying instantly. Seon shakes with rage. Without a second thought, he charges forward to avenge his team, but his attack is easily blocked, and he's met with an even bigger surprise. The monster's razor-sharp leg stabs right through Jae-in. His limp body is lifted high up into the air. Pushed to the brink of death, he decides to go all out, discharging all the electricity in his body to drag the beast to hell with him. Wailing in agony, the spider flings him away. With the entire team wiped out, Seon-woo is left standing completely alone against the monster. He quickly sizes up the situation. The raid team was nothing but a bunch of amateurs, and now they're all dead, leaving only him. How on earth did things get this bad? He curses his terrible luck. What a nightmare. He was supposed to be just a guide. Meanwhile, over in Wasteland, Ruins Area 17, a poor but incredibly bustling and crowded neighborhood, a voice echoes from inside a building. "Bocce's? Another mission?" A man groans in frustration as he picks up the phone. "Fine, I'll send someone else over." Hanging up the phone, the manager of Area 17, Kim Bushik, rests his chin on his hand in deep thought. In another room, Jamie, the receptionist for Area 17, looks into the mirror and sighs. "Oh, look at me." Suddenly, an angry shout startles her. Bushik slams the door open, yelling, "Tell Chan's hunting squad to report to the exchange center immediately." Jemmy quickly replies, "Oh, yes sir. Are they repairing the barrier again?" This keeps happening all the time. He lets out a heavy sigh, wondering what Bocce's is thinking. Nervous, Jimmy looks down and stammers. The branch manager, Bushik, mutters, "I'm just talking to myself. Ignore me." As for Seon-woo, she answers, "He's currently guiding the bronze spider hunting team." Hearing this, Bushik frowns and complains, "Just a single bronze spider? That should have been taken care of ages ago." Well, that guy isn't exactly normal either. He'll be fine. Once Seon-woo gets back, tell him to get ready. And stop staring at yourself in the mirror. Jemmy replies, "Yes, manager." Just then, something clicks in his mind. The hunters Seon-woo is guiding right now. What did they submit to get ranked? Meanwhile, back in the wasteland at the bronze spider's cave, Seon-woo stands alone, facing down the colossal spider. He grimaces, cold sweat dripping down his face. The vanguard is nothing but rookies, and the main force is completely wiped out. I'm the only one left. How the hell am I going to survive this? The bronze spider screeches, grinding its teeth with it. Seon-woo reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a gun. Seriously, I'm supposed to be just a guide here. The bronze spider shoots webbing from its mouth. Seon-woo leaps into the air, performing a quick flip to dodge it. In midair, he chambers around and grips the gun with both hands, firing a powerful shot right at the 8 bullets streak straight toward the bronze spider. Sejin, gasping for breath on the ground, sneers mockingly, "Those tiny bullets won't do crap against that thing." Seon-woo snaps back coldly, "Shut your damn mouth and just watch." By now, the bullets have dug deep into the spider's body, glowing bright red as they burrow into its flesh. Seconds feel like hours, and then boom, a massive explosion erupts from within. The shockwave shakes the very ground, sending chunks of flesh raining down. Seon watches in utter disbelief. Explosive bullet cores? If you had those from the start, why didn't you use them before we almost died? Hearing that, Seon-woo turns around, gritting his teeth in sheer anger. Are you out of your mind? If you guys actually had the skills you bragged about on your profiles, none of this would have happened. The hunter's face turns pale as waves of agony wash over him. Seon-woo's hands blur as he quickly reloads. What a waste of precious bullet cores on garbage like you. He confidently declares, "Watch closely, you brainless superhuman." Getting serious, Seon-woo continues. Even an unawakened person, with the right gear and experience, can take down a level 19 monster. With that, he tightly grips his dagger and charges forward. Leaping high into the air, he roars, "I've single-handedly guided hundreds of hunting squads." He plunges the blade deep into the bronze spider's body with absolute precision. The beast shrieks in agonizing pain. Right then, Seon-woo's gaze sharpens even further. He grips the hilt with both hands, channeling all his strength to sever one of its giant legs. The clean cut sends dark blood spraying everywhere. Seon-woo's eyes dart to the side with cold, murderous intent. He raises his blade once more and delivers a decisive, lethal slash. In just a matter of minutes, Seon-woo has taken down the giant spider all by himself. Panting heavily, he says, like I explained earlier. First, you take out the legs. Then, Seon-woo narrows his eyes at the trembling spider. He raises his dagger high and screams, "Go straight for the head." He drives the blade deep into its skull. To make absolutely sure it's dead, he slices its head wide open, letting the blood spray. Watching this brutal display, Seung-jin is completely frozen in shock. A moment later, a heavy silence falls over the cavern. Seon-woo looks up, unimpressed. If you're going to shake with fear in front of a monster that's just oversized, he wipes the blood splattered across his face. Then you'll always be a pathetic rookie. Those ranks you guys submitted to the exchange center, they were fake, weren't they? A level 18 long-bearded salamander only sheds its skin once a year. So why are you acting like you hunted it down yourself when you clearly just found that shed fur on the ground? Exposed, Seon could only stand there in silence, not daring to argue back. Seon-woo thought to himself, still, a scammer like you actually has some impressive guts. All your teammates are dead, yet none of you ran away. Even when your stomach was ripped wide open, you still tried to hold it down and fight back. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed. Watching someone fight bravely when their life is hanging by a thread is cool and all. Seon-woo stepped on him, growling. But instead of forging your rank documents, you should have spent that time improving your skills. He looked down at Seo-jin with pure disgust. You probably had your reasons for hunting like this, but that's none of my business. Have you finally realized the price of deceiving note? Still showing no remorse, he chuckled mockingly. I get it. That's a pretty serious crime, isn't it? Seon-woo pointed his knife directly at Seon's neck. It's a shame I don't have the authority to execute you, because right now I'd really love to slit your throat. Suddenly, a strange, eerie voice echoed in his head. That's right. Kill him. Do it. Hearing this, he froze. Seon gasped for air and muttered, well, seeing how pathetic I am right now, I probably won't even make it until Note decides my punishment. But before he could finish his sentence, Seon passed out. Seon-woo was still completely baffled. What on earth was that voice just now? It felt like it wanted him to commit murder. He mumbled, I must be hearing things, right? Seon-woo looked down and let out a heavy sigh. That last clash did kill an 18-level beast after all. If he could just guide them back safely, he'd easily pocket some good money. Suddenly, his face contorted with anger. He just remembered, that absolute jerk, G. A short while later, after returning to the shelter, Seon-woo stormed in and shouted, G! He snapped. How dare you throw me into a complete mess like this? Startled, her face flushed with embarrassment. Seon-woo, calm down. You're not overreacting, are you? Seon-woo leaned in close, his voice dangerously low. Oh, I'm definitely not overreacting. Can't you see how messed up this whole situation is? So the branch manager doesn't even know the difference between actual monster hides and hunter forgeries? Frustrated, she argued back. I made a mistake too, but they planned this whole scam to trick us. Seon-woo wouldn't let it go, complaining, well, you're not getting paid this time. From now on, you will share all customer information with me. G, whose face was being squeezed by him, broke into a cold sweat and asked, but how can we break Note's rules? According to the policy, the customers. He yelled, then do your job right. She replied, please let it slide just this once. I'll be more careful. Seon-woo let out a heavy sigh. This is exhausting. If it weren't for you being the branch manager, I would have cut ties with Sector 17 a long time ago. Hearing this, G quickly explained, hey, even if you don't like it, espers are extremely sensitive because of the guides lingering around this area. He turned around in anger and roared, damn it. Esper this, esper that. Constantly saving those damn espers. If they're going to die anyway, does it really matter if it's by the claws of a beast or the hands of a hunter? Right then, a horrific scene flashed through Seon-woo's mind. He grimaced and thought, damn it. I wish I had the power of that arrogant hunter. I'd put it to much better use. At that moment, something suddenly flew straight at Seon-woo's face. Before he could react, a stranger punched him hard, sending him flying. The man walked over and choked him, making it hard for Seon-woo to breathe as his entire body trembled. This guy was incredibly strong. With just one hand, this esper easily lifted him off the ground. He smirked with amusement. So this is the guy, huh? Want me to just kill you right now? Seon-woo gritted his teeth and glared at him, unable to say a word. He mocked. Look at the fire in those eyes. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Anyone associated with Note can act as a representative of the guild, and they can use Note's name whenever necessary. Any intentional harm done to a member of Note will be treated as an intentional attack on Note itself. Are you not familiar with the guild's rules? The newcomer was Sector 17's Vision Esper, Hunter Baek Yoon-jung. Since the extinction event, Note was the only guild still trying to maintain peace in the wasteland. They built safe zones to help humanity survive and took on missions like hunting magical beasts. Yoon-jung crossed her arms. For an Esper belonging to Note to attack a non-Esper member, are you sure you're ready to face the consequences? The man clicked his tongue, losing all interest. Sector 17's physical Esper, Hunter Kim Seong-ho. Seong-ho slowly released his grip, leaving deep red marks on Seon-woo's neck. Seon-woo collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength. As air rushed back into his lungs, he gasped for breath. Ji rushed over to him, her face filled with worry. Are you okay? Seon-woo replied, I'm fine. As Yoon-jung watched Seong-ho walk away, she mocked, act all high and mighty, why don't you? Wondering what the point of his stunt was, the man just let out a dry laugh. Another voice suddenly interrupted the three of them. Have you guys gotten to know each other yet? A middle-aged man drew back the curtain. Seong-ho, Yoon-jung, the branch manager is waiting for you both. Seon-woo, you're coming with us too. He was the captain of Sector 17's Hunter team, Marlin. Hunter Seon-woo was surprised. Captain Chansu, the entire Marlin team has gathered. Did something happen? After a long silence in the manager's office, Chansu finally spoke. We've received a barrier defense mission from Gangmyeon. He looked at the manager. It seems she collapsed again. The manager replied, you're absolutely right. Until she recovers, we've been asked to act as bait. Seong-ho grumbled in dissatisfaction. Again? Even though I've never done it before, it feels like there have been a lot of these bait and decoy missions lately, hasn't there? Chansu calmly replied. It seems she's currently pushing her limits. Word on the street is she hasn't been able to sleep at all lately. The manager listened in silence. Seong-ho muttered in annoyance. They should protect their own damn land. What are we to them anyway? Slaves? The manager, who had been quiet all this time, finally spoke up. They're absolutely desperate. You can tell just by looking at the terms they're offering. Seong-ho was surprised. What kind of terms? He was Kim Busik, the manager of Node's Sector 17 branch. He turned around. They've promised to grant us citizenship as a reward for this mission. Seong-ho was shocked. Citizenship? Chansu turned to look at Busik. They must be cornered. Who would have thought they'd offer their famously exclusive citizenship as a reward? Seon-woo raised his hand. In that case, I'll go. The manager nodded. All right. Seon-woo. Do your best out there again this time. Yoon-jung raised her hand too. I get to visit that legendary city? Count me in then. Beside her, Seong-ho laughed. Are you really going just for that? She snapped back angrily. Shut up. After laughing, he raised his hand too. Well, if citizenship is on the table, that changes everything. I'll do them a favor this time. I'm in. Chansu stood up. All right, Marlin team, get ready for the mission. Let's meet at the southwest gate at 6, tomorrow morning. Seon-woo nodded obediently. Understood. Not long after, the moon shone brightly in the cloudless night sky. In his room, Seon-woo sat lost in thought. He was writing intently in his notebook. One of the largest cities in the world after the Gangmyeon massacre, he muttered. At the edge of the city lies an energy core field that prevents magical beasts from entering the city. The barrier, maintained by this energy core, has been kept active for the past few decades by a high-tier esper named Bis. However, because she is having issues, the barrier is also experiencing problems. Our job is to hold the line until she recovers and returns. If an S-rank magical beast attacks while she's resting, even if the residents there are espers, they'll be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Faced with such a potential disaster, the city shamelessly decided to change its tactics. They've decided to ask the people from the wasteland, whom they've always looked down upon, for help to save their own people. The next day, Chansu asked Seon-woo, "Hey, are we taking the same route as last time?" Seon-woo shook his head. "No, the environment has changed quite a bit since then. I heard a rank 5 stone-bearded gargoyle has appeared in this area." Chansu scratched his head. "Even for me, a rank 5 is pretty tough." Seon-woo nodded in understanding. "Since you're a rank 10 physical esper, I'll plan a route to avoid any beasts above rank 11. He drew a line on the map. "We'll bypass this area, even though it's where a rank 15 beetle beast was once spotted." Chansu reassured him. "Don't worry, I can easily handle that on my own." "All right, Then we'll take that route. Having finalized the plan, the four of them set off. Suddenly, something put Seon-woo on high alert. He raised his hand to signal them to stop. Wait, Song-ho asked in confusion. What's wrong, kid? Seon-woo gestured for silence. Shh. Seon-woo dropped to one knee, looking at a footprint right in front of him. This footprint. Yoon-jung stepped closer. What is it? Is it a beast's footprint? Seon-woo turned to Eun-jung. Hunter Eun-jung, there's something I need to check. Could you use your enhanced vision to scan the area? Her eyes glowed purple. Sure. Which direction? He slowly pointed forward. Over there, where the dust clouds are the thickest. Her gaze seemed to pierce through everything. Yoon-jung reported. I can see through the dust, but I don't see anything suspicious. Song-ho grumbled in annoyance. What's the big deal? Stop trying to scare us, he said coldly. There's a horde of goblins. All three of them gasped in surprise at his words. Seon-woo stood up. About 15 minutes ago, they crossed this area. He stared ahead. They have exceptionally keen hearing, and even though they were heading in a different direction, I'm sure they caught our scent and turned around. Suddenly, Yoon-jung shrieked. He's not lying. They are heading right toward us. Song-ho clicked his tongue. Damn, so it's true. Chan-soo looked pleased. I knew we could trust him, with the lead position. Seon-woo commanded. We need to block their path, especially since two of the four of us aren't suited for combat. Chan-soo looked at him. Is there anything nearby we can use? Seon-woo replied. There's a bridge to the north. He turned his head. Oh, and Hunter Song-ho. The latter lost his patience. What? Seon-woo said. Please carry Hunter Eun-jung. We need to run to that bridge. The four of them sprinted ahead. Song-ho grumbled furiously. That brat. Since when did he learn to boss me around like that? Yoon-jung smiled. The kid is pretty cool, but I highly suggest you run fast. He yelled. All right, I get it, miss. Behind the four of them, a faint silhouette appeared. It was a horde of goblins chasing them from behind. Gritting their teeth, they chased the four with everything they had. Seon-woo took the lead and dashed forward, while the other three quickly kept up. As he ran, he kept looking back over his shoulder. Through the thick cloud of dust, a terrifying sight slowly came into view. A pack of goblins was hot on their heels. Level 18 monsters, the goblin army. He calculated in his mind that a single goblin would be weaker than a level 19 copper spider. But when they band together, they are incredibly powerful. That makes fighting them in large numbers extremely dangerous. That is why the goblin army is ranked level 18. When facing them in wide open areas, even awakened ones would find it hard to fight back. Looking at our current lineup, we have two level 17 awakened ones, but only one of them has combat skills. Then, turning his head to look at Chan-soo, there was another awakened one with combat skills. Although he was a bit reckless, he was not bad. As the bridge appeared right before his eyes, Seon-woo immediately analyzed its dimensions. The width was about 4 meters, and the length was about 6 to 7 meters. If the captain and Hunter Seong-ho hold the line at the center of the bridge, theoretically, we can win this easily. The real problem lies in the two unpredictable variables in actual combat. Running at breakneck speed, the group of four dashed forward. Reaching the middle of the bridge, he came to an abrupt halt and turned to give orders. Captain Chan-soo, Hunter Song-ho, the two of you will hold off the goblins in the middle of the bridge. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. Got it. Seon-woo continued. I will handle the rear. At that moment, Yoon-jung asked, what should I do? He pondered silently. The first variable was Hunter Yoon-jung. Whenever a battle breaks out, she is the only one who needs protection because she lacks combat skills. Protecting her would only distract the two awakened ones who are fighting. It is best to keep her away from the combat zone so she does not get in the way. With that, he took a defensive stance and commanded, Hunter Yoon-jung, please stay behind me. She immediately complied, responding with a loud understood. Up ahead, Chan-soo and Seong-ho both raised their weapons, ready for battle. Seon-woo also began to raise his Damascus blade. The second variable was that skill levels are just numbers. Captain Dong Chan-soo was famous even in Area 17, but in all the time we worked together, I have never seen him in actual combat, nor have I personally verified his skills. Furthermore, Hunter Kim Seong-ho and Hunter Park Yoon-jung only recently joined the Marlin team. I still do not know what their support skills are. Until I figure out these variables, I cannot afford to let my guard down. Right then, the monsters closed in rapidly. Chan-soo gripped his weapon tightly, a grim expression on his face. The moment the timing was perfect, He lunged forward, swinging his axe in a sharp arc. Before they could even react, the goblins were sliced in half on the spot. Chansu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Leaping high into the air, he let out a loud roar and slashed downward. 3 goblins were decapitated in an instant. On the other side, Seon-woo also charged in to slaughter them. After taking one down, he let out a long breath, then roared as he charged forward again, fighting like a wild beast among the horde. With every thrust of Seon-woo's sword, he pierced straight through the goblins, leaving a trail of fierce, flashing purple light. Not stopping there, he channeled all his strength and thrust backward, sending a whole pack of goblins flying and crashing to the ground. Die! Witnessing that, Seon-woo could not hide his amazement. Were those 2 variables just pointless worries after all? He stood on the sidelines, watching the 2 of them fight like maniacs, unable to believe his eyes. The monsters were being slaughtered in droves. What terrifying power! Right at that moment, a goblin suddenly materialized behind Yoonjung. Without hesitation, it yanked her hair, forcing her head back in pain as she screamed. Seon-woo spun around immediately. "Hunter Yoonjung!" Seon-woo, who was fighting up front, heard the commotion and looked back. "What is going on?" Seon-woo quickly warned. "Keep your eyes forward. Do not look back." He turned back in frustration, cursing loudly. "Damn it! You think you can just order people around all day?" At that very moment, the goblin behind Yoonjung raised its axe high, preparing to strike. She shrieked in painful panic, completely helpless. Seon-woo did not hesitate for a second. He dashed forward like an arrow, wrapping his arm tightly around Yoonjung's waist and pulling her toward him. Just as the axe blade swung down, they both tumbled to the ground, with only the tip of her hair getting sliced off. The monster froze, glaring furiously at Seon-woo, who was holding on to Yoonjung as they rolled across the ground to dodge the attack. He quickly sprang to his feet, regaining his stance. "I cannot support the others in this state. I have to handle this on my own." Opening its mouth wide, the goblin let out a gruesome roar, raised its axe high, and charged forward like a whirlwind. Seon-woo put all his strength into a powerful slash across its torso, but the blade barely scratched the surface. The goblin remained completely unharmed and did not back down. He immediately dropped to his knees, spun around, and swung his sword once more. The powerful strike sends its protective helmet flying. With its head exposed, the goblin roars in frustration, its teeth gritted, as its entire body shakes with pure rage. It immediately raises its axe again. But this time, Seon-woo spots it just in time. The moment the axe blade swings down, he quickly rolls backward, narrowly dodging the blow. The blazing sun shines directly into his eyes, forcing him to squint. He slowly opens one eye, only to find the goblin suddenly right behind him. Seon-woo freezes in absolute terror. What? But in that split second, Yoonjung courageously charges from behind and drives her dagger deep into the back of its neck. Putting all her strength into it, she grips the handle tight and pushes it even deeper. Despite being gravely wounded, the beast refuses to go down, turning its head to counterattack. Realizing its intent, Seon-woo immediately screams, "Hunter Yoonjung!" Thinking fast, he sticks his leg out to trip the goblin. Unable to react in time, the monster loses its balance and faceplants onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he tightens his grip on his Damascus sword and swings it down with a decisive slash. The razor-sharp blade cleanly decapitates the goblin in a single blow. Once the monster is dealt with, the other 2 hurry over. Shaking all over, Seon-woo collapses to the ground and lets out a sigh of relief, staring down at his hands, which are still trembling from fear. Seon-woo speaks up. "Hey, guide, aren't you supposed to protect her?" Yoonjung yells back. "That's only because you couldn't even kill them." Hearing this, he flinches guiltily. "How was I supposed to know they would ambush us? I was trying to help too." But this kid, before he can even finish, Chansu cuts him off. "No, Seon-woo was right to tell you to focus on the fight. If you had walked away, our rear would have been completely exposed. Anyway, are you okay, Seon-woo?" He quickly replies, "Yeah, I'm fine." In his head, he can't help but think about how he not only failed to protect Hunter Yoonjung, but also had to rely on her help. Chansu begins to urge him, "Hey, Seon-woo, shouldn't we get out of here as soon as possible? There might still be other monsters around." Seon-woo turns around and replies, "No, the fact that so many low-level monsters are wandering around here means there aren't any stronger ones nearby. You can all relax now." With that, he takes the lead once again, resuming their journey. Across the desolate and remote wasteland, dust clouds rise into the air as the 4 of them quickly pick up their pace. After walking for a while, Seon-woo suddenly stops. Seong-ho, following behind, asks, "Hey guide, are we there yet?" Suddenly, he rushes forward. Getting no response, Seong-ho mutters angrily, "This brat ignored me again." "Hey, I'm talking to you." Remaining silent, Seon-woo climbs up a nearby cliff, then turns back and gestures to the group. "Come up here." Seong-ho clicks his tongue in annoyance, grumbling about how he never gets an answer. "What are you even hesitating for?" he mutters as he climbs up. But as she looks ahead, Yoon-jung freezes and asks, "Is that?" Seong-ho also stands there speechless, his mouth hanging open in sheer awe. In the distance, a massive barrier comes into view. Seon-woo turns back to explain, "That's the Gangmyeon Dome." Soon, the group of four approaches the gigantic barrier. Yoon-jung is wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to stop marveling at the sight. "Oh my god." Unable to contain her curiosity, she steps closer and slowly raises her hand. Though slightly nervous, her hands tremble gently as she touches the surface of the barrier. But right then, another hand suddenly grabs hers. Yoon-jung jumps, letting out a startled shriek. Behind her, Seong-ho bursts into laughter, his eyes full of mischief. "Did you get shocked?" Pulling her hand back, she snaps angrily. "Seriously? What if you gave me a heart attack?" Chansu asks curiously. "But you didn't feel anything at all, right?" "Yeah, it's really strange," she quickly replies. Hearing this, Seong-ho also curiously reaches out to touch the barrier, asking, "Can this thing actually block monsters?" He nods confidently. "It has protected this place for more than 10 years, so you can trust it." Seon-woo urges, "Then let's go." The four of them gather, preparing to step inside. Before entering, Yoon-jung and Seong-ho freeze and look back. As they approach the gate of the barrier, a guard stops them. Seeing them approach, the guard speaks up. "Halt, do you have valid identification?" Chansu immediately pulls out his ID card and presents it to the guard. "I'm the outpost captain for Area 17, Marlin Province." The guard reaches out to take the ID, then scans it to verify the information. Once confirmed, he hands over a few wristbands. Each person takes one and puts it on. Seong-ho doesn't quite understand, but he complies anyway. Without hesitation, they put the wristbands on one by one, though their faces show a hint of suspicion. Yoon-jung raises her arm, admiring it. "Wow, it looks just like an essence crystal bracelet. It's so pretty." But before they can admire it for long, the guard speaks up. "The defensive line operation starts at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Your accommodations are assigned at the public training ground, and you are not allowed to leave. The residents will get anxious if outsiders are wandering around at night." Hearing this, Seon-woo and Chansu silently nod without a word. Seong-ho, however, frowns and asks, "Well, what happens if we do wander around?" The guard immediately scowls, his voice dropping, "You'll lose an arm. And if you try to force the wristband off, it will detonate, so be careful." Those words leave the entire group stunned. Seong-ho turns pale as a ghost, muttering, "So it's basically a bomb strapped to my arm? I hate that." Beside him, Yoon-jung is equally terrified, looking down at the band on his wrist with sheer terror. Once everything settled down, the guard opened the gate and, in a serious yet polite tone, invited them. As Seon-woo stepped through the gate, he quietly calculated to himself. If its only purpose was to keep monsters out, a thin energy barrier should have been more than enough. But this thin barrier actually symbolized something else, a strict ban on outcasts entering the city. His train of thought was cut short by Yoon-jung's gasp of awe. With sparkling eyes, she could not hide her excitement, her mouth hanging open in pure amazement. Right beside her, Seong-ho was not doing any better, staring blankly around as if he could not believe his own eyes. Chansu turned back to look at them. "Come to think of it, this is your first time here, isn't it?" Staring at the towering skyscrapers, he muttered as they walked into the city. Here, everyone was completely relaxed, people chatting over coffee on dates, others reading the newspaper on park benches. Yoon-jung looked left and right, her eyes filled with utter bewilderment. "We only walked a few meters, but how can the world here be so different?" Chansu nodded slightly, giving an understanding smile. "I felt the exact same way when I first set foot in this city." "Seon-woo, are you heading to the public training grounds?" He replied briefly. "I'm going to look around the city to see if there's anything useful." Chansu nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll meet up with you there." Seong-ho did not miss the chance to tease him. "Don't come back with one arm missing." As Seon-woo walked, taking in the city scenery, his mind was filled with conflicting emotions. It was so peaceful that it felt unreal. Soon, he came to a halt in front of an antique relic shop. Seon-woo quickly grabbed the door handle and pulled it open. Suddenly, a girl stumbled out from the inside. her arms packed with items stacked all the way up to her head. In her rush, she did not notice a small slip of paper slide out of her pocket and land softly on the ground. Standing right there, Seon-woo saw the whole thing. He stepped forward, bent down to pick up the paper, and called out to her. "Hey, you dropped this." But in a flash, she had already bolted far away, leaving Seon-woo utterly dumbfounded. After browsing around the shop for a bit, he placed a random assortment of items on the counter. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow and asked, "Swimming goggles? Why on earth are you buying these?" He replied, "I need them for a few things. How much is the total?" The shopkeeper said, "You're paying with manacores, right? I don't take scrap metal." Seon-woo nodded. "Of course." While checking out, his eyes caught sight of a magic bomb displayed inside the glass case. Seon-woo asked out of curiosity, "What is this?" The shopkeeper replied, "Oh, you mean the item on display in the case?" He explained, "It is a magic bomb. It works just like a stun grenade. You pull the pin, throw it, and it goes off." He followed up with another question. "Are you even allowed to sell weapons to civilians?" The shopkeeper shrugged nonchalantly. "It is not really considered a weapon because it is not lethal. But if it goes off right in your face, you will not be able to see a single thing for a while." Seon-woo pressed further. "Then where would I use it?" The shopkeeper let out a soft chuckle. "Well, doesn't that depend entirely on the user? It is manufactured because there is a demand for it." Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the shop. It was the girl from earlier, Mary, looking completely frantic. "Have you seen my entry pass?" The shopkeeper shook his head quickly. "I have not seen it." At that moment, Seon-woo reached into his pocket, searching for the ID card he had picked up earlier. He held the card up in front of Mary. The moment she laid eyes on it, she grabbed Seon-woo's hand, nodding vigorously in gratitude, before pulling out a business card and handing it to him. She sheepishly scratched her head with a goofy grin, then asked eagerly, "Dressed like that? Did you come from the Outlands? If you are an awakened, I can help you with some custom gear design." Seon-woo quickly replied, "Ah, I am not an awakened." Mary stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You are not an awakened? Let me see. You do not have super strength, enhanced vision, or enhanced hearing." Seeing this, Seon-woo stammered, "Wait." Realizing Mary was invading his personal space, he quickly pulled his hand back and took a step back. His reaction startled her. "Ah, I am so sorry. I got a bit carried away." Seon-woo firmly asserted, "Like I said, I am not an awakened." But before he could finish, Mary cut him off. "But that is so strange. I can definitely sense the wavelength of an awakened coming from you." Hearing those words, his eyes widened in sheer shock. Resting her chin on her hand, she turned her head away and muttered, "Yet, I do not feel any active powers at all. It is so bizarre." Just then, a ringing phone broke the tense silence. Mary pulled out her phone. "My apologies. Please excuse me for a second." She quickly answered the call. "Yes, Captain." Meanwhile, Seon-woo stared quietly down at his own hands. Cut to a while later inside his room, he held up the magic bomb, lying on his bed, completely lost in thought. "If I really am an awakened now, the truth is, I wanted to become one more than anyone else. I spent so much time researching awakening signs and different methods, but in the end, I still failed to awaken. My logical side accepted reality, and I buried myself in work. I had completely given up on that dream, and now, out of nowhere, she tells me I am an awakened." Seon-woo closed his eyes and turned his head, but he could not shake the annoying thought. It felt incredibly frustrating. What did the researchers and the city hall even put in my records for her to spout such nonsense? Better stop thinking about it. It will only cause trouble if this ends up ruining my work tomorrow. Dawn came in the blink of an eye. Outside the city gates, all the combat squads had already gathered in full force. While everyone was whispering amongst themselves, an announcement suddenly rang out. There were only 10 seconds left before the barrier deactivated and the countdown began. Instantly, everyone braced themselves for battle. The laughing and talking died down, replaced by grim expressions. The entire area seemed to hold its breath. Every single second, Seon-woo gripped his weapon, his gaze turning razor sharp, and determination etched all over his face. As the countdown hit 0, the massive barrier began to move, deactivating the defense shield. The moment the barrier vanished, everyone rushed out like a swarm of angry bees. They scrambled to push forward, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Hurry up! Run! Run!" Some poured every ounce of strength they had into sprinting, screaming at the top of their lungs to shake off their terror. But a split second later, his scream was violently cut short. His eyes widened, his face freezing in pure, unadulterated horror. Out of nowhere, A monster lunged and ripped his head clean off in the blink of an eye. Seon-woo gasped, completely horrified by the sight. Chan-soo kept running, trying to calm everyone down. Just keep looking straight ahead and run. He quickly gestured to the side, shouting, "We're going this way." With that, the four of them broke away from the main crowd that was currently being slaughtered by the monsters. In a state of sheer panic, one guy tried to run back inside the city. "To hell with the president or whatever. I quit. Just let me back in." But the two guards at the gate blocked his path. The guy yelled in a rage, "What do you think you're doing? Out of my way!" But before he could even finish his sentence, a guard rammed a stun baton right into him. Anyone else who tried to flee back inside was mercilessly taken down by the two guards. Yoon-jung watched this in absolute shock. Did you see that?" she stammered in horror. Without even turning his head, Chan-soo warned, "Don't look back." Seon-woo quickly scanned the chaotic front lines, realizing the grim truth. "They didn't call us here because of our strength. City hunters are incredibly weak. We're nothing but bait." The battlefield quickly collapsed into pure chaos as waves of monsters crashed over them, completely overwhelming the hunters group by group. The city just threw us out as bait to distract the monsters while they disabled the barrier. Right then, Yoon-jung squeezed her eyes shut, activating her sensory power. I sense a swarm of monsters coming from the northwest." Hearing this, Seon-woo froze in his tracks. His eyes widened, and his expression turned incredibly grim. "Wait, stop," Seon-woo barked. The group skidded to a halt, turning to him in tense anticipation. "What's wrong?" Seon-woo urgently explained. "If I'm right, that's a flock of level 9 raptors." Seong-ho's brow furrowed. "How the hell are we supposed to fight that?" "Every single one of those birds is level 9, Seon-woo replied. "Just one of them is as strong as an entire pack of lesser monsters. We don't stand a chance." Hearing that, Yoon-jung's face went completely pale, her voice trembling. "Then, what are we supposed to do?" But Seon-woo had already anticipated they'd run into something highly dangerous, and he had come prepared. He pulled out compact diving suits and quickly tossed one to each of them. "Put these on." Before they could even ask, Seon-woo started slipping into his suit while giving a quick explanation. "We're going to hide our bodies like this." With that, he leaned back and sank straight into the thick mud at the edge of the swamp. The other two exchanged a look and reluctantly followed suit. Yoon-jung stared at the thick, slimy mud in front of her, shuddering with a grimace. "Ugh. This is so gross." Soon, the entire group was completely submerged beneath the muddy water, with only a few tiny snorkels gently swaying to the rhythm of their steady breathing. Seon-woo thought to himself, the awakened ones inside the cities might be able to handle those raptors, but for mercenaries like us. He closed his eyes, focusing entirely on sensing his surroundings. Up above, the hunters were being torn apart by the man-eating birds in a matter of seconds. Yoon-jung squeezed her eyes shut, desperately trying to suppress the rising terror in her chest. Hunters were being ripped limb from limb, some sliced clean in half in the blink of an eye. Seong-ho held his breath, his entire body stiffening, as cold sweat broke out despite the thick, muddy water. They swooped down from the sky like pitch-black blades, moving at speeds too fast for the naked eye to track. Chan-soo closed his eyes as well, every passing second weighing on his chest like a massive boulder. After a few minutes, when the horrific sounds finally died down, Seon-woo slowly raised his head above the water. Seeing that the coast was clear, he stood up, pulled off his goggles and snorkel, and let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the mutilated corpses scattered all over the ground, Seon-woo paused in grim. "All right, it's safe to come up now." Seong-ho spat out his snorkel, asking grimly, Are they all dead?" Seon-woo pulled out a map and replied, "Yeah, every single hunter who crossed paths with those raptors is gone. We need to follow the trail left by the flock. They're incredibly aggressive, so any area they've swept through will be completely cleared of other monsters." With that, the group set off once again. Seon-woo urged them forward. "Let's find a place to lay low." Before long, night fell, the dim moonlight barely filtering through the thick clouds. Deep within the outskirts, Seon-woo's group took shelter inside a decaying, abandoned building. Seong-ho sighed. "How much longer is this going to take?" "Chewing on some food," Chan-soo replied. "Hard to say. Last time took a few hours, so it'll probably be the same this time." Seon-woo sat in silence, his brow furrowed with anxiety. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as a jolt of pure danger shot through him. He sprang to his feet, scanning the dark room frantically. Seeing this, Seong-ho questioned the situation, while Yoon-jung also let her guard up. She reached out and switched off the lamp beside her. Without needing to be told, Seong-ho quietly reached back and gripped the hilt of his sword. Chon-soo stood up, lifting his hammer, his eyes scanning the area warily. He asked in confusion, "Did you see something?" Seon-woo replied, "No. Something is highly suspicious." The air around them gradually grew dead silent. Chon-soo peeked through the shattered window frame and muttered, "But it's way too quiet." He clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as a knife, as they waited. Suddenly, a sound echoed from deep within the darkness. Hearing this, everyone took a step back, while Seon-woo's eyes widened and he began to stammer. "I see it. Over there is." Chon-soo turned his head in the direction Seon-woo pointed, his eyes filled with clear anxiety. The moment he laid eyes on that thing, his entire body froze. In the pitch-black darkness, a pair of glowing eyes flashed. Chon-soo hurriedly gestured for Seon-woo and Yoon-jong to back away. Seong-ho grit his teeth and gripped his hilt with both hands, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Slowly, the monster revealed itself, a sinister, demonic aura radiating from its feet. As Seon-woo caught a clear glimpse of its form, his face paled, and his pupils dilated in shock. It was a colossal beast with a massive, deformed body hovering in midair. Frowning, he muttered grimly, "A black mantis." Hearing this, Chan-soo asked in confusion, "A black mantis? Why do you look so shocked?" Seon-woo explained with a dead serious expression, "I don't know the exact details, but I do know it's a flying demon that looks like a mantis. It stands 2 meters tall and spans 4 meters long. That's all I know. I don't know its weaknesses or how to defeat it because there are no records about it. Since we have nothing to go on, we need to retreat for now," Chon-soo added. "Can't we just fight it and find out?" Seong-ho proposed. But Seon-woo, breaking into a cold sweat, warned, "Just because its level is unknown doesn't mean it's weak. That thing comes from the raptor's domain." As they began to back away, Yoon-jong muttered, "Does that mean it's even stronger than a raptor? Which means it has to be at least level 9. The moment those words left his mouth, the black mantis vanished from where it stood. It had flown up, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Chon-soo yelled, "It's moving! Watch your surroundings!" He then quickly gestured with his hand, "Everyone, get into battle formation." Seong-ho grit his teeth and growled, "It's too dark. We can't tell which direction it's coming from." Chan-soo barked to calm their panic, "Stay calm, don't panic." Just then, Seon-woo slightly raised his hand, his eyes locked in one direction. "Hunter Yoon-jong." She immediately activated her ability. "Got it, I'm on it." Yoon-jong closed her eyes, focusing to activate her sensory skill. Not here. But after searching for a while, there was still no sign of it. "Where the hell is it?" Seon-woo quickly asked. She replied, "No, I've scanned the entire area, but I can't find it anywhere." Hearing this, Seong-ho gripped his sword hilt even tighter, his body tense and his breathing turning heavy. The four of them stood back to back, facing different directions to form a defensive circle. Chon-soo raised his massive hammer in front of his chest, his eyes darting frantically through the quiet night. Yoon-jong kept pushing her ability, praying, "Show yourself." Suddenly, a sound came from behind, causing Chon-soo to whip around in surprise. Seong-ho heard it too and immediately threw his gaze toward the noise. Seon-woo stood frozen, listening closely. "Something is getting closer. If I can track this sound, I can pinpoint its location." Everyone was trying to stay calm, but they failed to notice the mantis appearing right behind them. Sensing the bloodlust, Seon-woo quickly turned his head. When did it get behind us? Just as it was about to strike, he managed to block the attack just in time. But with his energy drained from the long day, his body was sent flying backward, slamming hard against the wall. Hearing the impact, Yoon-jong quickly turned around and shrieked in panic. "Seon-woo, are you okay?" He fumbled around in the dark, searching. "My Damascus, where is my sword?" Right then, Yoon-jong's eyes widened as her sensory perception suddenly spiked. She urgently screamed, "Seon-woo, above you!" He instinctively looked up to see a massive shadow, diving straight down from the ceiling. Realizing the danger, Chon-soo lunged forward like an arrow. A loud crash echoed through the darkness. When Seon-woo opened his eyes, Chan-soo was right in front of him. He was shielding Seon-woo, his hammer-wielding arm trembling slightly. Grimacing, Captain Chan-soo braced against the monster's immense pressure and barked a quick command. "Leave this to me, get out of here." Seon-woo didn't hesitate and nodded. "All right." With that, Chan-soo swung his weapon, slashing at the monster. Seon-woo scrambled up, grabbed his Damascus blade from the ground, and ran away from the danger zone with everything he had. Yoonjong called out. "What's the situation now?" he explained. "It's too dark in here. We're at a complete disadvantage." Hearing this, Seong-ho cursed loudly. "Damn it, if only we had some light." Right then, Seong-woo reached into his pocket and pulled out a small orb. "Captain, catch!" he yelled, throwing it hard toward Chan-su. Seeing the orb hurtle toward him, along with a few glowing marbles scattering at his feet, he immediately stopped them with his foot, keeping his eyes locked onto the enemy. Glaring up, Chan-su faced the black mantis. "You think you can look down on me from up there? Get down here, let's see what you've got." From the side, Seong-ho also swung his sword and rushed forward, shouting, "Captain, wait for me, I'm coming to help." He barked back, "Stop, you mustn't move so recklessly." Seong-ho immediately froze in his tracks. Captain Chan-su roared, "Leave this bastard to me." Seon-woo analyzed. He's right. Swinging swords and axes in a tight space with such poor visibility will only end up hurting each other. Given the current situation, this was definitely the right call. But even against the raptor, the captain had struggled. And this black mantis was on a completely different level than those raptors. It was incredibly powerful. Worst of all, it was smart enough to throw off its target by throwing its voice from a different direction to hide its actual position. How was the captain going to handle this? Chan-su stood tall, his entire body radiating a surge of intense energy. "Bring it!" At that exact moment, Seon-woo's eyes widened in shock. He was maxing out his stats. Seong-ho couldn't believe his eyes either. Captain Yoon-jung blurted out, her voice choking up. "Oh my god." Faced with such clear provocation, the black mantis reacted instantly. In a flash, it charged straight ahead like a black bullet tearing through the night. Chan-su leaped into the air, his eyes blazing with determination. "Bring it on. I'll take you on." The two collided mid-air, unleashing a deafening explosion. A brilliant flash of light burst from Chan-su's body, forcing the black mantis backward through the air. It crashed hard onto the ground, digging its legs deep into the floor to keep its balance, leaving massive cracks in the tiles. Without skipping a beat, it lunged forward to attack again. The mantis swung its claws, but Chan-su managed to dodge just in time. Its long, sharp claws slammed straight into the wall, shattering it to pieces. Seizing the opening, Chan-su's eyes flashed. Charging forward with all his might, he leaped high into the air, preparing to strike. With a fierce roar, Chan-su unleashed a razor-sharp slash. However, the mantis blocked the strike, leaving him in utter disbelief. It actually blocked his attack? Refusing to back down, Chan-su gritted his teeth and poured in more power. The mantis wasn't about to give up either. Its eyes glowed menacingly as it lashed out with its claws once more. Unable to react in time, Chan-su took the full blow, his blood spraying everywhere. Seeing this, Seong-ho screamed, "Captain, its attacks are too powerful. It hasn't weakened at all from those previous clashes." Pinned down by the beast, Chan-su struggled to hold it off. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "If I get pushed back any further, I'm done for." The black mantis's eyes flashed a crimson red, signaling that a finishing blow was coming. Without hesitation, it thrust its razor-sharp claws forward, the cold tips glinting as they impaled Chan-su's leg. Blood splattered everywhere as the claw sank in, but he forced himself to endure the agony. Seeing this, Seong-ho screamed in a rage, "You bastard!" Yet, the black mantis didn't even flinch. He rushed forward, swinging his sword downward with everything he had, but the beast blocked it effortlessly. A split second later, its left claw whipped sideways like lightning. Before he could even react, Seong-ho was sent flying. Losing his balance completely, he slammed hard against the wall, sending up a thick cloud of dust. With just a single hit, Seong-ho was completely incapacitated, his consciousness slipping away as he groaned in agony. Seeing this, the other three were utterly horrified. The mantis slowly wrenched its claws out of Chan-su's leg. With its fury reaching a boiling point, it didn't give him a single second to move before stabbing forward again with vicious force. Chan-su took the blow head-on. Blood sprayed across the floor, and his eyes bulged from the sheer, excruciating pain. The blade-like claw pierced straight through his shoulder, embedding itself deep into his bone. His entire body trembled violently, his eyes filled with pure agony and intense shock. Yet, he still tried to grab hold of its front leg. Blood poured from his wounds as a gut-wrenching scream tore from his throat. Even then, Chan-su desperately clung to consciousness. His lips trembled as he mumbled, "To think, one of us would go down like this." But before he could finish his sentence, he blacked out. The black mantis let out a low growl and tossed Chan-Su's limp body aside like a piece of garbage. His bloody body slammed violently into the stone wall, making a sickening thud. A second later, Chan-Su slumped onto the cold ground. Having taken down two of them, the beast slowly turned its head. Its gaze now locked onto Seon-woo and Yoon-jung. Raising his Damascus blade defensively, he thought, "Is it our turn now?" Paralyzed with fear, Yoon-jung couldn't even stand and collapsed onto the ground. Seon-woo grimaced, cold sweat dripping down his face as he desperately searched for a way out. From what I've seen so far, this thing is at least a rank 8 monster. This is hopeless. Its main weapons are those two front legs. They're even tougher than my Damascus blade. If I take it head on, I'll be ripped to shreds before I can even swing my knife. I need to find its weak spot. Is it the head, neck, or chest? The black mantis slowly lowered its legs, radiating a suffocating, deathly aura. It took slow, deliberate steps toward the two of them. Facing the monstrous beast, Seon-woo muttered in awe, "This thing is absolutely terrifying." Just then, something caught his eye. Wait a second. Seon-woo stared at its abdomen, analyzing the structure. Since it's standing, I can see the joints connecting its legs to the body. That has to be it. With that, he raised his knife and lunged forward to attack. Seon-woo aimed straight for the mantis's abdomen. This is your weak spot. But as his blade struck, there was absolutely no reaction. He gripped the knife tightly with both hands, trying to drive it in deeper. Wait, nothing happened? But I know I hit the right spot. But then, Seon-woo's eyes widened in sheer panic. In an instant, the beast flung him backward, sending him crashing hard onto the ground. Seon-woo screamed in agony. He lay there gasping for breath, surrounded by a blinding cloud of dust. Right then, the praying mantis slammed its giant claws down on both sides of his head, missing him by mere inches. Staring at the razor-sharp talons right next to him, his entire body began staring up at the colossal mantis. Seon-woo was completely speechless. Suddenly, a deafening screech echoed through the air. The mantis lowered its head, slowly bringing its face close to his. Hearing its strange cry, Seon-woo wondered, is it crying, or is it mocking me? Is it really that intelligent? Even with his eyes squeezed shut, he could still feel its intense gaze piercing through him. Seon-woo cursed himself for being so careless. If even their captain couldn't defeat this thing, how could he possibly stand a chance? This is it. The end of the line. But in that final, life-or-death moment, a bizarre sound cut through the air. What is that? Upon hearing the noise, the mantis flinched. It raised its head, looking around to locate the source. Seon-woo watched in absolute disbelief. Is it reacting to the noise? As the sound grew louder, drawing the monster's full attention, it suddenly retracted its claws and retreated. This caught him completely off guard. The mantis unfurled its wings and took off, disappearing into the depths of the darkness. Seon-woo's mind raced. It's fleeing? What's going on? He silently propped himself up on his arms, checking to make sure it was really gone. Once he was absolutely sure, he let out a heavy sigh of relief and collapsed back onto the ground. I'm alive. Just then, Yoon-jung rushed over, her face pale with worry. Are you okay? Seon-woo's entire body ached as he struggled to sit up. Why did it just leave like that? Was it because I was too weak to even bother with? And what was that beeping sound? I've never heard anything like that in my life. Or is that some kind of unique signal from the magic beasts? Seeing Seon-woo spacing out, she waved her hand in front of his face. Hey, check yourself over. Are you absolutely sure you're okay? Suddenly, Yoon-jung's bracelet glowed brightly, catching Seon-woo's attention. That's it. Oh right, how could I forget something so important? The defensive barrier protocol. Seon-woo raised his own bracelet. Hunter Yoon-jung, do you have any idea how long this thing has been glowing? She shook her head. No, I wasn't really paying attention. He leaned back, explaining that this signal meant the defensive barrier was officially set up. We need to head back right now. Hearing this, Yoon-jung turned her gaze toward the other. But what about the captain and Song-ho? They look like they're in really bad shape. Chan-su was lying unconscious in a pool of blood, while Seong-ho groaned in agony, his strength completely drained. Seon-woo rushed over to check on them. Fortunately, the blow missed the captain's heart. He's just knocked out. With a grunt, Seon-woo hoisted Chan-su onto his shoulders. Oof! He looked at Yoon-jung and said, We have to get them to a healer. Please, help Hunter Song-ho. She nodded in agreement. Got it. Seon-woo gave her a grave look as a warning. It's a long way back. We barely made it out of there alive. Now, it's a race against the clock. I just hope we can reach the barrier in time. Cut to inside the barrier zone, where 2 guards were counting the casualties. They meticulously checked the bodies and updated their list. The death toll had already reached 57. Another guard walked over and asked, "What's the final count?" The other turned and replied, "Out of 86 participants, we have 58 dead, 17 injured, and 11 missing." What a disaster. Suddenly, one of the guards froze, staring intently into the distance. Intrigued, the other guard followed his gaze. What is it? Emerging from outside the barrier, 2 figures were slowly limping their way forward. As they drew closer, their silhouettes became clear. It was Seon-woo's group. The next day, at the hospital, Jin Seong was walking slowly down the hallway. Suddenly, an angry voice echoed from one of the patient rooms. "Are you really going to keep complaining about the food like this?" It was Yoonjung. She was busy spoon-feeding Chansu while nagging him. "You have to finish every single bite if you want to recover quickly. Or would you rather taste my fist instead? I don't care if you're the captain, I won't hold back." Watching this unfold, Seon-woo and Seong-ho both shared the exact same thought. Thank goodness I'm not the captain. Right then, there was a knock at the door. Before Seong-ho could even ask who it was, Jin Seong walked in. "Excuse me." He approached Chansu's bed and introduced himself. "I am the deputy director of the Binsong City Administration team." Hearing this, Chansu raised his hand in greeting. "Hello, I'm Jong Chansu." The two shook hands warmly. Jin Seong smiled. "It looks like you're recovering quite well. The healers from our team are top tier, aren't they?" Chansu nodded. "Indeed they are. But what brings the city administration here?" Jin Seong put on a mysterious smile. "I'm afraid I can't answer that with everyone else in the room." Hearing this, the other 3 fell silent. Chansu then gestured to them. "Could you guys give us a moment alone?" With that, the 3 stepped outside. Seong-ho let out a heavy sigh as they walked, while Eunjung asked curiously, "What do you think is going on in there?" Seong-ho scoffed. "They're probably negotiating compensation. It's pretty obvious." Eunjung's eyes lit up with excitement. "What if they're offering us permanent residency permits to live in the city?" Song-ho said confidently. "Look at me. Obviously, I deserve to be a wealthy man living the good life. I really don't get why I had to live in that horrible wasteland." Seon-woo, who was following behind, thought to himself, the deputy director of the city management team coming in person to visit someone from the wasteland. There is definitely something suspicious about this. Meanwhile, Jin Song smiled warmly and praised. "Everyone surviving like this is truly a miracle." Chansu replied thoughtfully, "It is because we had an amazing leader." Hearing that, he asked, "You mean the guy without any powers, right?" He turned and nodded. "Yes, I still can't believe he did something like that." Jin Song gasped. "Is that so? It really is great that everyone made it back alive. We are actually quite confused, as we never expected this to happen." Hearing that, Chansu fell silent for a long time. Fast forward to that afternoon, in the hospital room, a chair was kicked aside with a loud crash. Song-ho stood there, panting heavily with pure rage on his face. Seon-woo and Woo-jeong stood in the corner, watching in silence. Chansu tried to soothe him, saying, "Calm down." Unable to accept it, he roared, "Calm down? Even if we accept that he gave us 2 residency permits, why on earth did he only give them to that bastard and Woo-jeong?" Hearing this, the 2 of them could only remain silent. Chansu gritted his teeth and raised his voice. "The management team has already made their decision. We don't have a choice." He swore in disbelief. "Lies. What do those bastards know anyway? If someone wanted to give up their certificate, they could easily do it if they volunteered. But who is the second strongest here? Isn't it painfully obvious that it is me?" He pointed his finger right at Seon-woo and yelled, "Why does that guy without any powers get a certificate before me?" Chansu snapped. "Kim Song-ho, watch your mouth. Do not say things like that in front of them." Seon-woo crossed his arms and said, "Personally, I think it is totally fine." Hearing that, Song-ho flew into an even greater rage. "Of course you think it is fine. You are the one who gets to become a goddamn city resident." Chansu told them to stop arguing, saying that what is done, so they should just calm down. Song-ho clenched his fists, trembling with rage. "This is definitely a conspiracy. I can't accept this. Do you think I am blind? Captain, you were the one who made this decision, right? You thought that since the 2 of them can't fight, they wouldn't survive in District 17, didn't you?" Seeing that it could no longer be hidden, Chansu decided to tell the truth. "In exchange, the 2 of us will get all the other rewards, and there will be another chance for us too." But before he could finish, Song-ho cut him off. "Are you kidding me? Why the hell would I care about some stupid rewards? How can any of that compare to my own life? In the wasteland, nobody knows when they are going to die. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him with a loud bang. Chan-su turned to Seon-woo and said, Seon-woo, there is no doubt that you saved our lives, so you shouldn't feel guilty about getting that certificate at all. He replied calmly, of course, I will accept it with immense gratitude. If this is how things have been decided, then I will just go along with it. Hearing that, Chan-su nodded in agreement. Yes, that is right. He thought to himself, I chose this mission specifically to get the right to live in this city. This is something I risked my entire life for, so I have absolutely no intention of giving it up. But the real issue here, Seon-woo added, is whether Hunter Song-ho will actually accept this. Chan-su let out a deep sigh. He just has a bit of a temper, but he will calm down soon enough. Despite hearing those words, Seon-woo still had a bad feeling about this. If that is the case, then that is great. Before long, night fell, and the hallway outside was dead silent, lit only by dim, flickering lights. Inside the hospital room, it was dead silent. Everyone was lying in their beds, fast asleep. However, a sudden noise woke Seon-woo up. Peering through the curtain, he saw Song-ho sitting up on his bed. Hunter Song-ho. Song-ho got out of bed with determination, slowly making his way toward Chan-su's bed, as if he was plotting something sinister. A moment later, Song-ho gritted his teeth and pulled out a dagger. Realizing what was about to happen, Seon-woo did not dare to open his eyes, thinking, no way. Without a second thought, Song-ho raised. A dark aura erupted from his arm as he plunged the blade straight into Chan-su, causing blood to spray from the older man's mouth. Struggling for his life, Chan-su managed to reach up and choke Song-ho tightly. He gasped through his trembling breaths, Song-ho, how could you? Song-ho snarled in rage. This is all your fault. With that, he plunged the knife even deeper, causing Chan-su to choke on his own blood. Over in his bed, Seon-woo heard those horrific, agonizing sounds. But he didn't dare to step in and stop him. After a while, Chan-su drew his last breath. Song-ho growled under his breath. Why does a useless, powerless bastard get to become a city resident before me? I am never going back to that god-forsaken wasteland. With blood dripping from his hands onto the floor, Song-ho slowly turned his murderous gaze toward Seon-woo's bed, muttering, you heard that, didn't you? The moment those words left his mouth, he rushed over and violently ripped the curtain open. He channeled all his strength into his knife hand. In the end, it still had to come to this. Song-ho stabbed down hard onto the bed, screaming, it is all your fault. But when he yanked the blanket away, Seon-woo was nowhere to be found. Instead, a magic bomb dropped onto the floor. Song-ho stared in utter confusion, completely clueless, but a massive explosion immediately went off, making him scream in pure agony. The guy squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Seizing this opportunity, Seon-woo lunged from above, putting all his strength into a strike towards Song-ho. Seon-woo leaped onto Song-ho's shoulders and locked his arms around his neck. Without hesitation, he forced his opponent's head down while drawing a cold, sharp weapon, driving it deep into the carotid artery. Song-ho's entire body shook violently as dark red blood gushed out. At the same time, strange whispers began echoing in Seon-woo's head. That's it. Finish him. Wipe him off the face of the earth. Do it. It was the exact same urge that had echoed in his mind before. Yes, end him right now. His pupils dilated. It was the same voice he had heard before. Was it really not a hallucination? Lost in thought, Seon-woo suddenly felt his body move on its own as Song-ho slammed him back first into the wall with immense force. The violent impact made him grit his teeth, the pain shooting straight up his spine. Instantly, the beast grabbed him, spitting out each word. You bastard. With that, Song-ho suddenly spun around and threw Seon-woo off him. The violent slam sent his head cracking against the floor, and dark red blood immediately trickled from the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, the man reached for the weapon still stuck in his neck like chewing gum and yanked it out. Instantly, a thick stream of dark blood squirted out, splattering onto every surface around them. Seon-woo froze at the horrific sight while the man, writhing in pain, looked up and hissed at him. A superpowered user versus a skillless loser like you. A surge of adrenaline rushed through Seon-woo, making him grit his teeth. Song-ho's trembling arm reached out, desperately trying to grab him, but he couldn't hold on any longer. His body stumbled before collapsing onto the floor. Staring at the scene, Seon-woo instinctively looked down at his own hands. Ugh. Suddenly, A flash of light made him furrow his brow. A powerful surge of energy coursed through his muscles, leaving him stunned. Is this? In that split second, a realization hit him. An awakening? The uncontrollable power surged through him, bringing on an overwhelming wave of dizziness. Breathing heavily, he forced himself to cling to the last shred of consciousness. I can't pass out here. I need the evidence. With that thought, Seon-woo's body trembled as he scrambled to grab the knife on the ground. Forcing himself up, he stumbled unsteadily toward his target. The window frame slid open just enough, leaving a small gap. Gathering every ounce of strength left in his conscious body, he hurled the object out into the cold night. Suddenly, a faint voice called out. Seon-woo. The weak, broken voice came from Chan-su, whom he thought had already died. He kept calling Seon-woo's name with his fading breath. Seon-woo. Hearing that cry, Seon-woo's heart clenched as he spun around. His face tensed, sweat pouring down his forehead as he stared at the body trembling slightly on the bed. Sometime later, Seon-woo stood before Jin-sung and the city council during the investigation. He stood with his head bowed, silently listening to Jin-sung. We will now begin the questioning. Yesterday morning in the holding cells, guards were dispatched after hearing someone scream. A series of crime scene photos were then shown, revealing a horrific bloodbath. There was only one witness and 3 casualties. Jin-sung's brow furrowed, his voice hardening. The incident occurred several hours before it was discovered in the middle of the night. He then gestured toward the screen, declaring loudly, Hunter Kim Song-ho died on the spot from a ruptured aorta. The next victim suffered a similar fate, and Hunter Jang Chan-su was severely injured and later died from blood loss. The sole witness, Hunter Park Yoon-jung, has been cleared of suspicion after we verified his alibi and evidence. Now, Jin-sung's gaze shifted to the only other person involved in the incident. Mr. Kim Seon-woo was found unconscious with blunt force trauma. The city council members gathered outside, listened in silence. You are all members of the Area 17 Marlin Hunter Squad, and right now, you are the only one who can tell us what happened. You've served as a guide for the Marlin Squad for 3 years, and you volunteered twice for city maintenance as a skillless individual. Just then, a soft cough echoed. Hearing this, he adjusted his form of address. Should I address you as an ordinary citizen instead? Keeping his response brief, Seon-woo simply nodded. Yes. Jin-sung continued in a flat, businesslike tone. I'll get straight to the point. What happened last night? Without a hint of panic, Seon-woo answered calmly. An intruder broke in and attacked us. Hearing this, the senator gasped in surprise. An intruder? Seon-woo kept his head bowed as he recounted. Yes. Someone suddenly entered our cell last night, and a murmur rippled through the room. Do you remember his appearance or anything about him? Seon-woo clenched his fists, hesitating. It was just too dark. This response only fueled Jin-sung's suspicion. Is that really true? But a voice suddenly interrupted from the back. Deputy Director. Jin-sung immediately swallowed his next words and bowed respectfully. Yes, Senator. Do you want to wrap this up quickly? This is just a dispute among outcasts. There's no need to make a scene out of it. Let's just assume there was an attacker, like he said, and then we can increase the patrol squads. How does that sound? He looked up. Yes, but... He hesitated before raising his concern. There's something incredibly strange about this incident. The senator gasped. Strange? Jin-sung didn't reply. Instead, he clicked a remote control, and the screen behind him instantly changed scenes. As you can see in the photos, there's a massive amount of blood at the scene, but there are absolutely no bloodstains or bloody footprints outside. He then emphasized the testimony they had just heard. This directly contradicts Kim Sun-woo's claim that there was an intruder. Fueled by his growing suspicion, he shared his theory. That's why I believe Kim Sun-woo fabricated his testimony to cover up his own crime. Despite Jin-sung's sharp accusation, Sun-woo remained perfectly calm. Since I'm a witness now, can I say a few words? Like you said, I'm just an ordinary citizen with no special skills. For a regular guy like me to take down 2 espers, especially physical-type espers like those, do you seriously think I could kill them? A brief silence forced Jin-sung to nod. Logically speaking, it was indeed impossible. Sun-woo's question wasn't meant to convince them, but to poke a massive hole in their theory. Once this mission is over, I'll still be classified as just an ordinary citizen. Why on earth would I risk my life and stupidly try to eliminate 2 espers when I clearly don't have the power to do so? Hearing his counter-argument, Jin-sung didn't rush to object. Instead, he slowly agreed. The suspect's defense is actually reasonable. The Marlin team is a strike squad, so having an ordinary citizen there is extremely rare. It's highly likely that an esper wanting citizenship was behind this, especially given the traces of a brutal struggle. But if Kim Seon-woo is powerless, he should have suffered much more severe injuries. Hearing this, Seon-woo's entire body froze. Vague memories suddenly rushed back, bringing with them the phantom pains of a brutal beating spreading across his body. He had been thrashed mercilessly. The image of himself lying in a pool of blood, coughing it up, was still vivid, but his body must have endured it because he awakened right after. Hearing Jin Song's reasoning, the senator raised a question. If we already have the answer, why haven't you reached a conclusion yet? He interrupted. Hold on. Everything I just said was based on the assumption that Kim Seon-woo is not an esper. The senator nodded, deeply curious. True, but what's your point? To get straight to the point, Jin Song gestured toward the door. Please, come in. Our witness. Seeing this, Seon-woo slightly tilted his head, watching with intense suspicion. A witness? Only the members of the Marlin team knew about him. A split second later, the door swung open, instantly shattering the freezing tension. He was stunned, his gaze locking onto the doorway as a figure quietly stepped inside. Slow, steady footsteps echoed through the silent room. Not wanting to waste any time, Jin Song stepped forward and requested, "Please introduce yourself." The newcomer was none other than the person Seon-woo had once crossed paths with at the antique shop. I'm Mary, a researcher from the City Research and Development Team. Seon-woo's entire body instantly tensed as an eerie shiver ran down his spine. Without missing a beat, Jin Song asked, "And what is your exact role?" Mary replied in a serious tone. "I identify the specific abilities of espers and assign them tasks based on that." Seizing the opportunity, he followed up. "And how do you determine their abilities?" She answered bluntly. Without a second thought, "I have an ability that allows me to identify the power." Jin Song immediately steered the conversation. "And as far as I know, you were called here today specifically because of your ability to identify espers, correct?" Kim Seon-woo. "You claimed you weren't an esper, right?" Of course, that might have been true, up to a certain point. His words sent a sudden jolt of intense anxiety straight through Seon-woo. Losing no time, Jin Song immediately requested, "Mary, please step in front of Kim Seon-woo." As she complied, he continued his reasoning. Some people awaken as espers much later in life, even if Kim Seon-woo wasn't an esper initially. Mary slowly walked over as Jin Song's voice echoed. If he managed to awaken some kind of ability during this mission, that would make him our prime suspect. She and Seon-woo locked eyes in a suffocating silence, the tension in the room practically at a breaking point. Neither of them said a word. Seon-woo sat there, completely paralyzed by the terrifying fear of his secret being exposed. Memories of their very first encounter flashed through both of their minds. Back then, Mary had grabbed Seon-woo's hand in utter surprise. "You're not an esper? That's so strange. I was sure I felt some esper energy from you." But present-day Jin Song quickly snapped Mary out of her flashback. "In that case, please verify whether Kim Seon-woo is an esper or not." She nodded and got straight to work. "Please, give me your hand." Despite his hesitation, Seon-woo reluctantly complied. The very next second, Mary closed her eyes and began activating her power. His heart hammered wildly in his chest from sheer nervousness. Unable to bear the crushing pressure, he closed his eyes as well, desperately trying to keep it together before the truth was finally revealed. Song-ho's voice suddenly echoed in his head. "Fine, I'll just destroy you. I'll take you out and steal it." And then it ended with him rushing over to Chan-su's side. The captain weakly whispered, "Seon-woo." Though gasping for breath, he still desperately urged him, "Run. Run before Song-ho kills you." Seon-woo was instantly startled by those words. The captain wasn't even conscious enough to realize Hunter Song-ho was already dead. And even in that terrible state, his very first thought was still for his safety. As those words left his lips, Chan-su quietly let go and slipped away from this world. All Seon-woo could do was scream in agony, completely helpless. Suddenly, a wisp of white mist rose, creeping out of the captain's body and leaving him stunned. What on earth is happening? It swirled and surged into Seon-woo's body in waves, as if trying to rip his consciousness apart. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he collapsed to his knees, clenching his teeth as he endured the pain. This feeling. It's exactly like when I first awakened. He remembered a similar thing happening when he finished off Song-ho. No, this is something much stronger, A moment later, Seon-woo let out a scream as a massive wave of energy erupted, shaking the entire area. By the time that terrifying energy finally faded, he seemed to have completely lost consciousness. Just like that, of the 3 teammates who were chatting just this morning, only one was left alive. Snapping out of that terrifying memory, his eyes slowly fluttered open against the blinding light. Right in front of him was Marie's stunned face. Without keeping everyone waiting, she turned to Jin-sung with a serious look and said, "I'm finished." He nodded and accepted her report. "Please, let us know the results." After a tense moment, she slowly began to speak. "Kim Seon-woo." Her words cut through the air, pausing for dramatic effect to emphasize her point. "Is not an awakened user." Jin-sung froze in disbelief. "What did you say? Are you sure?" Marie nodded in confirmation. "Yes, he is definitely an ordinary human." That declaration left Seon-woo completely dumbfounded. No, she definitely must have realized that he had awakened. What on earth is she planning? Just as the tension in the room grew almost unbearable, the senator suddenly cleared his throat. "Ahem, I think the results are clear. Let's let Marie head back." At that subtle hint, Jin-sung adjusted his glasses and had to nod in agreement. "Very well, the examination is complete." He then delivered a verdict that would decide Seon-woo's fate. "So, let's proceed with the theory that this was an attack by a non-citizen targeting a citizen. Consider every unregistered awakened user in the strike team who participated in this mission as a suspect. Check their alibis." Jin-sung then turned to Han and asked, "So, what should we do with Kim Seon-woo?" Without waiting for a response, Seon-woo spoke up, stunning everyone. "I will give up my citizenship and return to the wilderness." His declaration caught Jin-sung off guard. The city council hasn't raised any objections. Why would you make a decision like that? But in the face of his surprise, Seon-woo stood his ground. "From the start, I always believed Captain Dong-chan and Hunter Woo-jung were the ones who truly deserved citizenship." Seeing this, Jin-sung repeated his words, emphasizing every single "This is something you went through absolute hell to obtain. If you reject your citizenship now, you'll have to start all over again if you ever want it back. What is your actual reason for giving it up and returning to the wilderness?" Seon-woo's voice and eyes were heavy with grief. "Like you said, everything that happened was because of this damn citizenship. I don't want to survive only to be treated as a suspect in the murder of the teammates I lived with for 3 years. I don't want to keep my citizenship just to get targeted again by the real killer who's still out there." His sharp, completely logical words left Jin-sung speechless. The senator didn't have any objections either. It sounded entirely reasonable, with nothing suspicious about it. The next morning, amidst the bustling city crowd rushing back and forth, Seon-woo and Woo-jung stood quietly facing each other, exchanging a few final words to find closure. As their conversation ended, she gave a gentle nod of farewell before turning around and walking away. Seon-woo watched in silence, his eyes fixed on her retreating figure. After a moment, he turned around, a lonely silhouette, sharply contrasting with the bustling crowd of the city. But before he could go far, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "Seon-woo." He stopped and turned to see a familiar face hurrying toward him. It was Marie, and she was clearly not built for physical activity. "You walk so fast." Seeing her out of breath, he just stood there silently, his face completely calm. Once she caught her breath, she smiled and spoke from the bottom of her heart. "I'm honestly so relieved they didn't realize you're an awakened user and that you managed to leave the city." Hearing this, Seon-woo immediately confirmed what he had suspected all along. "I knew it. She knows everything. But if she actually wanted to expose me, she would have done it at the hearing." He spoke up, "I think I awakened because of that accident." Without beating around the bush, Marie bluntly shared her thoughts. "I don't think you actually wanted to kill your teammate. You must have been backed into a corner with absolutely no other choice." Her words, which showed she understood the situation perfectly, made him freeze. If she already knew everything, why hadn't she just come out and said it? Mary didn't dodge the question, giving it to him straight. "Because I'm really interested in your superpower." As she spoke, she stepped closer to Seon-woo, pouring her heart out. "From what I can tell, your power is incredibly unique, and it fascinates me. It feels completely different from any other esper I've ever encountered." Her words caught him off guard, leaving him completely speechless. Seeing Seon-woo stay quiet, Mary took another step forward and spoke up. "You already know that espers are classified into 6 different types, right?" Even though he had no idea why she was asking, he still replied, "Yeah, of course." Without explaining, she kept going with her point. Almost every esper falls into one of these 6 categories. Each type is represented by a different color and possesses unique traits. There are physical types, supernatural powerhouses, magitech users, beast tamers, telepaths, and magic casters. But there are still some rare anomalies who don't fit into any of these categories. Just like Biz and Gangmyeong, some espers completely defy standard classification. This piqued Seon-woo's curiosity. So what exactly is her superpower? That question only made Mary even more excited. Well, you could say her ability is the massive barrier that protects Gangmyeong. Senior Bis is the only one strong enough to create a barrier spanning several square kilometers. As Mary emphasized, it stands like an eternal wall, protecting us day in and day out. Then, Mary suddenly brought the conversation back to Seon-woo. Did anything weird happen when you awakened? He fell silent, looking away as his memories started playing back. Right after he finished off Seong-ho in a state of sheer panic, a voice had echoed in his mind, saying, "That's it, end him, erase him, and take it." Coming back to reality, he decided to be honest. "I think I heard a voice." But Mary didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, she just nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Espers with mental links usually hear a voice, giving them some sort of command. His admission made her even more curious. "So, what did the voice tell you?" Seon-woo quickly put his guard up and dodged the question. "I don't really remember." He thought to himself that even if she meant well, there was no reason for him to share something so personal. His vague answer made Mary narrow her eyes. "Really? That's so weird. That shouldn't be possible." Letting it slide, she suddenly changed the subject with a bright smile. "Oh, right. The vibe I get from you is exactly like the one I get from Senior Bis." Hearing this caught him completely off guard. But instead of being happy, Seon-woo seemed deeply hesitant. "I mean, that's cool and all, but I don't get it." He silently compared Biz's immense power to the vague sensation he felt whenever his own power flared up. "To be honest, my ability is probably just a basic physical enhancement. Does it really feel like the kind of world-class power that can protect an entire city?" Hearing this, Mary realized what he meant and quickly explained, "Oh, of course, you're not at that level yet. You're still just a rookie who recently awakened." Seon-woo replied with an embarrassed, "Ah." As a quiet hush fell over them, she suddenly brought up stories from the past. Back during the Great Flood, when the monsters first emerged, humanity was on the absolute brink of extinction. But we managed to survive, all thanks to the arrival of the espers. In fact, a sanctuary like Gangmyeong was only built because of them. But if people like Senior Bis and you were to join forces, what kind of miracles could you guys make happen? Even so, a shadow of worry crossed Mary's face. "My only concern right now is, how much longer can Senior Bis keep holding on? For decades, she's completely ignored her own well-being, keeping that entire barrier up all by herself." Seon-woo suddenly remembered a conversation he had with Chang-soo. There were rumors that she barely got any sleep. Thinking about it, he turned around and looked up. It had to be true if those rumors had managed to spread all the way to the wastelands. But then, his eyes locked onto something, and he froze as if he were staring at the impossible. High above, Biz stood beneath the dome of energy, silently watching them. The moment their eyes locked, she quickly turned her head away. Her reaction instantly made Seon-woo suspicious. That was no mistake. We definitely made eye contact. She was watching me. Mary followed his gaze and said, "Senior Bis is doing everything she can with whatever power she has left to protect the people of this city." She confidently insisted, "Whether you believe me or not is up to you, but my ability to sense other espers has completely confirmed this hunch. You're an unclassified esper with the same massive potential as Senior Bis. You could end this endless war against the monsters and actually save humanity." Seon-woo froze, taken aback by the sheer weight of Mary's words. Save? Humanity? And with that, their conversation and his visit to the city came to a dramatic close, leaving 2 people dead and setting the stage for an intense trial. His double awakening was completely out of the ordinary, and that message about eliminating the awakened was still echoing in his head. Seon-woo himself had a massive headache from all the chaos of his awakening, none of which he could resolve. And on top of that, he had to save humanity. He stood facing a ruined city, destroyed after the gates opened and allowed magical beasts to flood in. The near extinction of humanity happened just a decade ago. For those left behind in the wasteland, they had only one wish, one goal in life, to survive. But to Seon-woo, some grand mission didn't matter at all. His only concern was how to survive in the wasteland, a place where only the fittest could make it out alive. Anyone could be wiped out if they didn't fully understand their own abilities. This place was brutally fair. It didn't care if you were a human or a beast. So, as a brand new awakened, Seon-woo's top priority right now was to figure out what his ability actually was. With that thought, Seon-woo tightened his grip on his bag strap and quietly quickened his pace toward the ruins ahead. Looking at the desolate land before him, he silently decided to test his power in this eastern sector, the perfect place to try out a newly awakened ability. But as he was still planning, an eerie sensation suddenly flashed through his mind. He immediately spun toward the side of the ruined building and heard a low growl. From the dark corner, a pair of glowing red eyes gleamed with pure ferocity. A poison cat stepped out, drooling heavily, its eyes locked onto Seon-woo. He froze. It was a magic beast. He quietly backed away. Damn it, I ran into a beast way sooner than I expected. The monster glared at him, snarling repeatedly as acidic saliva dripped onto the cold ground. Taking a closer look, Seon-woo shuddered as he realized it was a level 16 poison cat. It seemed to have been starving for a long time, because it aggressively lunged the moment it saw prey right in front of it, slashing its claws through the air without warning. Seon-woo quickly ducked to dodge the attack, but the sudden movement sent the items in his bag scattering everywhere. Hearing the clattering behind him, he spun around in shock and cried out, "My cores!" The poison cat didn't care about its missed strike and immediately braced for its next attack. Seon-woo's feet instinctively took a few steps back, the tension between them growing suffocatingly tight. He and the poison cat locked eyes in a tense standoff, neither making a move. The air felt so heavy, it could explode at any moment. Impatient, the beast let out a shriek and lunged straight at him. Fortunately, Seon-woo was quick enough to lean aside and dodge its sharp fangs. As he moved, he looked around, thinking, I need to deal with those venomous fangs first. While running, his eyes darted to a lone manhole cover lying on the street. Without hesitation, he stopped right there and placed his hand on the iron lid. Then, he activated his physical enhancement ability, causing his muscles to bulge. Seon-woo gritted his teeth and channeled all his strength to tear it off the ground. Ugh. After a final surge of effort, he managed to lift it, holding it up like a shield across his chest, and shouted a provocation, "Come on, bring it." Hearing the challenge, the poison cat shrieked repeatedly, baring its fangs in pure hatred. Immediately, it leaped and kicked hard against the shield Seon-woo was holding. At this moment, he was calmer than ever, feeling a continuous flow of energy surging through him. Then, he put all his weight into pushing back, unleashing a massive counterforce. He gripped the iron cover tightly, spinning it around to prep for a finishing blow, before pouring all the power in his arm to hurl it forward. The sharp sound of slicing metal tore through the air and smashed right into the poison cat's face. The heavy impact made its massive body stagger. Seeing his chance, Seon-woo charged forward without a single second of hesitation. Moving like the wind, he quickly snatched up the iron cover that had just hit the ground. Gripping the improvised weapon tightly, he leaped high into the air. Ha! Reaching the perfect height for a fatal blow, Seon-woo gritted his teeth and slammed it down with all his might onto the poison cat's jaw. The brutal impact shattered the poison cat's razor-sharp fangs into pieces. Its roar cut off completely, replaced by a heavy thud as its massive body collapsed. Seeing the perfect opening, Seon-woo didn't waste a second. He raised the iron cover high, channeled all his strength, and brought it smashing down right onto the beast's head. Blood splattered across his cold, murderous face. The metal lid slipped from his hand and rolled across the ground, leaving the poison cat lying motionless and lifeless. A moment later, he pulled the hood back from his head, catching his breath heavily. Phew, it's dead. He then drew the sword hanging at his hip from its scabbard, pressing the cold steel against the poison cat's carcass to make a clean cut. Continuing, he sliced it open and carefully searched inside. A moment later, a few glowing round spheres appeared, making Seon-woo cheer. Here it is, a high-quality level 16 core. He examined it with sheer fascination and satisfaction. However, since he had too many items, he cut some of the beast's intestines, cleaned them, and used them to tie everything securely together. Next, he bent down to gather all the items that had scattered during the fight, packing them neatly into the makeshift bag he had just fashioned. As he swung it in his hand, Seon-woo felt absolutely thrilled. I actually defeated a poison cat. So does that mean I'm at least a level 16 awakened? And so, he kept moving forward. Good. If this was the first test, it was a complete success. As he went deeper into the ruins, there was nothing but the long howl of the wind. Overhead, tattered banners welcoming visitors to the remote oasis swayed in the wind. "You can get anything here," they read. Scanning every nook and cranny around him, Seon-woo gradually felt an eerie, unsettling silence. A second later, as he approached a small alley, he suddenly spotted a long trail of red. Driven by curiosity, he stepped closer and gently touched the liquid. Feeling the wet, thick texture sticking to his fingertip, Seon-woo frowned. The blood didn't look like it had clotted yet. The bizarre quietness of his surroundings made him highly suspicious. There was blood, but why were there no bodies? While he was still speculating, a shadow suddenly flashed past behind him. Were they ambushed by killers? Hearing an unusual noise from behind, he immediately spun around to look. But all that met his eyes was an old makeshift door leaning against a cracked wall. Alerted by the possibility of a vicious beast ambush, Seon-woo placed his hand on his sword hilt, then immediately gathered his strength to spring forward without a single moment of hesitation. He placed his hand on the rotting wooden board and pulled it aside with all his might. But when he saw the children huddled inside, he froze in surprise. Seeing them trembling in the dark, Seon-woo narrowed his eyes. "Are you guys the survivors living here?" Just as he spoke, he instantly felt something approaching from behind. Sensing the murderous intent closing in, he quickly looked back. His sharp gaze locked onto Orang, who was rushing at him like a bullet, weapon clutched tightly in hand. Refusing to let his opponent get any closer, Seon-woo swiftly drew the blade from his waist, the steel slicing through the air in a horizontal slash. But Orang reacted quickly, dodging the strike with a swift step back before landing as light as a feather, only to launch himself powerfully into the air again. Witnessing such overwhelming force, Seon-woo grit his teeth and held his guard. Is he really trying to take me down? Giving him no time to think, Orang raised his weapon high and lunged straight down. Seon-woo immediately blocked and countered with a powerful elbow strike. The full-force blow sent his opponent flying to the side with a painful groan. Groaning as he sat up with his head still spinning, Orang let out a painful sigh. But he didn't stop there. He slowly reached behind his back as if to draw something. This action made Seon-woo pause in surprise, because Orang pulled out a handgun, pointed it straight at him, and commanded sharply, "Drop your weapon and put your hands on your head." As he spoke, he ushered the children to his side and ordered Seon-woo to slowly face the wall. Seeing this, Seon-woo complied without resistance. "Put the gun down, let's talk. My name is Kim Seon-woo, and I'm with Not." Hearing that name, Orang froze for a moment. Seeing that Orang still didn't trust him, he explained, "I don't want to hurt anyone. I'm just passing through." But Orang remained on guard. "I don't care if you're with Not or whatever. Drop everything you have on the ground and get lost." Seon-woo rolled his eyes, assessing the situation. "Are you trying to rob an esper from Not?" Orang asked back, his voice completely calm. "Are you an esper?" To prove it, Seon-woo gathered energy and let spiritual power surge from his palm. "Want to test it if you don't believe me?" Right after saying that, Seon-woo suddenly swung his arm and punched clean through the wall, shocking everyone. Pulling his hand out to reveal a deep hole, he continued, "If you're from the wasteland, surely you know what Not is." "Everyone knows that," Orang answered without hesitation. "The final force of the wasteland." Satisfied with the answer, Seon-woo turned and emphasized every word. "Oh, so you do know. Not doesn't rob people. Not only takes requests for a fair price." Orang suddenly barked on high alert. "I said face the wall." But in response to the shout, Seon-woo firmly issued a warning of his own. If anyone hurts a member of Not will definitely retaliate. At that, Orang fell silent, his thoughts unreadable behind his mask. A beat passed before Seon-woo added, "Besides, you can't even shoot anyway." The statement caught Orang off guard. "What?" Seon-woo's eyes locked onto the gun in Orang's hand. "It doesn't seem to use gunpowder. That weapon runs on core energy, right?" Seon-woo calmly laid out his reasoning. "Considering each shot consumes a core worth several days of food, you wouldn't pull the trigger so easily. I just want to stay in a safe place for a few days, and I'll quietly disappear right after." After a moment of careful consideration, Orang agreed and made a straightforward offer. "All right, in return, you'll hand over whatever cores you have. I'll hold on to them as collateral until the day you leave." Seon-woo frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly tossed his item pouch to Orang. "I could easily take them back, but I'll let you have them if it puts your mind at ease." However, Orang's next words made him freeze in confusion. "Oh, you got one thing wrong." Right after saying that, Orang adjusted the core inside his gun and fired a powerful shot straight at the wall, unleashing a swirling torrent of energy. Looking at the map, Orang declared proudly, "While I can't just fire whenever I want because it wastes precious core energy, I can do this much with just a single core." With that, he burst out laughing in delight. Heh, just as expected. It really makes a difference when it is fully charged, leaving Seon-woo completely dazed. A technique that boosts the efficiency of core energy so it can be used multiple times is known as magic technology. Only after proving how intimidating he could be did he finally reach up and take off his hat. Even so, he kept his gun aimed right at him as a final warning. "I am Orang. Follow me." Inside the abandoned building, which was now nothing but a pile of ruins, Orang kept his gun warily pointed at Seon-woo's back as they walked. Yet Seon-woo remained completely unfazed. "Why do you live so high up?" Hearing that, he did not bother hiding anything and freely explained. "If it were just to deal with magic beasts, I would not have gone to this trouble. But living on high ground gives you the upper hand when dealing with humans." Seon-woo was not particularly surprised. "Just as I thought, it is because of those murderers." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he spotted something. The scene before him made Seon-woo freeze in his tracks. Suddenly, the boy dashed past him, crying out, "Mom!" Inside the room, the members of Mokdong base were busy checking their weapons. In another corner, Orang was quietly reporting to a woman. After listening to his report, Rina, the leader of Mokdong base, finally spoke up. "Kim Seon-woo, an esper from the knot. Under normal circumstances, I would have treated a guest much better." Meanwhile, Seon-woo was silently sizing up his surroundings, noting that they had already established a highly organized, military-style base. "Is it all thanks to this leader's capability?" She quickly summarized the base's current situation in a few sentences. "We are currently fighting against those murderous bastards. We are running critically low on supplies. In this wasteland, magic beasts are not our only threat. We also have to deal with murderous bandits. Scum who abandon their humanity just to hunt other humans." Seon-woo calmly analyzed the situation. "Those murderers disrupting the order of the wasteland are a major headache for the knot as well. What if we made this an official mission?" Rina did not beat around the bush and spoke frankly. "I am absolutely desperate. But surely the knot would not do this without wanting something in return." He did not deny it. "You are not wrong, but I am offering you a lifeline here. At least hear me out first." His words made her chuckle. "Well, you certainly are an interesting fellow." Seon-woo immediately got straight to the point. "I would like to fully understand the situation before we discuss the details of the mission. Where do they live, and how many of them are there?" Rina answered casually. "They live in a driver's license testing center to the east. There are about 10 of them." Seon-woo was a bit puzzled. 10? That is strange. That is not a lot of them. Meanwhile, you guys have established an entire syndicate here. Her expression did not waver as she calmly recounted their past. "We have taken out plenty of them, but we have also lost many of our own. We used to have over 100 people." A hint of surprise slipped into Seon-woo's voice. 100 people? With numbers like that, those bastards should not have been able to steal your supplies so easily, right? Rina explained. "Yes, but here is the catch. They are cannibals." Hearing this, shock filled his eyes. "Cannibals?" Before he could even digest this information, she continued. "Aside from being cannibals, there is an even bigger problem. They are espers, and they possess highly offensive abilities." Seon-woo did not hesitate to ask, "Are they strong?" Rina's answer was somewhat vague. No matter how weak they are still espers. Honestly, his lackeys are pretty weak, but because of him, we ended up in this state. I do not expect much anymore. I just want to wipe out those crazy bastards for daring to treat us like chickens waiting to be slaughtered." Seon-woo listened in silence, seemingly calculating his next move, before suddenly speaking up. "Wiping out those murderers. I will take this as my mission, and handle it myself." Rena was quite pleased with this outcome. "I am very grateful, but we do not have anything to offer you in return." He suddenly made a counter-proposal. "Actually, you do. Let me meet your magic technologists." Those words left Orang completely shocked, and Rena's expression turned thoughtful. A moment later, she led Seon-woo away, with Orang trailing behind and keeping his gun warily aimed at Seon-woo's back. Seon-woo kept walking without pausing. Meanwhile, he stole a quick glance backward. By then, they had entered a small room packed with all sorts of equipment. Orang tilted his head and called out to Minnie. From the cluttered mess, the Mokdong base's magic technologist, Minnie, cheerfully replied. "Yes?" Rina asked. "How's your work going?" The girl's voice carried a hint of sadness. Not great. Even though I want to test these artifacts, I do not have any mana cores. Meanwhile, Seon-woo was quietly sizing up the person in front of him, surprised that their magic tech. Minnie looked a bit surprised. Huh? Who is this? Orang calmly introduced him, an esper from the knot. He is here to help us. Rena stepped closer and added, it seems he has some questions for you. The girl looked flustered. Ah. Seon-woo's gaze swept over everything in the room. Did you make all of this yourself? Minnie said with a hint of pride. Hey. Yeah. But they are really not that great. After observing her work for a moment, Seon-woo was deeply impressed by her talent. She's so humble, especially considering she created these amazing artifacts under such harsh, impoverished conditions. Can I touch this? The girl rubbed her head in embarrassment. They really aren't worth researching. As soon as she finished speaking, Seon-woo picked one of them up. It's so light, Minnie quickly explained. Oh, that's a failed experiment. The gun's body couldn't handle the recoil when pulling the trigger. That comment successfully brought back some unpleasant memories for Orang. When I used that, I seriously thought I was going to die. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A sword on the table had grabbed Seon-woo's attention. Minnie quickly spoke up to explain. It's a tuning blade. He picked it up to get a closer look. A tuning blade? The girl's voice carried a hint of regret. That one is another failure too. Seon-woo was a bit puzzled. Is there something wrong with it? Minnie explained clearly. I wanted to make something that could boost a person's strength and passion, so I embedded a mana core into the blade to protect it. But to generate the kind of power I wanted, I needed way more mana cores than I initially expected. But adding more core slots threw the blade off balance. If you use it as it is, its cutting power is actually much worse than a normal knife. Even though he knew the tuning blade was defective, Seon-woo made an unexpected decision. I really like it. Sell it to me. This completely shocked Minnie. I can't sell you something that's broken. If you want to use it, you can just have it. Ignoring her protest, he stuck to his decision. No, I want to take an artifact as my reward for completing the mission. But since it's such a great artifact, taking it for free just wouldn't feel right. When they saw the mana crystals he poured out, everyone was stunned. Wow. His tone was incredibly sincere. I'm really impressed by your talent. Please use these to fund your research in the future. Hearing this, Minnie quickly shook her head. I can't possibly accept this much. Saying this, she pushed the pile of mana cores back towards Seon-woo. Seeing this, he quickly tried to stop her. No, you have to take this. But as their hands accidentally brushed, they both felt a strange jolt, as if some sort of connection was forming between them. Seon-woo was startled. What is this? It feels like something is flooding into my mind. Is this magic engineering? Before he could process it, Orang interrupted with a sour look. What are you two doing? Jenna chimed in as well. Hey, you over there. You've been holding her hand for way too long. She's just a little girl. You might be young too, but the age gap between you two is way too big. Seon-woo immediately pulled his hand back. Don't say such horrible things. That's not what's happening at all. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside his head. Destroy. Destroy. The headache was so agonizing that he clutched his head. The tuning blade slipped from his grip and clattered to the floor. Everything happened so fast that Minnie could only stand frozen in place, not knowing how to react. Unlike the girl, Gina remained calm. You look frustrated and exhausted. You should go get some rest. Seon-woo seemed to regain his composure a bit. Yeah. I think I should head to bed. To ease the tension, Yena teased him playfully. If you have trouble sleeping, do you want me to sing you a lullaby? He rejected her without a second thought. No. Thank you. Gina smiled, clearly amused. You don't have to act so grown up. You're ruining my fun. Orang, how about I sing a lullaby for you instead? His face instantly filled with panic. No, thanks. I'm good. Soon night fell, and the moon cast its soft glow over the area. Meanwhile, Seon-woo lay tossing and turning on his makeshift bed. Damn it, that voice is telling me to hurt people again. He raised his right hand, staring at it blankly, before squeezing his eyes shut. I heard that the awakening voice is supposed to fade after a while, but it feels like it's only getting stronger instead. What is happening to me? Suddenly, the voice echoed in his head again, bringing back old memories. Destroy. Destroy the awakened. The final image of Chan flashed before his eyes. Along with Minnie's shocked expression from earlier, the voice kept whispering, trying to manipulate him, destroy them, and steal their power. Suddenly, Seon-woo's eyes snapped open, a look of pure panic washing over his face. He panted heavily as if a heavy weight was crushing his chest, then sat up with an exhausted sigh. Damn it. Down below, a group of people had fallen into someone's crosshairs without even realizing it. It turned out to be Orang's group, who were keeping a serious eye on things from an abandoned building. That place over there is the killer's base. We're pretty close to them. Is this really going to be okay? Seon-woo didn't answer, turning to ask him a question instead. You said there's an awakened with them, right? Orang nodded immediately. Yeah, the leader. Seon-woo was curious. Do you know what his ability is? This question made Orang hesitate. I barely managed to escape from them with my life, so I'm not entirely sure. But I do remember he was insanely fast. Hearing this, Seon-woo silently analyzed the situation. If I hadn't been so soft-hearted, I wouldn't have accepted this mission in the first place. If I'm going to fight an awakened, I need to be much more careful. He then pointed to something and asked, "What is that?" At that moment, Orang was opening a crate. He looked at the contents inside and explained, "It's the new sniper rifle Minnie just finished building today. An electromagnetic system is built right into the barrel, boosting the bullet's velocity as it fires. It is practically silent but packs a massive punch. Too bad I don't have a power core, so I can't actually use it in a real fight. She did say that without the core you gave her, she never would have been able to build this gun." Seon-woo stares at the weapon for a moment, silently praying it actually works. Just as he finished his sentence, Orang completes the final step and loads the ammo. He sounds incredibly confident. "I trust Minnie." Seon-woo then draws his tuning blade. "Let's hope so. I just hope it lives up to the hype." Orang, on the other hand, is pretty shocked by Seon-woo's choice. "Wait, are you really planning on using that thing?" Minnie is still uneasy about the whole thing, so Seon-woo slowly explains his own capabilities to reassure him. "You mean using the core? With this in hand, I don't have much to worry about." Orang immediately leans in to get a closer look. "Wow, I've never seen a power core this tiny before." Seon-woo explains that back in Gangmyeong City, they developed a technology capable of compressing a core's energy. With that, he slots the core right into the hilt of his tuning blade, his eyes locked onto the weapon. If you can compress one, you can easily pack 10 cores into just 1 or 2. Hearing this, Orang can't help but gasp in awe. "Whoa, cities really do have everything, huh?" Seon-woo tilts his head, a bit puzzled. "Wait, have you seriously never been to a city before?" Orang gives him a blunt shrug. "Nope, never. I was born and raised in Mokdong." "Wait, I heard this place used to be a city too, right?" Seon-woo gets even more confused. "Don't you remember anything from back then?" Orang scratches his head, looking sheepish. "Honestly, I don't remember a single thing from when I was a kid. But yeah, to be exact, Mokdong used to be a part of a massive city called Seoul. Even though there aren't many monsters left there now, it used to be a sprawling metropolis with a population of over 10 million people. This absolutely blows Seon-woo's mind. That's insane. If there were over 10 million people, wouldn't that make it way bigger than Gangmyeong?" Seon-woo calmly replies, "Yeah, they aren't even in the same league." Orang shrugs it off and says with a look of longing, "Man, one day, I'm definitely going to live in a real city. Don't you want to be a city slicker too?" Those words seem to trigger a dark memory for Seon-woo, his voice turning cold and sharp. "I am never going back to those godforsaken wastelands." A deep, unmistakable sadness washes over his face, one he can't even begin to hide. He reaches down and flips the switch on his tuning blade. The weapon instantly hums to life, glowing with a brilliant blue energy as it fully charges. Suddenly, Seon-woo stands up with a smirk. "Well, shall we take—" Before Orang can even answer, Seon-woo grabs a loose brick and chucks it high into the air. With one swift, effortless strike of his glowing blade, the brick is sliced clean in half. Seeing this, Orang claps his hands in sheer excitement. "Whoa!" Seon-woo looks down at the blade, highly satisfied with the raw power. "All right, we're good to go. Now, we just wait for nightfall to make our move." Orang quickly nods. "Got it." After waiting in silence, the cover of darkness finally falls over the area. Orang whispers urgently, "Hey, wake up, it's time." Seon-woo stretches his aching muscles. "Yeah, thanks for keeping watch. What's the plan?" Orang gives a quiet warning. "They're all asleep, so keep your voice down." At that moment, Seon-woo uses a pair of binoculars to peer over at the watchtower before whispering his plan. "I'll head for the entrance gate. Can you take out the guard on the tower for me?" Orang gets into position, steadying his rifle and aiming through the scope. "On it, no problem." Meanwhile, over at the bandits' base, guards are pacing around on night duty, the watchtower searchlight sweeping back and forth to illuminate every dark corner. One guard is yawning up a storm, completely exhausted. The second he lets his guard down, Seon-woo slips out of the shadows behind him, pressing a cold blade against his throat. Don't make a sound. Desperate, the guard slowly reaches his hand down to his pocket, trying to grab his weapon. But Seon-woo catches the movement instantly. Without giving him a single second to react, Seon-woo delivers a swift, lethal strike, leaving the man with only enough breath for a muffled scream of agony. Unfortunately, that brief struggle catches the attention of the guard up on the watchtower. He immediately whips the searchlight toward the noise. Seon-woo has already ducked behind a wall, but the guard's light reveals his comrade slumped over in a pool of blood. Panicking, the tower guard grabs his walkie-talkie. "We've got an intruder at," but before he can even finish the sentence, a silent bullet tears through the air and sends him straight to his grave. With no one left at the controls, the searchlight swivels wildly, casting chaotic shadows everywhere. Seon-woo remains tucked in the corner, keeping a close eye on the compound. As the errant light sweeps across the buildings, it shines through a window, revealing the silhouette of someone fast asleep. The beam of light hits Darren right in the face, abruptly waking him from his peaceful slumber. He kicks off the blanket without hesitation and gets out of bed, deeply annoyed and confused. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, in another corner of the base, another guard is still pacing his route, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. But in the blink of an eye, he's blindsided and struck down before he can even process what's happening. And of course, the shadow behind the attack is none other than Seon-woo. The guard gasps out a few final, breathless words, while Seon-woo just stares down at him with a cold, expressionless face. Honestly, for an awakened, taking out a regular human this isn't the first time I've had to end a life. So why does it never get any easier? Suddenly, Seon-woo gasped as he sensed something off. He whipped his head around, only to find someone already standing there, waiting for him. Darren stepped forward with a sadistic smirk, every fiber of his muscles packing an unimaginable amount of raw power. Seon-woo quickly drew his Qin-dao saber on high alert. He hadn't even sensed him. Without warning, Darren lunged forward. Seon-woo was already in a defensive stance, but Darren's speed caught him completely off guard. He was too fast. Before Seon-woo could even react, Darren slipped behind him and swept his leg with a flawless kick, sending Seon-woo crashing to the ground. Instantly, Darren pinned him down with his leg and sneered arrogantly. "Who the hell are you? Where did you crawl out from?" Suddenly, a strange power flared from Seon-woo's hands. Sensing the danger, Darren's eyes widened in shock. He quickly leaped back to keep a safe distance. It seemed Darren had figured out Seon-woo's identity. You're a superhuman." Seon-woo slowly stood back up, remaining highly cautious. But instead of being terrified by this revelation, Darren only grew more thrilled. "Fascinating. This place is too cramped for us to go all out. How about we take this somewhere wider?" Seon-woo couldn't wrap his head around Darren's intentions yet. But he wouldn't have to wait long for things to clear up. Catching him off guard, a devastating strike blasted Seon-woo right through the window, sending him crashing painfully onto the roof of a car below. Watching from a distance through his sniper scope, Orang gasped in disbelief at the sight. Despite being covered in bruises and cuts, Seon-woo grit his teeth, using his Qing-dao saber to pull himself back up. But Darren wasn't about to let him catch his breath. He leaped down without hesitation, crushing the car beneath his feet as he landed right on top of Seon-woo. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Darren's men rushed over to their leader. But Darren didn't care about them at all. "Stay back, he's my prey." Meanwhile, the energy swirling around Seon-woo was growing incredibly intense. Suddenly, a sniper bullet flew in from behind, aiming for a sneak attack, but Darren's insane reflexes allowed him to dodge it effortlessly. It was Orang. He gritted his teeth in frustration, annoyed that his shot hadn't even scratched the target. Darren looked thoughtful, narrowing his eyes as he stared directly at the building where Orang was hiding. Having found his target, Darren leaped off the car, moving so fast he left nothing but after images behind. His blinding speed made it impossible for Orang to lock on. "Damn it. He's too fast, I can't hit him." Down below, Darren barked orders to his men. "He's in that west building. Take out that sniper." His lackeys immediately bolted toward the structure. "Yes, boss." As they rushed in, they walked straight into Orang's crosshairs. Orang pumped himself up, telling himself he could do this. The second the thought crossed his mind, a bullet pierced right through the forehead of one of the thugs with pinpoint accuracy. The sight enraged the remaining thugs. "Kill him." Meanwhile, Darren charged ahead, pushing his body to a terrifying speed. On the other side, Seon-woo stood his ground, locked into an offensive stance. But when he swung his Qing-dao saber, Darren dodged it with effortless ease. He couldn't hide his arrogance as he mocked him. "You're way too slow." He then stomped on a nearby tire, kicking it hard to send it flying straight at Seon-woo. However, Seon-woo reacted instantly, slicing the tire clean in half. But as the two halves split apart, Darren's sinister face appeared right behind it. Haha, it all happened so fast that Seon-woo started to panic. Overwhelmed by that sheer, suffocating speed, he froze, unable to formulate a plan. Suddenly, Darren stopped mid-air, only to unleash a devastating flip kick that explained everything. The sheer force of the impact knocked the Qingdao saber right out of Seon-woo's grip. It clattered far out of reach, leaving him to watch in utter helplessness. From their brief clash, Darren had already figured out Seon-woo's fatal flaw. "It looks like you don't even know how to use your own power properly." Instead of answering, Seon-woo silently drew the Damascus knife strapped to his leg. "Damn it!" Their eyes locked. Darren's next words hit the nail on the head, jolting Seon-woo to his core. "Hey, why don't you join my crew? I can teach you how to actually fight." Seon-woo calmly saw right through his offer. "You want me to go around plundering the wasteland with you? Sorry, but the voices in my head are screaming at me to tear you to pieces." Hearing this, Darren didn't get angry. Instead, he hungrily licked his lips. "Is that so? What a shame. Looks like you'll be the main course for my dinner tonight then." With those final words, they lunged at each other. The moment they clashed, their colliding energies triggered a massive explosion. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruins, the assassins had breached the abandoned compound. "He's inside that building." The leader barked out orders as he moved, but suddenly froze when he spotted a tripwire strung right above the floor. Before he could react, a blinding flash erupted, followed by agonizing screams. Up on the rooftop, Orang calmly wound up his rope, letting out a satisfied chuckle. He tilted his head toward the sound with a devious smirk. "I went to a lot of trouble to set up those traps, you know. Make sure you trigger every single one of them." Meanwhile, Darren was still bursting with energy, despite having fought non-stop. In stark contrast to Darren's relaxed attitude, Seon-woo was struggling hard. Darren got a running start and lunged straight at him. A barrage of kicks came flying his way, but luckily, Seon-woo managed to dodge them. Still, the odds were heavily stacked against him, forcing him to quickly back away to avoid the onslaught. Seon-woo desperately tried to calm himself down. "Okay, I need to keep it together. This guy has way more combat experience than me, and I'm especially lacking when it comes to fighting other superhumans. But still, I've fought plenty of monsters before. What if I stop focusing on the fact that my opponent is human? I'll treat him like a humanoid monster and calmly analyze his attack patterns. I have to throw away all my assumptions about what a human can do and how they strike." Meanwhile, Orang was already zeroing in on his next target. Behind the door, the sound of violent banging and crashing echoed continuously. He spoke to Seon-woo over the communicator, saying, "Took out everyone just like you wanted. No one is getting away. More importantly, I can't get a clear look at the leader's lackeys." The tension was palpable in his voice. "Stop standing around and lure him out already." At that very moment, Darren smashed a car to pieces with a powerful kick. It was clear he was thoroughly enjoying playing with his prey. His kick carried terrifying force, nearly striking Seon-woo dead on. Seon-woo dodged just in time, staring in shock at the deep dent Darren had left behind. Without wasting a single second, Darren immediately launched into another relentless assault, putting Seon-woo in a tight spot. As he kept backing away, Seon-woo realized Darren's main strengths were his insane speed and powerful kicks. And after getting beat into a corner, he deduced that all of Darren's power was concentrated solely in his legs. While Seon-woo was still caught off guard, Darren unleashed a wind-splitting kick right at his face. What would have happened if he hadn't dodged? Fortunately, he lowered his body just in time to avoid it. But Darren instantly followed up with a knee strike. The attack was so blindingly fast that Seon-woo only had time to raise his arms to block. Since his strength was no match for Darren's, taking the hit head-on was practically suicide. The impact sent Seon-woo flying backward, a bitter taste filling his mouth along with blood. An involuntary groan of pain escaped Seon-woo's lips. Darren didn't give him a single second to catch his breath, rushing in like a total whirlwind. "I will finish you off with this flurry of kicks." But just then, a chilling blue light shot right through Darren's body. Furious, Darren whipped his head around to look at the one who had dared to interfere, only to see another bullet tearing through the air toward him, followed by a relentless rain of gunfire. With no time to think, Darren could only scramble to find some cover. Losing sight of his target made Orang click his tongue in frustration. Scurrying around like a bunch of rats. Clutching his bleeding wound, Darren furrowed his brow. Is he throwing a tantrum just because I didn't serve the appetizer first? What a cute little brat. Darren then funneled all his power into his legs and lunged straight out, completely ignoring the hail of bullets. He headed right toward his attacker. All right. I guess it's a bit late, but let's skip to the main course. I'll let you have a taste of this right now. The sight sent a jolt of panic through Orang. Stay away from me, you monster. Darren's body moved fluidly, dodging every single attack with the grace of a dancer. Suddenly, his gun clicked empty. With time running out, Orang lost his cool entirely. Damn it, my energy core is almost dry. Down below, Darren crouched down to build momentum. A heavy stomp echoed, making the ground tremble slightly. He shot into the air like a rocket, and in a split second, he was right in front of Orang, poised to strike like an eagle spreading its wings. Orang froze in absolute shock. Wait, he can jump that high? Immediately after, Darren brought down a devastating overhead kick. Panicking, Orang instinctively raised the butt of his gun to block the blow. But the sheer force of the kick was too much for the weapon to handle, shattering it into pieces. The impact sent Orang flying, but he managed to flip in midair and land cleanly on his feet. Without missing a beat, he whipped out another weapon, ready to strike back. He didn't hesitate for a second, aiming straight at Darren's silhouette as it emerged from the smoke. Yet, Darren didn't look the least bit worried, standing there completely unfazed. Realizing this, Orang forced himself to keep a level head in this critical situation. Darren flashed a sinister grin. Are you from Mokdong, kid? He leisurely walked forward, completely ignoring the blood still trickling from his unhealed wound. Unable to hold back, Orang fired the crossbow in his hands. With a slight tilt of his body, Darren effortlessly dodged the bolt. Seeing this, Orang began to panic, frantically trying to reload his weapon. Damn it! His hands shook as Darren closed the distance step by step. Orang quickly pulled the trigger and screamed in pure panic. Get away from me! But Darren casually sidestepped and mocked him. Missed again. Even though he was completely overwhelmed, he refused to back down, quickly loading another arrow. But in the blink of an eye, Darren was already standing right in front of him. Well, hello there. My little appetizer. As a wave of pure terror washed over him, Orang couldn't help but tremble. But Darren just stared down at him, tauntingly. What are you waiting for? Come on, shoot me. Orang was so tense that cold sweat began dripping down his face. Hesitating no longer, Orang resolutely raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger once more. You asked for it, but unfortunately, before the arrow could do any damage, Darren easily caught it midair. Gotcha. Orang couldn't believe his own eyes. No way. Then, Darren effortlessly snapped the arrow in half. A toy like this isn't going to do a damn thing to me. Orang was so furious he was absolutely speechless, unable to do anything but grit his teeth in rage. Out of sheer desperation, he took a wild gamble and swung his crossbow hard at his enemy. Take this. But in a flash, Darren slipped through his guard and appeared right behind him. Hey there. He slammed Orang hard to the ground, pinning his arms behind his back. Don't even think about moving, my little appetizer. No matter how violently Orang struggled, or how loud he screamed, it was completely useless. Let me go, you crazy bastard. Instead of finishing him off, Darren suddenly picked up the broken arrowhead and slowly dragged it across Orang's back. Orang screamed at the top of his lungs. What the hell do you think you're doing? An expression of pure sadistic excitement washed over Darren's face. I just love hearing you scream. A delicious meal always needs a good soundtrack. Completely helpless. Orang spat out. You psycho. Just kill me already. But Darren only responded in a bone-chilling cold voice. I never said I was going to let you go. Keep making noise, and you might just bite your tongue off. Man, I wonder, does the meat still taste the same if I only take one piece at a time? But an entertaining prey like you should at least know how to scream a little. I wonder how long you can hold out before you stop singing. Orang kept desperately struggling with everything he had left. Let me go, you bastard. I'm going to put you in a grave. But his resistance only made Darren even more thrilled. That's it. Cry out even louder. Right at that moment, a heavy, deafening thud echoed from the locked door. Hearing the strange noise behind him, Darren whipped his head around in irritation. What the hell is that? He watched as a bright blue light sliced clean through the wooden boards outside. The moment the light vanished, the door was powerfully kicked open by Seon-woo. Seeing his savior burst into the room, Orang cried out in pure relief. You're here. Hearing the familiar voice, Seon-woo couldn't resist throwing in some sarcastic banter. Kept you waiting? Are all your limbs still attached? On the other side of the room, Darren slowly let go of his prey and stood up, taking his time. Well, look at that. Someone just had to ruin my fun. Having just escaped the danger, Orang quickly scrambled backward. Thanks to you, I'm still in one piece. At that moment, a faint, ominous aura slowly began to radiate. Yeah, getting up here was a bit of a pain. There was so much trash to clean up on the stairs. You're the last one left. So, what's your plan? Far from being intimidated, Darren actually looked amused. I couldn't care less about those useless fools. Instead, I'm going to focus on enjoying the main course tonight. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in complete shock. What the? It turned out Orang had taken advantage of Darren's distraction to leap right onto his back. Forget the main course. Eat this instead. The second the words left his mouth, Orang slammed the broken arrow deep into Darren's shoulder. Losing all composure, Darren let out a furious, agonized scream. How dare you? Running completely on empty, Orang yelled out to his partner with the last of his strength. Do it now. Instantly, Seon-woo channeled every bit of his strength, gripped his blade tightly, and charged straight ahead. A razor-sharp slash sliced clean through Darren's calf, sending a spray of blood flying under the flickering light. His eyes bulged in pure horror as his body completely locked up in his final moments. Instantly losing his balance, Darren let out a deafening shriek that echoed through the room as his massive body came crashing down. In a blind rage, he began screaming hysterically. Damn you! You miserable little punks actually dared to ruin my leg? Seon-woo replied in a chillingly cold tone. Looks like the legs you were so proud of are cut down to size now. Such a shame. Darren was absolutely gritting his teeth. Damn it. Immediately after, he reversed his grip on his blade. Damn it. I should be the one saying that, Seon-woo roared, putting everything he had into a devastating finishing blow. His opponent let out a painful groan before passing out cold. After a grueling and intense battle, Darren was finally defeated. Just seconds later, an eerie, chilling voice suddenly echoed out of nowhere. Yes, that is it. Kill the esper and take his power for yourself. He froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as that voice returned. Suddenly, Seon-woo roared as a dark, misty aura surged violently into his body. It took him a moment to snap back to reality, his breath ragged, gasping for air as if he had just escaped a horrific nightmare. Seon-woo looked around in confusion, wondering what on earth had just happened. Seeing him sit up dazed, Orang immediately asked, Hey, you are awake? You suddenly passed out and scared me half to death. Sensing something off, Seon-woo asked suspiciously, Did you bring me here all by yourself? Orang proudly replied that he did indeed. Seon-woo glanced at him, silently marveling at how someone who looked so scrawny could be so deceptively strong. Curiously, he asked, What are you planning to do? Orang explained his plan while loading the supplies into the vehicle. That bastard took this from cold storage. I managed to find a few precious liters of gas here, so I am taking all of it. As for those other scumbags, they could rot for all he cared. After packing everything up, Orang quickly opened the car door. Seon-woo stared at him with pure skepticism. Do you even know how to drive? Orang honestly replied that he had messed around with a few abandoned cars in the past. Orang turned the key, praying the engine would actually start. After a tense moment, the car roared to life. Hearing the engine, he cheered in excitement. Hell yeah, it works. Let us see what kind of trash music those bastards were listening to. But the moment he pressed the button, a bubbly, upbeat pop song started blasting. Suddenly, the lyrics that followed left both of them completely speechless, painting a super cute, lovey-dovey pink heart vibe. Saying I love you is just so obvious. Orang completely froze the second he heard those words. What on earth is this? Seon-woo leaned back in his seat, sighing lazily. It is a song by an idol group that was insanely popular before the Great Cataclysm. Those scumbags really did not look like the type to listen to this trash. Orang shifted gears with a shrug. I mean, it is a bit surprising, but the song is actually not half bad. Shall we get moving? With that, the car sped off as he was driving, Orang noticed something unusual up ahead. A bright red flare suddenly shot straight into the sky. Seon-woo squinted in that direction, his brow furrowing. Is that a flare? Is that coming from your hideout? At that moment, Orang's expression grew incredibly tense and filled with worry. Yeah, that is the emergency signal from our hideout, and that color means. Without wasting a single second, Orang slammed his foot on the gas, racing back to his base at full speed. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a figure was running frantically down the ruined streets. When Somi rushed into the base, she let out a panicked scream. The moment Ray saw her frantic, breathless state, she anxiously asked Han, "Is there any news from Orang?" Somi, unable to hide her sheer panic, stammered out, "No, there is not. The monsters are suddenly swarming us. It is like an earthquake." Hearing this, Reina immediately leaped to her feet. Without another word, she and Soy rushed outside. "Which direction?" Rena asked. "Southwest," Somi replied instantly. The moment they stepped outside, they saw Minnie waiting for them. The little girl's face was filled with sheer terror. Pale as a ghost, Minnie pointed toward the direction of the massive disturbance. Reina immediately raised her binoculars to check the situation, only to see a swarm of creatures scattering in absolute panic, kicking up massive clouds of dust. She found the sight incredibly bizarre. It looked like the beasts were desperately trying to run away from something truly terrifying. Hearing this, Minnie realized Rena was looking in the wrong direction and quickly chimed in, "No, not on the ground. Look up in the sky." Rena hurriedly tilted her binoculars upward. As the blurry silhouette of a massive creature came into focus, Rena froze, her expression turning dead serious. In the distance, the silhouette of a Belkis, carrying a giant death scythe, was hovering in the air and heading straight toward them. She couldn't help but tremble, whispering to herself in horror, "Why? Why is that nightmare, which disappeared years ago, showing up now?" Minnie noticed Rena's strange behavior and called out softly, "Sister?" But at this point, Rena was completely lost in her memories. It looked like a literal demon, a nightmare creature that could annihilate an entire nation's army with a single flap of its wings. An S-class monster that anyone who survived the Great Cataclysm could never forget, the Belkis. As if sniffing out its prey, its eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie light. The Belkis raised its death scythe high, radiating a terrifying, murderous intent. Seeing the situation turn critical, Rena quickly turned to bark out orders. At that exact moment, the monster coldly swung its scythe with such force that it seemed to rip through space itself. The attack struck the base directly, leaving a massive, deep gash tearing through the entire structure. Large sections of the walls began to fracture and crumble, and the entire building collapsed into a massive cloud of thick dust. Inside the speeding car, Seon-woo's panicked voice echoed, "Orang, hold on a second. An emergency signal? In that color?" His face was pale with pure dread. "If it were a mid-tier monster, I might have been able to do something with my newly awakened powers. But what does that red signal mean? Is it a monster beyond mid-tier?" As Orang drove, he seriously explained that the red signal meant a disaster-class monster had appeared, and their only option was to run as fast as they could without looking back. Hearing this, Seon-woo asked in shock, "Disaster class?" He bit his lip tightly, his mind racing to process the terrifying news. Seon-woo urgently demanded to stop the car, but Orang angrily and firmly refused. "No way, I'm turning back," Orang snapped. But Seon-woo urgently tried to reason with him, warning him that a disaster-class monster wasn't something humans could ever fight against. "Don't you know why they fired that flare?" Saying this, Seon-woo lunged forward, grabbing the steering wheel in a desperate attempt to turn the car around. "Even if you go there, you can't change anything. We have to get out of here right now." But Orang held firm to his original plan, insisting, "No, we have to go, even if we can only save one person." As they continued to argue, a pack of Garks suddenly rushed out of nowhere, charging toward them with Seon-woo stared blankly at them and recognized the monsters. "Wait, those are Garks. Are they running away because they sense the disaster-class monster?" Before he could even pull himself together, one of those beasts rammed into the car, sending it flying. The impact was so sudden that neither he nor Orang could react. They rolled over and over inside the battered old car, and it took a long time for Seon-woo to finally regain consciousness. Groaning in pain, he struggled to sit up. The moment he managed to drag himself out of the cramped, crushed vehicle, he gasped greedily for fresh air. As the dust slowly cleared, Seon-woo looked around in confusion. "How long was I out? Where's Orang? Don't tell me he walked back home." Bracing himself, he channeled all his strength into his arms to push the wrecked car. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his newly awakened power. Slowly, the heavy car began to move. With a final, desperate push, Seon-woo successfully flipped the car back onto its wheels. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he turned the key in the ignition. "Don't blame me, Orang. Out here in the wilderness, survival is my #1 priority." But a chilling thought crossed his mind. Even if he survived now, It would all be over once that disaster-class monster leveled the rest of the world. I have to warn Zone 17 about this first. Suddenly, memories of the orphan children happily returning home came flooding back to him, and how Minnie's group was amazed by the essence cores Seon-woo had handed over. Right now, he silently stared at the ruined city through the rearview mirror, his face contorted in frustration as he muttered, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Orang was running forward frantically, refusing to stop for even a second. Suddenly, he saw something so gruesome that all the color drained from his face. This is insane. Before him lay a horrifying scene he would never forget. Not a single one of his comrades or friends had survived. Suddenly, a violent crash echoed behind Orang. His face went pale as he slowly turned around. There lay Rena, barely breathing in a massive pool of blood. Seeing her, he immediately rushed over and cried out, "Sis!" She used the last of her strength to reach out, trying to say something, but it was already too late. She took her final breath and passed away. Orang wailed in sheer agony and despair. "Sis!" Shaking her body, he begged repeatedly, "No, please, wake up, sis." Just then, a bizarre, grotesque foot silently stepped onto the ground. Sensing danger, Orang turned around warily to see what was behind him. Belkis stood there like the Grim Reaper, ready to claim its next victim. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, terrifying blue light. The massive, towering figure froze Orang in place with absolute terror. Belkis leaned down closer and closer, as if analyzing this unexpected prey. Its hideous face swayed eerily from side to side. Realizing his death was imminent, Orang was consumed by pure dread, screaming internally, "Someone help me." Belkis crept even closer to his youthful face. Once they were eye to eye, it let out a low growl. But something suddenly interrupted its hunt. In the pitch-black night, a mystical vortex appeared, casting a bright light onto the ground. This immediately piqued Belkis's curiosity, or at the very least, drew its full attention. Leaving Orang behind, the beast flew straight toward the source of the light. Within seconds, it was sucked into the deep abyss of the vortex. Still trembling from the terror Belkis had inflicted, Orang collapsed to the ground, whispering in relief, "I don't know what just happened, but I'm alive." With tears streaming down his face, he looked back. On the cold, hard rock lay Rena, her lifeless body covered in countless wounds. Orang slowly approached her and gently closed her eyes so she could rest in peace, choking back tears as he said his final goodbye. "I'm so sorry, sis. I'm too weak to avenge you." With that, he broke down crying over Rena's body, sobbing uncontrollably. After what felt like hours, Orang dragged his heavy feet down the empty road, shining his flashlight in desperate search of any survivors. Grief and despair weighed heavily on his heart. The sight of the utter ruin around him only deepened his hopelessness. But no matter where he shone his flashlight, there were only cold, lifeless bodies. They were all dead. Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over Orang. "Wait, what about Minnie? I haven't found her body yet." Then, his eyes fell on a pile of supplies stacked in front of him. He frowned, deep in thought. Why is all the food from the fridge laid out here? Orang's steps suddenly quickened as a spark of hope flared up inside him. Could it be? "Please," he cried out and flung the closet door open. "Please," Orang quickly called out to confirm when he saw who was inside. "Minnie," the little girl let out a few startled gasps. At this very moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank God, you're alive." Minnie couldn't contain her joy. Meanwhile, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the underground parking lot. The sight of Orang carrying Minnie on his back was incredibly peaceful and warm. As they stepped outside, the bright sunlight made him squint. Even more surprising, he saw that Seon-woo hadn't abandoned them and was parked, waiting for him. Orang's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Seon-woo slowly spoke up. "I'm glad you're safe." Seon-woo seriously probed about the situation inside. "Are there any other survivors?" Orang hung his head in sadness and replied, "No, it's just me and Minnie left." His response left Seon-woo puzzled. "What happened? You actually managed to escape from him alive?" Orang's pupils dilated with fear as he thought of Belkis. "I ran right into him. He just looked at me and walked away." Hearing this, Seon-woo froze in shock for a moment, left speechless. He was instantly reminded of a battle he once fought, feeling exactly like when he had to endure the Black Mantis. Could it be? No, it must just be a coincidence. Pushing the thought aside, he spoke. "Orang, what are your plans for the future? Do you have anywhere to go?" Seeing Orang remain silent, Seon-woo hesitated for a moment before continuing. "If not, would you like to try being our guide?" Orang looked at him in surprise. Huh? Seon-woo directly laid out his upcoming plans. Once we head back to the node, I'm planning to start my own hunter team. So, I'm currently looking for members. Minnie, the magic engineer, will craft our gear. You'll be the guide. What do you say? Come with me to the node. Orang looked down, tears welling up in his eyes. I'm not sure if I can do a good job, but if you're leading the way, I'll follow you anywhere, even to the node. Before he could even finish his sentence, his eyes welled up, and his nose turned red from pure emotion. The sight gave Seon-woo goosebumps all over. Hey, don't drag it out. I absolutely hate cheesy stuff like this. As they drove down the main road, he slowly introduced how things worked. There are many districts under the node's jurisdiction, and I belong to District 17. Our branch manager is a guy named Kim Bu-sik. He looks like an old man, but he's actually quite young, so don't sweat it. Sitting in the back, Minnie suddenly squealed in excitement. Wow, what is that over there? As the car kept moving, he explained, that's an energy converter. We collect methane gas from decomposing waste in landfills and turn it into energy. Sensing something was off, the little girl leaned forward to remind him, wait, you don't have to be so formal with me. I'm even younger than Orang. Seon-woo awkwardly agreed to her request. All right, I will. Minnie's eyes sparkled with anticipation. More than that, I'm just amazed that you can turn waste into energy. Can we stop by and take a quick look? He immediately granted her small request. Sure, why not? District 17 is right nearby anyway. The little girl squealed with joy. Wow. Soon enough, they arrived in front of the facility housing the high-tech machinery. Minnie stared in awe at the glowing device in front of her. Wow. She closed her eyes tightly to better feel the energy radiating from it. A strange, mystical current from the device slowly enveloped her body. Minnie grasped the machine's operating principles in the blink of an eye. This was the true power of a magic engineer. Seon-woo then shared, this place actually used to be a wasteland. Minnie was surprised. Wow, even this reed field? He confirmed. Yeah, the branch manager cleared it all out and restored it to its original state. He did the same with the energy converters. He's always worrying about everyone's livelihood. In the middle of their lively chat, Orang suddenly cut in. I'm really sorry to ruin the mood, but could everyone quiet down for a second? It turned out there was a deer happily prancing through the reeds ahead, completely unaware of the danger. He quickly readied his crossbow, preparing to hunt for their dinner. He raised his bow and carefully aimed at the prey. With absolute focus, Orang fired his first bolt. But unfortunately for him, the shot went wide, startling the deer. This frustrated him to no end. Damn it, the wind threw off my aim. Suddenly, Seon-woo dashed forward, leaving Orang frozen in his tracks. Perhaps due to using his special ability, every single step he took was incredibly powerful and precise. He remained hyper-focused, tracking his target's every move while on the run. At the perfect moment, Seon-woo instantly drew a sharp dagger. Without a second thought, he dove into the thick reeds to close the distance, then channeled all his strength into his legs to leap high into the air. With a firm grip on his weapon, he drove it straight into the deer's neck. A single, fatal blow ended its life instantly, sparing it from any pain. He then casually slung the prize over his shoulder and walked back toward the group. Orang and Minnie were absolutely thrilled after witnessing his amazing skills. That was so fast. How did you do that? You're incredible. But then, a thought crossed Orang's mind, and he suddenly grew uneasy. But that running form, it looked just like. Seon-woo walked over and patted his head to comfort him. I know what you're thinking. You don't need to worry about that. I'll tell you when I get the chance, but I still hope you'll keep this a secret between us. Hearing that, he looked a bit down, lowering his eyes in disappointment, as he replied regretfully, okay. Seon-woo frowned, unhappy with that reaction. He probably thinks that enhancing his leg power is the same as the killer leader's, but I'm fully aware of what I'm doing when I use my ability. Only at this moment did he finally look at his own ability blueprint, which had absorbed so many abilities from others and turned them into his own. Only now did he realize just how absurd of a power he held in his hands. To break the heavy silence, Minnie pointed in another direction and eagerly shouted, Wow! A windmill! It's my first time seeing a windmill. Observing the surging energy coming from the little girl, Seon-woo whispered in awe, she's on a whole different level. Every time he saw her absorbing things like a sponge, he knew he had discovered an incredible talent. He felt deeply satisfied, knowing that keeping Minnie safe was a major jackpot. Suddenly, she turned to him with sparkling eyes and made a request. Can I meet the person in charge of managing the windmill? He agreed immediately. Sure, once we reach Sector 17, you can meet the person in charge. She turned around excitedly. Wow, let's hurry. We can significantly increase the windmill's detection capacity. Seeing her like that, he was reminded of someone he knew who was just like her. Do all researchers have that exact same look? Orang, as usual, maintained a completely indifferent Not long after, they continued on their way to their official destination. Seon-woo looked outside and reminded them, "This is Sector 17. Orang gasped in awe. "Oh, that building is huge." Stepping out of the vehicle, he mentioned that before the Great Disaster, this place was used as a sports stadium. Let's stop by the trading post first. Suddenly, the door to the room slowly opened, and Jamie jumped up in reflex. Seon-woo, what's going on? What happened? And who are those kids? He didn't answer right away, simply waving to greet her first. It's been a while. Seeing them walk in, she immediately picked up the phone to report. Yes, District Chief Seon-woo has arrived. He's with 2 children. Yes, please get here, quickly. After ending the call, Jamie brewed some tea to welcome them. I'm so glad you made it back safely. I was really surprised to hear from Hunter Yui-jung. Hearing the familiar name, Seon-woo immediately probed, contacted from Gwangmyeong? So, did you hear what happened? She frowned with deep worry. Don't even get me started. When news broke that the captain had died, do you have any idea how shocked the district chief was? Even Hunter Song-ho was devastated. And they found the murder weapon too. This piece of news caught him off guard for a moment. Next, Jamie brought up a crucial point. I heard they couldn't find any fingerprints, so the killer still hasn't been caught. On the outside, Seon-woo kept his composure. Is that so? But inside, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Whew. While the news about the weapon flying 2 kilometers away made him marvel at his own awakened ability, the fact that they found no fingerprints. Marie's face suddenly flashed in his mind, the person who had placed so much expectation on him. Meanwhile, Jamie kept nagging him. If you left Gwangmyeong, you should have come back sooner. Since you didn't show up, we honestly thought you were dead. Seon-woo looked over at Minnie and Orang, giving his reason. Something came up along the way, and it actually involves these kids. By the way, I've got some info to sell. Let's go to your office for a moment. His casual attitude sent Jamie into a fit of rage. What? You brat. At a time like this, you're really… Before she could even finish her sentence, he cut her off. What's done is done. There's nothing we can do about the dead. But I made it back in one piece. Besides, this is connected to why I was late. Hearing this, Jamie finally calmed down. Really? Well, if you say so, then it must be highly valuable information. Spill it. What on earth happened to make you act like this? Seon-woo solemnly explained the situation. Do you know about the shelter in Mokdong? It collapsed, and everyone there was completely wiped out. She reacted as if it were completely normal, showing little surprise. It's nothing unusual for a shelter in the wasteland to vanish. How is this high-level info? He quickly scoffed to interrupt her, then delivered the shocking news with a dead serious face. A Belkis has appeared. Jamie's face went completely pale with sheer terror. What did you say? Panic was written all over Jamie's face. A Belkis? She couldn't believe her own ears. Are you sure? Aside from the Great Flood, a Belkis has never appeared on the Korean peninsula. Her skepticism only made Seon-woo more impatient. I am absolutely sure. Aside from me and these 2 kids, everyone at the Mokdong Center and the Killer Squad were completely obliterated by the Belkis. Only now did Jamie slowly regain her composure. Hold on, wait a second, speak slowly. She then began frantically searching for related information. I've always hated those killer bastards. But to think they ended up as food for a Belkis. Seon-woo met her words with silence. The actual truth was slightly different, but he decided to let it slide. He already had enough on his plate. It seemed Jamie didn't notice his strange reaction. So, what happened to the Belkis after that? He recalled the scene from that moment. After destroying the center, it vanished through a dimensional portal. Hearing this, her expression darkened. The folks in Mokdong sure had some terrible luck. But looking at the bright side, at least not many of them ended up kicking the bucket. Just then, Seon-woo suddenly spoke up. I also have some information on Belkis's movements, though it's just a theory. Jamie immediately cut him off. But a theory from someone who actually survived an encounter with that magic beast is still incredibly valuable. With that, Seon-woo shared his theory. Apparently, Belkis had been using body temperature to track human locations. His words left Jamie completely shocked. She quickly pressed him. Do you have any proof to back up that theory? Of course, he had already thought it through. That was exactly why those kids managed to survive. They hid inside an abandoned refrigerator. Hearing this, Jamie didn't hesitate for a second and immediately wrote it down. This intel would be extremely useful in future battles against Belkis. Seeing how interested she was, Seon-woo made his move. If she could pay a fair price for this information, that would be great. Jamie thought it over for a moment before replying. If the information is at this level, then the minimum price would be 40 energy cores. Seon-woo was satisfied with this. They paid pretty well, didn't they? But he had a different goal in mind. Instead of energy cores, I want to trade for some information of equivalent value. Seon-woo's proposal caught her attention. I have no reason to refuse. What is it you want to know? This was exactly what Seon-woo had been waiting for. I want to find a solo esper who can lead a team. Jamie never expected him to make such a request. Why don't you look for an esper team that's searching for a guide instead? Seon-woo's tone turned serious. If I wanted to do that, I'd just find a team and be done with it. Why on earth would I trade 40 energy cores for that? The more he spoke, the more confused she became. Realizing there was no point in keeping secrets, Seon-woo decided to lay his cards on the table. I've awakened. Only you and the branch manager know about this. In that moment, Jamie suddenly felt a surge of tension. I see. Congratulations then. She quickly regained her composure. What are your skills and level? Seon-woo let go of his cold expression. Body enhancement, and I'm around level 15. Hearing that, Jamie couldn't help but gasp. Level 15? That means you're already a mid-tier esper. He, on the other hand, remained completely unfazed. I'm not entirely sure yet. I haven't had a proper evaluation. Jamie completely lost her cool. She muttered to herself, oh my god, the best guide in District 17 is now a mid-tier esper. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jamie's mind. She looked at Seon-woo with a skeptical expression. So this is why you want to build your own team at the Mokdong Center. He admitted it without hesitation. Exactly. I'm also planning to recruit those kids. A look of admiration flashed across Jamie's face. With the Marlin team, a key squad, completely shattered, and guide Kim Seon-woo awakening to lead a new team, I think the branch manager can finally breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, in Bushik's office. Come in. It's been a while, hasn't it? His voice carried a touch of nostalgia. This world is changing way too fast. Bushik couldn't help but feel sentimental as he recalled the past. Even my friends, the ones I thought would be by my side forever, have all moved on. In that moment, Jamie could only listen in silence as he poured his heart out. Then, Bushik turned his gaze towards Seon-woo. And this cheeky brat has finally grown up too. Hearing such emotional words made Seon-woo feel like teasing him. Sir, a lively man like you is starting to sound pretty old, aren't you? Bushik burst into a hearty laugh. That is exactly why I keep telling you to stop causing me so much trouble. But a second later, his smile vanished, replaced by an expression that looked like he was about to cry. But seriously, do I really look old? When Seon-woo didn't answer, Bushik sighed. Your silence is actually scarier, you know. Once the joking was out of their system, his tone softened. I'm just glad you made it back in one piece. But then, his gaze suddenly grew incredibly sharp. Did you awaken? Seon-woo calmly nodded to confirm. It was clear that Bushik wasn't surprised by the news at all. I see. Finally. It was hard to read the older man's expression. By the way, are you planning to keep it a secret? Without a shred of hesitation, Seon-woo firmly replied, Yes, I am. Only Jamie and you know about my awakening. Even though he had anticipated this, Bushik was still curious. The association manages espers very strictly, so I don't really get why you want to keep them in the dark. Does that mean you don't trust the association? Seon-woo neither confirmed nor denied it. Well, the one who took me in was you, the branch manager, not the association. It was rare to hear such heartfelt words from the kid, which highly amused Bushik. Kid, since when did you get so good at sweet-talking? Suddenly, Bushik remembered something. Oh right, one more thing. Are you planning to take those two kids with you? Seon-woo indeed had that in mind. Yes, I'm planning to recruit them as members of my team. I'll also train them to be guides and fighters. He didn't hold back on praising his kids. That boy is incredibly talented. As for the other girl, she's a magitech engineer. This revelation completely shocked both Jemmy and Bushik. A magitech engineer? Bushik was growing more and more trusting of Seon-woo. He never expected him to actually bring back a magitech engineer. He finally understood his intention. So, you want to hide her in your squad so the Knot doesn't kidnap her to build offensive artifacts? That was exactly what Seon-woo had in mind. as expected of a manager, and if our team can take on missions, then I want to take the one to hunt down the killers. For the first time, Busik felt a chill down his spine. I can't believe you're planning to hunt humans. Man, I guess I've been alive for too long. Seon-woo just chuckled at the teasing. Just like you said earlier. A resilient gleam flashed in his eyes. This world is changing at a breakneck pace. Before anyone could even process it, he continued. Also, G, can you gather everyone in District 17? G thought she had misheard him. Really? The entire district? But Seon-woo just gave a serious nod. Yeah. Even though she had her doubts, she still did what he asked. And so, all the residents there were summoned, utterly confused. What's going on? Is something wrong? One by one, they took turns stepping forward to hold his hand. It seemed like Seon-woo was performing some kind of ritual, to the point where the person in front of him didn't even dare to breathe, seeing him so intensely focused. 1 minute later, Seon-woo calmly opened his eyes and said, "Thank you, you can go now." Then he called out loudly, "Next." Seon-woo didn't skip a single person, and by this point, some people were starting to lose their patience. Don-hui was absolutely furious. Seriously, what the hell are you guys doing? Why did you drag all of us busy people out here for this? Ji quickly tried to calm her down. I'm sorry. I know it's frustrating, but please, just bear with it for a moment. Meanwhile, Seon-woo didn't stop. Next, Don-hui's patience had reached its limit. Get out of the way. She stomped forward angrily. Hurry up. If you're gonna do something, do it fast. Seon-woo knew his actions had caused a lot of inconvenience. I apologize for my rudeness. Then, he gently took her hand. In that exact moment, the look in both of their eyes shifted. Immediately, Don-hui violently yanked her hand back, her face filled with confusion. What the hell do you think you're doing? At this moment, only one thought remained in Seon-woo's mind. Is this girl an esper? Seon-woo decided to test Don-hui one more time. Excuse me, but can I hold your hand again? Although she was confused, she still cooperated. What? You want me to give you my hand again, even if it gives me a weird feeling? Without a second thought, Seon-woo immediately grabbed her hand. Just as he began to sense it, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "Kill her, take her out and steal that power." This sudden turn of events startled Seon-woo. Seeing him react like that, Don-hui was a bit taken aback. Then, she slowly spoke up. She put on a bashful expression. Don't tell me you've fallen for me? You can't even breathe, can you? Seon-woo was completely speechless. Cut it out. Even Jemmy behind them couldn't bear to watch any longer. What on earth are you two doing? At this point, he asked seriously, are you interested in hunting monsters? Have you two ever tried it? However, Don-hui was still lost in her delusions. Oh gosh, I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, you're cute, but that pickup line is just pathetic. Hearing this, Seon-woo could only sigh in exasperation. He was absolutely sure he had heard that voice. She is indeed an esper, but her attitude is terrible. Then he announced loudly, I'm sorry, but everyone is free to go now. Seon-woo silently calculated his options. I thought this would be a great opportunity to find recruits for the team, but unfortunately, I might have to give up on finding anyone in District 17. He took one last careful look at the people in front of him. That's it for today. Thank you all for your cooperation. Everything happened so quickly that everyone was taken aback. What? That's it? Just then, someone suddenly stepped towards Seon-woo. Wait, Don-hui's expression turned sour. You dragged all these busy people out here and wasted our precious time. Aren't you going to at least give us an explanation? Seon-woo calmly observed Don-hui. She seemed quite naive, failing to recognize her own place and completely crossing the line. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. Aren't you acting like this only because you know I belong to the knot? Didn't anyone teach you that if you want to survive in the wastelands, you need to know your place? Hearing those words left Don-hui stunned. What? It seemed like she had only just realized it. So, he was a member of the knot. While they were talking, a group of people suddenly rushed over. Sister-in-law. Are you okay? Out of the way, make way. Seeing this, Seon-woo turned to Ji. Who are those useless punks? She replied in a hushed voice. You know Hunter Kang-hun, right? They're his subordinates. Don-hui's confidence suddenly flared up. Oh dear, I wanted to enjoy a little more time with you, but my man is just too loyal. Jamie kindly explained further. She was Kang-hun's wife. Seon-woo became even more curious. Wasn't he kicked out of the node? Speaking of which, Jamie also felt helpless. That's true, but the branch manager, over there? Don-hui was giving him a provocative smile. Seon-woo could only sigh to himself, thinking that the branch manager was being generous in the wrong place. Indeed, Don-hui was already throwing her weight around. Let's see how this guide is going to react. But Seon-woo didn't pay her any attention. I already said it earlier. Who do you have backing you up that makes you dare to act like this? How long do you think Kang-hoon will stay loyal to you? As soon as he finished his sentence, Min-seok lost his mind. This bastard is really crossing the line. He furiously rushed towards Seon-woo. Take back what you just said to my sister-in-law right now. Seon-woo didn't expect him to overreact like this. This bastard. Why is everyone here so quick to cross the line? While the tension was high, Min-seok was suddenly attacked out of nowhere. Don-hui looked around in a panic. What was that? Who did that? In response to her was an extremely arrogant voice. Back off, if you don't want to get wiped out. Orang and Minnie looked down at the crowd with disdain. If you dare to do anything stupid like laying a hand on my brother, I will shoot you on the spot. Of course, the kids' sudden appearance caught Jemmy and Seon-woo completely off guard. Wait, why are those kids here? These two. After a moment of shock, Don-hui quickly recovered her composure. They're just two little brats. Drag them down here. Her henchman quickly obeyed. Yes, ma'am. Then Byung-soo and Kwang-ho rushed toward the kids. But before they could do anything, they were stopped by an arrow. At the tip of the arrow was a glowing, sparkling gem. In an instant, Byung-soo's face turned as pale as a sheet. It's an essence core bullet. He hurriedly screamed to his comrades, "Get down." A silence that felt like a century passed. Don-hui glared furiously at her useless henchmen. You idiots, that's a fake. Before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, Orang cut in. That one is fake, but this one is the real deal. But she remained stubborn. Even if they do have a real essence core, there is no way it would detonate in front of the exchange center. Get a hold of yourselves. Too bad, Orang was never one to use the same trick twice. Look, it's not that one. He gently called out to his little sister, Minnie. Hearing him, she instantly understood what her brother meant. Okay. The very next second, Don-hui and her gang's eyes widened in unison. What on earth? Even Jimmy couldn't hide her shock. Where did she even get that? Seeing the priceless expressions on everyone's faces only made Orang more excited. Now, shall we test it out? But before Minnie could do anything, Don-hui quickly stopped her. Hey. Although she was terrified, she still tried to sound tough. Hey, you two brats, I'll deal with you later. But her threat carried absolutely no weight with Orang. Be my guest. It seemed Don-hui was smart enough to know when to retreat. What a bunch of idiots. Fighting useless people living in the middle of nowhere brings zero benefits anyway. Hearing that, Jimmy was completely speechless. Talk about acting like she's highly educated. Seon-woo then turned to the kids. Are you two okay? In response, the kids gave him bright, beaming smiles. Right now, Seon-woo just felt a massive headache coming on. He hadn't expected these two to be such troublemakers. The road ahead was definitely going to be rough. In Busik's office, he listened intently to Jemmy's report. I see. So that's how everything went down. She couldn't help but ask, what do you think Seon-woo is looking for? Busik thought carefully for a moment. There's a high chance he's looking for some useful awakeners to join his team. Jemmy still couldn't wrap her head around what Seon-woo's ultimate goal was. Awakeners. He also asked me to look for them, but why? He looked at her calmly. It seems like what he has is still not enough for him. And it seems some of those awakeners haven't even awakened yet. Hearing this, Jimmy felt completely lost in a fog. But how can he tell the difference between an awakener and an ordinary person? Busik analyzed further. I've heard that awakeners can sense a distinct feeling from other awakeners. This was completely new information to her. Really? At the mention of that, his face showed a look of admiration. In any case, Seon-woo came up with a great idea. I didn't expect him to use that ability as a tool to distinguish people. Suddenly, Jamie said in frustration, but he didn't have to go as far as inviting Don-hui. Busik was slightly surprised. Why is that? Is it because of her terrible personality or her behavior? Jemmy shared her opinion. That is a major reason, but more importantly, she lives a life completely devoid of combat. However, he didn't agree with that reasoning. How do we know what others have been through? Perhaps she just hasn't had the chance to show her talent, or maybe she's hiding some special skill. Just look at Seon-woo as an example. Didn't he also end up becoming an awakener? Hearing this, Jemmy could only sigh softly, not knowing how to reply. Finally, Busik brought the conversation to a close. Since we're on the subject of Seon-woo, I think I should lend him a helping hand so he can grow even faster. All right, let's get ready for the next phase. The next day, Sun-woo, Orang, and Minnie showed up at an empty clearing. First, he looked over at Minnie. "Did you get the flags ready?" She nodded instantly. "Yup, all set." Then, he warned her seriously. "It's best if we don't have to use them, but if we do, you can't hesitate. Use them immediately." Minnie nodded like crazy. "Got it, I understand." Next, Seon-woo double-checked another detail. "You calculated the exact radius, right?" Minnie answered with absolute confidence. "Of course I did." Even so, he felt the need to remind her. "You can't be careless with that recoilless rifle like you were the other times. Or else you'll blow me away, too." Seon-woo was nagging her like an anxious mother. And another thing, suddenly, Orang noticed something. "Hey, look over there. I can see some figures lurking in the fog." Seon-woo instantly went on high alert. They were hunters. He couldn't take his eyes off them. Who else knows we're training here besides Jay? Minnie was just as worried. "I didn't tell a soul." The three of them stared ahead, a wave of unease washing over them, making Seon-woo grow even more tense. Orang turned her head and shared her guess. Could it be that guy? What's his name? Kang? Why would he be the backer of that woman from last time? But Seon-woo shook his head. "No, it's not Kang Hoon-woo," Minnie asked, puzzled. "Then who is it? You know all the hunters around here." He frowned slightly and nodded. "Exactly, but this is my first time seeing them." The three figures stepped into the light, and one of them sighed. "Phew, the vibe here is a bit weird, isn't it?" Seon-woo held his hand out to stop them. "Hold on. Who are you guys? Identify yourselves." Jae-seong scratched his head, looking puzzled. "Well, that's a bit tricky. We're on a secret mission. You guys are the new hunter group from Area 17, right?" The question caught Seon-woo completely off guard. Who were they? And how did they know that? Meanwhile, the guy across from them smirked playfully. "Aw, look at you guys on guard. You're just like adorable little kittens puffing up their fur, huh?" Suddenly, someone stepped in front of Seon-woo. Orang aggressively barked, "Hey, watch your mouth before I rip it open." Immediately, Jae-seong stepped closer, cooing, "Ooh, look at you," causing Orang to lean back defensively. "What? What are you doing?" He stood with his hands on his hips, leaning in for a closer look. "I've never seen this before." It turned out Jae-seong's attention was drawn to the weapon at Orang's waist. "Is that a core-tipped arrow? What a fascinating technique." Just as he was about to get closer, he froze in surprise. Orang's dagger was already pressed cold against Jae-seong's neck before he even noticed. "Listen, old man, touching another person's weapon isn't a smart move." With a blade at his throat, he quickly raised his hands and stood up. "Haha, I was actually just about to stop." He slowly backed away, adding, "I guess we're meant to cross paths. Let's keep the peace, all right?" Kwon-sena rolled her eyes. "Then why did you act so tough in the first place?" Only Seon-woo remained on edge. No, Orang was the one in danger. He looked at the three of them and thought, I didn't even see him draw his sword. Plus, that guy with the ponytail is probably their leader. He definitely has a presence that's bigger than his actual size. These aren't ordinary people. Why did they show up in front of us? Right then, Jae-seong turned to speak to him. "Judging by your reaction, I guess old man Kim Bu-shik hasn't told you anything, huh?" The mention of that name caught him completely off guard. "The branch manager?" he immediately asked. "You know the branch manager?" But Jae-seong replied, "Huh? Never heard of him. Anyway, I have a soft spot for cranky old geezers, so I was planning to introduce myself and explain everything nicely." Then, he introduced them. "We're a secret society from Area 17. This revelation shocked Seon-woo. "There's another secret society besides us?" Jae-seong wasn't surprised by his reaction at all. "It's natural, you're shocked. The branch manager hid us incredibly well after all. Besides, if everyone knew about us, we wouldn't be a secret society, right?" The girl in their group stepped forward to introduce herself. "I'm Kwon-sena, and next up is the big guy carrying the sword. This is Kim Hyung. He only speaks when he's ordered to, so make sure to give him lots of commands." The one talking to Seon-woo's group wrapped up the introductions. "And I'm the leader, Lee Jae-seong. Our team is called Code Blue. Let's help each other out." Seon-woo nodded like he understood, though he thought to himself, Code Blue. What a weird name. He then reached out to shake Jae-seong's hand. "I'm Kim Seon-woo. You can call our team Carnivus." Jae-seong raised an eyebrow. "Carnivus, huh? Where'd that name come from? Is it Canis?" Seon-woo explained that it came from the word carnivus. Jae-seong mumbled the word to himself. Carnivus, as in meat eating, right? That sounds pretty aggressive and cool. The team name was actually based on his ability, which literally meant consuming the power of others. Sena chimed in with a compliment. That team name sounds pretty good. At least it's better than blue. Right then, Seon-woo asked. Why blue? Kim Hyung explained it to him. We were originally just going to call ourselves Blue, but our leader, Jae-seong, thought that sounded boring, so he decided to attach another word to the front of it. He then poked fun at Jae-seong, saying they only realized later it was a medical term. This made Jae-seong flush red and yell, "Hey, you only start acting up without an order at times like this, don't you?" Kwon Sena also joined in on the teasing, chanting, "Code Blue, cardiac arrest, emergency, emergency." Seon-woo watched them bicker in silence. If you guys keep messing around like this, I'm not sharing any of the good food when we get back to the city. Understood? Where did that even come from? In his head, he was thinking back to the conversation they had after the name Carnivus, the carnivore, was chosen, where he asked, "Wait, what? Don't you think that's a bit too generic?" But Bushik said no, insisting that no matter what, it was still better than swordfish. Who would have thought that name would actually get chosen? For a normal guide, having a magic engineer would throw off the team's balance. They definitely needed a close combat fighter. Hearing all of this, Seon-woo was deeply impressed, truly worthy of being the regional manager. Bushik continued, "It looks like you've already asked Jemmy to recruit some members, but finding unattached espers is going to be tough. Even so, he didn't seem worried in the slightest. I can wait, as long as I can get reliable members to back me up." Bushik suddenly changed the subject, mentioning that a base in Butron would fall in a month, something Seon-woo found hard to believe. Wait, what? The older man continued talking without offering any further explanation. "There is a highly capable esper there. Try your best to recruit him into your team." Seon-woo was still utterly bewildered. But how? Do you have some kind of future sight ability? Song Bushik just laughed it off. "Haha, I've never possessed an ability like that. If I did, I wouldn't have let young Chansu lose his life." Realizing he had triggered a painful memory, Seon-woo lowered his head slightly. "I'm so sorry." Bushik brushed it off and continued as if it were just "I heard you're training with them." Seon-woo answered honestly. "Yes, I am." But what the older man said next startled him. "Since you awakened late, I was a bit worried, but seeing your strong will makes me feel incredibly relieved." Seon-woo quickly protested, "Please don't say that. It really feels like you knew I would awaken all along." Bushik just laughed it off. "Haha, maybe. But didn't I just say I can't predict the future?" Seon-woo secretly felt a wave of pressure. Although things had been a bit vague up until now, it really seemed like the older man knew exactly what was about to happen. Then, he suddenly spoke up again. "It's great. If you can form a complete team, you must absolutely seize this opportunity." This left him even more puzzled. "What? Is there something else we need to do?" Bushik only gave a highly mysterious smile. "Haha, if you know everything beforehand, it won't be fun anymore." Back in the present, Seon-woo was breaking a sweat from all the worrying. He really knew about the secret training group beforehand. Sometimes, not knowing the limits of his knowledge is truly terrifying. Jae-seong started setting terms, saying, "We came to help you with basic training, but if you don't show any progress when we're done, you'll have to join our team. What do you say? If you lack the confidence, you can back out right now." Seon-woo thought to himself, what exactly is the regional manager planning? But it fits perfectly. Shouldn't we take full advantage of such a rare opportunity? Is he seriously putting his hands on his hips and challenging us to a match? Fine. You guys need to learn your lesson the hard way. The three standing opposite them were ready, clearly full of ambition. "All right. First, show us your basic skills," Seon-woo replied with absolute determination. "Then watch closely and see what we've been practicing." Then, he turned and called out to Orang. Understanding the plan, Orang replied, "Got it," before pulling a small bottle from his pocket and pouring the contents onto the ground. The horrible stench forced the other three to hold their breath. Orang looked highly displeased upon seeing this. "Is this your first time smelling a rotting monster corpse? How rude." The secret group members couldn't stomach it and quickly backed away. "Old man, watch from a safer distance." As Seon-woo moved, he shouted for the others to get into position, and the remaining two complied immediately. The three Bluebone members watched from a distance, feeling highly curious about what they were about to see. Suddenly, a thick cloud of dust billowed into the air. Spotting this, Seon-woo quickly called out, "It's here, get ready." Orang and Minnie immediately got into their fighting stances. "We're ready." As the howling wind and sand grew much stronger, he raised his hand to signal them. "It's here. Scatter. Now." Sina and the others were still completely clueless. What on earth is this group trying to pull? Seon-woo stayed highly focused. waiting in place. Suddenly, a mound of earth rose up, indicating that some creature was tunneling beneath the sand, rushing straight toward the pile of carcasses. Moments later, it burst through the surface, exploding out of the ground. Seong looked up, staring at the massive shadow blocking out the light. It was a giant monster emerging from deep underground, an ugly, hideous worm. Seon-woo stood face to face with the massive, hideous worm as it reared up over the sand. He drew his blade, getting ready to engage. At the same time, he carefully analyzed the monster, formulating a solid strategy. This hideous worm has two main attack patterns. First, it can tunnel underground and swallow its targets whole from below. Second, it can launch itself high into the air and swallow targets as it falls back down, before diving straight back into the earth. Seon-woo kicked off the ground and dashed toward the beast. While its movements on the surface are predictable, its movements underground are almost impossible to track. To maximize my chances of winning, I have to take it down before it burrows back into the sand. He made his decision, choosing to face the hideous beast head-on. Seon-woo leaned back, sliding low to the ground to dodge along the side of the worm's body. As the beast missed and slammed its head into the sand, he decisively executed a deep slash, slicing clean across its underbelly. Witnessing this incredible scene, Sena was utterly stunned. Did he just slide right past it? Seong was just as shocked. Yeah, but that was way too close for comfort. However, the hideous worm began to rise once again, leaving Seon-woo in doubt. Did my attack fail? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted it, the giant worm, mouth wide open, lunging from behind and diving straight toward Seon-woo. But he quickly managed to leap backward to dodge. Right then, Orang was ordered to draw his bow and fire straight at the monster. On it, the arrow, equipped with a special explosive core, pierced right into the wound Seon-woo had slashed earlier, detonating and making the giant worm roar in agony. Hiding behind a car, Daesung gasped. Oh wow, so that is how he uses it? Sena was also highly impressed, wondering, how on earth did he fit an explosive energy core inside a single arrow? Meanwhile, Seon-woo leaped high into the air to strike, driving his blade deep into the monster's body. After drawing first blood, he quickly leaped away before it could turn and retaliate. Orang followed up immediately, firing his bow from a distance and making the worm writhe and scream in pain. The two members of the Go Blue team were amazed at the sight, praising Orang's incredible marksmanship. He definitely has skills, but Sena noticed one major flaw: his firepower is still far too weak. Da-song agreed. You are right. After a close-range attack, they quickly recover and back it up with a long-range strike. I like how they think, but those minor attacks will only end up making the monster furious. They were absolutely right, and Seon-woo realized it too. He called out, Minnie, the worm's attack pattern is changing. Get ready. Once it burrows underground, we will lose our chance. Hearing this, the little girl pulled a gun from her pocket, replying with a quick nod, and took aim. The gun's energy quickly charged to the maximum. That bizarre weapon immediately caught the attention of the Go Blue team, who wondered what that tiny gun could possibly be. Daesung speculated, who knows? Could it be some kind of energy core gun? Sena found that hard to believe, exclaiming, what? It looks just like a toy. But just as the monster reared up to make its move, Seon-woo caught on immediately, yelling, Minnie, it's escaping. She immediately fired her first shot at the worm, shouting, I won't let you get away. The blazing bullet shot straight toward the monster as it tried to dive into the sand. It was a race against time, and both collided at the exact same moment. The intense recoil sent Minnie falling backward onto her butt, but she cheered, I hit it. The monster was now frozen solid, stuck in its attempt to escape underground. Orang let out a sigh of relief and lowered his bow, thinking it was over. But Seon-woo suddenly sensed something was off with the worm and rushed forward with his blade raised. Not yet. Orang, fire your arrow now. Orang quickly followed the order and fired, triggering a massive explosion that blanketed the area in a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke began to clear, Seon-woo was shocked to see a massive, gaping hole in front of him. Did it escape? But he immediately dismissed the thought, scanning his surroundings. No. These ugly worms are incredibly powerful and ferocious beasts. We provoked it way too much, so I am positive it is coming back to counterattack. Just as he suspected, the monster was tunneling incredibly fast underground, coming right up from behind. Seon-woo sharply sensed its presence, realizing it was closing in on him from behind. However, it suddenly veered off toward Minnie. He gasped. It targeted Minnie instead? As the terrified girl backed away in fear, Seon-woo dashed toward her at full speed. He reached Minnie at almost the exact same second. The worm burst from the ground, grabbing her and diving out of the way just in time. Ugh! The monster opened its razor-sharp maw and swallowed the flag with the device attached, which had been standing right next to Minnie. Seeing that the flag was securely inside its mouth, Orang yelled, "Now!" Understanding the cue immediately, Minnie chirped, "Got it," and pressed the remote detonator. The worm had swallowed the device whole, and its only reward was its head bursting into a brilliant firework display of explosions. Sena, who had been watching closely, couldn't help but praise them. Impressive. Even Da-song was left in awe. That is incredible. How did they get a weapon with so much explosive power? By now, the ugly worm's mouth and head were completely charred black. Seon-woo leaped high into the air, aiming to deliver a devastating downward blow. "It is time to end you." But the moment his blade pierced its hide, the worm suddenly writhed, trying to drag itself back into the earth. Oh crap! Seon-woo desperately held onto his trembling blade, his mind racing with confusion. Damn it, how is this worm still moving when its head was just blasted to pieces? Seeing this, Da-song ran toward him in a panic. "Let go of your sword, it is too dangerous," Da-song screamed, but Seon-woo thought to himself, "I can't. If I let go now, it will escape for good." Suddenly, the monster made a move that shocked him. It plunged straight down into the sandpit, dragging him along with it. Da-song desperately dashed forward, but she was still too slow to match its terrifying speed. Witnessing this, Orang and Minnie turned completely pale, screaming, "Seon-woo!" Seon-woo was dragged straight into the depths of the earth, the blinding dust swirling around him, and the rocket-like speed forced a scream from his throat. Even as he struggled to hold on, he forced his eyes open to study the beast. Its entire body was already covered in severe wounds. This has to be its final death struggle, but if we keep going like this, I am going to suffocate first. Just as Seon-woo predicted, the worm was picking up speed by the second. He squeezed his eyes shut and held on with all his might, trying his absolute best not to get thrown off. At that critical, life-or-death moment, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted from Seon-woo's chest. Blue energy wrapped around his entire body like a living armor. At the same time, the gem on his blade radiated a similar glow. As if receiving a silent instruction, Seon-woo frowned and activated his haste skill. He then swung his weapon, the blade tearing through the grotesque body and chopping it into pieces. Meanwhile, up on the surface, Jae-sung was frantically digging through the dirt while shouting at the others, "Why are you just standing there? Why are you just watching? You should be helping me pull him out." Sena quickly rushed over to stop him. "Those kids aren't physically enhanced hunters. How could they possibly pull him back?" Clenching his fists, he replied, "I know, I'm just venting because I'm so powerless. If he gets dragged deeper underground, he'll suffocate. We don't have much time." Jae-sung then barked orders at everyone. "The soil in this worm's path is really soft. Dig up as much as you can." While Minnie was focusing on digging, a sudden noise caught her attention. "Huh?" She quickly pointed toward the dirt mound that had just appeared on the opposite side. "Something's over there." Jae-sung rushed over and instantly recognized a familiar hand reaching out from the debris. "Seon-woo!" He quickly plunged his hand into the dirt, grabbed hold of him, and poured all his strength into activating his skill. A second later, Seon-woo was successfully pulled out from the rubble. He collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, coughing violently before spitting up blood. Orang ran over in a panic. "Hey, are you okay?" Seon-woo caught his breath and turned to reassure him. "I'm fine." In his mind, he recalled the battle underground. An unknown skill had been activated. If not for that, he would have been dead. That bizarre sensation felt entirely different from anything else. While Seon-woo was lost in thought, Sena approached from behind with a dark expression, showing absolutely no mercy to someone who had just survived a near-death experience. She slapped him hard across the face. Fuming with rage, she gritted her teeth and growled, "Do you have a death wish? Why would you make us worry like that?" Seon-woo mumbled an apology. "I'm sorry." But then he paused, reaching into his pocket to rummage for something. This mysterious action had Sena and the others asking in unison, "Huh?" A glittering green stone rested in Seon-woo's hand. "I managed to grab this." Minnie and Orang's eyes widened, and they cheered. "Awesome. You actually," but this seemingly valuable item only made Jae-sung facepalm. "I'm speechless. You risked your life for a mediocre level, 13 beast core?" Orang snapped back, annoyed by his condescending tone. "Excuse me, but you're a high-ranking hunter, so you're swimming in cores. We have to work ourselves to the bone just to replenish what we used today." Jae-sung just couldn't understand their recklessness. Using core weapons to make up for a lack of offensive power is fine, but you need to target beasts that match your actual level. If you keep this up, you're all going to end up dead on your next hunt. With that, his gaze suddenly locked onto Seon-woo's pocket. By the way, where did you find those strange items? Seon-woo remained quiet, looking as though he wanted to speak but hesitated. At that moment, Minnie hesitantly raised her hand. I'm a magic engineer. Hearing her classmate Jae-sung freeze. Wait, who? Kid, what's your name? The girl bowed slightly. I'm Minnie. Seon-woo stopped hiding it as well. I'd prefer it if outsiders didn't know we have a magic engineer. That makes sense, Jae-sung muttered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Since magic engineering is so rare, things could get ugly if rumors get out. Seon-woo then turned to the person next to him. And this is Arang. Arang smirked proudly. So, is it finally my turn to introduce myself? To his surprise, Jae-sung merely let out a sigh and turned away. Oh, you're the archer, right? Next, Arang yelled in frustration. Are you still annoyed with me? Why are you being so petty? Ignoring him entirely, Jae-sung stepped closer to Seon-woo. As the captain, what skill do you have? Taken aback, Seon-woo let out a confused, huh? Jae-sung calmly voiced his suspicion. Your skill looks exactly like Chasu's. Did you learn it from him? I thought you just copy-pasted and fully absorbed his skill, but then you used one I've never even seen before. You have so many patched-together skills that you can't even perform a single one properly. Seon-woo remained silent for a long moment, unsure how to respond to this blunt assessment. Sina asked in surprise, is it even possible for one person to have that many skills? Jae-sung gave a rather vague reply. It's possible if the skills are similar, but I've never heard of anyone possessing skills with entirely different natures. Hearing this, Seon-woo hesitantly looked away. About that, but a massive tremor suddenly shook the ground, cutting him off. There's movement, Jae-sung cried out in panic. Seon-woo made a grim guess. Is it another grotesque worm? The group turned their gaze into the distance. The growing vibrations helped them pinpoint the target's location. It was slowly crawling closer. Seon-woo forced himself to stand. It must be from the same nest. We have to kill it too. Suddenly, Jae-sung's exasperated voice cut in. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You haven't even recovered yet. Understanding exactly what Jae-sung meant, Seon-woo offered a soft smile and politely asked for a favor. In that case, we won't turn down your help. Jae-seong was highly satisfied with how cooperative they were. Great, leave it to us. Right after, Kim Hyung reached back and drew 2 swords from his back. Jae-seong's power erupted, and he bragged arrogantly, we're going to show you what a simple hunt looks like. At the same time, Seon-woo glanced at Kwon Sena with doubt. Wait, is she a non-combatant? Giving the humans no time to prepare, the hideous underground worm charged straight at them. The energy radiating from Jae-seong and Kim Hyung grew even stronger. Sensing it was being underestimated, the monster sped up significantly. A second later, a violent impact shattered the ground, creating a pitch-black crater in the center, forcing them both back onto the defensive. Then, another giant, ugly worm burst through the earth, soaring into the sky. Arang quickly shielded Minnie. This one was even bigger than the last. Facing that mouth full of sharp teeth, Seon-woo calmly analyzed the situation. It has to dive back underground before it can attack. This is the best time to strike because its defenses are completely down. Just as he expected, the ugly worm turned and dove straight down, prompting Jae-seong to shout in concern. It's trying to burrow back into the ground. No way. He swung his blade and mumbled a skill. Whoosh. For some reason, Seon-woo looked pretty startled by this move, but his reaction didn't affect Jae-seong. He unleashed a moonlight slash into the air, successfully carving a massive gash across the ugly worm's body. The ugly worm's upper body was instantly sliced in half. This devastating strike left Arang completely dazed. What was that? Minnie asked. Seon-woo and his companion weren't sure either. An energy core was fired from his sword. It might be an artifact that looks like a sword, but is actually a gun. Meanwhile, Seon-woo calmly analyzed it. Even though it happened in the blink of an eye, it looked like a skill he had used before. Not only Lee Jae-seong's sword energy, but even unknown energies were being discharged through the energy cores equipped on their swords, instead of being cast directly by the users themselves. Right at that moment, Minnie screamed in panic as she saw the ugly worm starting to burrow into the ground. Oh no, it's running away. Of course, Jae-seong wasn't about to let it escape that easily. Kim Hyung immediately replied, on it, and rushed toward the target. Both of their weapons plunged deep into the giant worm's bright red body at the same time. But despite being hit, the monster thrashed violently, forcing both of them to grunt as they channeled more power into their blades. Jae-seong frowned and shouted, "Hyung, don't move, hold." On the other side, Kim Hyung was straining so hard he was shaking. Fortunately, their hard work paid off. They finally succeeded in carving a massive gash across the ugly worm's body. In agony, it bolted, but that only caused the wound to tear open even wider. Suddenly, Jae-seong felt an unusual resistance at the tip of his blade. He joyfully announced, "We've hit its core shell." But Orang didn't understand the unfamiliar term. Core shell? Seon-woo quickly explained to him, "It's the hard shell protecting the core." Once the position was confirmed, Jae-seong yelled, "Pull it out now." Straining to pull his weapon back out, Kim Hyung replied, "Yes, sir." With their excited shouts, the ugly worm was sent flying into the air. Jae-seong seized the opportunity, shifting his stance and concentrating his energy. The familiar movement caught Seon-woo off guard. Is he going to use that skill again? Just as he guessed, Jae-seong muttered the name of the skill, unleashing the sizzling sword buster. A blazing red blast of energy shot out, heading straight for the ugly worm's suspended body. Before it could even fall, the worm exploded in midair. What was left of its body lost all sensation and crashed heavily to the ground. It thrashed a few more times before going completely still, its agony finally ending with a The result left Seon-woo utterly astonished. He is on a completely different level. After cleaning things up, Ji-sung retracted his surging energy and turned to the group behind him. Giving a smug thumbs up, he said, "See that? That is what you call a hunt." But before he could even finish showing off, the movement of the giant head behind him cut him off. The ugly worm opened its massive mouth and spewed out a heap of disgusting green liquid. By some stroke of terrible luck, that nasty stuff flew straight toward Jae-seong. He didn't have time to react and took the green rain right in his open mouth. The next second, he dropped his weapon, collapsed to the ground, and screamed, "Ah, help me!" Orang ran over in a panic. "What's going on?" Seon-woo gritted his teeth and explained, "Those are the parasites of that ugly worm." Approaching him, Seon-woo tried to calm him down. "Hold on, but how could Jae-seong stay calm with tiny worms crawling all over him? Ah, get them off me." The parasites started crawling inside his clothes. Seeing that he wasn't resisting, the rest of them began to crawl upward. As Seon-woo struggled to pull them off one by one, he was secretly astonished. He killed that worm like a total pro. I never would have expected him to make a rookie mistake like this. This is totally unusual for a hunter of his caliber. Doesn't he realize he needs to kill that ugly worm before it spews out parasites? Out of nowhere, Seon-woo turns to Kim Hyung, who's standing nearby, and asks, "Why are you just standing there watching?" He takes a step back, making a priceless face. "Well, I just really hate tiny worms." That response leaves Seon-woo completely speechless. Say what? He can't help but curse under his breath. What the hell is he talking about? What on earth is wrong with this team? Suddenly, Jae-sung gasps weakly. Sina coldly shoots back with a blunt, "What?" Pushed to his absolute limit, he screams. Even now, Sena acts completely unfazed. "Huh? For what?" This icy treatment sends tears streaming down Jae-sung's face. "Ah, I'll leave it all to you." Of course, she doesn't buy it since he's only making empty verbal promises. Desperate, he yells, "I'll double the size of your special meal." But even this offer isn't enough to satisfy Sena. "Oh my, didn't you say you wouldn't give me anything? Besides, I'll get fat if I eat too much." Jae-sung is practically crying rivers of tears. He's on the verge of death, yet she's still here bargaining with him. "Are you really going to do this to me? I'm gonna die at this rate. Please. I was only joking. It was just a joke. I'll give you my entire reward from the next mission." Finally, Sena Kwan gets to her feet. No takebacks, okay? On the other side, Jae-sung has completely run out of patience, pleading, "Just hurry up." Smiling, she orders, "You two handsome guys over there, stand back. You're just getting in the way." Once Seon-woo and Orang take a few steps back, Sina finally speaks. That should be enough room." Right after that, she thrusts both of her palms forward, aiming directly at Jae-sung. Two streams of red and green energy surge, wrapping around her arms. At the exact same time, Jae-sung's body is enveloped in a similar glow. The parasites covering his body instantly disintegrate. Feeling an overwhelming wave of relief, he can't help but let out a goofy, satisfied grin. But Sena Kwan isn't done yet. She closes her eyes tightly and continues chanting. This ability takes Seon-woo by surprise. A healer? And she can cast her powers from such a long distance. This is a team he has never seen or even heard of before. Soon enough, Sina Kwan's healing is complete. Standing next to her, Minnie looks up with eyes sparkling with pure admiration. Sina Kwan smiles and checks in on her teammate. You're feeling better now, right? Jae-sung quickly springs back up to his feet as if he was never even attacked. Seon-woo walks over, showing some concern. Are you okay? But Jae-sung shoots back with a seriously irritating reply. That thing drained a lot more out of me than you'd think. Seon-woo brushes that off and brings up the question that's been bothering him. What exactly just happened here? In response, Jae-sung strikes a highly cinematic, yet incredibly cringy pose. A story brought to you by Jae-sung. Starring the incredible healer, Sena, as the main lead. Don't you think it has a nice ring to it? Seon-woo understands every single word, but put together, they make absolutely zero sense. Wait, was this whole thing scripted? Jae-sung stretches his arms and confirms it. Yup, it was all planned the moment that ugly worm showed up. Isn't it brilliant? Sure, I almost kicked the bucket because of Annie's sudden move, but hey, this was way more fun, right? A little further away, Sina shyly accepts Minnie's praise. What did I tell you guys? You were so incredibly cool, sis. Seon-woo gets serious, bringing up the question that's been lingering in his mind. I have a question. What was that sword attack you used earlier? This time, Jae-sung doesn't answer right away. He just stares at him with wide eyes. Then, he yells out in frustration, Wait, you seriously know nothing about energy cores? Man, the road ahead is going to be incredibly rough. Anyway, it's time for Jae-sung to get down to business. But don't worry, it might be a total mess, but you guys will get through it. I'd say we've proven we're more than qualified to be your instructors. Don't you agree? Seon-woo furrows his brow, not rushing to answer. Jae-sung walks over to Seon-woo as he explains, I'll cover the theory first, and Sena will back me up. No one can touch Sena when it comes to utilizing energy cores. Seon-woo hesitates for a second before asking if he plans on teaching Orang and Minnie as well. Jae-sung frowns slightly. Since that kid isn't an awakener, high-quality training like this would be completely wasted on him, and it's far too early for a magic engineer to learn how to manipulate an energy core. But if you want to handle a real fight, you'll need to master the basics of physical conditioning and combat. Since that's Kim Hyung's specialty, I'll leave him in charge of that. Orang is collapsed on the ground, letting out a long, heavy sigh. This is only the beginning, Kim Hyung urges sternly, while Jae-sung chimes in confidently. Alright, let's briefly go over the fundamentals first. You've heard about the classification of awakened powers, right? They're divided into 6 different categories. Physical enhancement, supernatural abilities, magic engineering, spiritualism, and monster control. These are the most common types of awakened power. They're known as innate traits, and the energy core that each awakener possesses changes depending on their specific trait. That's why some people get physical enhancement, while others can manipulate fire. Seon-woo listened intently as Jae-sung explained the concept of unique traits. But before Seon-woo could even finish his thought, Jae-sung coldly cut him off. Instead, Jae-sung pulled out an energy core that was radiating powerful waves of light. He began to explain in detail. If you don't go through this transformation process, you can unleash your raw energy core. This is what we call a universal trait. It all started clicking for Seon-woo. It was just like his Moonshadow sword and his exploding sword. He had channeled his raw energy cores into the blade and unleashed them. Realizing what those skills actually were, Seon-woo concluded, Man, this universal trait is incredible. Jae-sung suddenly remembered something. Actually, there's another reason. The universal trait is directly tied to expanding your number of energy cores. If you learn how to utilize it, you can gradually increase your number of energy cores. Think of it like the video games from before the Great Flood. Every time you increase your cores, you level up. Sena, who was sitting nearby, quietly chimed in. Normally, growth means gathering experience points or boosting skill stats, but if you use the universal trait, your core energy can actually evolve on its own. The realization hit Seon-woo like a lightning bolt. Wait, does that mean I can merge all my different powers into a single source? If I keep absorbing power, I can evolve to phase 2 or even beyond. Jae-sung tapped on the side of the car next to him. Alright, enough talk. It's time to start training. Focus and hit this car with everything you've got. Seon-woo clenched his fist, feeling a massive surge of energy coursing down his arm. Got it. His eyes flashed with determination as he threw a devastating punch, completely warping the heavy, armored frame of the vehicle. Jae-sung closely inspected the dent and fell into deep thought. Not bad, but that's not what I'm looking for. Seon-woo was taken aback. Did I do something wrong? Without a word, Jae-sung gestured to Sina, who immediately jumped down from the vehicle. Right on it. Sina hesitated at first. Are we really doing this here? But once Jae-sung gave her a firm nod, she cast her doubts aside and grabbed Sun-woo's arm. Pardon me, but when you punched, did you actually feel the flow of energy in your hand? Don't think about using your raw physical muscle. Instead, try to feel the energy flowing down from where my finger is tracing, and channel it directly into your palm. Of course, it's not easy to grasp right away. Just try gathering the energy at your fingertips and releasing it. Just imagine you're flicking someone's forehead. Sun-woo repeated the instruction in his mind, focusing on releasing the energy. He gave his finger a light flick. Instantly, a small sphere of energy shot out like a submachine gun bullet, flying straight towards Jae-sung. No one, not even Sun-woo himself, expected it to be that easy. Shock was written all over Jae-sung's face. Staring at the bulletproof glass of the car that had just been easily pierced by the energy blast, Sena gasped in disbelief. Oh my god, there's a literal hole in it. Jae-sung quietly swallowed hard, thinking, did he really just shoot that? Unsure of what their shocked expressions meant, Sun-woo asked in a low voice, Did I do it right? Jae-sung slowly nodded. You did. But this is... Sweating bullets, Sena asked nervously. Did you seriously feel the energy flow? Sun-woo looked down at his arm and replied confidently, Yeah, I did. Jae-sung fell silent, lost in thought as a spark gleamed in his eyes. After a long pause, Jae-sung let out a heavy sigh. Look, kid, even though this is probably going to make Kim Boo-sik absolutely lose his mind, you should seriously consider heading. Sun-woo was stunned. Wait, by headquarters. Do you mean the node headquarters? He rubbed his temples in exasperation. What other headquarters would I be talking about? Look, I absolutely despise headquarters, but their training program is the real deal. To be honest, for the sake of District 17, it'd be great if you stayed here. But if you want to reach your full potential, going there is your best bet. Sun-woo listened, but only one thing stuck in his mind. Wait. What did you mean by the branch manager losing his mind? Jae-sung sighed deeply. Oh, that? Kim Boo-sik absolutely hates headquarters too. Hearing that only left Sun-woo even more confused. The branch manager hates them? But he's so closely connected to the node. How could he look down on headquarters? We'll talk more about headquarters when we have the chance. I'm telling you this because I trust you, so don't you dare go spreading this around. I won't. You have my word. Good. Now, let's move on to the next lesson. Over time, Sun-woo's skills became incredibly refined and vastly more destructive. He could feel the energy deep within him beginning to shift. The moment he opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light gleamed in his pupils. With a powerful sweep of his sword, he unleashed the Moonshadow Sword, Sensik. Instantly, a razor-sharp wave of energy sliced clean through a solid steel pillar. Sun-woo gripped the hilt tightly. Feeling like it still wasn't enough, he focused all his mind to guide the energy exactly as Sina had instructed. Spinning the blade in a breathtaking arc, he activated the burst sword. Sick. The massive energy inside the sword instantly shapes into a giant arrow, launching a devastating critical hit right at a nearby tree. The entire trunk explodes, leaving behind thick smoke and a heavily cracked base. Seon-woo finally looks on, completely satisfied with his results. Feeling a bit exhausted, he heads back to his room to rest, but as he looks around, he only sees Minnie. Confused, he asks, "Where is Orang?" Pouting, the little girl replies, "Lately, Orang has been acting really weird. I even told him to come home early. Aside from when we're training, I have no idea where he goes or what he's up to." Seon-woo chuckles teasingly. "Did he get himself a girlfriend?" Minnie chimes in, "Man, I hope so. With his personality, it would be a huge relief if he just didn't cause any trouble." Suddenly, a faint rustling sound comes from behind the door. Thinking Orang is finally back, Seon-woo lets out a sigh of relief. Wow, it's like he knew we were talking about him. He quickly swings the door open, but the hallway is completely empty. Not a single soul is in sight, leaving him stunned. What? Looking around, his eyes land on a small piece of paper stuck to the door. It's a note. Seon-woo curiously pulls it off, but as his eyes scan the words, his face turns ice cold. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory not far away, Orang is tied up tightly on the cold, rough stone floor. Above him, a deeply annoyed voice rings out. "Is that bastard even coming?" Hunsu, visibly irritated, kicks him right in the face. Who knows? But if he doesn't want to lose his precious little brother, he'll show up. He glares down at Orang with pure disgust. Orang is so furious he wants to curse the guy's entire family, but with his mouth gagged, he can only let out muffled, angry groans. Before long, with Jamie's help, Seon-woo manages to track down Hunsu's hideout. Is this the place? She asks to make sure. Yeah, he nods in appreciation. You should leave now. I'll handle things from here. Jamie knows he just doesn't want to drag her into this mess. Though worried, she nods. All right. Slowly, the heavy steel door of the facility begins to creak open. Stealing his resolve, Seon-woo steps inside, completely on his own. But even though he prepared himself, the scene inside still catches him off guard. Hunsu arrogantly tilts his chin up. Well, look who it is, the guide. Completely ignoring him, Seon-woo looks straight at Orang's badly bruised face. Seeing the countless cuts and bruises makes his heart sink with worry. Are you all right? The moment Orang sees him, he desperately tries to stand up, but the thugs instantly pin him back down. Seon-woo demands angrily, "What do you think you're doing?" To the henchman, his outrage just sounds like pure disrespect. Who does this arrogant bastard think he is? Just as they're about to rush forward to teach him a lesson, Hunsu raises a hand to stop them. Hey, who told you to step in? Min-sok, who was acting so tough a second ago, instantly freezes in fear at the sound of his boss's annoyed voice. Boss Hunsu doesn't punish him, though, because he's just as disgusted by Seon-woo. Do you remember what you did to my Don-hee? It hasn't even been that long. Don't tell me you've already forgotten. He points at the trembling Orang, a creepy, twisted smile spreading across his face. Man, I was so pissed off trying to figure out how to deal with you. But then this little brat of yours practically delivered himself to me on a silver platter. Seon-woo tightens his grip on the crumpled note in his hand. So, that's why you lured me here. Well, I'm here now. Let the kid go. Hearing this, Hunsu burst out laughing at the absurdity. Oh, wow. This is so touching. It's bringing tears to my eyes. Without warning, he slaps Seon-woo hard across the face, sending his head whipping to the side. Shaking out his hand, he sneers, "Do you even realize what kind of situation you're in? How dare you look at me with such confidence? A pathetic loser who can't even protect himself. Trying to act like a hero. How pathetic." Orang looks on in disbelief. Seeing Hunsu attack Seon-woo right off the bat, he screams, "Stop it!" But his defiance only pisses Hunsu off even more, and he winds up for a brutal kick. He drives his foot with full force straight into Orang's ribs. Orang is sent flying into the corner of the wall, crying out in sheer agony. Hunsu spits out in annoyance, "Who does this little brat think he is?" Interrupting when adults are talking. How? Seon-woo gently rubs his burning red cheek. "Keep your hands off the kid." In response, Hunsu just glares back with utter disgust. The filthy bastard doesn't strike him again. Instead, he casually spits right at him. Seon-woo quickly steps aside to dodge it, his eyes filled with pure disgust. But to his shock, the moment the spit hits the floor, it immediately corrodes the concrete. A cold sweat breaks down the back of his neck. Is this guy an esper with a poison-spitting ability? Or maybe he's hiding some kind of weapon in his mouth. Either way, he's a filthy scumbag through and through. Suddenly, that hauntingly familiar voice echoes inside his head once more. "Kill him." Seon-woo freezes. Kill him? Over something like this? Back when he was a guide, he had dealt with this kind of situation countless times. The voice whispers temptingly, "Why are you hiding your true power anyway?" Seon-woo desperately tries to hold himself back. "No, I can't let them see my power here." The voice continues to press him. "Are you really going to let a piece of trash like him walk all over you? Just take him out, then proudly reveal that you've awakened your abilities. That way, no one will ever dare mess with you again." While Seon-woo was still locked in this internal conflict, the clueless Hyun-soo charged forward to throw a punch, only for Seon-woo to effortlessly block it. Seeing him actually fight back, the lackeys were stunned, and even Hyun-soo looked utterly shocked. You blocked it?" By now, the aura radiating from Seon-woo had completely shifted. "Please, just stop," he said coldly to Hunter Kang Hyun-soo. But the guy didn't hear a single word of his warning. To him, this damn guide clearly had a death wish. Just because the branch manager favors you, you think you can forget your place? Unwilling to listen to any more garbage, Seon-woo tightened his grip on his hand. The sudden, crushing force made Hyun-soo freeze in panic, desperately trying to pull his hand back. But it was too late. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Seon-woo's iron grip. Panic set in as the guy snarled, "You bastard, let go of me." Meanwhile, the mysterious voice in Seon-woo's head kept urging him on. "Perfect. Let's make an example out of this guy." But just as Seon-woo was about to follow the voice and draw his trusty dagger, He suddenly froze in shock. Out of nowhere, Orang rushed over and threw himself into Seon-woo, catching him completely off guard. "Orang, what are you doing?" Orang looked up with a brutally beaten, swollen face, his eyes filled with desperation. "Please, Hyung, don't." Yielding to his plea, Seon-woo finally snapped out of it. Shaking off the tempting whispers in his head, he threw Hyun-soo's hand aside. Taking advantage of the opening, Hyun-soo immediately retaliated with a hard punch straight to Seon-woo's face. But Seon-woo didn't even get angry. He simply spat out the mouthful of blood that had been pooling in his throat. Sensing a sudden, terrifying surge of killing intent from Seon-woo, Hyun-soo instinctively took a few steps back. But to everyone's absolute shock, Seon-woo simply bowed his head. "I'm sorry, Hunter. Please forgive me." This sudden submission left Hyun-soo utterly flustered, not knowing how to react. He finally cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. Well, even though Doohee didn't say anything specific, she's extremely sharp. You'd better watch your step from now on." Seon-woo replied sincerely, "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Hyun-soo then turned and gave Orang a half-hearted warning. "And you, kid. It'll be best if you stay out of trouble and don't attract any unwanted attention." Seeing this, the lackeys asked in frustration, "Wait, boss, are you seriously just going to let them walk away like this?" But Seon-woo completely ignored them. "Thank you. We'll be on our way now." Desperate, the lackeys rushed forward to block their path. "This isn't right. Why are you being so soft on them, boss? We need to teach these bastards a proper lesson," Hyun-soo snapped, yelling in a rage. "Will you all just shut up? You idiots." He himself had just felt like his hand was about to be crushed into pieces. If Orang hadn't intervened, who knows what would have happened. Seon-woo's terrifying power had shaken Hyun-soo to his core. Once they safely made it out, Seon-woo sighed in relief. "You did great back there," he said, letting out a tense breath. "Thank you for stopping me, Orang. If you hadn't, I definitely would have caused a major scene and gotten myself kicked out." With a serious expression, he added, "And if that had happened, I wouldn't have had the face to ever show myself to the branch manager again." Orang rubbed his sore wrists, which were red from being bound so tightly. "You're the one who taught me that guides have to make the right decision in any situation, Hyung. I was just putting what you taught me into practice." Seon-woo hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, "But how did you even get caught by those guys in the first place?" Orang explained, "Well, I was just wandering around, searching for quest requests. But then I accidentally got too close to their hideout and caught their attention." Hearing this, Seon-woo was quite surprised. "So you've been gathering information this whole time?" Orang's voice grew soft and a bit melancholic. "Well, I am the only ordinary human in the carnivore team, after all. If I don't want to get kicked out for having no esper abilities, I have to at least do my job as a guide properly." Heartbroken by his words, Seon-woo tried to comfort him. "You don't need to risk your life like this. From now on, you can just take it slow and build your skills." But before he could finish, Orang cut him off. "No, for espers like you, none of you ever have to hold back. But after meeting the people from Clue, I finally realized where I truly stand." Orang slowly turned his head to look Seon-woo in the eye. "You're only hiding your power because the team is laying low. But me? I really don't have any power at all. Before Min-hee starts looking down on me, I need to make myself useful." Seon-woo tried his best to reassure him. "Not all espers look down on the unawakened, Orang." Orang just let out a bitter laugh. "How can you even say that after the way Kang Hyun-soo just treated us? Isn't the hierarchy where ordinary humans are treated like garbage compared to espers exactly what the Knot created?" Those words left Seon-woo in dead silence. He knew Orang had no idea that Seon-woo himself used to be a regular human, having only awakened quite recently. He felt like a frog that had completely forgotten its days as a tadpole. Suddenly, Jae-song's warning echoed in his mind. "Seon-woo, don't trust the Knot too much. Nothing is ever what it seems on the surface." For the first time, he doubted the hierarchy of the node. It wasn't until evening that the two of them finally returned to the base. As soon as he stepped into the room, he immediately asked where the branch manager was. Seeing that Seon-woo had finally returned, Minnie rushed out to greet him. "Seon-woo," she stammered, struggling to find the words. "He just left with Jemmy." But as she took a closer look at Orang's bruised face, she asked in a panic, "What on earth happened to your face?" He only forced a chuckle. "Oh, it's nothing." Seon-woo let out a sigh. "Minnie, please bandage him up." "And I was planning to talk to the branch manager about eliminating Kang-woo." Suddenly, he noticed someone already sitting on the sofa. "Hunter Hyung?" Kim Hyung quickly raised his head. "Yes, it's me, Hunter Seon-woo." Confused, he asked, "Aren't you on a mission? Where are Hunter Daesong and Hunter Sina?" Kim Hyung's face immediately darkened with worry. Something happened. "Please help us." Seeing how unstable Kim Hyung was, Seon-woo tried to calm him down. "Please, try to calm down and explain what happened. Only then can I help you." He took a deep breath, trying to compose himself to explain the situation. "Our leader has been attacked." Hearing those words, he couldn't believe his ears. A leader, who is at least a level 7 mutant. Who could have possibly attacked him? Kim Hyung then added, "Actually, we also received a request from the branch manager." This made Seon-woo wonder, what exactly is this request? He shuddered slightly before spitting out the words, "To hunt down killers." Seon-woo's shoulders began to tremble. This was it. A folder was tossed onto the table. That was the request. He took the documents from Bushik to check the details. "But what's with this description?" The branch manager calmly replied, "It's the killer hunting mission you wanted." Confirming it was exactly what he needed, Seon-woo froze in shock. This was really it. He opened the files, but as he read on, he noticed that the ratio of mutants among these killers was unusually high. Bushik immediately explained, "They are actually members of the strike force who have started to rebel." According to reports, the leader of the 14th Strike Force clashed with his subordinates, who rebelled and took 2 of his team members with them. In the end, the leader took the lives of all his other subordinates. Why on earth did they turn on each other? It was a highly suspicious request, especially since there wasn't a single shred of information about the reason behind the rebellion. Once Seon-woo finished reading, Bushik asked for his thoughts. "What do you think? Do you want to take it?" But Seon-woo still couldn't be sure about it. "There's just too little information. Fighting mutants like this will be incredibly difficult, especially when we don't even know what their abilities are. I feel like this mission is a bit too dangerous, and we're not quite ready for it yet." Hearing this, the branch manager nodded in agreement. "I agree. Risking your lives just to get some experience fighting mutants would be like running before you can walk." This response surprised Seon-woo a bit. He wondered if the manager truly understood why he was turning it down. In the end, Bushik respected his decision. "I understand. I'll assign this to someone else." Seon-woo still felt deeply concerned. The request was just too lacking in detail. It felt incredibly shady. His gaze darkened as he gave a serious warning. "Just as you said, since there are still too many unknowns, you should just forget about this request." Seeing his firm stance, Seon-woo didn't push any further. "I understand," Seon-woo replied. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder why every branch manager saw this request as a red flag. Was this request only meant to be passed down to Go-do? Meanwhile, Seon-woo was still listening to Kim Hyung recount the events. What happened next? He explained that the looming threat had already been brewing for 4 days since they accepted the mission. At the mission site, alongside John and Sina, she noticed something and asked, "It seems like you know Myungdae, don't you? The commander I took out, you mean?" So he decided to open up. "I actually knew him back when we were both at the Node Training Center. He was an incredibly kind man, and highly skilled too." The two of them continued their serious discussion, which explained why this was the first time they were hearing about him. He was also part of a strike force, just like us. But for the 14th Strike Force and underground unit? Sena herself couldn't help but feel curious. "I know our leader was kicked out of the training center for causing trouble, right? But how did someone so kind and high-ranking end up in an underground unit?" At that question, Daesong suddenly fell silent. She turned to look at him, suddenly feeling anxious. "Oh no, did I say something wrong?" Looking down at the pile of documents in Sena's hand only made her feel more discouraged. "Anyway, isn't this report way too vague? There's not a single shred of information about the mutants." After a long silence, Daesong finally spoke up, revealing the truth. "Division 14 is the one behind all of this. Division 14 sent pursuers, but they failed. That's why we had to take on this request. If we fail too, they'll have to hand the case over to a public investigation agency. But honestly, I think they'll just turn a blind eye the moment mutants are involved." She hadn't even processed all of this yet. "Wait, what?" Meanwhile, he kept going, rambling on. "That's exactly why Kim Bushik is keeping our identities hidden. Otherwise, headquarters would find out that he's secretly collecting mutant energy." Sena easily figured it out. "Ah, I see. Since they're also part of District 14's underground, they're probably terrified of getting arrested for treason, right?" From up above, Kim Hyung chimed in to confirm, gesturing with his hand. "Exactly. The not banned private military organizations, after all." Because of that, everyone looked in his direction. Noticing Kim Hyung scanning the area, Jasong asked, "What is it? Having spotted the killer's tracks, Kim Hyung replied with a grin. Hearing this, he immediately suggested, "Let's move to a spot where we can get a better view. That place looks perfect." With that, the group moved toward the ruined house. Back in the present, Kim Hyung finished his story, saying, "And we ended up staying there for 4 days." Orang, who had been listening quietly, was quite surprised. 4 days? Seon-woo still couldn't believe it. And the killers never showed themselves? That was exactly why Kim Hyung looked so miserable. Exactly. He recalled how the whole issue started, right when Sina began complaining about how long it had been since she last took a bath. That day, on the dilapidated rooftop, Kim Hyung was scanning the area when something caught his eye. Standing beside him, Jae-song immediately grabbed his binoculars for a closer look. Spotting Jae-oh on the move, he urgently whispered, "They're showing their faces now." Jae-song eagerly rushed out first, shouting, "Let's go!" The group watched him dash off. Sina couldn't help but feel anxious, asking, "What should we do?" Jae-song laid out a plan. Observe them first, then strike all at once. He figured if they were just patrol squads, they'd only be mid-tier or lower. Jae-seo cast a subtle glance back at the group. He quickened his pace, but it wasn't long before they caught up and grabbed him. Grimacing, Jae-seo let out a low groan from the back of his throat. It took him quite a while to finally open his eyes. By now, Jae-seo was tied securely to a chair. Jae-song looked down at him and asked, "Awake yet? We're going to ask you a few questions. See this? If you dare scream or try anything funny, I'll show you exactly what this can do." First question, is this place your base? Instead of answering, Jae-seo shot back with his own question, "Are you guys from not headquarters?" Annoyed by his evasion, Jae-song snapped, "We're the ones asking the questions here. Looks like you're dodging the question, which means this is your base. Next up, why did you betray Mayhem?" Once again, Jae-seo completely ignored him. "So you aren't with headquarters? Where are you from then?" He boldly replied, "District 17. Before anyone realized it, Jae-seo had turned the interrogation around. It turned out Kim Busik was the one who brought him there. That revelation instantly made Jae-song suspicious. "How does a punk like you know so much? Who the hell are you?" Jae-seo snapped back, irritated. "Who? What are you even talking about? Why do you keep asking such stupid questions?" His smug attitude really made Jae-song want to beat him to a pulp. This arrogant bastard. It's been a while since I met a brat who doesn't know his place. Suddenly, Jae-seo's eyes glowed with a strange purple light. The moment Jae-song looked into them, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. "Wait, you." Jae-seo's entire body began to glow with light, while Jae-song started trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Sena instinctively called out to her leader. Kim Hyung peeked in to see what was happening, and the moment he realized the danger, he screamed, "Sena, get back!" But she just stood there, completely confused. "What?" Suddenly, Sena's face froze in shock. It turned out Jae-song had lunged and stabbed her with that sharp object. He had completely lost his mind, ignoring Sena's trembling voice as she called out to him, "Leader." Right after that critical moment, someone rushed in and delivered a brutal kick straight to Jae-song's stomach without hesitation. The sheer force of Kim Hyung's kick sent Jae-song crashing hard into the wall. Meanwhile, Sena desperately tried to pull the sharp object out of her abdomen. Having pushed Jae-song away, he rushed to her side, frantically asking, "Are you okay?" But Sena was already writhing in agonizing pain. How could she possibly be okay? Seeing her condition, Kim Hyung panicked and yelled, "Quick, apply pressure to the wound." Her face had gone completely pale, and her voice was barely a whisper. "Please, give me first aid." Kim Hyung quickly pulled out a medical kit, tore it open, and poured the medicine directly onto Sena's wound. He didn't forget to warn her, though, that the first aid kit would only go so far. "You're going to have to use your own abilities to heal this. Hurry up and save yourself." "I guess I have to," she managed to say. Soon her energy began to flow, soothing the painful wound. Just as Kim Hyung let his guard down, Jae-song quickly recovered his strength and lunged at him from behind. Fortunately, his highly trained battle instincts kicked in. Kim Hyung reacted in a split second, blocking the strike before throwing Jae-song back once again. Even so, Kim Hyung's arm was badly injured from the block. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Jae-song swung his sharp blade at Kim Hyung once again. With his opponent executing a relentless flurry of slashes, all he could do was back away. The dire situation finally pushed Kim Hyung over the edge. "If you keep this up, I'm going to have to get serious." He instantly drew his weapon, entering combat mode as he activated his awakened skill. Controlled like a puppet, Jae-song pointed his sword at his own ally without a shred of sanity left. Despite his bold words, Kim Hyung knew deep down that he stood absolutely no chance against someone powered by a core like that. Still, when it came to raw combat ability, instantly, he leaped into the air, jumping so high he nearly touched the ceiling, before diving straight toward the target below. Right now, Kim Hyung looks just like a superhero off to save the world. At the same time, Rhea Jae-song, the highly skilled captain of the Code Blue team, was already in position to strike back. Now, both of them are charging at each other with explosive intensity, making the very ground shake under the force of their clash. Kim Hyung successfully slid past Jae-song and landed, but the latter tightly gripped his massive blade. In an overwhelming effort to suppress Kim Hyung, he suddenly switched up his moves. Jae-song's face was completely devoid of emotion, and this sudden strike put Kim Hyung in a tight spot, forcing him to his knees as he grimaced in pain and shut his eyes. I thought he'd be a bit slower since he's under hypnosis, but he didn't leave a single opening. With his knees dragging against the ground, Kim Hyung could only channel all his strength into holding him back. This time, Kim Hyung struggled to deflect the blade, finally forcing Jae-song's weapon into the dirt. Without missing a beat, he gritted his teeth and prepped for the next blow. With his sword out of play, Kim Hyung resorted to his legs, kicking straight at Jae-song's waist, what should have been a human's weakest spot. But Jae-song was completely unfazed and even caught Kim Hyung's calf, flinging him high into the air. The sheer force of Jae-song's throw sent Kim Hyung crashing through multiple buildings before slamming brutally onto the ground outside, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jae-song stood above, looking down at Kim Hyung, hoisting his massive blade onto his shoulder. Just as Jae-song was about to take a step forward, something suddenly held him back. It was Senna, desperately pleading, "Commander, please wake up." But Jae-song ignored her and turned his weapon on Senna instead. Seeing this, Kim Hyung screamed in panic, "Stop!" But the heavy blade was already raised from Jae-song's shoulder. Knowing she had nowhere to run, she closed her eyes and prepared for the end. Right then, Jae-song ordered, "Hold on." The man stood up from his chair, rubbing his wrists which had just been bound by ropes. Healing espers are rare. Capture her alive. Senna was completely stunned. How on earth did he break free from those ropes? Before she could even process it, Jae-song struck her on the back of the neck, knocking her out cold as she was easily subdued. Meanwhile, Jae-song looked down at where Kim Hyung had crashed, but the hunter was nowhere to be found. He scoffed, mocking them like pathetic little rats. After hearing the whole story, Arang commented, "I'm honestly disappointed in Hyung. His teammates were captured and brainwashed, yet he ran away all by himself?" Seon-woo understood the consequences and cleared it up. Actually, no. He did the right thing by escaping that puppet master. Just imagine what would have happened if Hunter Hyung got brainwashed too. Only then did Arang realize the threat of a telepathic esper. So Seon-woo added objectively, "That's exactly what a hypnotizer is capable of. Honestly, I think it's going to be incredibly tough." After that, he asked about the strategy. "So Hyung, what are you planning to do?" He crossed his arms and looked at him. "What do you think, Arang?" Arang shared his view. "Is there even anything to think about? We have to rescue them. Even though the commander can be a bit difficult, he still helped us train, and we used to be a team." But Seon-woo countered, "That's the wrong answer, Arang. A leader must always prioritize everyone's safety. To save just one teammate in danger, are you willing to sacrifice the others? If so, sooner or later, you'll have no one left on your team." Having finally understood, Arang nodded and said, "Right." Then Seon-woo shared his actual thoughts. "But I'm thinking of rescuing them." Hearing this, Arang was caught off guard. "Wait, what?" Seon-woo explained his reasoning. Both Commander Jae-song and Hunter Senna are highly skilled espers. If they are brainwashed and controlled, they will pose a massive threat to us in the future. Even if we've reached that conclusion, we still need to weigh our options. Getting back up is going to be extremely difficult. He then began assigning tasks. Because of this incident, there's a very high chance our underground force will be exposed. Arang, you handle the meetings. Minnie, get the weapons ready. Once they agreed to keep the details about the covert unit and the rescue team under wraps, so much had happened that the branch manager handed all decision-making power over to Seon-woo. Finally, he announced, "We leave tomorrow morning." While he kept a calm front, Seon-woo was actually incredibly stressed now that their veteran strike force had been neutralized. District 17 is in total chaos right now. The situation is extremely critical, and he has no idea if those two can hold out. Under the scorching desert sun, Seon-woo's group pressed forward. Kim Hyung silently looked over at Orang, lost in thought. Suddenly, he quietly asked, "What's that you're carrying on your back?" Orang stopped in his tracks, his voice steady as he replied, "Oh, this? It was pretty hard to get. You'll find out the moment you see it." Hearing that, Kim Hyung could only offer a wry smile, while Seon-woo remained chillingly quiet, his eyes cold, and his face completely expressionless. Seon-woo is currently reflecting on the moment he used the sword, swinging it through the air. But unfortunately, it doesn't do a single thing. Seon-woo is so frustrated his eyes roll back. Damn it! Unbeknownst to him, Jae-song had already been watching from behind. Is it not working? Try again. Jae-song grips his own sword, instantly slashing forward while shouting, "Moonlight sword slash." His blade glides through the iron bar so smoothly that it doesn't even shake. Seon-woo asks in disappointment, "Did it fail again?" Jae-song replies hurriedly, "Wait." Suddenly, the top half of the iron bar slides off and crashes down, leaving them both stunned. Seon-woo turns to look at him, his eyes filled with awe. "That is amazing." Jae-song just smiles faintly. "Do you know what the difference is?" Seon-woo gulps and mumbles in response, "I don't know. If there is a difference, is it because you shouted the skill's name?" Hearing this, Jae-song bursts out laughing. "Are you seriously only interested in that? You've already seen something that cool before." Seon-woo glares at him, annoyed. "Do you really have to scream it out every single time? It's not like we're in some manhwa game before an apocalypse." Jae-song quickly explains further. "Hey, I didn't do it just because I didn't want to. Are you even listening to how commands work?" Finding it a bit strange, he asks again, "A command?" Jae-song immediately explains. "To fight against high-level magical beasts, you need to use a core to expand power throughout your entire body. But in an emergency, you won't be able to easily feel the movement of the core and utilize it properly." Seon-woo starts to piece things together. So chanting the skill's name is how you shortcut the process? Seeing that he gets it, Jae-song advises him further. "Exactly. First, you have to decide how you'll utilize the core, execute the move, and then give it a name. Every time you use that skill, you just have to shout its name to boost its power. If you don't believe me, you can try naming it yourself." In his mind, he tries naming the process of using that half-moon sword, Moonlight Crescent. But the more Seon-woo hears, the more confused he gets, leaving Jae-song feeling helpless. Learning from this, Jae-song stops over-explaining and focuses on, "This is crucial if you want to master it. So, when you swing your sword, just shout Moonlight sword slash." He closes his eyes. All right, his grip tightening on the sword. Instantly, Seon-woo unleashes his full power forward. Moonlight Crescent. The giant rock is immediately shattered into 100 pieces. He stands there, staring blankly into the air. In less than 5 seconds, Seon-woo's expression shifts, and he turns to look at Jae-song with sheer joy. Seon-woo is absolutely ecstatic, and Jae-song can't help but smile too. "Oh my god, I couldn't even hear anything. No wonder you told me to do that." Jae-song pats his shoulder encouragingly. "It's a bit tough, but you did a great job. I can see you're pretty good at linking your skills. You'll have your own activation command in no time. Even though I haven't reached that level yet, I know you can do it." Recalling those words, Seon-woo reminds himself, "Even though I spent years gathering information like a guide, I've learned way more in just 1 week with leader Lee Jae-song. I need him if I want to get stronger." And to think he was captured by those murderers. Just then, Kim Hyun suddenly speaks up to warn them. "Be careful, everyone," he looks back to announce. "We're here." All 3 of them quickly head inside. Kim Hyun turns to discuss with Orang. "So, what do you think?" "Just as we thought. They completely abandoned this place because it was compromised. What about any tracks?" Kim Hyun pokes at something with a wooden stick. "There are a few things here and there, but nothing definitive." Orang scopes out the surroundings for a moment before speaking up. "Can you hand me what you're holding?" Orang lifts the wooden stick and nearly faints. "Ugh, it stinks." Seeing them acting so casual, Seon-woo cuts in to remind them, "Let's get to work." Hearing that, Orang immediately complies. Right, both Orang and Kim Hyun fumble to open the box. Hard work finally pays off. As the box cracks open just a tiny bit, Orang slips the wooden stick inside. Suddenly, the box shakes violently. Orang is overjoyed. Awesome, it locked onto the prey. At this moment, Seon-woo begins chanting his command. "Get back!" He summons a glowing blue orb and swiftly throws it toward the wooden box. It instantly transforms into a tracking rat, which immediately opens its eyes. Kim Hyun draws his sword. "Step back!" Standing nearby, Orang asks in confusion, "Is that a magical beast?" Oh, come on, it's just a rat? Seon-woo also steps closer. Hyun, why do you look so panicked? Hunter Hyun and I will tail them right now. The tracking rat keeps spinning in circles, making Kim Hyun dizzy just watching it. Suddenly, it lets out a squeak as if catching a scent, and bolts, making Orang shout. It's moving. Seon-woo quickly gives chase. We can't lose its trail. Hearing this, Kim Hyun immediately follows behind. Yeah. The two of them run together behind the tracking rat, their speed picking up like speeding arrows. Suddenly, the tracking rat screeches to a halt, pressing its nose to the ground to search the area. Seon-woo places a hand on the wall. Then he whispered to Kim Hyun, "Do you hear that? It's way too quiet, isn't it?" "I'm not sure. There's no way a rat would let its prey escape." Seon-woo stared straight ahead. "It's a tracker beast. It can track our scent." "Does that mean they already know we're here?" Kim Hyun asked as the realization hit him. "That's probably why they went dead silent. Let's wait and see." Hunter Seon-woo's eyes filled with determination. At this point, both of them had already drawn their weapons. Right after that, they split up in two different directions to scout. Seon-woo stepped into a ruined room. He looked around cautiously as he walked, keeping an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. Seon-woo carefully hid behind a wall to get a better look, when suddenly, a voice echoed. "Hunter Seon-woo!" Hearing the scream, he rushed forward, only to come to a sudden halt. Seon-woo and Kim Hyun stood frozen in place, as if they were looking at something absolutely horrifying. Pure terror was written all over their faces. Right in front of them lay a gruesome scene, dead bodies scattered everywhere. While Kim Hyun was still in a state of shock, Seon-woo took the initiative and stepped forward. He looked around to get a closer look at the surroundings. Suddenly, Seon-woo turned his head back. Thankfully, the leader and Sena aren't among them, but all he got in response was a somewhat distracted reply from Kim Hyun. "Right," Kim Hyun murmured. Then, Seon-woo got serious and asked, "Can you confirm if these are the people we're looking for?" Just then, a noise echoed. Kim Hyun nodded confidently. "I memorized all their features during our briefing. These are indeed the killers." Seon-woo probed further, asking, "You've met the puppeteer, right? Is he among these bodies?" While examining the bodies, Kim Hyun shared his observations. "Hard to say. They look like they were mauled by some beast, but the puppeteer isn't here." However, Seon-woo had a different feeling this clearly wasn't a magic beast attack. The remaining evidence was just too obvious. "I'm sure the skills used here had devastating destructive power." After a moment of silence, Kim Hyun wondered aloud, "But who could have done this?" Unsure of the truth, he could only guess. "We don't know who they are, but they look like high-ranking mutants. Then we'd better watch our step." "What are you looking for anyway?" Seeing his confusion, Kim Hyun answered honestly, "I'm checking to see if there's a blonde girl among them." Seon-woo frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" With his back still turned, Kim Hyun continued, "The branch manager gave us an extra task. If we find Ray, we need to keep her alive and bring her back." This unexpected news triggered a flood of doubts in Seon-woo's mind. Why would the branch manager make such a request? His mind began to race with endless possibilities, especially when there are still so many issues with secret organizations across different districts. Is there something else going on behind the scenes? What's your plan now? After a brief pause, Kim Hyun slowly stood up. The puppeteer probably fled because he knew he couldn't beat the hunters. Hearing this, Seon-woo quickly replied, "But the blood is still fresh, so he couldn't have gone far. Let's look for clues until Orang and Minnie get here. We need to get to the bottom of this, don't we?" By now, everyone had gathered outside. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. "Over there." The moment the words were spoken, Kim Hyun quickly looked in that direction. The subway? If it's under the station, then this must be connected to those magic beasts. But Orang didn't buy it. What's so suspicious about that? It doesn't seem weird at all. Normally, it wouldn't be weird if there were no signs of humans. But there are clearly footprints near the entrance. Remembering something, Seon-woo quickly shared what he knew. This is a place the chasers usually avoid because it's extremely unstable. Even though he was being hunted, he must have planned this out. This is likely where the puppeteer went to hide. Hearing that, Kim Hyun unsheathed his sword without a second thought. If he's inside, we should just charge in, right? His impulsive move caught Orang completely off guard. "What on earth are you doing?" Orang protested. Since Kim Hyun was held back, he snapped, "You expect me to just sit here and watch?" The leader and Sena might be in grave danger. His words only made Orang more frustrated. "We have to be careful. We don't even know how many of them there are." Just as they were arguing, Seon-woo stepped in with an idea. "If we can't go inside, then we'll just have to force him out." Sure enough, His suggestion put an immediate end to the dispute. He then turned to call out to their teammate, Minnie. The young girl perked up and chirped, "What is it?" In the next second, Seon-woo gave a firm command, "Get ready." Hearing this, Minnie's face instantly lit up with excitement. Got it. She didn't waste a single second and got straight to work. Within moments, everything was set up. The bazooka was fully loaded and ready to go. Standing behind her, Kim Hyung looked skeptical. Well, it looks reliable, I guess. But is it actually strong enough? Unlike him, Orang believed this would be more than enough to smoke him out. Besides, he's bound to come out if we make enough noise. Finally, Minnie chimed in to explain that if this were just a regular bullet, but my magic bullets will react to the core's signal, causing a bunch of other tiny magic bullets scattered all over to blow up. No matter where he hides, there is absolutely no way he can dodge it. But before the little girl could celebrate, someone cut her off. All right, Minnie, do it. At this moment, Minnie's energy is absolutely boiling. 3, 2. Minnie fires immediately. The bullet is launched at a terrifying speed, tearing through the air, and heads straight for the target. Minnie is so caught up in watching its trajectory that she loses her focus for a brief second. But just a second later, the little girl yells out in pride, "How magnificent!" The explosion from the bullet lights up the entire area with a blinding flash. Looking at her handiwork, Minnie just says softly, That reaction of hers gets Seon-woo thinking, what on earth did she just say? Or maybe that's just the name of Minnie's move? He decides to shake off these idle thoughts and signals his fellow hunter, Kim Hyung. Our turn now. Kim Hyung leaps forward with incredible speed. Let's go. The two of them charge like lightning toward the fresh explosion. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow appears through the thick, murky smoke. Jae-so is coughing nonstop. Cough, cough. What the hell just happened? Seeing him, Kim Hyung immediately recognizes the puppeteer. Jae-so barely opens his eyes and asks in confusion, "What?" Through his blurry vision, he can only make out two figures rushing right at him. By the time he can see clearly, Seong-woo is already right in front of him. Though completely panicked, the guy still manages to trigger his ultimate move. Sensing danger, Kim Hyung quickly warns him, "Don't look into his eyes." Hearing this, Seong-woo immediately shuts his eyes tight. Even with his eyes closed, his strike is dead accurate. Blood starts pouring from Jae-so's eyes as he screams, "That bastard! My eyes!" Before the guy can even recover, Seong-woo strikes again, making him gasp out, "Ah! Ugh!" before grabbing his leg and collapsing to the ground in agony. "Ugh!" When Kim Hyung catches up, Seong-woo simply explains, "I've neutralized his hypnosis, and I also severed the nerve in his knee, so there is no way he's escaping." Kim Hyung responds softly, Next, Seong-woo delegates tasks to Minnie and Orang, saying, "Keep a close eye on him. If he tries anything suspicious, kill him on the spot." They obey instantly. Got it. Meanwhile, Seong-woo's face turns serious. While he can't see, we need to rescue those two immediately. Ready? Kim Hyung nods in agreement. Let's go. They head into the subway station one after another. Driven by the single goal of saving lives, they press deep inside without hesitation. They haven't gone far when their footsteps suddenly halt, as if they've just witnessed something shocking. On the other side, Jack also senses something is off. "Who the hell are you?" As the two sides stand face to face, Seon-woo's voice suddenly echoes from behind. "Did you guys actually defeat him?" "Oh. Looks like they're here to save their friends." Toshiro has appeared out of nowhere, complaining bluntly, "Did we leave something behind? Why are you guys making such a mess and kicking up all this dust?" Sena is still unconscious, her face covered in scratches and wounds. Seeing her, Kim Hyung completely loses his composure. Hearing him cry out her name, Don Hwai remarks in amusement, Well, what do we have here? Wait, they're not killers, they're special agents from District 17? Jack growls, half skeptical. Seriously? Although Seong-woo keeps a calm exterior, he is deeply anxious inside. They know about us? What on earth is going on here? This is the very first time Seong-woo has ever laid eyes on Jack's group, so he's quite shocked that they already know who they are. This forces Seong-woo to wonder if he should just charge in and attack using the skills he was trained in. But the most crucial detail is that Jack's group are the ones who put an end to the killers. He knows deep down they stand absolutely no chance of winning a fight against these guys. The only way to handle this is to. He immediately sheathes his blade and quickly explains, "Forgive us, we received a mission in District 14 to pursue the killers. I don't know who is at fault, but I believe there's been some kind of misunderstanding." Sensing something fishy, Hui questions him suspiciously. A misunderstanding? By the rules, only one team is assigned to a mission at a time. And if you're an experienced hunter, you'd know things like this don't just happen, she sneers. Or maybe you've never actually worked as a hunter, and that's why you're asking? However, Seon-woo anxiously ponders over her words. Are they trying to bait us, or do they genuinely not know? They probably don't, since we're a Black Ops unit. But what if they do know, and are just trying to get us to blow our own cover? The more he thinks about it, the more bizarre it feels, so he asks them back. We're telling the truth. Which guild are you guys with? Jack grits his teeth, snapping aggressively. You don't need to know. His sudden outburst instantly puts Kim Hyung on high alert. Seeing this, Seong-woo quickly steps in to diffuse the tension. I get it. Then let's settle this like this. His eyes are filled with absolute seriousness. That person is our teammate. If you hand her back to us, we promise we will leave quietly. The quest and those killers now belong to everyone else. Not only did we fail, but we were also completely looked down on by Seon-woo. It seems you still don't understand your place here, do you? Let me make this clear. Absolutely nothing here belongs to you. Seon-woo frowned immediately, realizing they had absolutely no intention of letting this slide. This task was definitely not going to be as easy as he thought. Meanwhile, Hui, you get it now, right? In that case, we'll be taking the killer's leader, this entire quest, and your teammate. Hearing this, Seon-woo immediately rejected it in his mind. That was a completely ridiculous condition. But we have to avoid a direct clash with them. Damn it. What should I do? Just then, Jae-sung suddenly appeared, pleading. Please, spare my teammate. Trembling all over, he forced himself to stand tall and yelled out. Let Sina go, you bastards. Seon-woo didn't care. She gripped her sword, preparing to strike. Do you think we're going to eat her? You made a mistake by siding with the killers. Stop begging, I don't want to hurt you any further. But Jae-sung just kept muttering under his breath, begging them to let Sina go. As soon as he finished speaking, Seon-woo lunged forward, her sharp sword drawn. However, she stopped the blade right at his shoulder, aiming only to threaten him. You really don't listen to a word we say, do you? Suddenly, Kim Hyun rushed forward, catching him completely off guard. He lunged forward as if ready to drag everyone down with him in a massive burst of energy. Seeing this, Seon-woo knew exactly what was happening. That reckless impulse had just backed them into the absolute worst. Deep down, he knew there was no saving the situation now, so he quickly shouted to the two behind him, calling for backup. Hearing the command, Arang and Minnie drew their bows and replied, on it. Meanwhile, Hui and Toshiro didn't seem flustered at all by this sudden turn of events. Right in front of them, Seon-woo was charging forward as arrows flew past like lightning. The two of them quickly deployed their shields to block the oncoming attack. Yet, Seon-woo kept charging forward, desperately looking for an opening to strike. At that exact moment, he made up his mind he had to take down Toshiro, who only had one functional hand left. But out of nowhere, a rope wrapped tightly around Seon-woo's ankle. Panic-stricken, he immediately looked down. It was none other than Hui. Seizing the opportunity, she yanked the rope with immense force, sending a wave of intense pain through Seon-woo as a mocking sneer escaped her lips. What a pest! Without a second thought, Hui yanked her rope back, sending him into a freefall. But Seon-woo quickly regained his footing, gripping his Dao blade to unleash a crescent slash. However, she was too fast, wrapping her rope around the weapon to stop it. With a violent tug, Hui managed to snatch the blade right out of his hand. Having achieved her goal, she began, Is that your pet's name or something? Why do you keep shouting it out like some anime move every time you attack? Losing his main weapon, Seon-woo started to panic. Damn it, my sword! Fortunately, Arang noticed his distress in time. Hyung, let me help you. He and Minnie both drew their bows, letting loose a volley of arrows at the enemy. The two arrows flew straight toward Hui and Toshiro. But no matter how many times they tried this, with their core shields deployed, those weapons couldn't even scratch them. At this point, Hui had completely lost her patience, muttering, Those annoying pests, Toshiro asked, visibly annoyed, as he raised another protective shield. Who are these runts? Are they using gears from the regular army? Suddenly, Hui noticed something was off. Wait a minute, where did that guide go? Toshiro realized it immediately, now that you mention it. But before he could finish, Seon-woo had already slipped beneath them, preparing a sneak attack to strike Toshiro. Seon-woo told himself, almost there, but just as he threw his punch, the old man caught onto his movement. Toshiro barked in irritation. Geez, if you want to save her so badly, Without a shred of hesitation, he threw the hostage in his hands right at him, yelling, "Catch!" Caught completely off guard, Seon-woo froze in place as Sina's body crashed heavily right on top of him. The old man quickly analyzed the situation. "If I want to block an attack like that, I should probably use an energy shield, shouldn't I?" With a smug smirk, Toshiro lunged forward and slammed a brutal strike right into both of them, sending them crashing hard onto the solid. Still dazed from the impact, Seon-woo struggled to process what had just happened. I deployed my energy shield, didn't I?" As the old man's final, crushing blow came raining down, Seon-woo could only lie there, paralyzed with fear. But to his surprise, Toshiro stopped his hand right before impact and muttered, "You wanted her back, so I handed her over. But it looks like she's nothing but a massive burden to you, isn't she?" Suddenly, Donhui walked up with a wicked grin on her face. "Too bad for you, kid." The guide thought everything was about to end, but then a voice rang out, instantly catching the attention of Toshiro and Donhui. Across the field, Minnie was already taking aim, holding a strange device in her hands. She raised her gun high and yelled, "Time for an artistic explosion." With all her might, Minnie fired an incredibly powerful shot, catching both Donhui and Toshiro completely off guard and making them curse out loud. Seon-woo barely had enough time to throw up a shield to protect himself and Sena as the blast tore through the entire tunnel, sending massive shockwaves everywhere. Toshiro and Donhui slowly dragged themselves back up, looking battered and bruised after the devastating blast. Seon-woo watched them curiously, his mind flooded with confusion. Meanwhile, she let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking, "That was a close one. We almost died out there. That was terrifying." But right after, he froze in utter shock as he realized something absolutely chilling. "Who are?" Donhui raised an eyebrow and interrupted, "Your tour guide. Hello." Seon-woo gasped in shock as memories of the past came rushing back. "Your." Donhui was the woman who had constantly provoked him. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you keep doing what you were doing?" He calmly mocked her, saying, "Don't you know how I managed to survive in this desolate wasteland? By always staying sharp and knowing exactly what's going on around me." His sharp attitude caught Donhui's attention. She lifted his chin, whispering, "Is that so?" But without waiting for Seon-woo's answer, she went right back to her arrogant self. "What a shame. I really wanted to play with you a bit longer, but my people are just too loyal." Back in the present, Donhui stared at him and laughed. "Ha, looks like you finally remember me, don't you? After all, we've met before." She tossed his glasses aside, letting them crash onto the ground and shatter. The entire area was in absolute chaos, with explosions sending thick smoke billowing everywhere. Meanwhile, she and her team stood completely safe behind their protective shield. The smoke slowly began to clear, though it still irritated Donhui and Toshiro. She barked impatiently, "Hey, kid, you can stop now." But once the haze fully cleared, she froze. Wait, Seon-woo was already gone. At that very moment, he was sprinting away with Sina on his back. What on earth is going on? Why is Donhui even here? Terrified and anxious, he just kept running as fast as his legs could carry him. "Wait, I don't even understand what's going on. Please, just don't chase after me. There's no way I can fight while carrying someone on my back. I'm at a complete disadvantage." Suddenly, a massive shadow blocked out the light, making him gasp. In the blink of an eye, Toshiro caught up and ambushed Seon-woo from behind. He glared at him with a cold, terrifying calm, while Seon-woo stared back in utter panic. Suddenly, Toshiro used the wall to spring high into the air. He leaped so high that his entire body was bathed in light, leaving a trailing afterimage. Right after that, Toshiro delivered. He delivers a devastating kick straight to Seon-woo's gut. The sheer force of the impact sends him tumbling down into the basement. Donhui watches the scene with a smug smile, as if she already knew this would happen. Out of nowhere, Toshiro drops down right in front of Minnie and Orang. He casts a cold, piercing glare at them. Naturally, the two are frozen in sheer terror. Only then does Seon-woo wake up, his entire body aching in pain. By this point, Toshiro's underlings have already secured an overwhelming victory. Suddenly, he spots a sword rolling on the ground nearby. Meanwhile, Seon-hwa is casually waiting for her comrades when she hears Seon-woo's voice. Though exhausted, Seon-woo manages to stand up and channel a half-moon sword strike, catching her a bit off guard. "Geez, what on earth do you think you're doing?" Suddenly, a voice cuts him off. "That's enough. Stop it right there." Donhui slowly steps out from behind him. "Well, has our veteran guide here finally grasped the situation?" She keeps nagging him, saying he needs to remember his place. And who exactly taught me that? Seon-woo counters. Because that person told me you have no idea how I survive in this wasteland. It's because I've always kept my head clear and understood the situation perfectly. I thought you were smarter than just losing your cool and rushing in. Why haven't you surrendered yet? This makes Seon-woo hesitate just as he is about to fight, and the sword slips from his grip, clattering to the ground. He suddenly drops to his knees and raises his hands in surrender. You're right. I surrender. Kim Hyun looks at his teammate in utter bewilderment, but ultimately, he drops to his knees just like Seon-woo. Me too. Just then, Toshiro walks down the stairs, carrying Minnie and Arang on his shoulders. A wise decision. Seeing this, Seon-woo's anxiety spikes. When on earth did he catch Minnie and Arang? Toshiro then tosses the two into a corner and begins questioning him. Then, let me ask you one more thing. Why did you choose to attack us? Seon-woo scrambles to explain. We just wanted to get our colleague out of here, and we did exactly what that girl said. We would cooperate with you as long as you didn't attack Leader Lee. A thought flashes through Toshiro's mind, and he issues a stern threat. If you were weaker than us, you should have begged to join. If I wanted to, I would have taken your lives already. The intense pressure from the old man puts Seon-woo on high alert. You're right. Behind Toshiro, his subordinates assemble in perfect formation. Toshiro then announces in a serious tone, I actually quite like your attitude. So, allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the District 17 investigation team, an allied unit. This revelation leaves both Seon-woo and Kim Hyun utterly shell-shocked. The intersection? An eerie silence fills the room. While Kim Hyun sits slumped in the corner, Seon-woo remains kneeling blankly in front of Toshiro's group. Don-hui crosses her arms and mocks them, the very one the District 17 guides always talk about. Does that sound so foreign to you? Meanwhile, Toshiro continues his formal introduction. A rookie like you probably never had the chance to meet anyone from headquarters, right? I am Maeda Toshiro, the leader of the Ghost Squad. Don-hui then goes on to introduce the others one by one. I'm Shin Don-hui, that's Lee Seon-hwa, and the little one is Jack. Their presence rubs Seon-woo the wrong way, just as I thought. You guys are all spies. She offers a sly smile and follows up. Exactly. Our mission is to investigate the branch's intersection. We had to conceal our identities to investigate District 4 and District 17 because they violated Article 11, Section 9 of the intersection regulations. He mutters the words to himself. Regulations? But Don-hui is far from finished. Every single branch intersection must be registered and reported, meaning all information regarding mutants has to be declared honestly. It's as if Seon-woo suddenly remembers something, his eyes growing vacant. So that means, in order to keep tabs on District 14, you guys. He recalls the moment he held her hand earlier, when both of them were taken aback. A sudden realization dawns on Seon-woo, so that's why his predatory ability reacted to her. Meanwhile, Don-hui continues to gloat. Every single district is under the control of the intersection. You're dead wrong if you think a remote branch out in the wilderness could fly under headquarters radar. Toshiro then coldly orders. Until headquarters delivers their final decision, put them under. She cracks a sinister smile. Understood. Seeing this, Seon-woo quickly pleads, wait, at least spare the children. Don-hui leans down close to him, her entire body enveloped in a soft pink glow. I'm sorry, but that's simply not possible. The warm beam of light radiating from Don-hui's hand begins to take a toll on Seon-woo as she continues. But I promise you this, we'll keep the kids safe, and his body grows limp as he slowly collapses, his voice fading to a whisper. You promised. Don-hui looks down at him with crossed arms. Yes, I did, so don't worry about a thing, and just go to sleep. With that, Seon-woo completely passes out at Don-hui's feet. Even though he has lost consciousness, strange voices continue to echo in his mind. Intersection. Intersection. The voice seems to desperately warn him. Do not trust the intersection. As his mind drifts, his dream shifts to a past conversation with Jae-sung. A glowing orb of energy radiates a soft light, carrying his grim warning. Don't trust them, Seon-woo. The truth is, everything you've witnessed. They only select the most gifted children from the wasteland, just to train them. They force them to become demon beasts once their training is complete. That's everything I managed to hear about the intersection's plan. Although Seon-woo believed Jae-sung's words, he still had some questions. I get their plan. Demon beasts we need to watch out for, like Belkis, are already strong enough to take down all the other beasts. But why haven't they made a move yet? Jae-sung shared the same question. That's the real issue. They think too many people would notice if danger arose, which is why they haven't turned the wilderness into a safe zone like the city yet. Seon-woo sighed in shock. That's horrific. He then voiced his frustration over the whole thing. They just stood by and let those young talents figure it out. And then they took those kids and trained them systematically. If they actually win the war against the beasts this way, Seon-woo continued, there won't be many mutants left in this wilderness. Finally, he delivered a bone-chilling conclusion. Everyone will end up dead. Seon-woo couldn't hide his shock, while Jae-sung silently stared at the flickering light, deep in thought. The scene shifts back to the ruined house from Seon-woo's childhood. As he huddled in the debris, a man approached. Are you Kim Seon-woo? Young Seon-woo looked up in confusion. Dad? Hearing this, Bushik quickly denied it. No, I'm not your father. I'm Kim Bushik from Wangmyeong. I've been looking for you for quite some time now. He then extended an invitation. Come with me. I'll train you to become a brilliant guide at the intersection. Seon-woo stared blankly at his hand. From here on out, you're going to have a lot of work to do. Let's work together to achieve what the intersection has yet to grasp. Back then, he looked at the man with a cautious expression, but his eyes were shining bright. Along with that, a strange sound kept echoing in his head. The intersection. It gripped Seon-woo's mind so intensely that even while unconscious, he whispered, the intersection. In reality, he was blindfolded. His hands were bound tight, and he was sprawled on the cold ground. The intersection. Seon-woo slowly came to as he heard urgent calls. Seon-woo. Kim Seon-woo. Standing before him now was Ricky. Are you awake? I'm so sorry for keeping you tied up like this for so long. I was caught up handling a few other matters. Under the spotlight shining from above, Seon-woo slightly squinted his eyes to look at the man. The man chuckled softly. Haha, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? I'm Ricky, a temporary officer at the node headquarters. I know this setup isn't exactly comfortable, but I hope you understand. Realizing what kind of situation he was in, he didn't beat around the bush and ask straight up, So, are you planning to kill us? Ricky responded in a tone that was no longer polite. Haha, you cut straight to the chase. What makes you say that? He didn't hesitate to share his deduction, because the node eliminates anyone who stands against them. Isn't that why this bomb is strapped to my neck? Across from him, Ricky crossed his arms and nodded in approval. You really are a seasoned guide, aren't you? Indeed. It is a necessary measure to keep all orders completely confidential. But then again, aren't you just a pawn on the board? The real problem has always been how those in power think. Seon-woo suddenly thought of the others in the organization. What about the branch manager? Ricky replied coldly. Their punishment has already been carried out. Just those few simple words were enough to leave him stunned for several seconds. Seeing his reaction, Ricky's gaze grew sharper. The penalty for establishing a military force by secretly recruiting mutants is extremely severe. We've already taken care of districts 14 and 17. Pure panic filled Seon-woo's eyes. No way. You killed them? He desperately struggled against the ropes, binding his hands behind the chair, but they wouldn't budge. Ricky closed his eyes with a sigh of helplessness. I wouldn't know. Different departments have different jurisdictions, after all. If they were punished to the fullest extent, they would definitely be dead by now. Hearing this, Seon-woo's posture slumped. So, you killed leader Lee Jae-sung's team? That name made Ricky hesitate for a brief moment before he spoke. Lee Jae-sung, the mutant who was trained by the node but ended up betraying them? His crimes are far from light. He went ahead and joined an army fighting against the node on his own accord, but Ricky's next words left him completely speechless. But he was actually released 4 days ago. I know it must sound absurd to you, given the massive list of crimes he committed, but the reason we let him go is because of the current circumstances. The wilderness is going to kill him anyway. Headquarters doesn't have the time to waste punishing someone who just lost their awakened abilities. This shocking revelation made Seon-woo gasp in utter disbelief. Leader Lee Jae-sung lost his powers? Ricky casually tapped his own temple to illustrate. Yes, and recovery is going to be incredibly difficult since his mind was brainwashed by the puppeteer a long time ago. Seon-woo fell silent, a bitter feeling swelling up inside him. How could this happen? The branch manager and the leader. Just as his mind was spiraling, the man calmly continued. But there's an even bigger reason why I came to see you in person. even though I'm currently just a temporary officer. My actual role is a trainer at the training center. But by now, you can probably guess what I'm about to say. Hearing those lingering words, Seon-woo could somewhat guess what was coming. And then, out of the shadows, the cold iron door finally creaked open. Being locked in a dark room for so long made Seon-woo squint as the bright sunlight hit his eyes. Outside, 2 people were already waiting for him. Arang ran over, yelling, "Hyung!" Seon-woo was also pretty surprised to see them there. Arang was so emotional he wanted to throw his arms around Seon-woo, thinking something awful had happened, but Seon-woo quickly stepped back. Well, look at that. Their little reunion was watched closely by Toshiro. Do you think they'll come back? Even Ricky wasn't so sure about it. If they decide to stay out in the wilderness, there's nothing we can do about it. It's their decision, after all. But Toshiro still found one thing puzzling. Weren't they planning to do something to avoid drawing the knot's attention? He folded his arms across his chest, his eyes locked onto the courtyard below. Whether a few ordinary people can dodge the knot's gaze, well, that all depends on whether he's smart enough to come up with a backup plan. Let's just wait and see what he does after the 15 days we agreed on. On the way back, Arang kept asking Seon-woo how he was doing. But what on earth happened to Minnie and Sena? Do you have any news about them? Beside them, Kim Hyung instantly looked flustered. Well, about that. But luckily, Seon-woo calmly answered his questions one by one. Hunter Sena is being treated by the knot right now. And Minnie is staying by her side. Arang listened, still feeling a bit skeptical. Is that really true? While Kim Hyung tried to regain his composure, Seon-woo's face filled with guilt, and his own mind was a complete mess. Arang didn't get an invitation from the trainer at all, did he? I guess it's because he's too weak of a warrior. If that's the case, I have no choice but to tell him. After making his decision, he suddenly turned around to face Arang. All right, it's time for us to split up. Arang stood there, completely dazed. Wait, what? Seon-woo stated firmly, because I still have a few things I need you and Kim Hyung to do. Arang was caught off guard again. What kind of things? But he didn't have to wait long to get his specific assignment. I need you to help me find someone. Both Arang and Kim Hyung asked in unison, find someone? Shortly after, Seon-woo headed back alone to the now ruined branch headquarters. The sight of broken furniture and the choking smell of smoke immediately hit him. Everything in the office was completely trashed, leaving Seon-woo utterly stunned. He grit his teeth in pure rage and cursed under his breath. Damn it. And we were so well prepared too. Right then, Ricky's words flashed through his mind. If they really decided to ruthlessly punish them, they'd be dead by now. Let's just hope they didn't go that far. Looking at the rubble and the blood splattered all over the floor, Seon-woo knew something went horribly wrong. No. He dashed toward the room ahead, desperately praying under his breath. Please, let them be okay. Branch manager. He slammed the door open, shouting in panic. Branch manager. But he froze instantly, his eyes widening in pure horror. There was Jamie, trembling as she called out Seon-woo's name. While Woo-sik lay completely still on the sofa, his face deathly pale. Seon-woo rushed over to check on the branch manager. The older man looked up, a faint, relieved smile on his face. Ah, you're back? Seon-woo immediately tried to explain. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have left without telling you. But instead of blaming him, Woo-sik looked apologetic. It's all right, I should be the one apologizing. I can't even shake your hand anymore. Those words sent a massive shockwave through Seon-woo. He hurriedly pulled back the blanket covering the manager. What Seon-woo saw made his heart stop. He tried to hold back his raging anger, but his voice shook violently. How? How could those absolute bastards do this to you? Jamie could only turn her head away, quietly sobbing. Woo-sik, on the other hand, seemed to accept his grim fate. This is just the price I have to pay. The price for going against a massive organization like the Knot. Seon-woo couldn't take it and yelled. Even so, cutting off someone's limbs is completely barbaric. But the manager just sighed softly. It's really no big deal. So many people have lost their lives trying to protect others. Compared to that, this is just my way of paying for my mistakes. But Seon-woo couldn't just accept this. Branch manager, can't you see into the future? Then why? Why did you create an underground network to fight against the Knot in the first place? The manager closed his eyes wearily, predicting the future. I really should have told you the truth before things got this out of hand. Jamie, could you give us a moment alone? She nodded quickly. Yes, sir. Once Jamie stepped out, the room fell dead silent. Only then did Woo-sik feel comfortable enough to reveal the truth. Seon-woo, I need you to listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. The truth is, I can't actually predict the future. My ability is archive. It's merely a power that enhances my memory. And because of that power, I can remember things no one else can, like the fact that humanity actually went extinct a long time ago. Seon-woo was completely stunned by this sudden revelation. What? What are you even talking about? Yet, Bushik remained perfectly calm. I know it sounds crazy, but to put it simply, this world is like a dream, and everyone is just a soul trapped inside it. More precisely, humanity already went extinct once. It seemed Seon-woo was starting to put the pieces together. Wait then. Branch manager? Before Seon-woo could even finish, Bushik cut him off with a confession. That is right. That is exactly what I experienced in my past life. My power allows me to retain the memories of my previous lives. And even after I die, I can just keep living in another body. Hit with one shock after another, Seon-woo stood there, utterly speechless. Those words acted like an invisible thread, pulling Seon-woo's mind back to the time Bushik had stared at him with that deep, scrutinizing look. Have you awakened already? Before Seon-woo could fully grasp his meaning, Bushik murmured. So that is how it is. Looking back, a seed of doubt began to sprout in Seon-woo's mind. How did you already know I was about to awaken back then? Bushik had even made some bizarre remarks about recruiting a new member. There is currently an awakened with solid close combat skills, and you will be recruiting her into your squad. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, Seon-woo confronted him directly. How did you know that? Do you have the power to see the future? Bushik let out a hearty laugh and casually brushed it off. Haha, what a strange power. I have never even heard of such an ability. As the memories faded, Seon-woo stood there frozen. It all made sense now. Every single piece of the puzzle had finally fallen into place. Sensing his realization, Bushik slowly confirmed it. Foreseeing the future? You are not entirely wrong. After all, I have already lived through all of this. And if you look at the monster's recent assault, their attack points perfectly align with what happened in my past life. Unable to deny the cold, hard truth, a deep look of misery etched into Bushik's weary face. However, the sequence of events did not match up. Since the events of the present have been altered, the future has completely changed as well. Which means, at some point, my very existence will fall apart because the past has been interfered with. Seon-woo suddenly recalled the words the director had once told him. If I really had the power to change things, I would never have let Chan-soo die like that. Having all that power, yet being completely powerless to change a thing. Only now did Seon-woo truly understand his words. So, that is what you meant all along? Knowing that their time was rapidly running out, Bushik looked back on his past life and brought up another detail. By the time I became the branch manager for Node and recruited you, I was supposed to be stationed at the Gangmun branch office. And even then, I cannot be sure if things would have played out any differently. Everything has just become far too bizarre. Hearing this, Seon-woo gritted his teeth in sheer confusion and began, the future might have changed, but you knew that gathering awakened individuals to build a private army is an act of rebellion against Node. Why did you let the commander and me go ahead with this? Why did you take the initiative to form these secret forces? Bushik let out a heavy, reluctant sigh before answering. I was fully aware of what I was doing, but I had no choice but to play along, because I needed to prove to you all that this endeavor would ultimately end in failure. Suddenly, his voice grew dead serious as he shifted the subject. Listen closely, Seon-woo. I am going to tell you exactly what happened before I regressed. In his previous life, Bushik was completely clueless about the past and the regression process. However, he quickly climbed the ranks, thanks to his awakened record ability. Even though he was constantly busy, his quality of life was absolutely top tier. Back then, Bushik did not have to give a single thought to the wasteland. He carried on with his life, as if the world outside had never been devastated by disaster. It was a peaceful, safe existence, just like the days before the but things rarely go according to plan. That peaceful life was shattered in an instant when the state of the world took a sudden, drastic turn. The horrific events of that day were actually supposed to happen 5 years in the future. An apocalyptic nightmare unfolded right before his eyes. The very place that was once deemed the safest harbor became ground zero for the extinction of mankind. Deep despair and exhaustion filled the eyes of Bushik, who had witnessed the terrifying emergence of Belkis, Mabit, and Salios. Beasts of that caliber rarely ever showed themselves. Horrific images replayed endlessly in his mind, remembering how they had suddenly emerged to launch a relentless assault on this world. Seon-woo's face grew paler by the second as he listened. Node had been completely powerless to stop them because of how brutally aggressive they were. They should have been able to mount an organized defense against an S-class beast, but they brushed them off like minor natural disasters and just left them be. Instead, Node sank deeper and deeper into a toxic struggle for power. They blindly hunted down awakened individuals, only to end up burying themselves in a catastrophe of their own making. And that was when Bu-sik died, and was literally reborn, whether it was good luck or bad. Those memories of the Gangmyeon and information about the famous hunters were all stored in his brain by that special power. At that moment, his mind was obviously filled with a tangle of thoughts. Even Buck himself couldn't tell if Bu-sik wanted to be a hero, or if he was simply driven by personal greed. But no matter what, Bu-sik was determined to stop this catastrophe, and it was Not's complete disregard of the looming threat that chilled his heart. So, in this lifetime, he had already decided that he couldn't trust them. Before those terrifying events took place, Bu-sik went to the tallest castle in Gangmyeon City and chose to join forces with Bis. Back then, he wore a gentle smile as he faced the young "Can you help me with this?" In response, the boy gave him a firm, decisive nod. Even though Bis was young, his wisdom was immeasurable. Eventually, they formed an alliance against Not right on the edge of the wilderness and began recruiting more members to expand. Though he was all on his own, Bu-sik remained completely focused on the task at hand, which led to the creation of districts 14, 17, and 19. No matter the circumstances, the core objective of the plan was always to prioritize tracking down and gathering the 9 pillars before Not could make a move. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Seon-woo couldn't help but interrupt him. The 9 pillars? What are those? Bu-sik didn't mind at all and dropped a total bombshell. It's a team of members strong enough to defeat any magical beast. The 9 pillars consisted of 9 awakened ones with terrifying skills he had witnessed and known about in his past life. This news hit Seon-woo like a bolt from the blue, sending absolute shockwaves through him. Every detail of the path had been meticulously mapped out by him, thanks to his memory storage skill. He could share information with the pillars and send them the locations of the magical beasts. Next, they would take them down one by one after finding them and helping them grow stronger, with Sina being one of them. They continued their campaign to prepare for the hunt that would take place 3 years later. But the biggest obstacle Bu-sik's group had to face was still Not. However, due to a careless mistake, they allowed a district branch to discover their secret team. From then on, Not began to tighten surveillance and monitor them closely, even sending the ghost team to spy on them. Everything almost came to an end when all the connected sectors were raided one by one. Before that, Bu-sik had also found one of the 9 pillars, Lai, and entrusted her development to District 14. Unfortunately, that place didn't stay safe for long. Falling into that person was none other than Geo, who possessed puppetry skills and was the root cause of the CRU team split. Bu-sik's monotonous voice continued to narrate everything as if he had witnessed it all firsthand. He manipulated all the awakened ones of District 14, taking the life of the assault team's commander. And when such an event occurred with Lai at the center of it, Not, who was tightening surveillance, discovered the existence of Lai and the secret team. His words instantly filled Seon-woo with guilt, because back then, he had never once suspected Dong-hee. I was so stupid. If only I had realized. Bu-sik knew that any words of comfort would be useless right now, so he just continued. You already know what happened after that, right? Now, everything is in your hands. Confronting Not is the wisest choice. You will have the power to stop the destruction and persuade Not by joining them. But whichever path you choose, remember this. If you can thin out the monster's numbers, we'll have a better sliver of hope before the final battle begins. Hearing Bu-sik's absolutely certain tone left Seon-woo stunned, prompting him to ask, but why me? Naturally, as the keeper of past life memories, this precious moment urged him to lay bare the truth. Because you possess the ability to devour others. I bet on you because that devouring power of yours has infinite potential. His hands clenched tightly, trembling uncontrollably in a whirlwind of emotions. Potential? You bet on me based on such a tiny sliver of hope? His words coaxed a hearty laugh out of Bu-sik. Ha ha ha, a tiny sliver of hope? Lightning suddenly struck, tearing through the pitch-black sky. It turned out that wasn't a natural phenomenon, but a slash carrying the overwhelming aura of the hunter he spoke of. The one who hunted down the most high-ranking monsters in the final battle of my past life. His next confirmation was truly like another bombshell dropping on his head. It was you, Seon-woo. You were the very heart of those 9 pillars. Dread washed over his freezing body. As he struggled to process the flood of information forced upon him, Bu-sik didn't stop there. merely smiling as he continued. I wandered the entire wilderness just to find you. A wave of memories flashed back to the day he knelt before him and introduced himself. I'm Kim Boo-sik from Gang Me-on. Come with me, and we'll find what Not never could. Of course, Seon-woo remembered that memory as if it were yesterday. The room, once filled with voices, suddenly fell into a heavy silence. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally spoke. If you're really entrusting all of your hopes to me, then I'll accept them. Now, what is it you want me to do next? Boo-sik slowly answered his question. If our plan goes smoothly, I have granted you the ability to unlock the full potential of your predator power. This answer caught Seon-woo completely off guard. What kind of power is that? He didn't answer, only giving a direction. There's a box under the table. Open it. He complied and followed his instructions. Whatever was inside that box must have been terrifying, as Seon-woo's face instantly went pale with horror. Inside was a dagger, which instantly made him realize what Boo-sik was implying. This is a joke, right? Even though his severe wounds made it hard for him to breathe, a smile still formed on Boo-sik's lips. Haha, I don't even remember making that. Go ahead and take all the power and information I've gathered from both my past life and this one. It's our best shot at winning the final battle. Naturally, Seon-woo understood exactly what those words meant. Unable to accept this, Seon-woo bolted to his feet. Branch manager. Boo-sik knew it was hard for him to agree, but he continued to pass on his wishes. The pillars I've found so far are Biz, Sina, Lee, and Winter. Right now, they're at the Buon shelter. That makes 5 pillars. Find the remaining ones, and use my memories to become stronger. This instantly triggered the eerie energy screaming inside Seon-woo's head, telling him to destroy him and seize his power. No matter how many times he had heard that voice, he still couldn't stand it. Enough. Not right now. Shut up. As soon as he suppressed the agony, his entire body was quickly enveloped in a deep, black aura. But what if I don't want to? Why don't you keep it and use it in your next life? Boo-sik's eyebrows furrowed, his face revealing his deep psychological torment. Are you telling me I have to go through all of this all over again? Please, spare me from that. He then let out a relieved smile, completely free of resentment. I want to break free from this loop and finally rest. I beg you. His raw, heartfelt plea left Seon-woo lost in thought. Seon-woo understood this all too well, but he could barely keep his arm from trembling violently, having used up nearly all his strength. His lips were tightly pursed, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, showing just how hard it was for him to actually bring himself to do it. Memories of the past flooded his mind back when Boo-sik was quietly and single-handedly building his exchange office with absolute focus and determination. And then, during a brief moment of rest, he had looked up and caught sight of something. It was none other than a young Seon-woo, staring back at him with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Boo-sik had smiled back at him, his warmth and joy clear for all to see. In that moment, they looked just like a real father and son. It seemed as though that happy scene would last forever. Unfortunately, the relentless flow of time forced his adopted son to harden his resolve. Thank you for everything. No matter how cruel it was, he was the only one with the right to plunge the dagger. As he aimed it at the man he loved like his own flesh and blood, a serene peace settled over Boo-sik's face. Take good care of yourself, Seon-woo. Fresh blood splattered in the air like a final, tragic painting, bringing a life to a permanent end. Having completed its grim task, the dagger slipped from his numbing. At that moment, Seon-woo's body felt completely drained of energy, and as he collapsed to the ground, he couldn't even feel the pain anymore. The flames of his predator skill erupted violently from his body. Soon, a cascade of pitch-black lightning, resembling spider legs, surged forth with a single purpose: to devour the extraordinary storage ability of the esper, Kim Boo-sik. Seon-woo's entire body now radiated an overwhelming pressure beyond words. Torrent of memories transformed into film reels, flowing into his body as his ability officially absorbed. No matter how hard he fought to hold on, Seon-woo still couldn't stop the violent explosion in his head as he absorbed the storage skill. Are these the memories of the branch manager's past lives? Suddenly, his body froze as a terrifying realization crossed his mind. Wait, there are memories of my own past lives in here too. And with that, he completely lost his composure. The surging energy was so wild that it assaulted every single cell in his body. By the time Seon-woo was completely exhausted, the memories, whether his own or Boo-sik's, had tangled and blurred together so much that they were impossible to separate. He had no idea how long he had been lying there, but he finally gasped awake in a state of sheer panic. Heavy, ragged breaths escaped Seon-woo's dry throat. Once his mind cleared a bit, he was left deeply confused by the chaotic fragments of his memories. Ugh, where am I? Isn't this the management office? Oh right, that was in a past life, wasn't it? Then this must be the branch manager's office, right? Next to it, Seon-woo looked around in a panic, his mind completely scattered. Wait, am I Kim Boo-sik or Kim Seon-woo? Who on earth am I? It wasn't until his eyes locked onto the lifeless body of Boo-sik that he froze. In that moment, he finally remembered his true identity and his connection to the branch manager lying right in front of him. He raised his hand, as if trying to physically confirm his own existence. That's right, I'm Kim Seon-woo. After struggling to come to grips with this bizarre situation, he slowly stepped closer to the manager. Just absorbing those fragments of the past was enough to make him collapse. Looking at Boo-sik now, Seon-woo's eyes were filled with deep admiration. How could he keep living while carrying such tragic memories? How incredibly strong of him. In the end, he gently draped a cloth over Boo-sik's face as a silent final farewell. Deep grief threatened to spill over his eyelids in the form of tears. But then, for some reason, Boo-sik's voice echoed in his mind. I'm sorry for pushing you down this path. I guess I've committed an unforgivable sin against you. The branch manager in front of him was clearly long gone, so hearing that familiar voice filled him with disbelief. Then, Seon-woo watched as a brilliant light radiated from his body, cutting through the pitch-black space. Suddenly, it clicked, and what little hope he had vanished like a whisper in the wind. He hadn't actually spoken at all. Seon-woo knew deep down that these were just residual memories, charged with intense emotions from Boo-sik's final moments, making it feel as if he were actually speaking to him. In the end, even though his words were filled with self-reproach, his tone was incredibly gentle. Are you trying to torture me to death with these memories? Seriously, it made me terrified that I'd lose myself. Then, his eyes sharpened, filled with absolute determination. But I'll get through it, because I'm the one who has to make the right choice. Finally, Seon-woo's heart found peace, having matured in a single night. His respectful bow marked their official final farewell. This place was where Boo-sik had poured his heart and soul. So before leaving, he carefully closed the door, leaving him to rest in peace. It was only after stepping out of the transition office that he began looking for her. Gee, where did she go? But suddenly, someone shouted, "There he is," instantly catching Seon-woo's attention. As it turned out, the girl he had been calling for had already been captured by a group of thugs. Seon-woo! When he finally saw what was happening, panic washed over him. Ji managed to yell out that they wanted to see the branch manager. Just as she finished her sentence, an imposing figure parted the crowd, stepped forward, and called out a greeting. "How are you doing?" The speaker was none other than an acquaintance he had met during the dispute over Arang, the hunter Kang Hun-soo. Yeah, Seon-woo wasn't interested in trading pleasantries and got straight to the point. What's the meaning of this? But the guy just acted smug, completely ignoring Seon-woo's serious look. Whoa, why the sudden aggression? Well, since we're both busy, I'll just get straight to the point. Work with us. This caught Seon-woo off guard, leaving him totally confused. Wait, what? Kang Hun-soo replied casually. Kim Boo-sik is done for. I saw his wanted poster from Not. Hearing that, the grief that had just begun to settle in Seon-woo's heart immediately flared into anger. Unaware, or perhaps just indifferent to the look on Seon-woo's face, the guy kept blabbering and were planning to take over District 17 to negotiate with Not. After getting rid of Kim Boo-sik, I, Kang Hun-soo, will carry out a leadership change in District 17. And if we want to survive in this wasteland, we'll obviously need a skilled guide. What do you say? We'll treat you very well. Once Kang Hun-soo finally finished speaking, it was Seon-woo's turn, and he immediately poked holes in the plan. Sounds reasonable, but it's not realistic at all. Why would Not want to take this place back when they were the ones who cut it off from their rule in the first place? It wasn't a direct answer, but it was enough to make the guy realize. Although reluctant to admit it, he agreed. You have a point. So I guess you won't accept my invitation? But if you help us get rid of Kim Boo-sik, we'll stop holding you guys hostage. In the next second, without him having to say a word, Ji was let go by Kang Hun-soo to prove his point. Seon-woo turned to her and instructed, "Good job. Go ahead and get inside the shelter." Next, he began speaking in riddles to spark curiosity. Once you see this, you'll definitely want to work with us. Trust me, it's really tempting. You get it, right? Unfortunately, Seon-woo didn't care enough to give him the reaction he wanted. Kang Hun-soo remained incredibly arrogant as he spoke. Of course, I'm not stupid enough to walk straight to Not without any protection. On his command, his henchman brought out something wrapped completely from head to toe. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he pulled off the cover. Check this out. His henchmen obediently lifted the hidden wooden beam, and only when it was raised almost completely upright did they see a body hanging right from it. This shocking turn of events left Seon-woo utterly stunned, his face turning pale. An unidentified man with a battered body hung there miserably, just as Hyun-soo had described. "This is my trump card, the guy we're going to hand over to the node." As the firelight flickered and illuminated the man's face, along with Hyun-soo's confirmation, it was indeed that traitor, Lee Jae-sung. Killing intent immediately surged through every cell in Seon-woo's body the moment he recognized leader Lee Jae-sung. Hyun-soo kept rambling on, acting as if he was the absolute best. He probably didn't know who the guy was, because Kim Bu-shik had intentionally kept it a secret. I was pretty surprised myself to find out he was a high-level awakened from the node. But I never expected him to be so weak that the node's soldiers just threw him away like trash. I mean, he was actually a member of the node's headquarters who tried to rebel against them. Talk about a treasonous crime. Who knows which specific word or if it was just everything coming out of Hyun-soo's mouth, but it riled Seon-woo up so much that he couldn't help but scoff out loud. And right after that, completely disregarding everyone around him, he burst into a hysterical laugh. Ha ha ha. This cut Hyun-soo's boasting short, making him stutter in confusion. "Are you crazy? Why? Why are you suddenly laughing?" Without a moment's hesitation, Seon-woo laid out the cold, hard truth. Both the branch manager and leader Lee Jae-sung are completely worthless to the node now. His voice was ice cold, slowly emphasizing every single word. The node has already dealt with them. Cold sweat began to pour down Hyun-soo's forehead. "What? How? How do you know that?" Instead of giving him an answer, Seon-woo blurted out words that completely froze Hyun-soo in his tracks. This was the moment they stood against the node. Seon-woo's eyes narrowed with immeasurable rage as he spat out his accusation. "While so many hunters out there are putting their lives on the line to protect the exchange center, you guys are busy playing these pathetic games?" Naturally, Hyun-soo didn't think he was in the wrong at all. He only focused on what he felt were insulting, disrespectful words. He even went as far as to get physical with Seon-woo. "We've been way too easy on you, which is why you don't know your place." But Seon-woo didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he simply mumbled to Bu-shik, "Branch manager, your sins are heavy indeed, keeping this from me." Hyun-soo stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. "What?" Meanwhile, Seon-woo didn't stop and went on to speak about his own ability. "All this time, I thought I could only absorb abilities from the dead. But it turns out, I was completely wrong." Clueless about what was happening, Hyun-soo grew more flustered than ever seeing Seon-woo's menacing aura. What the hell are you talking about?" Ignoring Hyun-soo entirely, Seon-woo continued to lose himself in his own thoughts. That was just a coincidence, wasn't it?" Memories of the past flashed through his mind. Before Hyun-soo could even process what was happening, Seon-woo suddenly grabbed his thick arm in a vice-like grip. His pupils flared with a crimson light, and a sinister smirk spread across his face, making him look like a literal demon. "Thanks for the meal." The energy inside his body erupted with zero restraint. Thick bolts of lightning instantly crackled all around him with wild intensity. In that split second, the only target in his sights was Hyun-soo, pitifully arrogant and foolish to the core. He was struck instantly. At that moment, it felt as if all the energy inside Hyun-soo's body was being violently ripped out. And he didn't stop there. Seon-woo continued to summon multiple energy threads, devouring the man's power. In no time, Hyun-soo was nearly torn to shreds by the sheer, devastating force of Seon-woo's devour skill. With his arm pinned, Hyun-soo screamed in agony. Suddenly, he channeled every ounce of his remaining strength and slammed a palm strike into Seon-woo's chest. He then stumbled back, clutching his wrist and gasped, "You bastard! What did you do to me?" Standing opposite him, Seon-woo casually rubbed his glowing fingers together. "It's just a level 15 strength enhancement, nothing major." Hearing that, Hyun-soo furiously gripped the hilt of his greatsword, preparing to attack him. What is this? Whatever freaky trick you just pulled, you must have awakened. But let me show you just how terrifying a rank 15 strength enhancement really is." And yet, even as the blade tip neared Seon-woo's face, Hyun-soo stared in disbelief. His eyes wide as sweat beaded down his temple. The heavy greatsword fell to the ground with a loud clank. The sheer weight of the weapon buckled his knees, pulling his entire body down with it. His face twisted in horror. "What the hell is happening? This is the sword I swing every single day." Seon-woo explained the situation in a cold voice. "You just lost your skill. Now, even a strength-enhanced sword is far too heavy for you to lift." Refusing to back down, Hyun-soo desperately swung his blade down at Seon-woo's head. Lost my skill? Don't make me laugh. But before he could even finish his sentence, his elbow suddenly snapped. Seon-woo seized the perfect moment to strike. You idiot. Your joints and muscles are spasming. Can't you hear them screaming in pain? The powerful punch landed, sending Hyun-soo spitting out a torrent of blood. His heavy body crashed hard onto the ground, shattering the tiled floor. His lackeys, witnessing the entire scene, turned pale with terror. Captain, damn it, grab him. Right after that, they gripped their weapons and aggressively closed in on him from behind. Their boss was already down, but they still hadn't realized the reality of the situation and kept charging in to attack Seon-woo. Because of his delayed awakening, his skills had been sealed away and unusable. But now that they were unsealed, these guys were the perfect test subjects for Seon-woo to try them out. Using the branch manager's memory skill, he was going to pull out a power from his past life just to satisfy his curiosity. He then spread his arms, attempting to gather a glowing blue energy. Who knows how much time had passed, but an overwhelming power began to surge from deep within Seon-woo's body. Jungtae and Wang-ho, who were about to jump into the fight, suddenly froze in their tracks. On the other side, Seon-woo closed his eyes, regulating his breathing amidst the blinding light. I did it. All of his core energy had finally fused into one. No one could possibly explain his transformation. What is that? Is that demonic energy? Demonic energy? I've never heard of anything so bizarre. Clenching his energy-overflowing fist, his gaze grew incredibly sharp as a blue light flashed in his pupils. Tentacles. At his command, countless black threads erupted from Seon-woo's back. Hyun-soo's lackeys spun around at the same time, their faces filled with sheer terror. What on earth is that? Dodge. But before they could even react, several tentacles tore right through their chests. Seon-woo stood like a dark sovereign amidst the chaotic black lines, brutally slaughtering his enemies. Finally, the tentacles ripped out of their bodies, sending blood spraying everywhere. Their lifeless bodies, looking no different from ragdolls, plummeted to the ground with their breath entirely gone. After finishing them off, Seon-woo gritted his teeth in irritation. This technique consumed way too much of his core energy, so much so that all the energy he had previously absorbed now felt completely wasted. Compared to the core Seon-woo currently possessed, he had to remind himself not to get confused. He was no longer who he was in his past life. Suddenly, he heard a faint groan from someone on the ground. That stubborn bastard Hundu was actually trying to drag himself up. But since his jaw had been completely shattered by Seon-woo, he couldn't even speak properly. Seon-woo looked down at him with ice-cold eyes, gripping his sword. Don't you worry. It's not like you're going to need it anymore anyway. The sharp executioner's sword stabbed straight into the floor. Feeling the freezing, killing intent surrounding him, his face contorted in absolute terror. With a flawless, lightning-fast horizontal sweep, Seon-woo finished the job. Once his expression calmed, he let out a long breath of turbid air and indifferently surveyed the battlefield. If I don't finish you off, I'll only get a portion of your skills. But if I take you out, I can absorb everything using my devour skill. That's why the branch manager wanted me to inherit all of his skills, without missing a single one. Still, I wish he had told me this sooner when he was still alive. The harsh, grating sounds of crowbars and wooden stakes echoed through the air. Seon-woo and Ji stood in silence before the freshly dug graves. He glanced sideways at Ji. What are you planning to do now? She quietly covered her mouth, fighting back her tears. The branch manager entrusted me with a few things. The refugees will be returning soon, so the exchange center is going to get busy. What about you? Staring out at the distant wind, he replied. I need to complete the task the branch manager left for me. After all, things even more difficult than before are waiting. Bright sunlight beamed down on the base. He wants to meet the assemblywoman? A man and a woman conversed as they walked down the hallway. Yes, but I already told him that she doesn't want to see anyone and turned him down. Mary hesitantly looked into the guard's eyes, and he reluctantly answered, Well, he showed me your card. Her entire body froze, her stern face showing a hint of embarrassment. Before they knew it, Seon-woo had confidently walked into the hallway. Voices leaked out from the closed room. You're pretty lucky. I'm the one in charge of the assemblywoman's schedule, she said. Leaning against the elevator wall, he replied, I know. Your card was the only thing I had on me, so I showed it to him. She quietly stared at him for a long time, leaving Seon-woo thoroughly confused. What is it? Mary's words caught him off guard. It seems like your core has gotten a lot stronger than before. It's making me dizzy, and it feels like you have a ton of different cores mixed together. Seon-woo quickly caught on to her point. Can you sense other people's cores from a distance now? Hearing this, she put her hands on her hips and laughed proudly. Hey, my rank went up too, you know. Even though you've gotten stronger, me sensing your core must just be my imagination, right? There's no way a person like that actually exists. He wanted to swear at her with his eyes. Haha, right. Then, a dead silence fell between them. She swiped her hand at lightning speed, but he dodged even faster. Having missed her mark, Mary felt incredibly embarrassed, while Seon-woo stood there, completely stiff. If you grab my hand like last time, I'm going to scream. Finally, they kept a proper distance while waiting for the elevator to open. She led the way, speaking softly. If possible, I need you to keep a secret about me letting you meet the assemblywoman. Confused, he asked why, and now it was her turn to feel awkward. So this meeting between the congresswoman and the outsider. It seems there are people who don't want her to change. Walking behind them, Seon-woo fell deep into thought upon hearing this. Stopping in front of a luxurious room, Mary respectfully greeted someone. With the congresswoman nearby, both of them stepped inside to meet her. I have brought Kim Seon-woo here. Suddenly, a figure with tubes running all over their back spoke up. I have been waiting for you. His face was completely blank, his sharp eyebrows furrowing in response. Biz calmly turned around and introduced herself. Welcome, Kim Seon-woo. I am Biz. Seon-woo casually replied. Long time no see, leaving Mary standing next to him utterly shocked. Hearing this, Biz slowly turned her head back toward him. She bowed her head as if agreeing with him. Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you for the very first time. Seeing her reaction, Mary froze in her tracks. Confusion began to build in her mind. He said it had been a long time, but she claimed it was their very first meeting? What on earth was going on between them? After a while, she sat in her chair and calmly spoke. Based on the way you talk, I assume you have inherited Kim Boo-sik's memories. Leaning against the wall, Seon-woo replied. That's right, Biz continued. So that means but he coldly cut her off. He has already passed away. This news suddenly made her entire world turn dark, her face growing visibly pale. Finally, she clenched her fists and spoke. I see. Memories of the past rushed back. A gentle Kim Boo-sik spoke to the little girl. Can you help me? Little Biz had nodded enthusiastically, her eyes shining like stars. They weren't particularly close. They were just people who shared a common goal and gave each other hope. Seon-woo didn't have time to waste on useless emotions. The only thing that mattered was turning that hope into reality. He then declared in a firm voice, We will proceed with the plan. I only came here to tell you that. Hearing his words, her eyes widened in shock. She then looked down, her gaze filled with an inexplicable sadness. Thank you for carrying on his wish. Showing no sign of pride, Seon-woo simply replied, You don't need to thank me for that. More importantly, how long do you plan on living like this? How long do you intend to stay trapped in this tiny city in this dollhouse? These words shattered all of Biss's illusions, leaving her to weakly defend herself. As you know, in the near future, the people of Gangmyeong won't need me anymore, or I simply won't have the strength to protect them on my own. He silently wondered to himself. She must be talking about the final battle. Meanwhile, she continued, when that moment comes, I will definitely be with the other keys. Until then, I plan to keep doing what I've always done, as long as I can be of help to others, even if everyone thinks I'm just playing house. The more Seon-woo thought about it, the more he admired her. She really was the first key. Biz knew exactly what she had to do. I guess I was worrying for nothing, he thought, not even looking at her. In that case, I won't interfere any further. I've said all I needed to say. I'm leaving. Biz suddenly changed the subject. Are you taking Winter with you? But the answer she received, I'm not sure. I might take Winter to headquarters, he replied, causing her face to pale in sheer horror. She bolted upright to question him. Are you planning to go to the knot? Seon-woo made no attempt to hide his intentions. I plan to make use of the knot's infrastructure. Bis let out a tired sigh and hesitantly asked, What about Kim Boo-sik's plan? He firmly pointed out the core issue. The important thing is to build an independent force that can stand against the magical beasts. This isn't the time to choose between the hidden team and the knot, is it? Before he passed away, Boo-sik calculated everything carefully, but simply choosing to rebel against the knot like me might not be the only way to get things done. That was how he found his own path. Whoever is the branch manager is still the branch manager. I will do things my own way. If necessary, I am more than willing to become a dog or a pig for the knot. I will make sure to drain the knot of all its resources. Biss's expression remained unchanged as she softly said to Seon-woo, "All right, may God bless you, whatever your choice may be." But he shot her down coldly, "Thanks, but I don't believe in God." He then offered a brief, caring reminder, "Make sure you get some sleep. If you keep passing out like this, how are you going to hold out until the critical moment arrives?" She remained silent for a long time before letting out a soft laugh. "I'll keep that in mind." Previously, Mary had speculated, "I guess it's probably because the doctor and the outsiders interfered. The doctor isn't the type of person who's happy with change." Seon-woo thought of something and tilted his head in contemplation. Darkness blanketed the entire ruined city, with only a small flame illuminating the first floor of a dilapidated house. Holding a small lamp, Kim Hyung silently closed his eyes. Clutching his head in agony, he asked Seon-woo, "What should we do now? Both our captain and the branch manager are gone." Seon-woo quietly glanced at Kim Hyung, assessing him. He must be in complete shock. The man who used to be his leader has passed away. He's always lived like a ghost within the hidden team. For him, the future must look incredibly bleak right now. Finally, Seon-woo spoke up to remind him, "Hunter Hyung, you received that offer too, didn't you?" He honestly came clean, but when it comes to Not, I don't know if I can trust them. We used to point our swords at each other, after all. What Not did to the branch commander was brutal, but those were their own choices. And it was all caused by Kang Hyun-woo's squad. Actually, Not has always acted pretty fairly. They aren't a completely untrustworthy group. Seon-woo then tried to reassure his companion, saying, "Captain Daesung once mentioned that Not's development program is highly valuable. Not is really serious about recruiting mutants they find in the wilderness into their army." Kim Hyun took the chance to satisfy his curiosity, asking, "So, are you planning to join their headquarters?" Hearing that, he stroked his chin and fell into thought for a moment. "If I knew for sure what I wanted, I wouldn't run from it, even if it meant dealing with Not. I'm still trying to figure out what my next move should be." Kim Hyun brought up a sharp point. "Is it because you're worried about Orang?" So Seon-woo answered honestly, "He's not a mutant, so he couldn't join Not's army, and being left all alone in the wilderness is definitely rough. But no, it's not because of him. When the decisive moment comes, I keep thinking about what the catnip squad needs to do so we can gain the upper hand in different situations." Kim Hyun tried to process the information, only half understanding it. A decisive moment? But where was his mind going? It took him a moment to reply. "It's a mission the branch commander entrusted to me, asking me to build an independent force to completely wipe out the magical beasts." He thought to himself that what he was saying wasn't technically wrong, and Kim Hyun didn't deny his words either. The captain really did say that while we were hunting down the killer, if Hunter Seon-woo keeps growing like this, you might actually meet the branch commander's expectations. Back then, I didn't understand what he meant, but then, he bravely stood up. "If you're cool with it, would you let me join the catnip squad? I want to help with the mission the branch commander entrusted to you." It was great to hear that. With just the current members, it would be extremely difficult to change the course of history and break free from Not's control. The more people on his side, the better. He needed to layer his own plans on top of the branch commander's. With that, he decisively accepted him. "Thanks for bringing it up first." Kim Hyun smiled happily, just like a kid, and raised his voice. "I'm the one who should be thanking you. You caught me totally off guard. Please, calm down." Seon-woo threw his hands up in utter helplessness. "All right, that's enough. I just hope Orang brings back some good news." Right then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Are you guys talking about me?" He called out excitedly. "Orang, man, you look way calmer now. Did you find it?" Orang confidently raised his index finger. The next morning, our amateur crew showed up outside a ruined city wall. Kim Hyun looked at it skeptically. "Are you sure that woman is here?" Orang, standing next to him, looked extremely annoyed. "I don't think that's something someone who couldn't find a single clue for 3 whole days should be saying." That critical roast hurt his feelings a bit. This is actually pretty big for a shelter. The barrier is decent, but it's still just basic wilderness-grade stuff. They can block low-rank monsters, but they'd struggle against mid-rank ones. They've only managed to hold out this long thanks to one of the 8 keys, Winter. He turned to the captain for input. "Should we cross over?" Seon-woo immediately raised his hand to signal them. "No, wait a minute and observe first." Then, to the confusion of the other guys, he raised both of his hands high in the air. "Seon-woo, Hunter Seon-woo." Having already spotted the sniper, he called out loudly to draw attention. An arrow sliced through the air and landed right by his feet as a warning. Orang cried out in a panic. What are you doing all of a sudden? Seon-woo patiently replied. Those are guards. I'm doing this to see how they react. With that, he firmly drew his blade from its sheath. This is actually quite effective. That was just a warning shot. Should we test them and see what they're actually made of? Kim Hyun, ever the meticulous one, immediately noticed something was off. Please, watch out. Sure enough, another arrow flew straight at them. He casually swung his sword and sliced it in half mid-air. Orang angrily yelled at the shooters. Ugh, why do they keep shooting at us? They could have at least told us to get lost in a friendly way. Seon-woo really wondered why he was on the same team as this kid. How on earth do you tell someone to get lost and make it sound friendly? He suddenly turned his head to test a theory. Well, if that's how they're going to play, I guess we should politely return the favor, shouldn't we? Hearing this, Orang smiled from ear to ear, practically drooling with excitement. He skillfully readied his bow and arrow, saying, I was just waiting for you to say that. An arrow for an arrow. I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Seon-woo, standing behind him, looked extremely skeptical. Did he get influenced by Minnie after traveling around with her? Before they could do anything, Kim Hyun calmly cut in, saying, Wait a second, more arrows are heading our way. Countless silver arrows rained down one after another. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, the three of them were completely at a loss. In the heat of the moment, Kim Hyun's energy erupted. Reaching behind his back, he swiftly drew his weapons. He slashes his dual blades in all directions, unleashing a blast of sword energy that tears the incoming arrows to shreds. Once they are out of harm's way, Seon-woo immediately turns and signals Orang. Orang, hurry, things are going to get messy real soon. He urgently points toward the enemy on the city wall. Your first target is that guy in the helmet. Orang looks over and spots his target. Found him. Seeing Orang draw his bow to take aim, Seon-woo quietly reminds him, Hey, don't kill him, okay? The young archer nods and releases the string. Got it. The arrow streaks through the air, knocking the helmet clean off the enemy's head. The guy starts screaming like a headless chicken. With the first target down, Seon-woo points to another one. Nice. Next is that guy wearing those hideous pants. With a cold stare, he gives a bizarre order in a deadpan voice. Aim for his crotch. Orang's smile slowly loses all trace of humanity. I am not so sure about that. What if he dodges? The arrow streaks forward like lightning. Though it misses the mark, it is more than enough to scare the living daylights out of the enemy. Seon-woo cannot help but praise him. Great job. Looking a bit disappointed about the miss, Orang suddenly pulls out an arrow carved with a skull. Hey, can I use an explosive arrow this time? Seeing the intense bloodlust radiating from him, a wave of familiar memories suddenly hits Seon-woo. Is he about to say art is an explosion like last time? Seon-woo chuckles helplessly and advises, just make sure you do not hurt them. Orang smirks mischievously, draws his bow, and obeys the order. The arrow tears through the air and lands right between two enemies, drawing their eyes upward. Before they can even process what is happening, the arrow suddenly explodes in mid-air, blowing them away as they scream at the top of their lungs. Orang's eyes sparkle with pure satisfaction at his own masterpiece. Now, that is what I am talking about. Seeing him this excited instantly reminds Seon-woo of Minnie, making him sigh inwardly. They are practically twins. Orang pumps his fist in the air and yells excitedly, Hell yeah! Standing beside him, Seon-woo lets out a soft sigh of gratitude, genuinely thankful that Orang is going this far for him. Seeing the three of them approach, the soldiers on the wall scatter in panic. The mutants are here. Run for your lives. Orang, thoroughly insulted, immediately yells back in frustration, Who are you calling mutants, you idiots? Seon-woo gently pats his shoulder to calm him down. We have dealt with the troublemakers, so let us head back. Seon-woo swiftly vaults over the massive wall and lands gracefully on the ground. While his two companions are still climbing down, his gaze suddenly locks in one direction. A group of people with an overbearing aura approaches. Is that the person in charge of this base? Deung Eon-suk steps forward as their representative. To think such an important figure would pay us a visit. Please forgive our lack of hospitality. We have just had to be on high alert lately. Though Seon-woo feels a hint of contempt, thinking, just as I expected. They only backed down because they saw our overwhelming power. Still, he keeps his composure and acts polite. We also apologize for showing up unannounced. Is there somewhere quiet we can talk? Hearing this, she bows with artificial respect. Of course. First, let me arrange a place for you to stay. I will lead you there now. The three of them quietly follow behind, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Seon-woo's gaze lingers on the emaciated figures and their lifeless eyes, sending him deep into thought. What is with this depressing vibe? He walks on in silence, his mind wandering. Hunger and the sheer helplessness born of fear. While these are common sights in the wasteland, something about this place feels off. Seon-woo's face is filled with confusion. This is weird. Even for a wasteland, things should be a lot more stable than this. Inside a sparse room containing nothing but 2 beds and a table, Eun-suk gently sets down a food tray. We do not have much left to offer, I am afraid. I hope you can understand. Seon-woo politely replies, Please, do not worry about it. We did not come here to eat anyway. After setting down the food, she slowly stands up and introduces herself with a solemn expression. I am Eun-suk, the manager of the Ithuk outpost. You may call me Madam Deung. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Seon-woo cuts straight to the chase without beating around the bush. I am looking for a mutant. Her name is Kim Winter. She is about 20 years old, fit, with tan skin. She is here, isn't she? Caught off guard by the blunt question, she gasps in shock. Her hands tremble as she reaches for the tea set, her voice filled with dread. How? How do you know that child is here? Seon-woo coldly answers her question. We are hunters affiliated with Node. And Node has ears everywhere. He does not stop there, throwing in a veiled threat that leaves her shivering. Besides, isn't it standard procedure for mutants to register with Node? Seeing that Eun-suk is about to lose her mind from fear, Kim Hyun lets out a soft chuckle and speaks up. I think that is enough, Hunter Seon-woo. Seon-woo nods, catching his drift. Right, she knows what is coming. Without warning, he slams a heavy bag onto the table. The heavy thud startles Eun-suk. Seon-woo pulls open the bag, revealing a stash of glowing, brilliant energy cores. All right, now you should understand why we are making this proposal. We are planning to recruit her, and these cores right here are your finder's fee. Looking at the stash of hot goods in front of her, her lips twitched in sheer disbelief. So many cores? Meanwhile, across from her, Seon-woo thought to himself, is she getting as shaken up as I expected? Seon-woo pushed the pile of cores forward and asked with a sly grin, how about we make a deal? There are plenty more where that came from. Thinking he had misunderstood, she quickly shook her head in denial. No, that's not what I meant. I don't think it's too little at all, Hunter. Losing his patience, Seon-woo pressed her. I'll ask you one more time. Is Kim Winter here at Sango Slope? Panicking, Yoon-suk spilled everything she knew. Winter. She is the leader of the only hunter strike force in Jeong. If that kid wasn't here, this place would. Seon-woo noticed the deep affection in her eyes. Seon-woo coldly reassured her. Like I said, she needs to register in person. I'll evaluate her skills and log them first. Whether I actually take her with me is a decision for later. Understanding what he meant, she hesitantly agreed. Then, I'll let Winter know when she gets back. However, Yoon-suk bowed her head and begged, but please, don't force her to go. I beg of you. Seon-woo calmly reassured her. I get it. I have no intention of dragging Winter away if it's against her will. Having achieved his goal, he pushed the bag of cores toward her. Besides, whether we take her with us or not doesn't really matter right now, so you can keep these cores. Just consider them payment for the information you provided. After Yoon-suk left, the remaining 3 chatted while waiting for news, sighing about how playing the big shots was so exhausting. Nice job, Hunter Hyung. You guys are seriously amazing. Orang cheered, recalling Yoon-suk's greedy expression. In the end, she still took those cores, didn't she? She didn't say a single word after that, did she? Orang asked, cheerfully whistling as he poured water. Since we showed her our strength, she won't go back on her word. We didn't come here empty-handed, and that's enough. Handing the pitcher to someone else, he raised his glass and cheered excitedly, Look, wine! Looking at the strange liquid in the cup, Seon-woo grew deeply suspicious. Wait, is this actually real wine? Alcohol is a luxury even back in the city. So how could a wasteland like this have any? His face darkened with a terrifying look. Seon-woo suddenly knocked the cup out of Hyung's hand and screamed, Don't drink that! The cup shattered as it hit the ground, splashing a dark red liquid everywhere. Stunned by his sudden outburst, the two asked in unison, What's wrong, Hunter Seon-woo? Wait, is it poisoned? Seon-woo's face was incredibly tense, his jaw clenching in anger. No, it's not poison, it's garg blood. The two stared at him blankly. Garg blood? Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Seon-woo explained, Do you two know what a garg is? Their eyes lit up, and they quickly replied, Yeah, that beast that looks like a dog. Catching the implication in his words, Hyung gasped, a shiver running down his spine. What? Hunter Seon-woo. If that stuff is blood, then. Seon-woo nodded, confirming their horrific realization. Exactly. The toxins in Garg blood cause hallucinations similar to alcohol. They filter and ferment it like wine to make this stuff. As soon as he said that, their faces turned pale with sheer disgust, their stomachs churning violently. Ignoring their intense discomfort, he continued to explain the side effects of the red liquid. You can't drink this like regular alcohol. Over time, the toxins build up and it becomes highly. Seon-woo's angry gaze fell on his own reflection in his water glass. How could they do something like this? Under the silent moonlight, he sat lost in deep thought. The atmosphere in this shelter was incredibly bizarre. Seon-woo recalled the half-dead, lifeless people he had seen earlier that morning. Those sluggish people they had encountered during the day seemed to have been completely wasted on that fermented Garg blood. His heart grew heavy with racing thoughts. Who on earth introduced that stuff to this place? Was it Yoon-suk? Could a simple villager not tell right from wrong? Or, just then, Seon-woo caught the sound of soft footsteps outside the door, growing closer with every single step. He figured Hunter, Hyung, and Orang were heading back. Making a guess, he called out to test the waters. Did you guys find what I asked for? The door slammed open, shattering the quiet night. Kim Winter stood there, scowling fiercely. Seeing her murderous expression, he gasped in surprise. Kim Winter! Winter marched in, her face twisted in annoyance, her grip so tight she was practically crushing the doorframe. I heard you wanted to see me. Why don't you step outside? Staring at her furious face leaning in close, Seon-woo took half a step back, breaking out in a cold sweat of sheer panic. Even though he was thrilled to see her, he knew one wrong move could cost him everything. Ever since regaining the memories of his past life, Seon-woo couldn't stop thinking about her Kim Winter. Somehow, doing so brought him a strange mix of surprise and pure happiness. In those memories, a girl had lunged onto the back of a savage beast. It was Kim Winter, pinning the creature down and crushing its spine against the hard ground. The beast let out an agonizing, resentful shriek. Thrashing in pure agony, it roared in fury, its massive body shaking violently as she struggled to maintain her grip on its back. Seeing the beast's stubborn resistance, she focused her energy into one fist, raising it high, ready to beat it into submission. Her claws sliced through the air, aiming directly for the monster's head. A sickening rip echoed through the air, followed by a torrent of crimson fluid gushing out like a waterfall. At that exact moment, another figure was frantically searching the area. Where on earth was Kim Winter? In the middle of the desolate wasteland, Sun-woo's voice kept echoing her name. Suddenly, he caught a faint movement in the distance. He squinted to get a closer look and froze in shock. The giant, monstrous beast that Winter had just physically disciplined was now slung lifelessly over her shoulder, looking like a cheap toy that ran out of batteries. Sun-woo kept calling out Winter's name. She narrowed her eyes, looking at him with deep suspicion. But seeing that she was completely unharmed, he let out a heavy sigh of relief, as if a massive weight had been lifted from his chest. He had genuinely feared she had vanished without a trace, but it turned out she was just out hunting. He realized he had been worrying way too much about the strongest melee fighter in their entire squad. As the flashback ended, Sun-woo felt a wave of relief. After all, in his past life, Winter was the loyal comrade who had lived and fought right by his side as a warrior of the node. Back in the present, Kim Winter stood before him, radiating intense energy. Everyone nearby turned their eyes toward the two of them, watching in dead silence without even blinking. Seeing her so full of life and fire, Sun-woo couldn't help but smile. Compared to her past self, she actually seemed pretty cute, even if she was a lot more wild now. But to Winter, his expression looked like pure mockery. Rage flared within her, and her bloodlust soared instantly. Why are you staring at me with that smug smirk on your face? She crouched low, like a panther preparing to pounce. I don't know if you're actually from the node or just blowing smoke, but when you lose, shut your mouth and get lost. Despite the suffocating aura of bloodlust coming at him, Sun-woo remained completely unfazed, as if he were just facing a paper tiger. You've got plenty of energy, I'll give you that. But ignoring my words is a bit disrespectful, don't you think? Winter lunged forward, tearing through the air as her aura took the terrifying shape of a wild panther. Just a few steps away, she launched herself high into the air, baring her sharp claws as she declared with absolute confidence, because either way, I'm the one who's going to win. Facing her overwhelming fury, he remained as calm as still water, quietly gathering energy into a small sphere in his palm. The sphere was incredibly small and pure, yet it radiated a crushing pressure that made it hard to breathe. Without hesitation, Seon-woo flicked it forward like a marble. The devastating impact instantly blasted her backward, forcing a painful scream from her lips. Kim Winter flew through the air and crashed hard onto the ground, landing completely splayed out. Standing nearby, Yoon-suk watched with an utterly speechless face. Wait, it was that easy? Witnessing such terrifying power, Arang shuddered and made a silent promise to himself. I am definitely never going to mess with this guy again. Seon-woo ignored the stunned stares around him and calmly looked down at her. There was absolutely no need to engage a melee fighter head-on. The weakness targeting shot he had learned from Captain Jason and Cena turned out to be incredibly useful after all. After that devastating blow, steam was literally rising from Winter's forehead as her face went completely blank, her entire body going limp as she blacked out. The next morning, inside a quiet house, a sudden scream echoed, nearly rattling the roof tiles. What? Is he actually serious about not forcing me to go with him? Arang furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with skepticism, as Seon-woo reiterated that he had no intention of forcing her to tag along. I honestly thought you were bluffing. In response, Seon-woo spoke to him as if explaining something to a toddler. She's not exactly easy to handle. I barely teased her, and she already wanted to rip my head off. Frustrated, Arang threw his hands up in the air, completely baffled. Then why did you cause such a massive scene last night and make the fight look so effortless? Seon-woo's gaze drifted into the distance as he let out a quiet to show her what we're capable of. She needs to realize that refusing to join our team is her loss, Seon-woo explained slowly. Besides, we're gonna stick around here for a while. I plan on going monster hunting with them. Arang froze, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? He kept rambling on and on while Seon-woo casually chewed on a piece of meat. Are you seriously okay with just taking it easy like this? You're going to get yourself killed. After a brief silence, Kim Hyung calmly broke down the entire situation. They rely completely on Winter because she's the only mutant in this area. If we just pack up and take her with us, this entire base will be completely overrun and destroyed by monsters and ruthless bandits. In Arang's mind, a horrific vision of innocent villagers, lying lifeless in pools of crimson, flashed before his eyes. Every single detail cut deep into his heart, making his throat tighten with a crushing sense of guilt. Deep down, he knew the truth, but Arang turned and stormed off in a huff, leaving the other two staring after him and watching him walk away. Kim Hyung raised his hand slightly, a wave of guilt washing over him. See? He was rambling on, and then he just abruptly changes his tune like that. Seon-woo watched him leave in silent contemplation. It seemed Arang had just recalled those tragic final moments at the Mokdong base. A look of helpless resignation crossed Seon-woo's face as his eyes cast downward. Even if they didn't take Winter with them right away. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced, and the slow, raspy voice of Old Man John echoed in his mind. The Buon base will fall in 1 month. You'll find a highly talented melee mutant there. Make sure to recruit them into your squad. At that moment, Seon-woo's eyes shifted color, his gaze turning incredibly sharp and resolute. It won't be long before this place crumbles. Just as the branch commander predicted, when the time comes, we will take Winter with us. His eyes burned with unwavering determination to achieve his goal. Looking at it another way, leaving her here to face that fate is even more ruthless than forcing her to come with us right now. But right now, time was the only thing he could give them. As the sun reached its peak, a calm, steady voice rang out. Now that everyone is gathered here, let me brief you on today's hunt. Hae Woong-ju stood before the crowd and spoke up. The insect monsters have become a real problem lately, and they're what we need to deal with. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. They look and attack just like giant wasps, using venom. Anyone who gets stung dies within 2 days? Kim Winter narrowed her eyes, asking bluntly, do we have a plan to deal with them? Hae Woong-ju confidently made his proposal, saying that insect-type monsters are easily countered by fire. We just need to gear up in heavy armor and burn them. But suddenly, someone spoke up, opposing his idea. You're wrong. Hae Woong-ju swept his gaze around toward the sound. Seon-woo stood out in the crowd, calmly stating that while it's true insect monsters are weak to fire. Then came his sharp rebuttal. These spectral killer bees hide in the ruins. They have high fire resistance and will fly right at us even if they're on fire. Everyone listened to Seon-woo's warning with grim faces, but there he frowned, his face tightening with a questioning look. These are rank 17 killer bees. Civilians are forbidden from hunting them. With the poor equipment here, you'll all die instantly. His voice was flat, but his words stung like thorns. Honestly, your forces aren't strong enough to fight off that swarm. If you're the guide, you'd better sit down and call off this scouting mission. Seeing Hai Wung-ju trembling with rage, Seon-woo just stood there, cold and indifferent. The guy with glasses seemed proud to be a guide. Even though it hadn't been that long since Seon-woo last did it, it felt like an eternity. Kim Winter suddenly stood up, her fierce gaze cutting through the stifling air. What should we do? We can't let them take over our territory, he calmly suggested. There is a simple way. She was instantly taken aback, her fierce momentum completely vanishing. What? Seon-woo gave her a cold look. Just you and me. 2 mutants can handle this. Hearing this, Kim Winter's subordinates flared up and shouted in protest. Leader, we've always done a great job on our missions. Exactly, we don't need his help. Seon-woo didn't hesitate to slap these delusional fools with reality. Get real. None of you can do this on your own. You've only survived by relying on Winter. Exposed so ruthlessly, the group froze, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Amidst the chaotic clash of emotions, Kim Winter didn't let herself waver and made a firm decision. Everyone is benched. Hearing this, they immediately grumbled in discontent. Leader, they continued to press her. Are you serious? Kim Winter remained completely unfazed, trusting her own judgment. I'm frustrated too, but a specialist from No said it's dangerous, so I have to trust him. Their eyes were filled with resentment. She ignored their hostile glares, standing firm in her decision. He and I will handle this hunt. Everyone else, fall back. Seon-woo chimed in, teasing her. Then I'll take that as an official request. Winter, feeling anxious and wanting to get this over with, snapped, hurry up and let's go. But then, her face soured with disgust. If you think this is a chance to drag me away instead of getting paid, you're dead wrong. Seon-woo's face softened, his eyes seemingly reading her mind. I know you won't let us drag you away so easily. Don't worry, all I want is information. Kim Winter remained silent, just staring at him with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. The two walked one behind the other toward the enemy nest, as Seon-woo shared some crucial intel. A typical beast group consists of countless monsters, but a swarm of killer bees only has about 100 to 200. But we can't let our guard down, because even mutants will die if they get stung more than 3 times. He explained everything from the danger level of the killer bees to their weak points, which was the joint connecting their wings to their bodies. The rest of their bodies are as hard as steel. She listened intently and then asked, Okay, so what next? But before Kim Winter could finish, Seon-woo coldly cut her off. Tell the others to get some wine ready. Her mind was filled with questions. What on earth are you talking about? He gently raised a finger. We need alcohol to drown the bees in. Actually, water is enough to turn their sap into alcohol. She quickly pictured a pure, white liquid. When they drown, the liquid venom they secrete acts almost like real alcohol. As time passes, the venom becomes less volatile. The more she listened, the wider Kim Winter's eyes grew, as if a whole new world had opened up. After 3 months, instead of that disgusting blood, you'll be drinking real alcohol. You should look forward to it. She lowered her head, a slightly twisted smile creeping onto her face. Her expectant tone felt a bit foreign to him. If that's really true, we should throw a party. The conversation between them lasted longer than they expected, making the journey feel much shorter. Seon-woo spoke up, signaling, We're here. Before them stood a massive, jagged beehive, looming over the ruins of what used to be a residential area. Seon-woo and Kim Winter quickly moved to the far wall of the building, then carefully hid in a blind spot to assess their surroundings. Seon-woo watched the insects hovering in the air, silently calculating his moves. There are only 2 guard bees. Looks like the rest have gone to rest. This is our golden opportunity. He immediately turned to Kim Winter to discuss their battle plan in detail. While they're still asleep, I'll launch a wide-range attack to thin out their numbers. Then, you move in. Having finalized the plan, he unsheathed the broadsword from his back with a solemn expression, a faint light slowly enveloping the weapon. After that last incident, I've gathered the combat experience from my past life. Let's see if I can pull off those skills. The next second, Seon-woo focused all his strength to unleash the sleeping moonsword technique. In an instant, a devastating slash split the towering stone wall ahead, right down the middle. The mountain cracked and collapsed, sending shockwaves that shook the entire area. Massive boulders came crashing down, shattering into countless pieces. Kim Winter's jaw literally dropped at the spectacular display, while Seon-woo remained completely calm despite pulling off such an awesome skill. It worked. To be honest, I think I just wiped out the entire swarm. The outer rock face was leveled, revealing hexagonal nest chambers and a swarm of aggressive killer bees, ready to tear any trespassers to shreds. Their compound golden eyes flared with rage as they unleashed a deafening acoustic wave attack. The thunderous sound made Kim Winter wince in discomfort as she snapped, "My eardrums are about to burst. What on earth did you do?" Seon-woo, who was also covering his ears, playfully shrugged and guessed, "I think I took out a few dozen of them." The killer bees swarmed out of their nest, ready to punish the intruders. Facing a horde that completely outnumbered them, he didn't show a hint of fear and was even in the mood to joke around. This is where the real fight begins. Every man for himself. Don't tell me you're scared? Kim Winter, who was stretching her muscles, snapped back. "You're the one who should be worried. So, what's the plan?" That silly question made Seon-woo chuckle. "Do I really need to explain? Just slash and crush them like you always do. Show me what you've got." The provocation fired Kim Winter up. "Keep this up, and you'll fall for me. Then you'll start getting all clingy and annoying." A familiar battlefield scene suddenly flashed through Seon-woo's mind. Among those killer bees, there was even a grade 17. Yet, here they were, totally relaxed while facing hundreds of them. Glancing sideways, he couldn't help but admire Kim Winter's sheer power. Even though she hadn't learned it in this lifetime, the moment the battle kicked off, she reflexively enveloped herself in her core, insane, a golden core with a lion-shaped aura. No matter how many times I see it, it's absolutely stunning. Just like Beaches's barrier and my own devouring skill, her ability is entirely unique and uncategorizable. Feral beast enhancement. After entering her combat form, Kim Winter pounced into the air like a wild beast. She immediately greeted a killer bee with a brutal punch. But it wasn't a low-level monster that would just stand there and take a beating. It retaliated with the venomous stinger on its tail. Thanks to her lightning-fast reflexes, Kim Winter caught the stinger dead on. Holding the bee's deadly weapon tight with one hand, she used the other to ruthlessly rip its wings clean off. Deprived of its ability to fly, the enemy dragged Kim Winter down to the ground. Yet, she calmly pulled off some incredibly smooth flips, built up momentum, and launched herself back into the air. Next, another killer bee entered Kim Winter's sights, becoming her new punching bag. This time, she didn't bother with fancy moves. Using her arm like a razor-sharp blade, she sliced it right in half. The completely one-sided battle left Seon-woo deeply impressed. With her current skills, she should at least be on par with the deceased captain of Chansu, or maybe she's even stronger. Confident, Seon-woo decided it was time to join the fun. Alright, let's leave the rest to Kim Winter. But, is it just me, or does something feel off? He boldly charged forward, his sharp broadsword in hand, ready to finish off any obstacle in his path. His sword swung so fast it flashed, cleanly slicing enemies in half. With Seon-woo's swift, fruit-slicing-like movements, the killer bees nearby fell like flies. It feels like just yesterday I was following Captain Lee's guidance. But now that I've unlocked my past life's memories, everything has become so much easier. Before Seon-woo could even catch his breath, another swarm of insects buzzed right behind him. Sensing their sudden ambush, he immediately detected their presence and activated his tentacle skill. Dark, shadowy mist began sprouting intensely from his back. Acting as if they had a mind of their own, they swiftly cut through the bug's wings with ferocious speed. The killer bees couldn't put up any resistance, dropping helplessly to the ground like dead leaves. However, Seon-woo wasn't doing much better either. Exhausted as he stabbed his sword into the ground. Panting hard through the side effects, he grumbled. Who would have thought using those tentacles once would drain? His heavy body gradually relaxed as a soothing green light washed over him. It's a great skill, but it's way too wasteful. Even though it's better than the first time, my core energy is still way too low. After clearing the negative status effect, Seon-woo clicked his tongue in frustration. This was no time to be worrying about that. To recreate the victories of my past life, I have to gradually increase the energy in my core. With that, he charged back into the fray, sweeping through the battlefield in the most basic way possible. It was pretty humiliating, but for now, he had to take them down. A sudden, painful scream pierced the air, cutting right through Seon-woo's intense battle on the other side. Kim Winter had been careless, letting a killer bee jam its stinger right into her leg. "Get off me, you bastard." The tide of battle turned so suddenly that Seon-woo had to rush over to help. "Hold on, I was just in awe of her a second ago, and now she is already in this state?" The great Kim Winter. Reduced to this? Meanwhile, she was using every ounce of her strength to push the killer bee's upper body away, desperately trying to keep it from tearing her apart. Seeing how bad the situation was, Seon-woo shouted to stop her. Stop. If you do that, you're just going to tear your own skin off. Grasping the hint, Kim Winter immediately sliced off the abdomen. Seeing that she had handled the immediate threat, Seon-woo took a moment to lecture her. That was a decent split-second decision, but if you'd messed up even a little, your leg would have been sliced clean off. Completely exhausted, Kim Winter tried to steady her breathing as she replied in frustration. I appreciate the explanation, but I feel like the poison is already spreading through my body. My leg. It's going numb. Seon-woo stared at her, forced to accept a harsh reality. No wonder he felt so uneasy. The Kim Winter of his past life was like a fully tamed beast, but this one was still young and completely green. He picked his weapon back up, keeping his eyes on her. Do you know how to control your core's attribute? The sudden random question caught her off guard. My core? Seon-woo calmly explained. To put it simply, your core energy takes the form of a lion. You need to channel it inside your body. Slice the wound open with a knife, then use your core energy to purge the poison. At the same time, keep your skills active. He slashed through the incoming monsters, urgently pressing his teammate. I'll cover you, so do it right now. Kim Winter quickly followed his instructions, gritting her teeth against the agonizing pain of cutting her own flesh open. She closed her eyes, focusing all her concentration on controlling the energy circulating within her. To her surprise, the black poison was slowly forced out of the wound, sizzling as it vaporized into steam. The grueling, painful process made her let out a sharp cry. Seeing that she was getting the hang of the treatment, Seon-woo scoffed indifferently. An awakened like you isn't going to die from something like this. Quit whimpering. Annoyed by his cold attitude, Kim Winter gasped for air but still managed to bite back. Wow, you really have a way with words, don't you? Ignoring her sarcasm, Seon-woo silently reevaluated his plans. No matter how naturally talented someone was, proper training was absolutely crucial. Maybe I should take her to the main headquarters? The biggest difference was that he had a lifetime of experience, and his body still remembered those brutal training sessions. On the other hand, Kim Winter only had her raw instincts to rely on. Right now, she couldn't even defeat a rank V monster. She was struggling against mere killer bees. Snapping back to reality, Seon-woo instantly refocused on the battle. Kim Winter was still busy treating her wound. It'll be trouble if any bees target her. I need to strike them all at once using my tentacles. But the biggest problem is the killer queen bee. It's hiding somewhere in the dark corners of this cave, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. If I use my tentacles now, it's going to drain a massive amount of core energy. Will I run dry before I can wipe them all out? After a moment of hesitation, Seon-woo finally decided to focus on clearing out the small fry in front of him first. No, I'll worry about that later. Right now, I need to take control of the situation. Suddenly, countless blades of light erupted violently from Seon-woo's core, targeting the monsters poised to strike. An explosive wave of energy ripped through the cavern, obliterating the killer bees in the blink of an eye. Unleashing such a massive area of effect attack took a heavy toll on his body, leaving his breathing completely ragged. Growing even more irritated, Seon-woo muttered, "This was unavoidable, but I used up way too much core energy this time." As he waited for his stamina to recover, he quickly calculated his battle plan. Was his remaining energy really down to just 45%? Still, I have to face the queen bee. Kim Winter's hesitant gasp caught his attention, forcing him to look over. She still seemed completely dazed by his sudden display of overwhelming power. Wow, you're actually pretty good. Seon-woo didn't say a word. Instead, he rushed over and ripped open the torn fabric of her pants clinging to her thigh. Startled by the sudden physical contact, Kim Winter flinched. "Whoa, what do you think you're doing?" he coldly replied. "Stop complaining and sit still." Although some poison remained, the wound was already starting to close up. Seon-woo nodded in satisfaction. "Good, you're purging it well. For your first time, you did a pretty clean job cutting out the infected area." But his next question left her completely speechless. "Alright, so what kind of prosthetic leg do you want? I happen to know a pretty skilled magic engineer." Kim Winter immediately scowled and snapped, "Shut up already." With his condition finally stabilizing, Seon-woo quickly got down to business, notifying the person next to him. "Just focus on her injuries. I'm going to defeat the queen bee." A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. "Are you talking about the killer queen bee? Now the people of Songdo Slope will finally be safe." Seon-woo fell silent for a moment as he watched her flustered state, which was a far cry from her usual confident self. In the end, he went to scout the bee nest all by himself. Seon-woo slowly made his way through the tunnel ahead, playing out countless scenarios in his mind. The biggest danger right now is that I do not have much core energy left, and I might still have to fight off the worker bees protecting the queen. So, he conjured a small sphere of light in his hand. I think I killed them all, but let's double check. With that thought, Seon-woo gently sent it forward. Under his control, the floating magic orb drifted ahead, lighting up the pitch-black cave. If there are any bees left, they will be drawn straight to this core light. Peering down the empty corridor, Seon-woo breathed a sigh of relief. There were none left, meaning all the killer bees had been mobilized for the previous battle. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he immediately picked up his pace. Perfect. Now only the queen's breeding ground is left. The faint light flickering at the end of the path he ran was a clear sign of life. Without a moment's hesitation, Seon-woo dashed into the cavern, which was unimaginably vast inside. Right in the center, he easily spotted the queen bee, her massive abdomen visibly bulging. So, this is where you have been hiding? Thank goodness there are no worker bees around her. Sensing an unwelcome presence, the queen let out a menacing growl. She then unleashed a sonic wave pulse with a range and impact far stronger than any normal worker bee, forcing Seon-woo to rely on his support gear to deploy his core shield. With the enemy's disruptive attack dampened, he boldly closed the distance. It is useless to resist. Other than using echoes to deafen your enemies, you do not really have any other combat skills, do you? The deafening noise kept screeching, making Seon-woo eager to end this quickly. I am done listening to this. With that, his blade flashed with light as it began to gather power. Without a single wasted movement, Seon-woo lunged forward, thrusting his weapon in a direct frontal assault. I will send you right where your worker bees are. The moment the tip of his sword made contact with the queen's golden eye, he unleashed his skill. Auspicious Phoenix Moonblade. Blazing sparks erupted and spread rapidly, causing the flesh of the enemy's body to visibly blister and swell in an instant. A second later, the massive queen bee exploded into pieces. Countless grayish stone-like sacks scattered in all directions from the shockwave. Seon-woo immediately activated his core release skill, his entire body glowing brilliantly as he unleashed violent shockwaves. The surge of energy rapidly incinerated any remaining traces of life. With this, I can say goodbye to all these eggs. Having neutralized the threat, Seon-woo slowly approached the charred, smoking corpse of the queen bee. He carefully used his Damascus blade to slash a long incision across it. Fist-sized magic stones came tumbling out of the cut one after another. Even so, he did not slow down for a second as he kept rummaging through. Back when I was still a guide, seeing something like this would have thrilled me, but for a queen bee, shouldn't there be a better reward? Seon-woo suddenly froze for a brief second as his hand brushed against something, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Found it! Holding an incredibly brilliant crystal stone in his hand, he couldn't help but cheer. The killer queen bee's core crystal. Now this is a real treasure. Seon-woo decided to absorb the rich energy from this rare item right on the spot. He savored the rush of immense power surging through his body. Even though I can only use this once, it is enough to restore my empty core. Drained of its energy, the crystal lost its vibrant golden glow, turning into a dull, transparent stone. Seon-woo was highly satisfied that everything was going according to plan. It is done. Since I have destroyed everything, including the eggs, Sangdo will be safe from now on. Just then, Kim Winter's flustered face popped into Seon-woo's mind. Are you talking about the queen bee? Now the people of Sangdo Slope will finally be safe. As he recalled her words, a sudden wave of unease rippled through him. Yes, everything should be peaceful now. But why do I feel so anxious? If my judgment is wrong, Sangdo will meet the same tragic end it did in my past life. I cannot let my current emotions sway me. After a long day of fighting, dusk began to fall. Due to her severe injuries, Kim Winter had to rely on Seon-woo to support her as she walked. Damn it, looking like this. Her miserable state stripped away her usual arrogance. The more I think about it, the more my pride hurts. Looking at her, he couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for her gloomy mood. She is frustrated because her skills do not match her talent. And I am the same, since my body cannot keep up with my experience and knowledge. After what seemed like a long hesitation, Kim Winter shyly spoke up. I'm sorry. I know this sounds shameless, but could we split the cores 50-50? There are so many people Without any hesitation, Seon-woo readily agreed. You can take all the cores and make sap wine with them. I'm pretty sure I already told you what I wanted as compensation. Did you just remember, or are you just curious? Well, whatever. You said you needed information. What exactly do you want to know? I doubt there is anything a person from the wilderness like me would know that someone from Node like you wouldn't. However, the request that followed left Kim Winter frozen in shock for a few seconds. I want to hear the real reason why you can't leave this town. Quickly hiding her startled expression, she thoughtfully replied, so that's the information you want. The two of them finally arrived. Kim Winter suddenly offered, this is my house, come on in. The somewhat formal atmosphere made Seon-woo playfully tease her. Wow, a sudden invitation? I forgot to buy you flowers. She ignored his banter and silently opened the door. He could only follow Kim Winter inside, curiously looking around. Why is it so dark in here? She suddenly joked. Well, if you had bought me flowers, maybe this place would smell a bit better. Her subtle implication left Seon-woo confused, prompting him to ask, smell? But then, a foul stench suddenly hit him, forcing him to cover his nose. What is this? Is that the smell of a rotting corpse? Kim Winter now looked dead serious, as if she was about to reveal a horrific truth. You wanted to know the real reason why I can't leave this place, right? With that, she pulled back the blanket. I won't keep secrets from you, but I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone else about this. The sight that was revealed made Seon-woo knit his brows in complete shock. He was so startled by the sudden screaming that he began to stammer. Before them lay Kim Hoen, whose deformed appearance left him unable to speak, only capable of letting out meaningless Seon-woo couldn't help but feel terrified at such a bizarre sight. What on earth is going on here? His mind was in turmoil. If he were just a zombie experiencing withdrawal, it would make sense. But then, Kim Winter explained, this is my younger brother. He became addicted to Gark blood, and that's the sole reason why I can't leave Sangon Pass. She sorrowfully poured her heart out. I have to pay for his medical bills. Seeing this, Seon-woo quickly tried to comfort her, saying that what happened to her brother was truly tragic. But throwing away your own future, just because of family responsibility. Kim Winter angrily cut him off before he could say more. That's not what I meant. I'm the one who brought that foolish brew to this town. This shocking twist left Seon-woo speechless with disbelief. Kim Winter's face grew even darker with each confession. I accidentally learned how to make that drink, and after I brought it here, everything that happened to the people of this town is entirely my fault. Tears of guilt began to stream down her face. I have to stay and pay for my sins until the day I die, Kim Winter bitterly blamed herself. Meanwhile, Seon-woo was looking through a thick stack of documents in his hands. This was everything the branch manager had left behind about Kim Winter's past life. She was the sole survivor from an unknown shelter in Buon. Severely injured by a demonic beast, she was saved by Node. Reading through the lines on the paper, Seon-woo pondered. After a miraculously rapid recovery, she joined Node's military. I've searched through my memories of my past life with Orang in hopes of finding a clue, but there's absolutely nothing. Looking at the current Kim Winter, she's back to being a complete rookie, not even knowing how to use her power properly. I realized that during the battle with the killer wasps, Seon-woo's thoughts continued to swirl in his mind. Currently, Sina, Lai, and Minnie are under Node's control, and Kim Winter needs proper training. Is this the only way to solve all of these problems at once? Though it was a tough call, he made his decision. To catch the tiger, you have to enter its den. Right then, a voice called out, Hey, what are you mumbling about over there? Making Seon-woo turn around. Welcome back. Is that snow falling? Even though the state of the two of them made it obvious, Orang still grumbled in annoyance. Yeah, I think the weather has gone crazy. Seriously, who ever heard of snow falling like this in November? Just as you said, I surveyed the roads near Sangon Pass and also checked the strength of the residents there. Seon-woo praised him warmly. Good job. Let's hear the details in the planning meeting. Hearing this, Orang grew excited. A planning meeting? Are we finally deciding to bring that girl along? With a grave expression, Seon-woo began to explain. Listen. This place will soon become a battlefield. Ignoring his companion's shock, he continued. Within the next 4 days, a horde of orcs will charge into Sangon Pass. Orang was caught completely off guard by this sudden news. That is so sudden. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, Kim Hyung was skeptical. How on earth could you know that in the first place? But Seon-woo kept his response brief, as time was running out. I hope you guys don't ask me how I know this, because right now, that doesn't matter. A horde of orcs is currently moving through the north of District 7 and District 8, and they will pass through here sooner or later. There are dozens of orcs, and among them is a level 3 orc king, a demonic beast stronger than anything we've ever faced. Fear finally crept into Kim Hyung and Arang. Level 3? We are absolutely nothing compared to a monster like that. Seon-woo gently spoke up to calm the two of them down. Exactly. If we can avoid it, we'll be fine. The real question is, can the people here actually survive? Hearing this, Kim Hyung reported that over 30% of the people had already lost their minds due to the Watcher's blood. Whether the demonic beasts attack or not, this place is going to collapse anyway. With those who aren't affected forming an attack team, we don't have many hunters left. With his strategic mind, Seon-woo pointed out that if the orcs invaded, the survivors would cling to Kim Winter, making it even harder to get her out of there. Kim Hyung asked in confusion, if she realizes there's no hope left, won't she just come with us? In that moment, Kim Winter's agonizing expression flashed in Seon-woo's mind. I have to stay and pay for my sins until the day I die. Recalling her words, Seon-woo shook his head. I'm certain she won't leave. Please don't expect her to just follow us so easily. Hearing this, Kim Hyung was completely at a loss. What are we supposed to do then? Seon-woo immediately reassured his teammate. I'll explain the plan. To escape the freezing cold, the three of them headed inside the base to map out their strategy. But after hearing it, Kim Hyung could only stammer in disbelief. Meanwhile, Arang just stood there in complete silence. Once he snapped out of his shock, Kim Hyung yelled, "Are you saying we should avoid the battle and only save Kim Winter?" Seon-woo calmly replied, "Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Does anyone else have any questions?" Right after, Arang spoke up, "Can't we just relocate the people to another district? That way, we can get Kim Winter Nuna to join us too." Seon-woo then broke down the harsh reality for him. They settled outside the knot because even the wilderness rejected them. Besides, who would ever welcome a bunch of junkies addicted to Watcher's blood? Even knowing the truth, Kim Hyung still couldn't bear to leave them, but Seon-woo cut him off. With our current forces, there is absolutely no way we can defeat the Orc Lord. A reckless attack is pointless, it will only get us all killed. If we can't change the outcome, we must at least choose the best option. Kim Hyung simply couldn't accept it. You're right, but even so, we can't just ignore everyone else's deaths just to achieve our own goals. He then bluntly delivered a remark that perfectly captured the ruthless nature of the knot. Those words rubbed salt right into Seon-woo's wounds. The memories of his past life had deeply ingrained in him the sole goal of destroying the beasts. The way he thought had completely changed. He could feel that change deep within him. But after a long silence, Seon-woo stood up, accepting the reality, rather than trying to deny it. Having steeled his mind, he firmly declared his plan to exterminate the beasts. Kim Winter is a vital future ally, a powerful weapon. We didn't come here to save Sango Hill, but to find someone we absolutely need. He looked them dead in the eye and said, "Trust me." Kim Hyung finally understood the situation and chose to follow his leader. "Understood. I'll follow your lead." But Seon-woo just asked him gently, "How can you be so casual about saving people? Is it because you don't think this rescue is that important? I've run through several scenarios, and the worst case is that saving Kim Winter will be incredibly difficult. I hope it doesn't come to that. But for now, just keep it in mind." Arang raised his hand to speak. "Wait, Hyung." It seemed like he had noticed something was off. "Why am I left out of the plan? What am I supposed to do?" Hearing this, Seon-woo crossed his arms and said, "Can we talk in private?" With that, the two of them stepped out of the base into the freezing snow. After hearing what Seon-woo had to say, Arang could only stare at him in a daze. Seon-woo gently patted Arang's shoulder to comfort him. Before left standing frozen in the snow, Arang stared blankly as the words echoed in his head. "This is as far as you go, Arang. Go back to District 17 before the orc pack arrives." Meanwhile, Arang still couldn't hide his devastation as he stood outside alone. "To be honest, I received an invitation to join the knot. Minnie and Sena are already at headquarters. Once everything here is sorted out, I'm going to bring Hunter Hun and Kim Winter with me to the knot." Inside the base, Seon-woo tossed and turned for a long time. No matter how skilled he was still no superhuman. It would be a tragedy if he died in battle, but at least he wouldn't have to stay and help us fight them. Suddenly, he caught a sound from afar as Arang silently opened the door and walked into the room. Seon-woo quickly turned away to avoid drawing his attention, keeping his thoughts to himself. Jamie is currently rebuilding District 17. If they have a highly promising guide like him there, things will be much easier. A moment later, Arang quietly closed the door and left. Soon, the winter sunlight began to stream through the window. When Seon-woo woke up, he noticed the bed next to his was completely empty. He stared at it, thinking, "He's gone." Seon-woo sighed, silently praying for Arang. Please survive, and stay safe. But suddenly, an earth-shattering rumble shook the ground, jolting him to his feet. Horrified, he jumped up. This sound? It couldn't be. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung had already climbed onto the roof, using his binoculars to scan the distance. Suddenly, a figure appeared right beside him, startling him. Seon-woo asked urgently, "Is it them?" Kim Hyung replied, "I was just about to tell you." He handed the binoculars to Seon-woo. Looking through them, Seon-woo spotted something highly unusual and gasped in shock. In the distance, a massive army of bloodthirsty orcs was gearing up for an assault, led by none other than the Orc Lord himself. With everything hanging by a thread, a brave soldier used every ounce of his strength to furiously ring the alarm bell over and over. "It's an attack! Everyone, get inside!" But before the words could fully leave his mouth, an orc pounced and slaughtered him on the spot. Now, only his severed arm remained dangling from the bell rope. Meanwhile, Kim Hwan was in critical condition, severely wounded. Winter had to press down hard on the wound to stop the bleeding. He lay helplessly on the stretcher, his breathing shallow and weak. Though her heart was breaking for her little brother, she tried to stay calm and comfort him. "I'm so sorry, but we have no other choice. Stay here and keep quiet until they pass, okay?" Kim Hwan lay there motionless without saying a word, his face contorted in sheer agony. Seeing his suffering made Winter incredibly anxious, and she choked back tears in helplessness. "Yeah, they're not just going to quietly pass by. This is going to be our end." Suddenly, a voice cut off their conversation. "Leader, come here, quick." By the time she arrived, everything was in utter chaos, crumbling and falling apart. Winter urgently asked, "What about Madame Dung?" Haeyoung-ju broke the grim news. "She's trying to hold the south wall, but she's struggling." Winter pressed on for more updates. "What about the guests?" Despite the barrage of questions, he maintained his professional composure and reported, "They're not in their rooms. They claimed they were from the north, but now that we actually need them, they are nowhere to be found." Winter felt a mix of rage and helplessness. With only 3 of us, and one not even a superhuman, how could they possibly fend off an army of orcs? If the North's army doesn't step in, we're completely helpless. Besides, we don't even have the leverage to negotiate with them anyway. Recalling a memory from the past, she couldn't help but choke up. They already did their part when they wiped out the killer bees. How humiliating. And I was really looking forward to that banquet too. Feeling helpless, she gestured for him to go back and support Madame Dung. "I'll handle the west wall." Hearing this, Haeyoung-ju panicked. "What, all by yourself?" Leader Kim Hyung quietly watched everything from the shadows. Winter stood bravely before the towering wall, completely unflinching. Using her powers, she leaped high into the air. But once she reached the top, she froze in horror at the devastating sight below. Raging flames roared, mixing with thick, billowing plumes of black smoke. Watching from afar, Seon-woo's expression grew incredibly grim. As soon as Kim Hyung turned back, he gasped. "That's insane." Even Seon-woo had to admit that monsters rarely gathered in such an... He anxiously asked about his junior. Did Arang manage to bypass them and make it safely to Area 17? Seon-woo paused, lost in thought, before answering. "Even though our time was short, I taught him everything I could. If only Arang could experience a miracle like I did and awaken. What on earth am I thinking? Hoping for a miracle in a wasteland like this is just foolish." Still, he reassured his companion. He'll make it safely. His decision-making is much better than most superhumans, which will be a huge asset to the exchange center. Even though it was just a comforting cover-up, Kim Hyung could only nod in agreement. Yeah. After that, Seon-woo handed him the medicine as they prepared for action. Time to get started. Kim Hyung reached out to take the item. He gave a brief explanation of the item. "This is the scent of death, crafted from insect monsters. Use it once every 10 minutes to mask your body odor and keep yourself safe from them." Then Seon-woo looked back through his binoculars at the battlefield. People were running in all directions, the scene absolute chaos. Shifting his gaze, he saw an orc brutally smash the head of a nameless civilian. He scanned another area. This time, yet another unfortunate soul was being mercilessly pummeled by an orc. Seon-woo scanned another corner, as if searching for something. Finally, he stopped when he spotted a familiar woman under attack. "Madame Dung is down. I need to hold on. I must focus on securing the key." Suddenly, the crackle of his old walkie-talkie cut through his thoughts. He quickly answered, "Hunter Hyung, go ahead." On the other end, he urgently reported the situation. "Winter has already engaged the orcs. Thanks to her, the west side is holding, but the east is a bloodbath, and everyone else has been completely wiped out. As soon as he disconnected, he sighed in sheer helplessness at this agonizing dilemma. Damn it, if it weren't for the plan. As for Winter, she was facing a monstrous, roaring orc with glaring eyes. It swung its club, pointing it right at its prey. But she was no amateur, so a cheap stunt like that wasn't going to scare her. She charged forward like a hurricane, her body glowing intensely. In the blink of an eye, Winter ripped its body in half. Now, completely in her zone, she easily tore through the monsters behind her. She pressed on toward her next target. Without hesitation, Winter tore a massive chunk out of the orc's neck, making it shriek in pain as they both free fell together. It died on impact, while she stuck a flawless, incredibly badass landing. Unfortunately, before she could even catch her breath, a horde of orcs completely surrounded her. But inside her, a fierce fighting spirit began to blaze. Her beast enhancement ability makes Kim Winter's gaze look both terrifying and imposing. Suddenly, something razor-sharp lunges right at her at breakneck speed. Fortunately, she reacts just in time. The raw power of this sneak attack is absolutely monstrous, forcing her to block it with everything she has got. A deafening crash echoes through the sky. Kim Winter struggles, pushed back and pinned down, but her eyes still burn with fierce determination. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Hyung quickly calls Hunter Captain Seon-woo, shouting that Kim Winter has already made contact with the Orc Lord. Shocked, he lets out a curse. Damn it, I am on my way. Initiate Plan B. Stick to the plan I laid out before. He immediately agrees. Got it. Knowing how urgent this is, Seon-woo rushes toward Kim Winter's location, grumbling to himself. Damn it, this is the worst-case scenario. He then activates his lower body enhancement, a brilliant blue aura erupting around him. In a desperate rush, he leaps forward, shooting through the air like an arrow. Back at the fight, the Orc Lord prepares to land a devastating blow. Kim Winter quickly dodges backward. Unlike low-level orcs, the moment this Orc Lord sees its prey shift direction, it throws a punch instantly. She is caught off guard, never expecting it to react so fast. It unleashes a massive punch, wrapped in a blazing purple energy. The surrounding space seems to warp under the sheer pressure. That heavyweight punch sends Kim Winter flying 500,000 meters away. With a violent crash, her back slams hard into the wall, her body battered, covered in wounds and dust. She is in so much pain, she is practically praying for mercy, while Seon-woo is pushing his body to the absolute limit, rushing over to back her up. Breaking into a cold sweat, he only hopes Kim Winter can hold out for just 1 minute. If he had one wish, he would beg for her to hang on for just 1 more minute. Under a bleak sky swirling with dark clouds, the giant Orc Lord's sinister gaze locks onto Kim Winter, making the air feel suffocatingly heavy. Relishing its prey's terror, it swings its blade, ready to end the life of the tiny insect before it. Seeing this, Kim Hyung desperately charges forward with his sword. The clashing steel sends sparks flying everywhere. The Orc Lord, never expecting anyone to dare stand against it, shows a flash of surprise. He exerts all his strength against the mounting pressure, his mind racing with the determination to prevent Winter from facing the Orc Lord alone. If the Orc Lord gets involved in this rescue, things will get incredibly messy. His thoughts drift back to a conversation from the past. How am I supposed to know if it is the Orc Lord? To which Seon-woo replied, you will know immediately. Its head is twice the size of a normal orc. He was also handed a bottle of a secret scent. When Winter is exhausted, use this scent to mask your presence, grab her as fast as you can, and escape just as planned. Even though what you have isn't as fast as lower body enhancement, with your level of physical reinforcement, those grunt orcs won't be able to catch you. Seon-woo didn't sugarcoat the worst-case scenario. But if the Orc Lord and Winter clash before that, Winter might die. That would be the worst-case scenario I warned you about. Hearing this, Kim Hyung frowned and asked his teammate, what should I do if that actually happens? Fortunately, he had a backup plan. That will be Plan B. Keep the Orc Lord busy for 1 minute. Hearing that, Kim Hyung asked in disbelief. 1 minute, Seon-woo explained. That is the minimum time it takes for me to get there using my lower body enhancement. No matter where you are in Joksangon, I will make it. After that, I will handle the rest for you. Back in reality, Seon-woo is rushing over at a terrifying speed in his enhanced state. Long streaks of blue light trace his path, showing his extreme urgency. Accelerating like lightning, he grits his teeth and counts down in his head. 45 seconds left. Back to the fierce battlefield. The Orc Lord continuously unleashes deadly red lightning. Kim Hyung is blasted backward by the overwhelming power. his feet dragging and leaving long burn marks on the ground. Overexerting himself for so long has worn him out, leaving him panting heavily. Suddenly, a strange scent catches the Orc Lord's attention, distracting it. Witnessing this, Kim Hyung recalls Seon-woo's warning. In the worst-case scenario, it might be extremely difficult to save even just Winter. The realization hits him hard. So this is what Seon-woo meant yesterday. It would be a real shame if we couldn't save the citizens of Juksangon. Yeah, how foolish of me. Forget about saving Winter. I might not even survive this myself. Watching the Orc Lord raise its blade to strike again, bitter thoughts flood his mind. He can't believe he is still forcing himself to fight when he is on the verge of collapsing. Terrified, Kim Hyung stares at the impending death. If that attack connects, he is a dead man. In that split second, Seon-woo's booming voice echoes alongside a blinding attack. Hunter Hyung, that streak of pale blue light charges forward like a tempest, parrying the Orc Lord's death blow. Being blocked twice in a row, the monster is quickly losing its patience. Its two green eyes flare up with burning rage. Seon-woo appears like a hero, drawing his sword to challenge the colossal monster in front of him. As the gazes of these two battle-hungry warriors lock, cold sparks of lightning seem to fly. Refusing to stay on the defensive, he charges forward and lands a merciless blow right on the Orc Lord's chin. Right after, Seon-woo drives his foot straight into the monster's chest to push himself back, not forgetting to look back and scream at his partner, "Run!" Kim Hyung doesn't waste any time, immediately throwing Kim Winter onto his back to escape. The rest is up to you. The strange scent lingers in the air, distracting the Orc Lord just enough for the two to slip away. Suddenly, a flash of blue light strikes from ahead, forcing the beast to lean back in alarm. A few yards away, Seon-woo readies his sword, unleashing ghostly bursts of energy as he calls out, "Your opponent is me." The Orc Lord growls warily. It seems the beast finally sees him as a true threat. With his blade glowing, Seon-woo confidently declares war. The warm-up is over. Why don't we start the real fight now? It's been a long time since the Orc Lord met someone with a death wish. Buzzing with excitement, its eyes glow with a sinister blue light. Suddenly, his sixth sense screams danger. He narrows his eyes, realizing something is terribly wrong. At that moment, the heavy thud of a wooden staff slamming against the ground echoes, signaling an oncoming wave of danger. An orc shaman raises its ominous staff, as if casting a curse. Sweat dripping down his face, Seon-woo whispers in a tense voice. An orc shaman. He recalls his earlier conversation with Kim Hyung. He had to be extremely careful around the orc shaman, a grade 5 monster. There is only one of its kind in the entire horde, a rare beast with psychic powers that is highly likely to use telepathy. Back to the battle, the orc shaman waves its hand, commanding the orc grunts with guttural roars, "Kakuha baha buaha." On its command, two orc raiders riding giant wolves charge forward like a suicide squad. Seon-woo stares at their thundering approach, feeling incredibly annoyed. Orc raiders. He grits his teeth, cursing his terrible luck. They even have orc raiders? This is a completely unpredictable variable. It wasn't even in the records. Man, what a pain. I have to hold them off here until I'm absolutely sure Hunter Hyung has made it out safely. A sudden strike from the Orc Lord forces Seon-woo to leap away. He glares at the attacker and curses under his breath. "You bastard." It snarls as if mocking him. Suddenly, the Orc Lord throws its head back, letting out a deafening roar. Seon-woo has no choice but to face it head on. In a situation like this, I have no choice but to put my faith in Hunter Hyung. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung is struggling to carry Kim Winter away from the battlefield. Gasping for air, he stops for a brief moment to catch his breath. Whew, let me catch my breath. Things are turning out exactly as Hunter Seon-woo predicted. Is he still alive? Should I perform some quick first aid before moving on? But his prior instructions echo in my ears. Once you save Winter, go straight to our meeting spot. I will meet you there after keeping the orcs busy for about 30 minutes. Kim Hyung looks back anxiously. He told me to go there immediately. But since we've already come this far, suddenly, the shadow of an orc raider lunges at them, causing him to shriek in terror. Ignoring Kim Hyung's terror, the two giant wolves snap their jaws at them. He quickly spins around to run, cursing out loud as he flees. "Giant wolves? Damn it! Hesitate for even a second, and you're dead." Kim Hyung runs for his life, with his comrade on his back. But how can two legs outrun giant wolves? Before long, they are hot on his heels. He knows the situation is grim. He stands no chance against orcs riding giant wolves in his current state. Do I really have to fight them? Am I supposed to take on 2 elite monsters all by myself? The orc raiders give chase on their giant wolves, shouting as if demanding Kim Hyung to surrender. But he pushes himself to the limit to escape. Growing impatient, one of the orc raiders readies a javelin, aiming straight at them. The sharp tip is charged with deadly force, ready to impale the 2 fleeing prey ahead. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts behind them, startling Kim Hyung. But he doesn't dare look back, pushing his legs to run even faster. Behind them, the orc raider and its giant wolf mount are blasted to the ground, whimpering in pain. The monster warily looks toward the direction of the attack. The other orc raider looks in that direction as well, a hint of panic on its face. Even as he flees for his life, Kim Hyung can't help but look back to see what's happening. Following their gaze, he looks toward an old building ahead. Where did that come from? A male voice suddenly calls out from the upper floor of the building. Keep running, don't stop. Kim Hyung is startled, quickly realizing that inside the ruined building, Orang is standing ready with his bow, his eyes locked onto the 2 enemies. He confidently teases them. I knew you guys couldn't get anything done without me. Amid the thick smoke swirling like a hazy veil, Seon-woo and the Orc Lord stand face to face in silence. Around them, only a suffocating, tense silence remains. As a surge of enhanced power envelops his body, thoughts race through his mind. Just as I thought, they can't interfere in the Orc Lord's battle. Sure, that orc shaman is annoying, but there's nothing else it can do. Thanks to that, I can focus on fighting the Orc Lord. But this pressure, it's exactly what I'd expect from a named monster. Rationality triumphed over Seon-woo's bloodlust. No, I'm not fighting to win. I just need to draw the orcs' attention and buy enough time for Hunter Hyung to escape. Without a single word, he unleashed multiple blinding slashes of sword light. The Orc Lord swung his blade with brute force to block the sweeping, crescent-shaped sword energy. Seon-woo seized the opportunity and lunged forward, moving so fast he left after images. The refined blade in his hand sliced cleanly through, spraying blood from the beast's thigh. Actually, I've been right on your heels. But before he could even finish his sentence, the Orc Lord's massive hand swiped across his body, catching him completely off guard and leaving him no time to counter. Its giant hand felt like a hideous vice, tightening its grip around Seon-woo before snatching him up into the air. The Orc Lord swung his prey around mercilessly, like a sadistic toy that just wasn't satisfying enough. It slammed his battered body hard against the gravel and sand. The brutal impact left Seon-woo in excruciating pain as fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But it wasn't done yet. The Orc Lord raised his mace, crackling with purple electricity, ready to deliver a finishing blow to the helpless insect on the ground. The strike was so devastating, it shattered the asphalt into dust. Fortunately, Seon-woo was agile enough to dodge the blow by a hair's breadth. Having survived that near-death experience, he didn't run away. Instead, he leaped back a few meters to create some distance. Still, that rough landing left Seon-woo momentarily rattled. Ugh, what kind of monstrous strength is that? He watched warily as the towering figure of the Orc Lord slowly approached him, his mind racing with anxious thoughts. Seon-woo stared at the bleeding wound on the beast's thigh, thoroughly confused. Damn it, does this bastard not feel any pain? At that moment, he noticed the orc shaman standing nearby, chanting once again with its sinister wooden staff. Uttering some bizarre incantation, the shaman raised its staff, and a blinding purple full moon instantly materialized behind it. Seeing this, Seon-woo knit his brows, completely on guard. Is he ordering an attack? Does he actually dare to interfere in the Orc Lord's one-on-one duel? He hadn't even noticed the entire story of a ruined building floating right behind him yet, but his sixth sense made every hair on his body stand on end. Without a second thought, Seon-woo immediately activated his core shield. Turning around, his jaw dropped. Telekinesis? Can it really control that much debris? In an instant, the massive ruins drifted directly over his head, showering him with dust and pebbles like a summer downpour. But then, Seon-woo realized a far more terrifying intention behind the orc shaman's actions. That bastard wasn't aiming for him. Over on Kim Hyung's battlefield, a massive explosion warped the surrounding air, sending thick dust and rocks flying in all directions. Orang's glowing arrows relentlessly chased down the two giant wolves. The localized explosions threw off their senses, giving Kim Hyung the perfect chance to escape with his teammate on his back. He ran like his life depended on it, but he still made sure to send a silent prayer of gratitude. Thanks to that cover fire, I can make it out of here. Thank you. Despite trying to bypass the smoke screen, the two orc raiders could only stare helplessly as Kim Hyung's figure grew more and more distant. Gripping his bow, Orang smirked mockingly. Oomph. While I was busy playing with you guys, Hyung already made his getaway. The two orcs looked at each other in utter confusion, their faces looking ridiculously dumb. They decided to split up. One would stay behind to handle him, while the other would continue the pursuit. Seeing this, Orang feigned surprise. Oh? You guys are finally using your brains? Too bad it's useless. He drew back his bow and aimed. He grabbed his arrow. Each arrow fired like a ballistic missile, triggering a blinding explosion that forced the raider orcs to a grinding halt. But his companions weren't nearly as lucky. Both the orcs and their wolves were blasted back several meters. Infuriated by Orang's relentless harassment, the remaining raider orc trembled with rage, completely helpless. Orang decided to fire one more shot to finish him off for good. You stubborn bastards, I'm taking you down even if it means using up every last arrow I have. Orang could still feel a sharp gaze from a distance, prompting him to glance down at the orc below. He saw it staring right back at him with a sinister smirk and dark, scheming eyes. This sent a chill down Orang's spine, putting him on high alert. What is he looking at? Maybe I should put a hole through his skull first. Before he could loose his arrow, the orc suddenly pointed straight at him, shouting a command as if reporting, Jakura Isaha. This bizarre move made Orang tense up, sensing impending doom. What is going on? Why is he shouting toward an empty space? The raider orc stood in dead silence, waiting, as a sickening, sadistic grin slowly crept across its hideous face. Panic began to grip Orang's heart. What is wrong with him? What on earth is he looking at? Suddenly, a rushing sound roared from directly above. He jerked his head up, his eyes widening in pure terror. It turned out the crumbling ruins weren't targeting Seon-woo after all, they were hurtling straight toward Orang. He knew he had to run, but there was no time. In a split second, the massive debris slammed directly into his hiding spot, triggering a deafening, earth-shattering crash. Zooming in, the sheer, terrifying force of the impact was staggering. Billowing clouds of dust completely swallowed the area, leaving it impossible to tell if he was even still alive. Amidst the suffocating, heavy silence, a bloody, battered hand suddenly trembled and reached out from beneath the rubble. A raspy, dust-choked voice gasped out, "Erg, cough, cough." Agonizing pain surged through every single cell of his body, twisting Orang's face into a crumpled mess as he stared down in horror at his left leg, which was bent at a sickening, unnatural angle. Suddenly, a bizarre, guttural chant, Tatua Ha, echoed from the shadows behind him. Orang's eyes went wide, his face draining of color, as if his entire world was collapsing. He stiffly turned his head, a faint, bitter smile somehow forming on his lips. Heh. So the reason they're called orcs is because they look just like those low-tier trash mobs from the popular games before the Great Cataclysm, huh? Staring up at the towering, imposing silhouette of the approaching raider orc, Orang thought dazed. They got the name all wrong. Gripping his weapon tightly, he whispered what felt like his final words. These things are absolute monsters. Please, take care of Minnie for me. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Seon-woo was desperately dodging the lethal blade of the orc lord. Pushed to his limit, he couldn't help but let out a frustrated roar. You bastards! You didn't just deploy raider orcs, you actually brought an orc mage to block Winter's escape. Seon-woo spun his adjusting blade, transforming it into a sweeping scythe. In that case, let's see how you handle this. This is the first time I'm using it in real combat. Even pulling it off under normal conditions is incredibly difficult. I just hope Hunter Hyung can dodge the ruins the orc mage threw at him. Once the skill was activated, a golden light, like an electric eel, surged straight toward the orc lord. The beast didn't even flinch, letting the strange power pass straight through its heavily muscled body. Strangely, the technique didn't leave a single scratch, prompting it to scratch itself in absolute contempt. The orc lord's eyes gleamed with a dark blue light, as if mocking Seon-woo's pathetic attempt. Facing its mockery, Seon-woo calmly muttered, "Are you saying an attack of this caliber can't pierce your defense?" Before he could finish his sentence, an agonizing shriek erupted behind the orc lord. It glanced back at the orc mage, only to see a familiar golden ring of light wrapped around its companion's torso. In the blink of an eye, the ring of light vanished. The orc mage's body fell cleanly into two halves, without spilling a single drop of blood. Staring at the bifurcated corpse of its comrade, the orc lord heard the rest of Seon-woo's words. But it's more than enough to slice those pests in half. By sacrificing the raw power of the infinite blade, this third technique sharpens my senses to their absolute peak. For the first time, the orc lord's eyes wavered as a creeping dread slowly seeped into its mind. Reclaiming the upper hand, Seon-woo stepped forward, oozing absolute confidence. All right, nothing's blocking our way anymore. Let's finish our match, shall we? Instead of backing down, the Orc Lord's massive frame shook with rage as it lunged forward, letting out a deafening roar to reclaim its dominant presence. Gripping his adjusting blade, Seon-woo fearlessly declared war. As the battle commenced, the aura of enhancement swirling around him perfectly reflected his burning bloodlust. I don't have to worry about the Orc Mage anymore, but I've already consumed far too many cores. Watching the Orc Lord tremble with absolute fury, Seon-woo thought to himself, it looks like he's lost interest in a fair fight. He's strictly trying to kill me now. Well, winning was never my goal in the first place. I just need to buy enough time for Hunter Hyung. That should be enough time for him to escape. Now, it's my turn to disappear. I need to get out of his sight right this second and use that window to run. With his tuning blade in hand, Seon-woo braved the deafening roar and brutal pounce of the Orc Lord didn't make him falter for a second. An attack like this won't put him down, but it'll buy me some room. Seon-woo pointed his tuning blade forward, unleashing a thunderous, explosive wave of energy. The collision of these two terrifying powers triggered a massive explosion, completely leveling the nearby houses. Darting like the wind to dodge the blast, he breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. While he's blinded, I'll reinforce my legs to make my escape. Suddenly, the Orc Lord's massive hand tore through the air, lunging straight for him, threatening to crush his opponent's body to pieces. At the sight of this, Seon-woo's face went completely pale, his eyes dilating in sheer terror as his worst nightmare closed in. The monster squeezed him with crushing force, making his bones creak and shatter as an agonizing scream ripped from his throat. Arg! He knew that if he didn't fight back right now, he'd be dead meat. Seon-woo mustered every ounce of strength left to grip his tuning blade, the searing pain driving him to drive the weapon straight into the monster's skull. Ah, my spine is shattered. But to his horror, the Orc Lord didn't. Instead, it clamped its jagged, razor-sharp teeth tightly around the tuning blade. Under the crushing weight of the Orc Lord's bite, the blade began to crack, snapping loudly like thin ice under pressure. With one final clamp of its jaws, the blade shattered into tiny fragments, scattering into the air. Seon-woo glared with pure hatred at the broken hilt, furious that the beast had destroyed his precious tuning blade. Damn it. With old grudges piling onto new fury, the man and the beast glared at each other, ready to tear each other apart. The Orc Lord smirked with sadistic satisfaction, clearly enjoying its petty revenge. Pushed to the limit, Seon-woo let out a roar and desperately shoved the broken hilt straight into the monster. Eat this, you bastard! The Orc Lord clamped its jaws shut, completely oblivious to Seon-woo's real plan. You idiot! That broken blade in your mouth is an artifact made of condensed core energy. If it reacts to my own core energy, knowing this was his only chance, he instantly activated his core shield, screaming in his mind, "It's gonna blow!" Right on cue, a massive explosion ripped through the air, sending up a blinding flash and a thick cloud of dust that sent the nearby orc grunts scrambling for cover. While the orc soldiers were blinded by the smoke, Seon-woo seized the moment to activate his leg reinforcement skill. He delivered a brutal kick right to the Orc Lord's skull, using the impact to propel himself backward. Before the dazed orcs could even realize what happened, Seon-woo turned on his heels and bolted. This is perfect. My plan from the very beginning was to run the moment I saw an opening. On the other hand, the Orc Lord, having taken 2 devastating hits in a row, was left in a pathetic, bloodied state. Finally, snapping out of their shock, the orc archers drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows at the escaping hunter. Hearing the deadly whistle of arrows raining down behind him, Seon-woo glanced back and quickly figured out a way to defend himself. Sprinting at full speed, he summoned his core shield, creating a solid barrier that deflected the razor-sharp arrows raining down on him. But disaster struck. An arrow pierced right through the core shield, burying itself deep into his shoulder. He gasped in pain, groaning as he watched his defense shatter into pieces. Damn it, I don't have enough core energy left. The barrier took too much damage from the blade's explosion to regenerate. If that's the case, I have no choice. He had to put everything into his last remaining card, raw speed. In an instant, Seon-woo dashed forward like Sonic the Hedgehog, thinking to himself, yes, channeling all my core energy into my legs was definitely the right call. It didn't take long for him to lose the relentless orcs, but he kept running like his life depended on it, following a dirt path through the abandoned area. Suddenly, something ahead caught his eye, forcing him to slow his pace in shock. He carefully examined the traces left on the ground, analyzing them. The footprints of the giant wolves split into two directions. Did those orc raiders use a pincer attack? Moving forward, Seon-woo spotted more signs of a fierce struggle. Wait, are these traces from core bullets? Did Hunter Ki-young use core ammo? Where on earth did he get those? Stumbling upon an unbelievable sight, he gasped out loud. What in the world? Just a few steps ahead, the lifeless bodies of orc raiders and giant wolves lay scattered across the ground, painting a gruesome picture of a recent battle. An orc raider lay flat on its back, its grotesque, rugged body now nothing more than a cold corpse half buried in the dirt and gravel. Nearby, a giant wolf lay dead on its side, dark crimson blood pooling around its maw in a jarring puddle. Shaking off his shock, Seon-woo gritted his teeth and ripped the arrow out of his. I can't believe they made it this close to our meeting point. That was way too close. Thank goodness Hunter Ki-young took care of them all. He threw open the door to their hideout, calling out for Hunter Ki-young. Inside, Ki-young paused what he was doing and looked up. Hunter, Seon-woo. His voice was filled with sheer relief. You're safe. Seon-woo smiled weakly. I'm glad to see you're safe too. He immediately asked about their teammate. How is Winter holding up? Ki-young replied, I've used every medical supply we have. It looks like she's holding on for now. Seeing Ki-young gritting his teeth to treat her wounds, Seon-woo offered a sincere word of thanks. I'm sorry, I had no idea they had raider orcs. He apologized, tending to his wound while trying to reassure him. Don't worry about that. This should be more than enough to get her to care for me. Seon-woo casually brought it up. It seemed he had dodged the debris the orc mage threw at him. But his teammate just looked at him, completely confused. Debris? Feeling a bit suspicious, he explained. Didn't a piece of debris as big as a house fly straight at you? That was when Kim Hyun finally realized what happened and said, I was too busy running for my life. No wonder I heard such a loud noise coming from behind me. He suddenly blurted out, Wait, Orang is here too. This made Seon-woo jump. What? Kim Hyun explained everything from start to finish. Orang still hasn't come back. He hid and shot at the raider orcs when they charged at me. It's thanks to him that I managed to escape. Hearing this only made him feel more anxious. If that's the case, those splitting footprints from earlier. No way. Seeing Seon-woo rush off, he called out, Where are you going? He only had time to order, I'll be right back. Take care of Winter. Leaving the shelter, Seon-woo ran like crazy, cursing under his breath. That idiot. When I told him to leave, he should have just left. Soon he arrived at the spot, praying silently, Please, let him be alive. Under the bright moonlight, Seon-woo anxiously stepped into the ruins, his heart burning with worry for his teammate. He stood frozen, staring at the familiar building the orc mage had enchanted, unable to stop his mind from imagining the worst-case scenarios. Seon-woo pieced together the information he had gathered to make a judgment. I've heard a theory that orc mages can share their vision with other orcs. Targeting the exact building where Orang is would be entirely possible for them. With 13% of my core energy remaining, I can take down one orc. He didn't notice a giant wolf lurking nearby, its dark fur perfectly blending into the ruins. The monster's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce on its prey. He watched as it slowly approached. Seon-woo was more shocked than on guard. A giant wolf? He got into a fighting stance and demanded sharply, Where is your master? Should I kill you first? A familiar male voice interrupted, freezing both of them in their tracks. Stop. Seon-woo spotted his teammate behind the beast and immediately tried to reassure him. Orang, you're okay. Just hang on. I'll get rid of this thing first. To his absolute shock, the giant wolf immediately backed away when Orang told it to. Watching it approach him as obediently as a puppy, Seon-woo panicked, unable to believe his eyes. What the? Orang, don't tell me. He scratched the giant wolf under the chin like a household pet, explaining with a smile. It looks like I've awakened. These words left Seon-woo completely dazed, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Flashback to earlier when Orang was trembling while aiming forward. He squeezed the trigger, firing off a shot. The bullet flew straight toward the orc but missed its mark. Shocked, he thought, is my hand broken too? It's not moving the way I want it to. Looking up, he saw the orc and shadow closing in on him. Orang regained his composure and aimed his gun once more, but before he could fire, the orc's spear knocked the weapon out of his hand, sending it flying out of reach. Orang froze, his trembling eyes fixed on the weapon that had just been ripped from his grasp. No! As he desperately tried to crawl toward his core gun, the orc was already standing right behind him, raising its spear high. In an instant, A sharp, agonizing pain pierced through his shoulder, making Orang scream. The orc yanked its spear back, licked the warm blood dripping from the blade, and laughed with sadistic glee. Orang shuddered at the sight of the smirking monster before him. I've heard orcs love human flesh. Damn it, I should have just used the core gun to blow my own brains out earlier. But he refused to give up, a sharp glint suddenly flashing in his eyes. No, if I'm going down, I'm taking him with me. At that exact moment, a deep blue light suddenly burst from Orang's chest, and an intense wave of pain made him scream. It felt as if the spear that pierced his shoulder was now tightening around his chest. Amidst his ragged breathing and racing heart, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Let me help you," it said, leaving him utterly confused. Before he could even process it, the voice spoke again. "Do you want to live?" Orang clutched his head in panic. This was not a human voice. Someone was injecting thoughts directly into his head. Just then, the orc's voice snapped him back to reality. "This is the end. Finally, I get to taste that delicious heart of yours." Orang paled at his grim fate. I can even hear the orc's thoughts? But that voice from earlier definitely wasn't the orc's. Then whose was it? He snapped his head to the side, his eyes landing on Shadow, who was standing nearby, saying, "Hurry, if this keeps up, you're going to die." Orang couldn't believe his ears. "No way," to which it calmly replied, "Yes, that's my voice." Right then, the orc swung its weapon without hesitation. Shadow's voice suddenly grew urgent. "I don't think now is the time for a chat. Do you want my help or not?" Before he could even process it, Orang shrieked out of pure instinct, "Help me!" Right after his scream, a deafening sound rang out, followed by the angry and painful roar of the orc. "What the hell are you doing? You damn wolf!" Orang's eyes widened as he stared at Sato biting down hard on the orc's shoulder. He didn't waste a single second, immediately lunging to grab the gun lying nearby. The moment his finger touched the trigger, Orang screamed, "I'm going for the head! Get back!" Sato quickly leaped to the side just as the bullet fired, tearing straight toward the target's head. Just like that, the orc was taken out in a single shot. Orang's jaw dropped, completely speechless, his eyes locked on Sato, who was standing tall right beside him. Back in the present, Orang's cry of pain echoed through the night. "Oh my god, can you be a little gentler?" But Seon-woo didn't let up. "Stop being such a baby. If I don't reset this bone now, it's going to heal in a weird position." Another loud crack was followed by a sharp scream. "But it seriously hurts, Hyung." Seon-woo ignored him, turning to treat the wound on his shoulder. "I've already used 3 of my precious healing packs on you. You'll be fine until we can find a healer." Orang hissed in pain. "Are you completely heartless?" But at this moment, Seon-woo was deep in thought. Based on everything Orang had said, his ability was beast manipulation. Although it was one of the 6 main classes of abilities, it was actually so rare that only a handful of people had ever awakened it. An ability like this would be extremely useful, even over there. Then, Seon-woo extended his hand to Orang and made a serious announcement. "Congratulations, Orang. You're officially a mutant, which means you qualify to join Node HQ. But that's not necessarily a good thing. The training there is no joke. Countless people get weeded out right from the start, and you'll have to face much more dangerous situations, like fighting beasts head-on. But I still hope you'll come with me." Orang's lips curled into a slightly smug smirk. "That sounds a lot easier than the time I spent surviving in the wilderness." Saying that, he reached out and took Seon-woo's hand. "Honestly, you can't get anything done without me, can you? So, I'm putting my trust in you." At that very moment, Seon-woo suddenly froze. Orang noticed the sudden change and immediately grew worried. "What's wrong, Hyung?" Seon-woo quickly regained his composure and calmly reassured him. "It's nothing." But inside, his mind was in utter chaos. He could no longer hear the sound of his predator ability. He looked in Orang's direction, endless theories racing through his mind. Was there actually a mutant who didn't react to it? The things he possesses aren't just awakened abilities. I've only ever experienced this once with someone else. A familiar figure suddenly flashed across someone I haven't even met in this lifetime yet, but I can't find a single connection between them and Orang. I never fully understood my predator ability in my past life, and there's just too much to do right now. I'll have to worry about this later. Out of the silence, a heavy groan echoed as Winter Kim suddenly bolted upright, screaming as if waking from a nightmare. The familiar, dimly lit room slowly calmed her heavy panting. Winter Kim frantically scanned her own body, making sure she was still in one piece. She rushed out of the room, only to be met with the sight of a mischievous Orang teasing Kim Hyung. "Why don't you come over here and pet its head?" He panicked and flat out refused. No way. I am totally sick of giant wolves. The noise made Seon-woo turn his head. You're awake? Winter Kim frowned, a hint of suspicion on her face. Why are you guys still here? Weren't you heading back to the node? And where the hell are we? He calmly replied, we're on a node transport ship, and we're currently heading toward the Korean headquarters. Hearing this, Winter Kim slumped to her knees, her eyes completely blank. A while later, the ship continued to sail forward, cutting through the waves of the vast ocean. Having finally calmed down, she turned her gaze towards Seon-woo. Did you already know all of this was going to happen? He spoke in a completely casual tone. Even if I did, would it have changed anything if I told you? Would you guys have just abandoned Yeokgak, Gangwon, and evacuated? Winter Kim slowly poured her heart out. No, we definitely would have fought to the death. After all, that place was a sanctuary for people who fled from the beasts, people who didn't belong anywhere else in this world. Seon-woo didn't hesitate to stab her with the brutal truth. But you're the one who let the beasts infiltrate and destroy everything. Winter Kim looked at him with sorrowful eyes. How cruel. But you're right. But so what? Now, there isn't even anyone left in the valley for me to make amends to. Seon-woo didn't blame her or yell. He just spoke in a soft, quiet voice. Then blame me. Winter Kim froze, barely able to squeeze out a what? Seon-woo repeated himself, his voice much firmer this time. Blame me for only being strong enough to save you, and not the others. Be angry that you turned Sangle Valley into what it is today, and focus that hatred toward those damn beasts. I'm currently building the strongest strike force to completely wipe those bastards off the face of the earth. I want you to join me, and use that anger to fuel your will to live from here on out. Kim Winter couldn't hold back her tears, but her eyes burned with determination. Fine, what you said is way better than some half-hearted comfort. If you dare run away from those beasts before I do, I'll never forgive you. Seeing that, Seon-woo let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Orang, who was standing on the lookout point, shouted at the top of his lungs, "There's an island!" He followed the direction of Orang's pointing finger as a landmass slowly emerged through the thick fog. Jew Island, the headquarters of Knot, is located on this island. We're walking right into the tiger's den. Keep your guard up and stay alive. The undulating surface of the sea reflected the sunlight like a shattered mirror. 3 months passed by just like that on a beach near Songgak Mountain. Ju Seon-woo stood in silence, watching the waves crash against the white sand. Out of nowhere, Se-na appeared, breaking the silence in an instant. "Commander, the operation starts in 10 minutes. Everyone is gathered," he replied slowly in a serious tone. "Understood, Vice Commander. I'll be right there." A few minutes later, standing before the other members, Seon-woo confidently announced, "Let's get this done quickly. Our mission today is to clear the coastal caves. This is your final training session, and it's also the first time Team 304 will fight real monsters completely on your own." His firm voice quietly ignited the fighting spirit of the young trainees. "Moving forward, you'll learn combat skills and weapons tailored to each of you. Many have been disqualified, but you should be proud of yourselves for making it this far. However, this final exam is extremely dangerous, and trainees get disqualified in every batch. The instructors won't be helping you this time, so everyone must be extremely careful." As soon as he finished his speech, Kim Winter responded with clear amusement on her face. "Sounds pretty tough. So, are you saying that if we fight and can't win, we'll die?" He didn't deny it and nodded immediately. "Exactly. Anyone who finds it hard to face monsters of this level is going to struggle to survive in future battles anyway. Beyond this door is a shelter built by the Japanese. When the cataclysm occurred, an S-rank monster appeared and seemed to want to make this place its home." His final words struck fear into some of the trainees, forcing Seon-woo to immediately reassure them. "Relax, our opponent today isn't that S-rank monster." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Kwon Se-na quickly stepped in to help. "We'll be facing 10 merfolk. Even though they're marine creatures, they enter these caves to breed. Reports show that whenever a team clears them out, 50 to 60 others immediately take their place." Scanning the information on the paper, Seon-woo couldn't help but marvel. This is incredibly beneficial for Knot. It provides the perfect opponents for the trainees, while yielding plenty of loot like horns and cores. Just then, Kim Hyung suddenly raised his hand, catching his attention. "What is it?" Trainee Kim Hyung. Without hesitation, he stood up and voiced the question he had been harboring. "Isn't 50 to 60 humanoid monsters beyond our capability, Commander?" Seon-woo didn't deny it, but slowly explained. "That's a good point. That would be true if they were normal humanoid monsters, but merfolk are much weaker out of the water, and the cave is quite dry at this time of the year. Orang then raised his hand after a brief silence, making Seon-woo pause his explanation. Yes, trainee Orang, go ahead. He immediately asked, what actually happened to that S-rank monster? If it's still lingering around here, this training mission might turn into a massacre. Without blinking, he shot back with a standard, matter-of-fact response. Get your priorities straight. Trainee, this is the military, and you're on a mission. Hearing this, Orang nodded repeatedly, but still couldn't help but ask more. Right, but still, what happened to it? Seon-woo ignored his distressed expression and coldly recounted the past, not eliminated it a few years ago, and it hasn't been seen since. We can focus entirely on wiping out the merfolk. However, as I said, every team here has had members disqualified. Don't let your guard down just because they aren't S-rank opponents. Shaking off their nervousness, all the trainees answered in unison. Yes, Commander. After a while, the cave entrance finally opened, as slow as peak hour internet. Seon-woo frowned as he stared into the pitch-black abyss. It's pretty deep. Kwon Sena stood beside him, nodding with a serious expression. That's right. We need a 5-man squad to establish a defensive line. The brief discussion ended, and he immediately looked back, issuing a commanding order. Lee Sang-dae, Kim Jong-min, step forward. Without a moment's hesitation, the two replied in unison. Yes, sir. Quietly observing the rookie's actions, Seon-woo barked out, activate, suppressing fire. The non-stop barrage of commands clearly exhausted the two boys, but in return, they got to show off their power, unleashing fierce torrents of fire. The flames spread rapidly, illuminating the damp stone walls deep inside the cave. Seon-woo closely watched their every move to ensure safety before taking the lead. Don't rush. Advance slowly. Make sure there are no insect-type monsters along the walls. The trainees shouted back in unison. Yes, sir. The team marched deeper into the cave, their footsteps echoing through the dead silence. Suddenly, Seon-woo froze, sensing something was off. He immediately signaled the group behind him to stop. Sensing the sudden change in the air, Kwon Sena anxiously scanned the area. What's wrong? He pointed straight ahead, his voice dropping noticeably low. Over there. She followed his finger and froze. The path ahead was completely submerged under some strange-looking water. Kwon Sena looked utterly bewildered, as if questioning her own memory. Why is it flooded like this? This wasn't in the report at all. Without saying a word, Seon-woo marched straight into the water to check things out. Looking down at the water level under his feet, he let out a quiet sigh. It was already up to his knees. After a brief moment of thought, Seon-woo decisively ordered the team behind him. The situation has changed. No matter how deep it is, the presence of water gives the merfolk a massive advantage. We stop here and set up our first line of defense. Everyone responded in unison, yes, Commander. Stepping out of the murky blue water, he raised his hand to call over the two he was looking for. Hwang Ho-sik, Bae Ju-dong, step forward. The sudden call startled them, but they quickly snapped to attention. Intern Hwang Ho-sik, present, sir. Intern Bae Ju-dong, sir. Not wanting to waste any time, Seon-woo got straight to the point. With all this water, is it going to be too hard to run? Ho-sik scanned the water and replied in an optimistic tone. It's a bit annoying, but still a piece of cake. Hearing that, a mischievous glint flashed in Seon-woo's eyes. Oh, really? Then go on and scout ahead. The command made Ho-sik freeze before shouting, What? Seon-woo pointed to the bracelet on his wrist, his firm tone leaving absolutely no room for refusal. Go find out how deep it is. If it goes past your waist, or if you find anything strange, report back immediately. The moment he got a chance to speak, Ho-sik immediately went into coward mode. I'm a little scared, boss. But his plea was met with only a cold, ruthless smile. Are you more afraid of the merfolk, or me? Ho-sik choked on his words, too terrified to say another thing. Seeing his face turn pale and then red, Seon-woo felt like teasing him more, throwing in a little threat. Want to find out which one is scarier? Hearing that, Ho-sik immediately accepted the order without hesitation. Intern Hwang Ho-sik, heading out to scout now, sir. Yes, Commander. With no way out, the two young interns reluctantly stepped into the dark, murky water. Watching them from dry ground, Kwon Sena muttered anxiously. Will they be okay? Seon-woo calmly replied. Do you think I'd send them in if they couldn't handle it? They have lower body reinforcement and are the absolute best at staying out of trouble. Then, he turned to the rest of the crew and warned, Everyone, get ready to fight. Something's about to show up. That warning, scarier than any horror movie, had everyone breaking out in a cold sweat. Yes, sir. Right at that moment, the device on Seon-woo's wrist suddenly erupted with a chaotic storm of screams. Seon-woo's quick-thinking mind immediately sent a signal to his mouth, making him scream, "Run!" Before they knew it, both commanders were startled by a blood-curdling scream echoing from deep inside the cave. "Commander, save us!" The duo ran back for their lives, their faces pale as sheets. Right behind them, a massive wave was hot on their heels. Sena was stunned by the sight. A wave? Seon-woo furrowed his brows, straining his eyes to see further. That's not just water. Those are merfolk. In this urgent situation, Seon-woo waved his hand, barking orders to the squad in the cave. Team 1, move up, raise the core barrier. Team 3, head to the center. Neutralize any merfolk that break through the barrier. Seeing Judong and Hosik desperately catching their breath, Seon-woo temporarily ignored them and kept yelling. Team 5, form up in the back and provide cover fire. Teams 2 and 4, fall back and await the fight. With that, Kwon Sena immediately refined the orders for the young soldiers. Teams 4 and 5, cover the rear. Team 2, retreat and hold the entrance. If things get ugly, seal the door and call headquarters for backup. The interns quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, Vice Commander. Each member of Team 2, already equipped with 2 shields on their arms, ran in a swift line to carry out their mission. Amidst the intense and bustling atmosphere, they all knelt down and slammed their shields. A few seconds later, the shields began to vibrate violently as the internal mechanisms activated. Members from the other teams also rushed over to complete the perimeter, just as they had been over the deafening noise. Seon-woo roared like a lion on a megaphone. Raise the core barrier. The interns echoed his cry to boost their morale. Raise the core barrier. The barrier expanded rapidly, forming a solid, impenetrable fortress wall. Seeing that everything was set, someone reported in just as the monsters rushed forward. The core barrier is up. One of the merfolk whipped its tail, launching itself out of the water. The moment it slammed into the solid defense, the energy wall shook violently. But just a second later, a powerful bolt of electricity from the barrier sent it straight to the afterlife. Seeing their comrade fall, the merfolk waiting in the water leaped out to take revenge. Unfortunately for them, the electric barrier zapped them so hard they were sent. The slower ones could only watch in shock as the charred remains of their comrades rained back down into the water. Furious screeches echoed throughout the cave, sending chills down everyone's spines. One second they're roaring, the next they're getting fried. Out of nowhere, some of those ugly-ass monsters just dropped dead. Seeing things finally looking up, Seon-woo wasted no time boosting the team's morale. Awesome! Their front line is completely sandwiched between our barrier and the incoming merfolk. Keep holding the line, everyone. Hearing that, they literally clenched their butt cheeks and put everything they had into holding the ground against the monster's relentless onslaught. The beasts seemed to have temporary amnesia, mindlessly rushing forward even as green blood sprayed out behind them. Seeing that green slime splattering all over the barrier only made the team inside. Those merfolk swarmed the barrier, clinging to it like giant, creepy spiders. Despite their best efforts, the monster's overwhelming strength began pushing back their defense. Seon-woo yelled at the top of his lungs, reminding the trainees to stay focused on their resonance traits. The second you lose control of your cores, this whole barrier is going to shatter. Under the weight of hundreds of merfolk, the barrier couldn't take it anymore and slowly began to crack. Realizing how critical the situation was, he quickly barked out an order. The barrier is breaking. Team 5, lay down suppressive fire, but do not use your core blasters or you will bring this entire cave down on our heads. Instantly, the team shifted tactics, raising their bows and pulling back the strings. Knowing their defense line was on its last legs, Seon-woo urgently ordered everyone to stand ready. Front line, prepare to fire. The order was given, instantly clearing the path for the archers to release their arrows. Glowing red arrows pierced right through the barrier, instantly dealing fatal blows to the merfolk leading the pack. They barely had time to screech before the main assault squad was already on them. Seon-woo gritted his teeth, trying to keep his cool as he raised his voice. Front line, fire on my mark. In no time, the charging merfolk were completely wiped out mid-stride, but those suicidal beasts kept throwing themselves at the barrier, cracking it even further. Eventually, their relentless sacrifice punched a massive hole right through the defense line. As the core connection broke, the barrier around the breach shattered completely, sending one of the defenders flying backward. To their utter horror, the barrier began crumbling into tiny pieces right before their eyes. The first monster to breach the barrier made one of the rookies scream in pure terror. But just as things took a turn for the worse, a pair of sharp claws suddenly lunged out of nowhere. It was Kim Winter. She had buffed her stats and lunged forward, sending that beast straight to the afterlife. Staring at his savior, the guy yelled out in shock. But just as he started stammering out his thanks to Winter, Seon-woo's harsh voice cut him off. Did you sleep through all your core deployment classes, rookie? How could you not even hold a simple barrier? The recruit quickly hung his head, stuttering, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Seon-woo barked out commands to the troops behind, ordering Team 3 to press forward. Looking at the squad members who were gritting their teeth and trying to stay in position, Seon-woo warned them, if the barrier collapses completely, we won't be able to patch it back up. Team 3, engage in close combat now. But despite their desperate defense, the hideous merfolk ripped the breach wide open and started pouring inside. Seon-woo kept shouting orders, desperately trying to salvage the situation, yelling at them not to let a single monster get past them. Kim Winter got hyped, building up momentum as she charged into the fray with her squad. Let's go, Team 3. We finally got the green light to attack. Leading the charge, she lunged forward and sank her teeth deep into the neck of the nearest monster. Her vicious bite tore away a chunk of flesh, making her look just like a grizzly bear hunting its prey. But she wasn't done yet. Kim Winter whipped her head around, glaring at her enemies as she growled, "Next!" Another brainless beast lunged at her, and she immediately grabbed it by its head and arm, slamming it around like a furious wife catching a homewrecker. Using her monstrous strength, she slammed the beast hard into another monster nearby. Watching her spectacular performance, Seon-woo couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Man, she really is undefeated when it comes to close combat. Everything just flows so naturally for Winter. She possesses a raw, instinctual talent that you simply can't teach. Seon-woo then slowly shifted his gaze to the side, quietly observing Kim Hyung, who was standing further back. On the other hand, Kim Hyung, despite his bulky and slower frame, was dual-wielding swords as he joined the fight. Suddenly, he executed a surprisingly quick and clean leap. Watching Kim Hyung slice through two monsters simultaneously mid-air, Seon-woo nodded in silent approval. Whatever he lacked in raw, natural talent, he more than made up for with sheer dedication and hard work. With another powerful slash, he cut down two more of those creatures. Witnessing this made Seon-woo respect him even more. Even though he hasn't fully mastered coating his body with the core membrane yet, I know that one day, he'll become a powerful ally who's got my back. Watching them fight with everything they had, Seon-woo silently mapped out his own plans. Now, all they needed was a little more time to pull off their small experiment. Meanwhile, Kim Winter was still in a complete frenzy, brutally ripping the merfolk apart limb from limb. After a relentless battle, she finally collapsed to the ground, completely wiped out. Phew, just how many of these things are there? She panted, her eyes suddenly catching sight of the heavily cracked barrier. She accidentally spoke her thoughts aloud, realizing there were literally thousands of merfolk swarming outside that thin barrier. Sure, the breach was temporarily patched, but there was absolutely no telling how much longer it could hold. Wait, weren't there supposed to be only 50 of them? We've definitely killed at least that many by now. Suddenly, a magic projectile grazed right past her ear from behind, making her shriek, "Yikes!" Looking back at what had just startled her, Winter couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy. Even Team 5 looked completely drained. But in the middle of her zoning out, she overheard Seon-woo say something that made everyone freeze in shock. Wait, what? Kim Winter yelled right in his face, completely holding nothing back. Hey, Captain, we're almost completely out of cores over here. And yet you're just standing there chilling? Yeah, barely paying attention to her rant, Seon-woo gently patted her shoulder and offered a brief compliment. Good job. But that only made Kim Winter even more annoyed. Good job? Is that seriously all he has to say? Hearing her, he immediately drew his sword without hesitation and replied, "Of course not." Magic power surged into his blade, making Seon-woo radiate an incredibly thick, menacing aura. Now, let's finish our mission. The moment the core energy enveloped his entire body and weapon, Seon-woo quickly began barking out orders. Team 1, Team 3, swap positions. Team 3, push forward and attack. Hearing the command, they charged forward fiercely, thrusting their swords right through the energy shields. As soon as the barrier in front of the trainees shattered into pieces, their commander's voice echoed through the chaotic battlefield. Deactivating the core barrier, Seon-woo raised his weapon high with burning intensity. Team 1, fall back. They immediately obeyed, shouting to one another, "Fall back!" After a grueling battle, the trainees finally got a moment to catch their breath. Vice Commander, assess the injuries and start healing. You support her. Before she could even respond, Quena rushed over to carry out her duties. Understood. With everyone properly deployed, Seon-woo barked out his next order. Team 3, prepare to attack. Clenching their jaws, they immediately took their combat stances. Ready, Captain. Facing the hunters was a swarming horde of ferocious merfolk, just waiting for the right moment to pounce. Seon-woo's face hardened as pure killing intent surged from him. His sword slowly drew in spiritual energy from the surrounding air, channeling it to boost his power. Feeling such overwhelming energy for the first time, the monsters gaped in sheer terror, instinctively backing away. Sensing his teammates' tension, Seon-woo calmly told them, "Just take care of any monsters that get past me, all right?" Seeing their nod of understanding, he gave the final command, "Let's move." As if they had been waiting for that exact cue, the merfolk lunged forward like arrows shot from a bow. Seon-woo channeled strength into his legs and leaped high into the air, easily slicing off two of his enemies' tails. With seamless coordination, he shifted his grip and cleanly sliced another merman right down the middle. Amidst the geyser of gushing green blood, Seon-woo swiftly ripped his blade out of the monster's corpse, spun around, and impaled the throats of several others sneaking up on him. He effortlessly slaughtered them without breaking a sweat. Seon-woo leaped high into the air once more, gripping his sword tightly as he charged forward. Moving like a ghost, he flickered across the battlefield, and in no time, severed heads were flying everywhere. From a distance, Kim Winter and her partner watched Seon-woo's fierce battle. After a moment of silence, she grumbled in frustration. Take care of any that get past him? Who could even get past him? Meanwhile, the star of this lone wolf show was focusing on unleashing his sleeping moon sword technique. The destructive beam of energy unleashed from his blade instantly disintegrated the annoying pests blocking his path. The devastating power of that single slash was enough to send the entire backline of merfolk straight to the afterlife. However, having too much raw power wasn't necessarily a good thing, as the attack triggered a massive shockwave. Thick clouds of dust and debris completely blinded them. Seeing this, Kim Hyung anxiously warned him, "Watch out, Captain." The situation unfolding before his eyes made Seon-woo sink into a gloomy silence. Even after using 1/3 of my core energy, this still happened. And here I was, yelling at them not to use core bullets. How embarrassing. But with the ferocious merfolk charging right at him, he had no time to wallow in self-pity. "All right, let's do this." Seon-woo pushed himself to burn his energy to release the core. The immense power blew the surrounding monsters far, far away. Caught in the crossfire, Kim Hyung and his partner quickly covered their heads. Infuriated by the sudden blast, Kim Winter couldn't help but snap angrily. "Hey, Captain, why do you keep doing that? We're going to get crushed to death way before these merfolk do." This was something Seon-woo understood all too well. At this rate, he wouldn't even have a chance to activate his sword. Damn it, my sword is useless, and releasing the core isn't working either. It feels like fighting with both hands tied behind my back. Not to mention, they completely outnumber us. I can't. Seon-woo's mind raced as he desperately looked for a way out. We need something to turn the tables. I wonder how much longer Orang is going to take. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Somewhere else, Orang slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? It took him a while to get his bearings. Right, merfolk. I must have successfully gotten inside. He didn't have to search for long. The silhouette of his teammates slaughtering monsters in the distance caught his attention immediately. Orang suddenly remembered his main objective. Seon-woo. That's right, time to do what he asked. Focusing his mental energy, he struggled a bit to get used to his new body. Fortunately, within a few seconds, Orang managed to get the hang of it. Now, he could start his plan to provoke those pathetic fools. To think creatures like you are holding us back. What on earth is wrong with you guys? Just defeat that guy, and we can gorge ourselves on human flesh. Orang ruthlessly shoved aside a merman who was blocking his path. We're in no rush right now, so get out of the way. The beast growled in fury at his rude action. Mess around and find out. He turned and bit hard into the beast's shoulder blade. It collapsed onto the ground, green blood spraying continuously from the wound. Seeing its comrade die for nothing, another merman lunged forward to get revenge. But before Orang could even throw hands, a self-proclaimed peacemaker stepped in to stop it. Too bad Orang pulled a move they never saw coming. A thunderous punch landed right on that merman's face. This reckless strike pissed off the peacemaker who tried to break them up. Meanwhile, the one who took the punch just stood there, completely dazed. Realizing words were useless, the peacemaker instantly slashed back. But to everyone's surprise, Orang nimbly dodged it. Sensing a bad vibe, he froze for a moment. The surrounding beasts realized something was wrong, and their eyes turned blood red as they growled at Orang. He gaped as they growled at each other, and then, driven by some mysterious force, those two lunged straight at each other, tearing each other apart. The commotion even caught the attention of the two at the very front. Confused, they looked around to find the culprit. Then, the entire pack of merfolk noticed the brawl at the back of the line. The noise was so loud that it even caught Seon-woo's attention. He watched silently as they were divided, with only a few monsters at the front left, untouched by the infighting. Kim Winter was so eager to catch the drama that she literally climbed onto Kim Hyung's shoulders. What kind of drug are they on? Why are they acting like that? Only Seon-woo understood the real reason behind it. He actually did it. After so much struggle, a tiny spark of joy finally bloomed in his heart. Our little experiment worked. Orang, whose name he quietly called out, was muttering softly under his breath. Using too much of his power at once brought on a wave of intense pain. Even so, he still tried to control the beasts, making them move, scratch, bite, rip throats open, and Seon-woo silently watched Orang holding his head in agony from a distance. The boy's reaction made him sink into deep thought. To understand the whole story, we have to go back to some time ago. Orang, I have a favor to ask. What is it, Seon-woo? Taking advantage of a moment when they were alone, Seon-woo used a language only they understood. Hearing his proposal, Orang was slightly taken aback. Wait, control the merfolk? Seon-woo explained his strategy in more detail. Yeah, the ability to control monsters allows the user to possess and command them. This mission is a great opportunity to test how far you can take it. Think about it. If you can control a monster's mind, theoretically, you could do it to any monster, even S-ranks like Belkis. At the mention of its name, the image of that terrifying beast flashed in Orang's mind again. At the same time, the memory of Jenna's final moments when she was killed by that monster remained an unforgettable trauma in his heart. As the painful memory suddenly hit him, Orang's face darkened. Belkis. Then, he firmly accepted. All right, I'll try it. Seon-woo thoroughly guided him step by step, telling him to target the furthest one in the back and then attack the ones around it. But if you start to feel like it's too dangerous, disconnect immediately, understand? End of flashback. Back in reality, Orang was casting his skill just as instructed. Move. Die. The merfolk scattered as the infighting turned extremely brutal. Seon-woo stepped forward excitedly. It worked. They're fighting each other just like we planned. Filled with determination, he raised his sword high. Now, launching a full-on frontal assault, with just a few basic strikes, he successfully took down two of the merfolk. Following his lead, Kim Hyung also gave the order. Team 3, finish off the ones that are still breathing. All the members acknowledged the command. Okay. Everyone pitched in to help eliminate the monsters. Seon-woo delivered a clean slash, sending one of the merfolk straight to the afterlife. After the exhausting battle, he took a deep breath, suddenly detecting a strange noise. Seon-woo turned around and saw Orang crawling forward. Mistaking him for an enemy, a thick, murderous aura erupted from him. There's still one alive. Facing Seon-woo, who looked like an asura stepping straight out of hell, Orang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Huh? He tried to speak up to stop him, saying, no, wait, but the only things that came out of his throat were guttural growls. To Seon-woo, this was just a dying struggle, still trying to resist until the very end. Orang helplessly reached his hand out to him. No, Seon-woo, it's me. Look at me. Seon-woo, don't do this. Contrary to his inner thoughts, the actual owner of this body muttered arrogant words. I don't want to die, not at the hands of a creature like this. I will kill you. No human can do this to me. Finally, that merman regained full control of its body, boldly lunging forward to attack. Die. But before it could cause any damage, it took a blade straight through the heart from Seon-woo. That decisive action shocked Orang to the core. Before long, he was hit with an excruciating pain that cut deep into his soul. Orang's entire body trembled violently, his breathing turning shallow and rapid. This massive disturbance caught Sina's attention. She rushed over in a panic while Orang wheezed out an accusation. He stabbed me in the heart. Sena quickly activated her ability, casting a blinding light over his left chest. Let me check. But the diagnosis left her completely speechless. To Orang's surprise, the phantom pain from his sheer panic slowly faded away. Sena's anger flared up instantly. I trusted you. You shouldn't be playing pranks on your superior like this, you know? Orang shrank back in terror, desperately trying to defend himself. But seriously, the main culprit behind this entire mental breakdown had absolutely no idea. He calmly continued assigning duties, ordering Team 1 to take the vanguard and monitor the monster's movements. Teams 3 and 5 were tasked with gathering the corpses and mana cores. They immediately accepted the order. Understood, Commander. With that, the trainees busied themselves clearing out the mermen's corpses. Watching from a distance, Seon-woo noticed some of the weaker trainees couldn't stop throwing up. Their mental fortitude was incredibly fragile, especially compared to the seasoned members of the. Even the hero of today's mission could barely stand on his own 2 feet. Unaware of how bad his condition was, Seon-woo kept showering him with praise. Great job, Orang. You managed to turn those mermen against each other and secured our victory. But before Seon-woo could even finish his sentence, Orang bent over, dry heaving violently. Seon-woo panicked at the sudden sight. Wait, what? You too? Hey, are you okay? Orang took a deep breath, desperately holding back the bile rising in his throat. I'm fine, sir. I just need to get used to it. Those reassuring words did little to ease Seon-woo's growing anxiety. Was this a side effect of his possession skill? Or maybe a backlash from the host monster's death? Keeping his voice down, he instructed, keep a close eye on any changes in your condition, and make sure to include them in the report. Got it? We're going to keep exploring the cave. You take a breather. Orang nodded obediently, accepting the order. With that, Seon-woo turned and walked away, his mind weighed down by 100 different worries. If Orang gets weakened every time his host dies, it's going to be hard to make the most of him in future battles. That really sucks. I was hoping to use his ability to secretly take down S-rank monsters where no one is watching. Suddenly, hot tears welled up in Orang's eyes and spilled down his cheeks. Wait, what? He wiped his face in utter confusion. What is this? What's happening to me? Meanwhile, Seon-woo and his team began scouring every corner of the cave, exchanging findings. Is this the exact spot where those mermen gathered during your scout earlier? Yes, sir, that's correct. Hearing her confirmation, he voiced the doubt lingering in his mind. And you didn't notice any tunnel here? Sena quickly cleared up his confusion. No, sir, there were just too many mermen, so we couldn't really focus on our surroundings. Suddenly, Seon-woo shifted the conversation in an entirely different direction. Deputy Commander, you've read through all the previous training records, right? This time, it was her turn to look surprised. Yes, of course I did. Why do you ask? His expression turned dead serious, his sharp gaze locking onto her. Didn't you find anything strange about them? About what? Everything has been exactly as expected, except for how the battle played out. Sena looked straight at him, answering honestly. Their appearance, physical traits, behavior, combat style, and weaknesses, they're all exactly as detailed in the report. Even the number of monsters is the same. Seon-woo had been waiting for someone to notice this, and he immediately dropped a hint. Exactly, we just took down about 60 of those weird mermen. And every single team before us reported taking down around 60 mermen too. Every single one. Standing near the cave entrance, Kim Winter still couldn't wrap his head around it. Wait, is that really so strange? Frowning, Seon-woo pointed deeper into the tunnel and posed a question of his own. Then, what about what lies further inside? Forget the reports about clearing out the monsters, there isn't a single record of any team actually stepping foot past this point. Which means, those 60 mermen we fought might not be the only things lurking in this cave. His words hit like a sledgehammer, instantly clearing the fog in their minds. After mulling it over, Kim Winter voiced his suspicion. Are you saying the previous teams didn't just quit halfway through? They actually covered it up? Seon-woo nodded in silent agreement, pushing the theory further. And that's not all. The official record says these mermen come here to breed, right? If that's the case, where are the signs of mating and nests? Where are the offspring? This chilling realization sent a shiver down Sena's spine. Gosh, you're seriously creeping me out here. Don't say stuff like that. But her complaints didn't stop Seon-woo from pressing on. Every single time humans come here, those creatures get wiped out, yet they keep coming back to the exact same spot. Doesn't that Sure, it could be their instinct to protect their young, which is their ultimate drive. But when faced with absolute annihilation, their survival instinct should have driven them away. However, this long-winded explanation was starting to lose Kim Hyung. So, Commander, do you think there's a completely different reason they keep coming back here? Seon-woo stared intently at the mouth of the tunnel, his voice dropping to a low whisper, as if unearthing a dark secret. Maybe it's because there's something inside this tunnel that we know absolutely not. He shone his flashlight straight down the pitch-black passage. The piercing beam cut through the heavy silence, as if trying to rip away the darkness, hiding the truth. And whatever that thing is, it's what's driving those mermen out. Meanwhile, the moment this news reached the Korean headquarters training center, Olivia immediately shot it down. No, that's impossible. I've never received a single report about any tunnel connecting this place to other caves. From the other side of the screen, Seon-woo pressed for her input. My reports don't mention a thing either. With nothing to go on, it's hard to decide whether we should keep moving forward or pull back. Olivia knit her brows as her mind raced. If there really were other monsters lurking deeper in the cave, it meant every single team before them had failed to fully explore the area. And if it's a new tunnel, meaning there's a monster digging inside, could it be another desert wanderer? Since the other side had been quiet for too long, Seon-woo spoke up anxiously. Ma'am. Olivia, snapping out of her deep thoughts, calmly stated the protocol. I'm sorry, but the general rule is that when an anomaly is discovered, those who found it must remain at the scene. If your team leaves before the instability is resolved, your mission will be deemed a failure. Though he looked completely calm on the outside, Seon-woo's mind was racing. A failure? But we only got dragged into this mess because the previous teams kept hiding whatever they wanted. Despite his frustration, he had to keep his tone measured. Understood. Awaiting further instructions, Olivia replied in a flat voice. After waiting a few minutes for her to finish a long string of commands, Seon-woo finally answered, Yes, ma'am. We will prepare and wait for them. Observing that the conversation had ended, Sena stepped forward to ask about the situation. How did it go? He briefed her quickly with the composure of a true commander. Looks like we have to head back inside the cave. This time, only 4 of us are Go Tae-young and Lexi. A helicopter from headquarters will be here in a few minutes. Until then, get ready to head back in. The news hit Sena like a lightning bolt, making her think she had misheard. From headquarters? Amid the howling wind and the deafening roar of the rotors, Olivia's commanding voice echoed in his memory once more. I'll be sending an official team. You will support them. Commander Kim, do not take the lead on your own. This is an issue for the official corps, not a playground for trainees to show off. As the helicopter descended, whipping up a violent gale, the group stood their ground. Seon-woo looked up, his eyes determined, but his furrowed brow gave away his intense anxiety. The roaring engine of the helicopter completely drowned out the footsteps of the approaching strangers. The wind whipped around the Songgak security team as they stepped out, making them look undeniably cool. Seon-woo quietly watched the helicopter fly off, feeling a lingering bitterness in his chest. While the cities focused on developing core vehicles, the wastelanders couldn't even find oil. Yet, Not was wealthy enough to fly a helicopter just to transport 4 people. Bitter as he was, he didn't forget his manners and extended his hand. Welcome. I am Commander Kim Seon-woo, leader of Trainee Team 304. Jong-min shook his hand on behalf of his team and immediately spoke up. I'm Lee Jong-min, captain of the Songgak Border Force. Over there are Seo Bong-won, Dees, and Sakura. As Seon-woo's brain processed this new information, he didn't even notice his brow furrowing. 2 swordsmen and 2 support specialists, all combat experts who don't need any backup. This team makeup is really strange. Not wanting to waste any more time, he quickly brought up his previous proposal. I assume Olivia has already briefed you on the situation. We were ordered to secure the area and support the official corps. Contrary to his expectations, Jong-min shut him down without any filter. We can't have trainees handling things outside of their training curriculum. Hearing that, Seon-woo groaned inwardly. He's openly looking down on us, but he still tried to negotiate. In terms of support, we have a healer, another member who specializes in core energy storage, 1 more member, and myself, with reinforcement capabilities. What do you think? Noticing Seon-woo's obvious confidence, Jong-min didn't hesitate to throw out a provocation. I'm not sure if that's even necessary, but hey, I don't mind if you want to tag along. Right now we need to inspect the scene, so why don't you lead the way? While Seon-woo swallowed his pride and nodded, Sena's face darkened with silent resentment. He's throwing insults with a smile on his face. Seon-woo led the group into the dark cave, where Kim Winter immediately reported the moment she saw him. While you were gone, we didn't hear or see a single thing, earning a quick word of praise from Seon-woo. Good job. Go wait outside the tunnel. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance back at Jong-min one more time. His eyes scanned every nook and cranny of the cave walls before he asked, was this used as a shelter tunnel during the Japanese colonial period? The unexpected question made Seon-woo answer instinctively. Yes, is this your first time here? During our training, Jong-min replied. We knew absolutely nothing about the existence of the merfolk, which caught Seon-woo off guard for a second. Oh, I see. While the Songgak team was busy investigating, Sakura suddenly shared some information. This tunnel wasn't in the reports. It definitely looks very different from the ones we've been through before. How should I put it? Hearing this, Jongmin prodded. It looks man-made, and quickly got her confirmation. Exactly. The caves we usually go through feel completely natural, but this one feels like it was chiseled out, but not by some round, ugly worm. The moment she finished, Dees seized the chance to report. Captain, over here. He reached up to brush away a thick layer of dust. As soon as the covering layer was brushed aside, Jongmin muttered in confusion, Hanja? Without being asked, Sakura immediately translated those characters to move the investigation along. It says entrance number 1 on there. He suddenly falls deep in thought, but doesn't forget to reply, Thank you, Miss Sakura. Dongmin's brain is quick to react, and he immediately shares his thoughts with everyone. So, this must be a tunnel built back during the colonial era. But for some reason, it was blocked off. And then, someone went and reopened the entrance. Answering that question has now become our main mission. Just overhearing this makes Sena look completely panicked. Dongmin looks at the smart band on his wrist and continues his analysis. For now, it would be great if we could contact the base, but it looks like the bracelet isn't working. Hearing that, Bong-an immediately chimes in with an update. It's been like this since we stepped into the tunnel, and the deeper we go, the weaker the signal gets. Should I go back to the entrance to try and make contact? Dongmin slowly picks up a stone, his firm voice echoing through the place. His hands are busy tossing it deep into the cave, and he doesn't stop talking. We don't have anything to report yet anyway, so that would just be a waste of time. He strains his ears to catch the sound of the stone hitting something. Dongmin speaks in a low voice, as if confirming a verified danger. It didn't hit anything and just kept flying. It must be at least 100 meters deep. It's going to be dangerous, but we have to take the risk. From now on, all orders are mine to make. Are you interns ready? Use my flashlight and go save the others. Everyone, stay focused. The thick darkness swallows their every step as Dongmin leads the team deeper inside. The longer they walk, the more their breaths turn into rising hot air. They are probably getting exhausted. Lexi carelessly steps on some uneven ground, twisting her ankle. Just as she loses her balance and is about to take a nasty fall, a firm hand grabs her tight. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, Seon-woo speaks in a calm, steady voice to reassure her. Easy now, calm down. Once she regains her composure, Lexi awkwardly speaks up, saying, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung's face is filled with impatience. Walking around so carelessly like this is definitely not normal. Hasn't it already been 30 minutes? Sena suddenly chimes in. It might feel even longer than it actually is, because it is incredibly hot and humid down here. Constantly fumbling around in this dark path only makes him feel more uneasy. Do you really think we'll find something down here? She replies half-jokingly. Honestly, I'd be happier if we didn't. Dongmin's steady foot accidentally kicks something hard as a rock. He immediately barks out an order. I stepped on something. Stop. Then, he tensely shines his flashlight down on the ground. What Dongmin stumbled upon is a skull, chipped in several places. With a face that manages to remain completely calm, he slowly analyzes the situation. A skull. Judging by its condition, it probably belonged to a soldier or a laborer from the colonial era. Standing behind him, Sakura suddenly shares her theory. Is it possible that it's actually much newer than that? But there isn't a single clue to prove it. Dongmin waves his hand in objection, saying, Don't ask me. I'm no forensic scientist. How on earth am I supposed to know? But if we just leave it here, it will only get in the way. So off it goes. He treats the skull like a soccer ball and kicks it right away. It happens so fast that Bong-an doesn't even have time to stop him. He can only spit on the ground to ward off the bad luck, muttering, kicking a skull is a total curse. You know, being called out like this, Dongmin looks a bit dumbfounded, but he quickly brushes it off. Just forget about it. It's done. Having kept completely silent from the very beginning, Seon-woo slowly sinks deep into his thoughts, as the pressure from the heat, humidity, and darkness slowly wears them all down. Even though they might have awakened to a high level, they are on the verge of losing control too. If this team runs into a high-tier monster right now, in this state, but his train of thought is suddenly cut short by Dongmin's excited shout. Oh, look at that. He shines his bright flashlight into an opening that has just appeared in the cave wall. It's wide open, just like before. Let's stop here and take a short break. As if granted a divine reprieve, everyone immediately stops to catch their breath. Seon-woo pieces all the clues together and reaches his own conclusion. So, is this an endless tunnel made up of multiple chambers? How many more spaces like this are out there? While resting against the cave wall, Dongmin starts a conversation. This first mission of ours is proving to be quite a handful, isn't it? Seon-woo rolls his eyes as he scans the area, giving a half-hearted reply. I guess so. On the outside, he is a man of few words, but inside, his mind is running a mile a minute. The others seem to have helped calm him down. I just hope I was overthinking things for nothing. Dongmin can't help but ask the question burning in his mind. There were plenty of other squads that just walked away without wiping out all the merfolk. You could have done the exact same thing. In response, Seon-woo gives a blunt answer. I didn't volunteer just to run away from trouble. That simple answer leaves a pretty strong impression on him. Well, quite tough words for an intern. Noticing Lexi suddenly standing up in front of him, Dongmin can't help but wonder, what's wrong? We can still rest for a bit longer, you know. Noticing her intense, thoughtful expression, Seon-woo speaks his mind. Did you feel it too? Receiving a nod from her in response, he frowns slightly. Every single word he utters, sounding like an urgent warning bell. You guys better get ready to fight. The warning comes so suddenly that Dongmin is completely taken aback. What? The calm look on his face was completely replaced by sheer tension. He quickly darted his eyes over, as he sensed a dangerous presence. Feeling the malicious energy, Dongmin immediately went on high alert, and the Songak squad prepared for battle. Upon receiving the commander's order, the team members quickly assumed defensive stances. A familiar sound echoed, giving Seon-woo a slight jolt. He recognized that sound, spotting glowing red eyes hiding in the gloomy darkness ahead. Merfolk. So there really are more of them? The aggressive monsters charged all at once, unleashing terrifying growls. The immediate danger sent Seon-woo's anxiety levels through the roof, and that wasn't all. These things were even bigger than the ones they had faced before. This battle is going to be a tough one. Before he could step forward to attack, Dongmin stopped him. You, step back. Seon-woo was a bit confused by this. Captain Lee? In an instant, blinding flashes of light illuminated the area around Seon-woo as core energy erupted from Dongmin's body. Because these bastards are our opponents. With extreme tension written all over his face, every line of his features filled with determination, Dongmin barked out his orders. Bongan, Sakura, form a triangle formation, now. The three of them charged forward together as Dongmin shouted on the run. Dieter, get into position. Just inches away from the lead merman, Dongmin sprang into the air, and with a single slash, he cut the merman clean in two. Without wasting a single second, the three of them pressed on, charging straight into the swarm of merfolk behind it. Watching from the sidelines, Seon-woo was slightly taken aback and thought to himself, their caliber is on a whole different level. Looking at the back of the man standing right in front of him, he suggested, we're doing fine, you should go join your team. Dieter didn't even turn his head, replying curtly, just stay right there. His gaze never wavered, staring straight ahead on high alert. Keeping the trainees safe is our job. Hearing those words, Seon-woo felt a mix of admiration and bitterness swell up inside him. Talk about professional. If I were in his shoes, I'd probably say the exact same thing. Meanwhile, Bongan swung his massive hammer back with his muscular arms, slamming it hard into the oncoming. Come at me, you bastards. Blue flashes of light crisscrossed the air like a spider's web. Sakura gripped her hilt tightly after painting the enemy corpses with a fresh coat of crimson. Seon-woo couldn't help but commentate as if watching a live-action deathmatch. Doesn't look like they're in much danger at all, does it? Dieter glanced down, a tense look still lingering in his eyes. Thankfully, a split second later, his commanding voice rang out. Indeed, obeying orders is our duty. If the Songak team gets into trouble, we must step in to help. Right on cue, Kim Hyung and Kusena replied in unison like programmed robots. Understood. Meanwhile, Sakura's blade coldly pierced straight through a merman's head. As she drew her sword back, its body collapsed to the ground before it could even twitch. Right next to her, Dongmin was also clashing with another one. He swung his arms, driving both blades precisely into its chest and abdomen simultaneously. His subsequent, violent retraction of the swords sent green blood spraying everywhere from the merman's body. Watching them coordinate and take down each merman so cleanly, Kim Hyung couldn't help but let out a wow. His eyes crinkled into crescents as he smiled, nodding in total admiration. Impressive. Standing nearby, Seon-woo cracked a small smile at his excitement and thought to himself, their team might be on par with mine, but when it comes to raw combat skills, they completely outclass the other contestants. Close quarters combat is definitely their strong suit. All of a sudden, a merman slithered right toward him. Before Seon-woo could react, Dieter dashed ahead and casually sent it straight to meet its maker. Seon-woo tilted his head to look over, raising his eyebrows in silent appreciation. With skills that could end a monster in seconds, this backup request was a walk in the park for them. 2 flashes of blue light crossed into an X shape, followed instantly by countless blue arcs tracing from Dongmin's blades. By the time he and his team sheathed their weapons, the ground was littered with merman corpses. Dongmin slipped his sword back into the scabbard on his back, breathing a sigh of relief as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his chest. But just a few seconds later, he watched helplessly as the 2 in front of him kept hacking and stabbing the dead bodies. And now I'm just confused. Dongmin quickly walked over and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Wiping a splash of blood off his face, Seon-woo casually replied, "Oh, we're just making sure none of them are still breathing. Most importantly, we can't afford to lose any points." Hearing that, Dongmin burst into a hearty laugh, his voice carrying a teasing tone. "To think that a Class A contestant like you would, before he could even finish." Seon-woo elbowed him hard. "That's just basic knowledge." Without stopping his hands, he decisively drove his sword into the heart of another merman lying nearby. These things seemed to have lived in this wasteland for quite a while. Dongmin knit his brows slightly, watching him intently as he added in his mind, "Not every wasteland is like this. This hunter is truly talented." From afar, his teammate's voice called out, "Trouble's dealt with. Let's get back to the mission." Dongmin immediately turned around, but didn't forget to look back over his shoulder to say goodbye. "We have to go. Good luck with the rest of your work, everyone." Seon-woo stood frozen, watching them walk away. He couldn't help but make a comparison. Taking down 50 named monsters in just 30 minutes meant these people were equivalent to beasts 9 times stronger. The thoughts kept swirling in his head. They had to be at least tier 3, and their leader was probably tier 1 or 2. Kim Hyun walked over and spoke up, "I bet." Then, his expression turned serious as he added, "They are definitely the strongest. You and Mr. Kim planning to wipe out every monster in the world. It's honestly just a pipe dream." Hearing this, Seon-woo frowned slightly, his voice dropping as he asked. Kim Hyun stared quietly into the empty void. "On the other hand, I wonder, is there even a place for awakened like me?" A silent question flashed in his mind. What is he so worried about? Seon-woo glanced at Kim Hyun's somber face, silently guessing that something must be deeply bothering him, something absolutely terrible. Images of other monsters flashed through his mind, bringing a heavy wave of thoughts. But whether there are more monsters or not, we still haven't faced the strongest one yet. Suddenly, he jolted, as Kim Hyun's shout rang in his ear. "What is this?" He looked up, his eyes locked on something high above as he yelled, "Everyone, get over here!" Tiny, flickering lights created a breathtaking view, forcing a collective gasp from everyone. "Wow." Kwon Sina looked up, blurting out in awe, "It's so sparkly, totally different from anywhere we've been." Leah also gaped in amazement. "Right? It's a natural opening in the cave." Sina's eyes sparkled like a child seeing a new toy. "What is that? It's absolutely beautiful." Seon-woo suddenly remembered something and quickly spoke up. "Wait." His face instantly turned grim, and his voice dropped low as he continued. "These are glitter bugs." Hearing this, Kim Hyun panicked, immediately pressing him. "Glitter bugs? Are they some kind of monster?" Seon-woo shook his head slightly, explaining anxiously, "They aren't monsters. They are a type of insect that only appears when a disaster is about to strike." His gaze remained locked on the cave ceiling, where the tiny specks of light continued to flicker endlessly. They themselves aren't the issue. It's their behavior that worries me. By now, the 2 girls were growing anxious as well, while Kim Hyun pressed further. "Are you saying we're in the middle of a disaster?" Seon-woo didn't answer right away. Instead, he pointed to the deep, pitch-black opening ahead. "That entrance is where we did our mission. It leads to a natural Then, he turned around, shifting his hand toward the wall that was softly glowing. "But the rock on this side is completely different." Kwon Sina frowned slightly, a creeping sense of unease washing over her. "Is that really that unusual? We've already walked hundreds of meters inside." Seon-woo remained calm as he explained, "I've never seen this kind of rock in Jew before." More importantly, the others broke into a cold sweat at his next words. These glitter bugs hate peaceful environments, which is why they are rarely seen in South Korea. Before anyone could even catch their breath, he delivered the final blow, which means there is something sinister in these caves that's drawing them here. Hearing this, the 3 of them stood frozen in shock. Right then, a panicked scream echoed from behind Seon-woo. "Something's coming." Dongmin rushed over, shouting at the top of his lungs as he ran. "What is that, Bong-an?" and the moment he looked up, he was instantly struck speechless with shock. Leia appeared right before them, its massive body towering over them. Sakura stared at it and asked immediately, "A merman?" Dix, standing nearby, shone his flashlight on it, studied it for a moment, and replied, "Not even close." The speculation continued. "Is it dead? It looks like it's been dead for ages." Dongmin stood still, staring at it without blinking. Dead or not, this is a big deal. Its arms are at least 2 meters long. Then, he turned to his teammates and suggested, "We need to head back and report this immediately." They immediately agreed. "Yeah." Seon-woo's face went pale, unable to believe his eyes. "No way, Leia." Leah and Quan Sina flinched when they heard him call out. "Vice Commander Lee Hyun," Seon-woo pointed sharply and demanded, "Fall back, now." One of the people called out couldn't help but ask, "What? Why?" Frowning, he raised his voice and repeated, "Obey the order and fall back." Seeing his reaction, his 3 friends froze in place. Bong-an felt something drop onto his shoulder. He swiped it away and muttered, "What the hell?" Just a second later, Leia's eyes suddenly lit up, accompanied by the cracking sound of falling stone. Bong-an whipped around, narrowing his eyes as he stared, muttering under his breath, "Its eyes." The cracking noise grew louder and more rapid. Suddenly, Leia's chest ripped open, revealing a violet heart that instantly sprayed fluid forward. Dongmin's face twisted in sheer panic as he screamed, "Bong-an!" The boy stood frozen like a statue, while Seon-woo dashed forward, roaring, "No!" A deep purple tentacle whipped out, wrapping tightly around Bong-an's leg. He was dragged backward so fast that Seon-woo's desperate grab missed completely. He tried to keep his balance and shouted out his skill, "Core Surge," but it wasn't enough to stop the immense force, and he was violently pulled toward it. Dongmin stood frozen, stammering incoherently. There was a giant mouth on its chest. Bonghwa gritted his teeth, raising his hammer with all his might. He slammed it right into Legia's head, screaming as he swung, "Let me go, you bastard!" His face was twisted in agonizing pain. Legia finally let him go, but one of his legs was completely torn apart. Dongmin stood frozen, staring helplessly as his teammate writhed and groaned on the ground. "My leg." The grotesque mouth on Legia's chest slowly closed, looking as if it had just finished enjoying an appetizer. Dongmin whipped around, frantically barking orders. "He is severely injured. We need to pull him back right now." "Recruits, head this way." Quaina replied firmly as she ran over. "Understood, Commander." Meanwhile, Sunwoo stepped forward to block them, his face tighter than a violin string. Seeing Sina's hesitation, he quickly spoke up. "Don't go any closer. Heal him from right where you are." Dongmin, completely baffled by what was happening, snapped back immediately. "What the hell do you think you're doing? This is an emergency." He didn't answer, only gesturing toward Senna. "Just do what I say." Senna nodded, her hands already glowing with channeling energy. "Understood," Deputy Commander Sena complied. Dongmin furrowed his brow, demandingly confronting him in a rage. "Recruit Kim Sunwoo. I think you're highly mistaken about who's in charge here." Sunwoo only glanced at him, refusing to beat around the bush or back down. "No, I understand perfectly. I'm sorry, but if that thing is Legia, my teammates are in danger too." Completely losing his cool, Dongmin screamed right in his face. "Legia, Legia! You kept bringing up that name, but what the hell is it anyway?" Dongmin's harsh, grating voice still echoed in his ears. "I've never heard of any monster with that name." Sunwoo scowled, thinking to himself with frustration, "Of course you haven't. You don't have memories of a past life to guide you like I do." Sunwoo stared at the creature in front of him, Legia, an S-rank monster capable of controlling other beasts. It first appeared in New Zealand 5 years ago, and claimed countless lives. He continued without missing a beat. They had to sacrifice the OA organization just to put it down. Hearing this, Dongmin's face washed over with shock. OA, the massive organization that opposed, not? Sunwoo turned to look at him, his voice incredibly calm. "That's exactly why you don't know. Given the rivalry between OA and Not, there's no way they'd share intel with each other." But Dongmin wouldn't let it go, pressing further. "Then how does a rookie like you know all this?" Sunwoo didn't answer, instead looking up at Legia. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "That's a fair question, but I don't have time to explain." Staring at the monster's closed, blood-stained mouth, a sudden doubt crossed his mind. Wait, why did it stop attacking? Why isn't it pressing its advantage? Shaking off his doubts, he told himself, "Either way, this is our chance to run. No time to hesitate." He turned to his squad and ordered, We have to move before it wakes up again. Before they could even take a step, Dongmin's voice cut in. No. His face went rigid, his eyes wide as he realized something was terribly wrong. It was already too late. Sensing the danger, Seon-woo looked in the same direction. Legia's eyes were glowing with a blinding yellow light once more. Seon-woo stood frozen, his eyes locked onto the intense glare, erupting from the monster's sockets. This light was far brighter than before. Dongmin immediately shouted to Dis, "Distract it. I'm going in for the kill. Watch out. It looks like that tentacle is all it has left." Dis raised his head, eyes locked onto Legia as he roared back in acknowledgement. Holding a hammer in each hand, Dis lunged forward to draw its attention. As he closed in on Legia, he raised his arm, roaring, "Take this!" Legia's eyes flashed with a brilliant gold, as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. A blinding beam of light shot out, piercing right through Dis. Seon-woo's face went pale at the horrific sight, while Dongmin stood completely paralyzed, his face drained of all color. Sakura clutched her head in absolute panic, staring blankly, unable to process the horror. Dis's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, with a sickening, painful thud. Seeing her close comrade die right before her eyes, Sakura trembled so violently she could barely stand. Dongmin whipped around and screamed, "What the hell is this thing?" Sakura held onto Dis's lifeless body, which now had a massive hole gaping through his chest, as Dongmin's voice filled with rage. "What kind of monster is Legia? Why are my teammates dying one by one?" Seon-woo stole a glance behind him, a sense of dread pooling in his chest. Damn it. The Grade 1 and Grade 2 hunters are losing their minds. Since they've never dealt with an S-rank monster before, they're already starting to fall apart. Seeing Dongmin's grief-stricken face, he realized his worst fears had come true. He let out a heavy, weary sigh. The endless march through the tunnels had already drained both their energy and their will to fight. Seon-woo gritted his teeth, thinking about Legia's arrival. This is the absolute worst time to encounter an S-rank monster. The sheer terror of facing an unknown creature was suffocating them, leaving them unable to unleash even half of their original strength. After a moment of heavy silence, Seon-woo spoke up to calm them. "Everyone, pull yourselves together," he shouted. Just as he spoke, a purple thread suddenly shot out from Legia's body, grazing past him by a fraction of an inch. It flew straight ahead and wrapped tightly around Dis's legs. Seon-woo muttered in horror, Dis's body. Meanwhile, the savage mouth on Legia's chest opened wide once more. Dongmin instantly charged forward, his eyes burning with a mix of determination and pure rage. "We have to cut that tentacle. Hold it down." "Sakura!" Seon-woo cried out in a panic, trying to stop her and change tactics. "A core shield won't be enough to cut it. Use my core shield and run," but it was already too late. Legia's eyes flashed once again, and the same heartbreaking tragedy repeated itself. Dongmin's body was instantly sliced in two by that light, collapsing onto the cold, hard ground. His lifeless eyes remained wide open. At that exact moment, Legia retracted its thread, dragging D's corpse toward its slowly closing mouth. D's legs were swallowed whole, leaving his upper torso dangling outside. Sakura clutched her head, mumbling in sheer despair, "No, no." She immediately turned and ran, screaming in sheer panic, "Help me! Somebody help me!" Another golden beam flashed, piercing straight through Sakura's back and leaving a gaping hole right in the middle of her chest. She collapsed without a word, her body slumping to the cold ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Watching this horror unfold, Bong-an screamed in absolute terror. He tried to crawl away, but Legia had already turned its gaze toward him. Sharp, cold beams of light shot out, tearing his body to shreds. Bong-an's eyes widened in horror as his split body began to slide apart. In his final moments, he saw his two close comrades waiting to take him to the other side. The three trainees in the group were also pale with fear. Seon-woo immediately barked an order, telling them to hold their positions, before frowning deeply and directing them, "Stay calm. Right now, you're in its blind spot. Stay exactly where you are, and don't make a single move." All three of them instantly shouted in unison, "Yes, Commander." He looked up at the ferocious beast before him, his mind racing with questions. It could easily kill me too, so why hasn't it? There has to be more to this. Staring at its bloody, closing mouth, he reminded himself to stay alert. He had to find a spot where those beams of light couldn't reach him. Seon-woo focused entirely on his next move. "I need to strike," while it's still distracted by the bodies of the Song-ak team. Legia opened its mouth again, shooting out a purple thread. Seon-woo stood motionless, watching it wrap tightly around Bong-an's corpse. He immediately dashed forward, a single thought echoing in his mind. Now's the time. Legia immediately whipped its head around to face him, emitting a blinding golden light. Terror washed over Seon-woo's face as the brilliant glow enveloped him. Suddenly, a blast of energy slammed into Seon-woo's barrier, instantly shattering it. The impact sent him rolling across the ground. Struggling to crawl back up, Seon-woo stared at the dazzling energy. He instinctively raised his hands to his chest. Core barrier! In that life-or-death moment, his barrier saved his life. The sheer force of the impact triggered a massive explosion, shattering the surrounding rocks and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Seon-woo let out a sigh of relief. Perfect. A place to hide. However, the shock wave of the blast still took a toll, causing him to cough up a mouthful of crimson. Seon-woo thought to himself, even after channeling all my core power into the shield, that beam still injured me. If I can't come up with a better plan than the Song-ak team did. Just then, Kim Hyun suddenly appeared and asked, "Are you all right?" He suggested, "Come over here with us, Commander." But Seon-woo politely declined, saying, "Thanks, but I'm fine." He remained determined. Just those two blasts shaved off 20% of my core. I have to preserve the rest until a clear opportunity arises. Suddenly, a questioning voice made Seon-woo turn his head. "But what about us? Should we raise our shields and run for the exit?" He quickly scanned the terrain, calculating a plan for Kim Hyun's group. The distance between Kim Hyun's group and the exit was quite far, and there was absolutely no cover along the way. Seon-woo countered, "Did you not see what just happened to me? You'll definitely get blasted before you even reach the exit." Hearing this, Kim Hyun slumped down in despair. "Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die? If even a team of high-tier hunters couldn't block that beam, how could we?" Looking at their terrified faces, Seon-woo knew exactly what they were thinking. "Is this your first time facing an S-rank monster? I get why you feel hopeless after watching a high-tier team get wiped out so easily, but the Song-ak team died because they panicked and lost their cool after their attack failed. So, stay calm and focus on finding a way to survive." Kim Hyun stared at his composed demeanor, finding it hard to believe. "But isn't this your first time too? Commander, how are you staying so calm?" Seon-woo remained silent. Deep down, he knew he had faced and slain too many S-rank monsters to count, just not in this lifetime. However, there was something different about this Legia. 2 years into this life, it was supposed to suddenly raid the headquarters, claiming the lives of 39 active members. Fortunately, he hadn't been there when it happened. When the attack took place, he was on a mission in the ruins, and he only found out about it after everything had already been settled. Seon-woo sat in a corner, thinking to himself, "But here, we've encountered it before that timeline. If we had just dealt with a few merfolk and retreated like the other teams, we probably would have only delayed its inevitable. Whether this change turns out to be good or bad, it all comes down to my next move." Damn it. Kwon Sena was skeptical again. "Wait, that's weird. Isn't it a general rule that there's only one of each S-rank monster? If this creature called Legia was wiped out 5 years ago in New Zealand, why the hell is it here now?" Seon-woo nodded. "Good question." He began to guide her. "Take a look through that gap in the cliff where that thing is buried, but make sure it doesn't spot you." As soon as Kwon Sena looked, something absolutely terrified her. "Wait, what is that?" A mysterious circle appeared behind Legia. She carefully observed every single detail. It looked almost like a magic circle. "What could it be?" Seon-woo confirmed. "No, that is exactly what it is. Do you remember what we learned about magical abilities? It was purely theoretical, since they're so rare. None of us rookies have them. That magic circle was likely used by Western Awakeners to seal the monster away. Like a spell of sorts. The more Sena heard, the more confused she got. Spells and magic circles. The more I hear about this, the more it sounds like pure fantasy." Seon-woo added, "That's why it's treated completely differently from other skills, more like voodoo dolls, rain dolls, dark magic, or spiritual mediums. Like a shaman. It literally sounds like something straight out of a fairy tale." She continued to press. "But if that Awakener could seal an S-rank monster, does that mean they're also S-rank?" Hearing this, he immediately praised her. "That's a solid deduction. But that's not all. Remember when I said this cave looks like it came from somewhere else? To create a tunnel like this, there must have been an Awakener with psychic powers, which means there are at least 2 S-rank Awakeners here," Seon-woo asserted confidently. "Aside from knights, only one group has that much talent." Hearing this, Sena came up with the answer. "The Wa Guild," she deduced. "So they sealed Legia right here. How despicable. Why would they do that in a foreign country, right beneath someone else's base? Seon-woo disagreed. This is just a theory, but maybe it wasn't intentional. Regardless of the relationship between Hwa and Knights, dumping an S-rank monster into someone else's territory is basically a declaration of war. They probably intended to bury it under but moving it to the exact location wouldn't be easy, even for an S-rank awakener. Simply put, they probably sent it to the wrong coordinates. Kwon Sena was still highly skeptical. Dumping a monster is ridiculous enough, but getting the coordinates wrong, a failed delivery, that's actually hilarious. Seon-woo also felt relieved, glad that the tension had eased up a bit. But right at that moment, rocks and dirt began to crumble and fall. Seon-woo immediately sensed something was wrong. Leja was showing signs of waking up, and panic quickly set in. Damn it, it's breaking free from the seal. Once it starts, there's no way to dodge those energy beams. Seon-woo yelled to warn his team, "We're out of time. We need to get out of here right now." Kim Hyung also steeled his resolve. "No matter what, I have to find its weakness." Legia had now almost completely broken free from the seal. Seon-woo gasped in horror as he witnessed the gruesome feast. Is that the remaining half of Bongwan's corpse? Realizing this was the perfect moment, he knew he had to strike while the beast was busy eating. Seon-woo drew his weapon and fired a core bullet. The high-energy round blasted toward Legia in the blink of an eye. He muttered under his breath, "Blow to pieces, you bastard." A massive explosion erupted, followed by the monster's agonizing shriek. But a second later, Legia retaliated with a devastating beam of light. Seon-woo's eyes widened in utter shock. Even a core bullet blasted directly inside its jaw wasn't enough to take it down. Unfortunately, he couldn't dodge in time and took a direct hit. A massive explosion rang out, sending smoke and dust flying everywhere. Hiding in a corner, Seon-woo gasped heavily for air. God, even a core bullet didn't do a thing. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm, making Seon-woo wince. Back there, the others were worried sick, pointing at his injured arm. Seon-woo furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth to bear the searing pain. I had to drop my shield to fire that core bullet. At least my jump kept it from hitting anything but my arm. Kwon Sena immediately offered, "Let me heal you." But he refused right away. "Don't waste your core. You'll need it to get out of here." Seon-woo suddenly spotted something. Wait, what? There was another tunnel right behind him. He turned around to closely inspect the path ahead. Who would have thought there was another path here? The beam must have blasted the boulder away, exposing it. Seeing the grim expressions on his teammates' faces, Seon-woo couldn't help but sigh. Wait, what's with those looks? Do they think I'm going to abandon them and run away alone? Do I really look like the type of guy who'd use them as bait, just to save my own skin? If I wanted to run, why wouldn't I have just dashed to where everyone else was hiding in the first place? He called out to the remaining team members, "I'll draw its attention. Everyone else, run down that tunnel." Then, Seon-woo activated his stealth skill, ready for a life-or-death showdown with Legia. "Once I say run, you guys make a break for the exit." Waiting for the perfect opening, he signaled, "All right, let's do this." With those final words, he lunged straight at the beast. Seon-woo unleashed a direct strike at Legia, the auspicious moonblade. Legia suddenly froze, transfixed by the brilliant blue light flashing before its eyes. Seon-woo's mind immediately raced as he realized the beast was entirely focused on the shockwave from his sword. He turned to his teammates and screamed, "Run, now!" Instantly, everyone bolted like a whirlwind. Legia was highly focused, radiating a brilliant golden energy as the clash between their two powers grew more violent than ever. As if it had eyes of its own, the energy charged straight at Seon-woo. He gritted his teeth, quickly calculating his timing and acceleration, as Legia's devastating attack came crashing down. Running for his life, Seon-woo grimly analyzed the situation. Although he couldn't raise his shield, activating his speed skills might just help him outrun those beams of light. A deafening explosion echoed as the collision occurred. Taking cover behind a massive boulder, he realized things were looking extremely grim. The beams of light were growing more intense by the second, and the very walls of the cave were starting to crumble. If the tunnel collapsed before they could escape, they'd be buried alive. The team had already sensed the danger, and everyone was gripped by sheer panic and helplessness. "What are you waiting for, Commander? We're leaving together. We'll distract it this time. Just get into the tunnel, hurry." Little did they know, Seon-woo had already made up his mind. He thought to himself, "That's touching, but getting you guys out safely is all that matters." Activating the auspicious moonblade, he brought down a shower of rocks and debris to block their way. "Wait. What are you doing?" The ceiling is collapsing. Kim Hyun refused to give up, desperately trying to hold on. Commander, at least let me stay with you. Seon-woo's expression didn't even flicker as he delivered the cold, hard truth. It wiped out an entire team of rank 1 hunters. What could you possibly do to help? The only thing you can do is report back to headquarters. But right then, something else caught Seon-woo's attention as a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Damn, did I put too much power into that last strike? Everything is coming down. Suddenly, Legia opened the mouth in the middle of its chest, unleashing waves of sonic shockwaves that forced Seon-woo to cover his ears. What is that sound? It sounds just like a siren's call. That was when his sharp mind pieced it all together. Wait, sirens. I get it now. It's using sound to control the sirens. If I don't do something, a whole swarm of them is going to crash this party. What a mess. I need to get out of here, fast. He watched in horror as Legia greedily devoured his fallen comrades. Now it's eating Leader Lee's upper half. Can that thing not stop eating? Ah, right. Because its true nature is that of a super absorber. It devours humans and converts them into energy, as its power levels had plummeted during its long imprisonment. By devouring the hunters, it's restoring its strength. The more Seon-woo thought about it, the grimmer his expression became. That's why it didn't just wipe us out in the beginning. It didn't have the strength to break free from the stone, so it's trying to gather enough energy to shatter the seal. Once it consumes everyone, it'll break free. The only bodies left are Sakura and the rest of Leader Lee. I have to move faster. But surprises always come when least expected, and he suddenly sensed something abnormal. Huh? Wait, a creature that gets stronger by consuming others. I have the exact same ability. Memories began rushing back into his mind. The murderers, the traitors, and my fallen comrades. In my past life, I only focused on copying the abilities of other awakened ones. If I can steal the power of an S-rank monster, it would be a massive turning point, and completely turn the tide against these monsters. Action followed thought. Seon-woo charged straight at Legia, unleashing a powerful surge of blue energy to absorb it. Legia never expected its opponent to have such a trick up his sleeve, and its movements instantly locked up. Its jaw dropped in absolute shock, but it quickly snapped out of it, struggling with all its might to break free. Seon-woo was all too familiar with these patterns, gracefully dodging the attacks. That acceleration was a mistake. It doesn't work on monsters, and I've lost too many cores in battle. Completely drained of strength, he could only watch helplessly as the beast continued to evolve. Now that it has finished devouring Leader Lee's corpse, it'll break free from the stone any second. And now, it's targeting Sakura's body. I have to stop that bastard from eating her. I'll pour as many cores as I can into this next strike. Just as a tentacle wrapped around Sakura's leg, Seon-woo seized the opportunity and lunged forward. With a swift, sharp slash from his auspicious moonblade, he severed the limb instantly. Legia shrieked and trembled in excruciating pain. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. Nice. Severing a piece of an S-rank monster is quite an achievement. Even if it hasn't reached its full power, it's still. But before he could even finish his thought, reality slapped him in the face as the monster unleashed another. Seon-woo hadn't anticipated this scenario, leaving him with no choice but to turn tail and run. Damn it, I celebrated too early. Those beams of light are now strong enough to pierce straight through solid rock. Glancing back over his shoulder, his mind quickly calculated the distance. He was still 20 meters away from the tunnel. I have to risk it. It'll definitely fire a beam the moment I turn my back to run, right? I need to map the layout and calculate the distance. Core scan, a highly precise terrain map, accurate down to the millimeter, flashed in Seon-woo's mind. All right, there are 2 consecutive sharp turns ahead. If I make use of this S-curve, I can dodge those light beams. I have only 40% of my reserve core left, so my timing to accelerate and activate the core shield has to be absolutely perfect. Channeling all his strength, he shoots forward like an arrow, powering up his lower body to accelerate. Right on his heels, the light beam from Legia's attack is closing in. With his agile body, he moves swiftly, dodging each strike with expert precision. I have to dodge these light beams without draining any more of my core. Seon-woo pushes his body to the absolute limit to blast forward, counting down 35% in his head. Right at that first turn, Legia must have realized his opponent's plan. It is gathering energy, and with the turning point coming up, he does not dare make a single mistake. Lara's core prediction was truly spot on. Its attack strikes right in the middle of the newly formed shield. Even with the barrier up, Seon-woo takes a massive amount of damage. Refusing to give up, he holds his battered body together and continues to charge ahead. I managed to survive the second wave of attacks. Reserve core acceleration is down to 25% as I clear the second turn. At that moment, the next attack is already being prepared. Seon-woo nimbly leaps high into the air, trying to reassure himself. It is fine. The sharp turns in this tunnel will keep those light beams from reaching me. Instantly, the collision triggers a deafening roar, sending a thick cloud of dust and debris flying from the explosion. Meanwhile, on the outside, Seon-woo's teammates are slowly moving across the water. Kim Hyung catches his breath heavily, when suddenly something catches his eye from behind. It is the merman. Sina turns around to assess the situation and urgently shouts, "Hurry up!" As rocks and debris rain down from above, Sena takes the lead, barking orders to adapt to the chaos while the cave violently shakes. I don't know what is going on, but we have to move fast. Kim Hyung suddenly freezes, and the shocked looks on their faces make it clear that something terrible has happened. A swarm of monsters starts crawling out to a deafening roar. Merman, this is the very first time he has ever faced a situation like this. What on earth is happening? Sena yells, her panic rising as she tries to urge them forward. We can figure it out later. Just run. She glances back in their direction, quickly analyzing their options. These mermen seem to be coming from the tunnel behind Seon-woo. These tunnels were originally military fortifications, so they must be interconnected, right? Even though they were sealed off over time, the tremors must have split them back open. As thoughts race through her mind, Sina's eyes fill with determination. And that means there must be other paths we can take now. The group dashes forward, with the bloodthirsty pack of mermen hot on their heels. Kim Hyung grits his teeth, a look of resolve washing over his face. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, gripping his weapons tightly as he prepares to strike. I will stay behind and fight them. But of course, she has no intention of abandoning her teammate. We have to keep running until we can regroup. But Kim Hyung has already tuned her out. Taking a combat stance, he prepares to charge, knowing they will catch up anyway, so he might as well face them head on. Sena knows he is right, but doing this is suicidal. I mean, look how many there are. There are over 20 of them. He takes a deep breath, his grip tightening around his weapon. Fearing his resolve might waver, Kim Hyung immediately charges forward. Commander Seon-woo is fighting Legia to protect us, so I won't back down either. Realizing there is no changing his mind, Sina decides to back him up. You stubborn idiot. If you go down, they will just catch up to the rest of us anyway. I am staying to heal you. Lee, you are also on the support team, right? Can you lend a hand? But instead of showing any drive, Lee just looks down, completely lifeless. Now is not the time. Sina can't hide her irritation, her frustration only growing. Not the time? Just what kind of ability is she hiding anyway? And what was Seon-woo thinking when he decided to bring her along? Meanwhile, Kim Hyung grips his dual swords and swings into action, expertly slicing the monsters in half, but the sheer numbers cause him to lose track of another merman in the distance. It bypasses the others and sinks its razor-sharp claws deep into his gritting his teeth against the pain, Kim Hyung drives his sword straight through its head. As he feels his wound starting to close, a wave of guilt washes over him. He made Sena use her ability again. How many times has Sena had to heal him already? He wanted to protect her, but in the end, he is only forcing her to waste more of her core. Human strength has its limits, but these mermen seem endless, lunging forward in wave after wave. Barely able to counter, Kim Hyung struggles to defend himself with his core shield. I don't have enough core power left to keep up the barrier. His breathing turns shallow as regrets flood his mind. I was always so proud of being the strongest in our class. But I was dead wrong. Sena is not doing any better either. It seems like this is the end of the line. My healing is too slow, and my core is almost dry. But suddenly, a hand gently rests on her shoulder from behind, channeling support. For the first time, Sena feels an incredibly massive surge of energy, her mouth hanging open in utter shock. Kim Hyung's body undergoes a rapid transformation, visible to the naked eye. My wounds. They are suddenly healing so fast. What just happened? Sena looks at the figure that just appeared before her, completely mystified. Lise. Things don't look any better on his end, and my core is about to run completely dry. Once again, that hand rests on his back to transfer energy, and a violent surge of power from Lisa's body bursts outward. His teammates' astonished cries ring in his ears. Lise. Kim Hyung can feel a transformation taking place. My core. It's overflowing. Power surges through his entire body, making him feel as if he hasn't even fought a single battle. Enveloped in a brilliant blue light, Kim Hyung looks as if he's been reborn, his sword slicing through the nearby merfolk with ease. Not only has his core recovered, but he feels stronger than ever before. How is this even possible? Exhausted from the effort, Lise collapses into the water. Sina approaches her, gently reaching out a hand. "Are you okay, Lise?" She immediately grabs her hand and reassures her in a low voice. "I'm fine." Sina finally understands, her tensed brows relaxing a bit. Now, I get it. She can transfer energy, an unclassified awakened ability. It allows her to replenish someone else's core with her own. That's why she barely moved or spoke earlier. She was saving her energy. Whenever I asked Seon-woo about her, he'd always change the subject. That must be why her ability wasn't used from the very beginning. Sena recalls the past events, slowly piecing them all together. But it isn't that he didn't care about her power. In fact, he seemed extremely focused on training her to use it. But why was he so hesitant to talk about her? Is he hiding something? Do they share some kind of secret? Kim Hyung fights with everything he has, and it seems the battle is finally drawing to a close. "That's the last of them," he says, turning to the person who just saved him and asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Sena is slowly helping Lise over. "I'm fine. But what about you?" Before she can even finish her sentence, a massive tremor cuts her off. "Oh, me?" They look into the distance, trying to assess the situation. With these kinds of tremors, Seon-woo must still be fighting Legia. What should we do? Meanwhile, Seon-woo is running for his life. Right on his heels is a barrage of fierce attacks from Legia, but he pulls off another spectacular leap to dodge them. Seon-woo bolts like a rocket, leaving a massive cloud of swirling dust and debris behind him. He looks exhausted, sweat dripping down his face. The violent shaking is only getting worse. Suddenly, a torrent of rocks cascades down from above Seon-woo like a waterfall, and even Kim Hyung's group can feel the massive shockwave. The two keep a close eye on the ceiling above them, while the girls in the squad can't hide their sheer shock at what's unfolding. Kim Hyung quickly comes up with a plan and shouts to his teammates, "Hurry, this way, I'll deploy my core shield." But Lise suddenly looks dejected, whispering softly, "I can't make it." Without a second thought, she shoves Sena aside. Sena is caught completely off guard, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looks at Lise. Kim Hyung, waiting right behind them, firmly catches Sena. Lisa's eyes go blank as heavy rocks continue to rain down all around them like dark clouds. Sena tries desperately to break free to save her teammate. Kim Hyung deploys a protective barrier around them and holds her back with one hand, yelling, "Don't, your core will rupture." Along with her piercing scream, a massive pile of rocks completely buries the spot where Lise was standing just moments ago. Lise! In a suffocating panic, Kwon Sena frantically digs through the rubble, silently screaming and begging for a miracle. Watching her desperate frenzy, Kim Hyung can't help but call out to her. "Vice Commander, your hands, they're going to bleed." Completely losing her composure, she snaps back. "We can't just leave her behind." He quickly draws his weapon, but it snaps in two. Muttering a curse, he pulls his broken blade out of the stone. His brows furrow in frustration. Kim Hyung turns to check on the woman beside him, his heart aching at the sight. Kwon Sena is clawing at the rocks so frantically, she's about to tear her own fingers apart. Suddenly, a loud screech echoes through the air, freezing them both in their tracks. Paralyzed with fear, his mind races as he tries to figure out what it is. On the other hand, Kwon Sena has a sinking feeling. It sounds exactly like a merfolk's call. Suddenly, she remembers something crucial. Seon-woo said Legia is controlling the merfolk, right? If this is a call to rally them, she finally makes up her mind, clenching her bleeding hands tight. "Let's go. We're the only ones who know what's happening down here. We can't afford to get wiped out now." He looks at her, completely caught off guard. "Vice Commander." But she cuts in, emphasizing her point with urgency. "Besides, it might actually be worse if the merfolk aren't heading our way." Confused, Kim Hyung asks, "What do you mean by that?" Kwon Sena explains grimly, "The fissures have opened up paths to the other tunnels." She stares back at the collapsed cavern. "If we just leave them be, the merfolk could flood straight toward the main entrance." Her brow furrows, her expression growing dead serious. The trainees guarding the gate are still recovering from this morning's battle. Realization finally hits Kim Hyung. Wait. If they think the merfolk have already been dealt with, they'll be completely blindsided, won't they? Without waiting for an answer, he urges her. "We have to move now. We can't waste another second. We have to warn them." Meanwhile, amidst the ruined wasteland, a hand suddenly bursts through the rubble. Seon-woo was so exhausted he was gasping for air, genuinely believing he had just been buried alive. At this point, There was no telling when this entire structure would collapse. Suddenly, a chaotic noise startled him. Was that the screech of a merfolk bug again? Sensing a dark secret, his expression grew incredibly tense. Wait a minute. Something was off. Seon-woo instinctively scanned the cave. I heard the merfolk before I crawled out of the rubble, but I haven't seen a single one yet. Right on cue, the entire cave violently shook as massive boulders rained down with a terrifying screech. Seon-woo's anxiety began to spike. If the walls and ceiling collapse, the paths inside the tunnel will be completely blocked. Ignoring the wound on his shoulder, he frantically searched for an exit. Were they heading straight for Kwansena and the others? Seon-woo kept rushing forward, but eventually had to stop, completely exhausted. Damn it, even moving is a struggle. Suddenly, he froze, his entire body stiffening as if sensing an impending danger. Panic flooded his mind as he frantically called out the name of the person lying motionless on the ground. Lee Seon-woo immediately got serious, quickly checking her condition. Thank goodness she's still alive, but she was supposed to be with Kim Hyung and Kwon Sena. Why is she here alone? Seon-woo gently shook Leah. Wake up, battery. Agonizing pain kept her from opening her eyes, and she could only let out faint, broken groans. Losing his composure, he bombarded her with questions. Where is everyone else? Focus and answer me. As if hearing his voice through her haze, the battery suddenly snapped awake from her chaotic nightmare. But the only thing she saw was dark, ominous shadows floating around her, with hideous grins and blood-red eyes locked onto her. Leah shrieked in terror, her face turning pale as a ghost. Without hesitation, she kicked Seon-woo. Trembling, she took a defensive stance, fiercely resisting even in her semi-conscious state. I'm not your battery, you bastards. Seon-woo closely watched her every move, his mind racing with a million questions. What on earth was she talking about? Is she hallucinating from pure exhaustion? It looks like she completely depleted her core. Leah clutched her head in pain, barely hearing his urgent voice. Snap out of it. It's me, okay? The moment she recognized his familiar face, she gasped in shock. How? How did you get here? Once she calmed down, he gently asked about what happened. So the ceiling collapsed and separated you from the others. Thank you for using your core to save them both. Receiving no response, Seon-woo froze awkwardly, thinking to himself, still as cold as ever, I see. He forced a smile and offered, want some dried meat? It tastes like garbage, but nothing beats it for recovering your core. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out and took the food from him. Noticing her discomfort, Seon-woo asked, hard to swallow? It's probably been a while since you last ate this, right? He let out a helpless laugh. Kind of funny, isn't it? We ruins dwellers grew up eating scavenged meat, but after just a few months of eating high-quality food, we can barely stomach it anymore. Realizing this was the perfect opportunity to find out why, Seon-woo carefully probed. I don't know why you keep your distance from the other trainees. He slowly tried to convince her, but it would be better if you let your guard down around us. For better or worse, we're in this together. His spirits sank a bit at her silence. I thought she was finally opening up, but nothing has changed. He let out a heavy sigh and said, anyway, eat up so you can recharge your core. Growing slightly impatient with Leah's cold attitude, Seon-woo raised his voice. Instantly, her mood did a complete 180, snapping back in irritation. Stop it! I am not your battery anymore. She launched into a fierce tirade. None of you ever change. You just want someone to recharge your cores. You're no different from the rest of them. Seon-woo's voice turned cold as he warned her. You are really testing my patience right now. I literally made myself bait and risked my own life too. Sparing her feelings no longer mattered to him. He coldly fired back. If all I cared about was your power, why didn't I just let Legia devour you? His handsome face darkened, his deep voice slicing right through her. Remember the puppet master incident? I know you were unconscious, but you must have heard about it at headquarters. Seon-woo growled, emphasizing every single word. When Captain Medem sacrificed himself and you were taken, we didn't just lose the branch manager who tried to rescue you, we lost the mission commander as well. Her battered, near-lifeless body from that day remained an unforgettable memory burned into his mind. You remember every single detail of that operation. Even though I wasn't told anything, I was left all alone to find Node's inspection team. I went that far just to save you, but is that really all you have to say? Seon-woo sighed in frustration, blaming himself. Damn it, I don't even have enough core energy left to lecture you. It was only then that Ray hesitantly spoke up. After I awakened and discovered my ability, The only hunters I ever knew were bastards who dragged me from district to district, and I watched them fight and die over me. Some approached me under the guise of kindness, but that kindness always came with a price. Ray quietly observed the expressions of the man opposite her. To them, I was nothing but a battery. There was only one person who was different, Captain Madame. The captain protected me from the other awakeners without asking for anything in return. She was like a mother to me. Hearing this, Seon-woo searched his memories. I heard about Madame from Senna. She said that when Captain Lee left the training center in protest, Madame went with him. They weren't even close. Yet despite her guaranteed future, she rebelled against Node along with him. It shocked him. He finally remembered Ray's background. She went to work in District 14, became the captain of a secret ops team, and took care of the orphan Mr. Kim adopted as if he were her own. Both of them fell silent at the same time, a heavy hush falling over them. In the end, Seon-woo was the one to break the silence again. When I was a kid, I was lost in the ruins all alone. I spent days desperately running from monsters and killers. Mr. Kim adopted me when I was just a boy, too. I guess it sounds funny now, but he was like a father to me, just like Madam was to you. And it wasn't just me. Arang, Minnie, Winter, Kim Hyung, and Sena too. They all had parental figures whom they lost. He slowly reached out his hand to her. Your classmates have been through a lot too, so why don't you open up a bit and trust us? And I promise, no one here will ever be allowed to call you their battery again. Hearing those sincere words, tears streamed down Ray's face uncontrollably. I'm sorry for everything that happened. Her radiant image flashed in Seon-woo's mind once again. In his past life, Ray was recruited into Node the moment she awakened. She was widely known by the nickname, the Battery, and was proud of it. Who would have thought that in this life, that very nickname was tied to such a painful memory? He couldn't help but reflect on the advice from long ago. You can never truly know a person. With different experiences, the same person's life can turn out completely different. I understand that better than anyone. Suddenly, earth-shaking rumbles echoed from deep within the cave, cutting their conversation short. Seon-woo sprang to his feet in shock. These tremors. Where are they coming from? It sounds like the footsteps of a giant. A wild thought flashed in his mind. Wait. Giant footsteps? Don't tell me. He shouted in disbelief. Did that bastard break free from his seal already? Meanwhile, the merfolk went wild, shrieking as it charged toward its target, intent on shredding anyone in its path. But it wasn't going to be that easy. Kim Winter didn't hesitate to plunge her bare hands straight through its body, ruthlessly tearing it apart from the inside. Her entire body blazed with the fires of hatred, as majestic and terrifying as a descending beast. Quick as lightning, she let out a beastly roar and swept through them, taking down every single target in the blink of an eye. Kim Winter panted heavily, wiping the sweat pouring down her forehead. She looked back at her handiwork in utter annoyance. Damn it, this is so annoying. Where do these things keep coming from? Suddenly, a squad member frantically reported, Captain, it's too dangerous. We need to fall back and block the gate. She snapped in a fury. What do you mean, fall back? I'll handle these bastards myself. But before she could finish, another panicked voice cut her off. Another one is coming. Kim Winter slowly turned her gaze to the massive, rugged creature lumbering toward her. Getting into a fierce fighting stance, she muttered, Again? Fine, let me handle this. But before she could even touch a hair on the merfolk, a sharp blade pierced straight through, killing it instantly. It all happened so fast that she stood there dazed, completely unable to process what was going on. Kwon Sina struggled to take a step forward, her body trembling uncontrollably. We have to report back to base. The moment she saw the two of them collapse, Kim Winter shrieked in panic. Vice Commander Kim Hyung. Once he was bandaged up and stabilized, she carefully assessed the situation. An S-rank monster named Legia had appeared, completely wiping out the Seong-woo squad. She gritted her teeth in sheer fury. The commander and Ray are still inside that cave system. I'm sure they're still alive. We have to get back to the base and request reinforcements. Sina quickly made contact using her watch communicator. Base, this is Vice Commander Sina, from Trainee Group 304. Olivia received the signal, looking slightly taken aback. An S-rank monster named Legia that we have no record of? That's deeply concerning, she muttered, typing on her keyboard at lightning speed. Is there any data from… here it is. Let's see. Suddenly, her demeanor changed completely, and she began biting her nails frantically, trying to calm her nerves. This can't be. Why on earth is that thing there? Olivia frantically turned around and issued an urgent order. We need to call in special backup from, you know who. Send the request immediately, Daehyun asked, visibly startled. Ma'am. He swallowed hard, voicing his concern. But if you mean them, I'm really not sure they'll agree to help us. Without letting him finish, she snapped angrily. This is an emergency. Just do it now. Stunned by her outburst, he quickly obeyed. Yes, ma'am. Over the comms, Sena chimed in, reading the room. Understood, base. We will maintain standby status. Suddenly, a deafening siren echoed through the air, catching Orang completely off guard. What's with the alarm? Sena quickly replied. Orders from headquarters. We're sealing the gate and waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Hearing this, Winter Kim instantly clenched her fists in anger. Are they out of their minds? The commander is still inside, she demanded, her voice cold and sharp. The shock troop was slaughtered right before our eyes. Even the commander said it's a monster we stand zero chance against. Staring down Sena, who was barely holding her emotions together, Winter continued to press her point. If that thing breaks out, we're all dead. Ignoring the desperate pleas of those around her, Winter turned away, radiating pure, murderous intent. Sena rushed after her to stop her. What do you think you're doing? Winter struggled angrily, breaking free of her grip. Like you don't already know. I'm going in there to save them. Sensing the boiling tension between the two, Orang quickly stepped in. We're coming with you. Sena gasped in sheer disbelief. Orang, Minnie, you guys too? But why? She demanded, completely baffled. You saw that S-rank beast with your own eyes. You know exactly how lethal it is. Winter Kim calmly recalled the past. Yeah, the bastard I fought before was only rank 3, and I could barely even move my limbs. Sena's face was a map of utter confusion. Then this makes absolutely no sense. Why on earth are you going back in there? Winter's face darkened as she gave her response, her emotions pushed to the absolute brink. She roared in anger. Those monsters took my comrades and my family. I am not letting them do it again. Without another word, Winter leaned in and whispered in Sena's ear. We're out of time. The commander and that seaweed-haired girl could die any second. Seal the gate behind us if you must. But Sena refused to back down. She spread her arms wide, blocking their path. I can't let you do this. This isn't what they would have wanted. With tears welling up in her eyes, she cried, he risked his life to keep all of you safe. Running back in there is an insult to his sacrifice. She summoned every ounce of her courage and screamed, Stay where you are. As the highest-ranking officer here, that is an order. Winter issued a final, cold warning. Get out of my way, before I put you down. Suddenly, a ground-shaking explosion ripped through the air, shattering the tense standoff between them. At the same time, Seon-woo was relentlessly tracking their target. Turning a corner, he gasped at the scene before him. I knew it. He sighed, staring at the cave walls shattered into a million pieces. The beast had indeed broken free. Seon-woo shook his head in despair. It even swallowed Sakura whole. Lee Shi scanned the area, checking the surrounding ruins for any signs of life. Where did it go? Seon-woo calmly pointed upward, directing her gaze to a massive, newly hollowed-out hole in the cavern ceiling. That hole wasn't there before, he clarified logically. No, that monster smashed its way out through there. He grit his teeth, feeling like they were being toyed with. We have to stop it before it reaches the surface. Outside, the violent tremors showed no signs of stopping. Everyone was clutching their heads, faces pale and disoriented. Orang instinctively pulled Minnie into his chest to protect her. What the hell is this? An earthquake? Sena immediately sensed that something was terribly wrong. No, it's not. Suddenly, a colossal, pale hand with razor-sharp claws burst through the cave entrance, reaching out to snatch anyone in its path. Sena stumbled back in sheer terror. It's here. Winter Kim's eyes widened in horror, her voice trembling. What is that thing? Before anyone could react, Legia aggressively slithered out of the cave, its eyes scanning the area like a wild beast on the hunt. The trainees stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the sudden nightmare. Their faces were drained of color, completely gripped by terror. The moment the beast locked onto its prey, it let out a deafening roar and lunged forward. Its massive frame exerted a suffocating pressure. Each heavy step shook the earth like thunder, carrying a freezing chill and the stench of death. Sena's entire body trembled uncontrollably as she shrieked to those around her. We need to get out of here, now. Before the words could even fade into the air, Legia was already closing in on them. Its massive feet slammed onto the ground, showing off its terrifying power. It confidently stopped to observe its prey's every move, as if enjoying a game it had already grown bored of. Staring up at the creature towering nearly 8 meters tall, the trainees could only let out weak whimpers of pure terror. Winter quickly snapped out of it and barked out orders. Focus up, everyone. Prepare for battle. With the melee fighters at the front and ranged units backing them up, she showed no mercy, pouring all her focus into setting up the formation. The tank stepped forward, coordinating with the trainees to raise the core barrier. They quickly grouped up to form a solid barrier, their intense energy surging to hold back the looming danger. Kwansena spotted a fatal flaw and lost her cool, screaming, "No, don't bunch up, everyone spread out." As if it had been waiting for this exact moment, Legia suddenly opened its burning golden eyes, unleashing a blinding light that threatened to incinerate every living spirit. Without a second of hesitation, it unleashed its signature attack on the protective barrier, blowing it to pieces in an instant with its destructive heat. Following Legia's devastating strike, the three of them stood frozen like stone statues. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the young man's abdomen, causing him to turn pale. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were sliced in two, spraying red liquid like a fountain. This horrific scene left Winter completely jaw-dropped. Failing to learn from their three teammates, who had just bit the dust, the survivors ran for their lives, frantically retreating. Only Sina kept her head, yelling for everyone to spread out. Legia once again unleashed the purple trunk on its chest, firing it straight at the ground, but it hit a dead end since it couldn't find any bodies. Poor monster, it didn't even have eyes to see. Left with no other choice, Legia crouched down. It scooped up the innocent victims who had been ruthlessly slaughtered and shoved them into its chest, devouring them greedily. The sight shocked Winter to her core once again. Meanwhile, Seon-woo was busy trying to find a way back to the surface, muttering, "So we take a running start from there and jump up to that spot." He mumbled incomprehensible calculations under his breath. Even Lessie, despite her swollen leg, asked, "What are you trying to do?" Seon-woo revealed his plan. "I'm calculating how to use the rest of my core energy to get us out of here." Hearing this, she flinched as if she had just been poked in the ribs. "Escape? Are you out of your mind?" Lizzie spat out a torrent of words to stop him. "Stop you. Right now, escaping isn't the issue. If you face that thing, but I have to. The others are in danger." Even so, she stubbornly kept trying to talk him out of it. "What makes you any different? Can't you be a little more selfish for once?" Seon-woo chuckled to himself and said, "Coming from someone who gave away her very last core." He tried to look cool and handsome while throwing out some deep, philosophical words. "But I have no intention of sacrificing myself. To be honest, it is because I am selfish that I want them to survive. I still need them to complete something important. Sana, Winter, Hun, Orang, Minnie. They are the ones I gathered for that exact purpose. That includes you too. And I cannot do this if even one of you is missing." Lacey sighed in utter frustration at just how stubborn he was. "What exactly are you trying to do? What could possibly be so important that you would risk your life for it?" As they were arguing, a loud, booming noise suddenly cut their conversation short. Damn it, looks like they were completely out of time. He immediately turned around, gearing up for an unforgettable move, while thoughtfully giving her a warning. "Since the barrier has opened, you can contact headquarters using your bracelet, tell them your location, and ask for backup." Seeing that he would not listen no matter what, Lacey scratched her head in pure frustration. Damn it. Suddenly, she pressed both her hands against Seon-woo's back and channeled all her remaining energy into him, catching, "Huh?" Lacey's eyes turned sharp as steel, her face filled with absolute determination. Seon-woo himself never saw this coming, and he did not have any time to stop his teammate. White smoke billowed and filled the air, but it quickly dissipated. That was when Lacey dropped her hands, finally finishing the energy transfer. He panicked as he watched her collapse to the ground. "Lacey, are you okay?" Even though she was breathing heavily, Lacey managed to squeeze out a faint whisper. "That is all I have got. Maybe if I had eaten something better, things would be different." Her selfless sacrifice deeply moved Seon-woo. "Thank you. This is more than enough. I think I can make it out now." Completely exhausted, she could not do much else but offer some words of encouragement. "Just make sure you come back alive so we can meet again." With his morale boosted higher than ever, he replied, "Of course I will." With those words, Seon-woo launched himself into the air, leaving Lacey behind to watch him go with worried eyes. Once his figure faded into the distance, she quietly whispered to herself, "Thank you." Meanwhile, back with Legia, who was absolutely running wild, Winter's brow furrowed in anger, her voice dripping with pure hatred. I cannot just stand here and watch that bastard. He is tossing us around like we are just some cheap snacks. While you are screaming your lungs out at him, he is just kicking back, relaxing, and acting like he is on a damn picnic. Now that the others have fallen, we will be next in no time. Without another word, Winter jumped to her feet. Senna, the second I start running, get everyone out of here. It happened so fast that Sena barely had time to process it. What? She screamed, trying to stop her. Winter, but it was already too late. Driven by pure adrenaline, Winter completely ignored everything around her. We are going to die if we just sit here anyway, so I might as well die doing something useful. To her surprise, Legia heard the noise and immediately snapped his head toward her, revealing blood-red eyes with pupils as thin as needles. It looked incredibly creepy. Winter's eyes widened in sheer panic. In a split second, everything rushed past like a blur, leaving it unclear how she would even survive. Right at that moment, Orang rode Sato in to back her up. Winter, no. Just as Legia's deadly laser fired, the two of them luckily managed to dodge it. She hit the ground hard, rolling several times from the impact. A wound from the previous attack began to open on Winter's stomach, with dark red blood pouring out like a river. The moment she regained her senses, she immediately snapped at him. You brat, I was trying to play the hero here. Orang ignored her completely, only caring about Sato's condition. Can you still move, Sato? He then turned his gaze back to Winter. You would have done the same for me. Despite her pain, she managed a grin, though she still could not do much besides complain. Before they could even catch their breath, Legia shifted his target to Orang. Winter screamed in panic, warning him, Orang, run. But Orang stubbornly refused. No, I am not leaving Sato behind. The monster glared at them once more with its deadly eyes, preparing to fire another lethal laser. Suddenly, a loud squelch echoed out. Turning around, they saw that one of Legia's eyes had been completely blinded, with green fluid oozing out continuously. This mind-blowing turn of events made Orang gasp. What? Winter was just as shocked, immediately realizing who it was. It was Captain Seon-woo. He was currently stabbing his dagger straight into Legia's eye. Writhing in sheer agony, the monster instinctively swatted him away from its eye. Seon-woo plummeted from the sky, completely losing his balance. To make matters worse, Legia spun around, getting ready to blast him. In that split second of life and death, Seon-woo instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. Damn it! Since I am mid-air, I cannot use my speed burst to get away. Thankfully, his barrier managed to save his life, but a split second later, it shattered into pieces. Grimacing in pain, he lay there groaning. Even though he blocked the hit, it still hurt like hell. Legia seized that opportunity to raise its foot, aiming to crush Seon-woo. A split second later, it stomped down, nearly sending him to the afterlife. Seon-woo took a brutal hit, spitting up a mouthful of blood, looking completely pathetic. But Legia wasn't done with him yet, and prepared its next attack. Seon-woo could only lie there helplessly and take the beating, thinking to himself, I can't move. My core is completely empty. My bones, my internal organs, and everything else are shattered. In his final moments, facing certain death, the space around him suddenly lit up. Is this really the end? Meanwhile, a hot air balloon was sailing across the crimson sky. Jinchun took the opportunity to explain about the newly discovered S-rank monster, a creature capable of tunneling and moving underground, called the Sunware. A few years ago, it appeared in Ju and completely wiped out our forces. Headquarters had to deploy a captain to put an end to the crisis. But suddenly, its body vanished, dissolving into the ground. And since there was no proof it had been eliminated, headquarters paid a heavy price. Hearing this, Seong-jun couldn't help but feel skeptical. Legia had never heard of it. Is it related to the Sunware? He immediately answered the question. Its appearance and habits are completely different from the Sandware. Still, he couldn't help but worry about just how dangerous they were. However, both are S-rank monsters hiding in coastal caves. How perfect to remind us of the power gap, right? Jinchun glanced over at Sven, who was absolutely fuming, as his silent answer. That was why the commander was so pissed off. He barely paid attention to his surroundings, too busy grinding his teeth. There's no way it would be this quiet if they were fighting an S-rank monster. Are you telling me you actually trusted those rookies? Are they all dead? Sven asked urgently, over and over. How much longer until we get there? Emily, unable to control her hot temper, looked visibly annoyed. Stop asking. I told you, we're almost there. Suddenly, Emily noticed something. Oh, there are flashes of light ahead. As if he had been waiting for exactly that, he kept cursing under his breath. This time, I'm going to rip its damn head off and bring it back to headquarters. Without saying a word, Sven dashed off like a rocket, before she could even say a word of warning. But wait, just a few more minutes and we'll be there. Yet, he jumped from the hot air balloon without a single shred of hesitation. All that was left was a wide-open door and his exasperated teammates. He's so impatient. Annoyed, Emily had to order the others to follow. It's like his brain is incapable of thinking about the consequences. Jin Chun, Seong Jun, get ready to drop. Jin Chun's group complied half-heartedly. Fine, fine. We returned to their situation right at the moment. Legia raised its foot to stomp on Seon-woo, making his eyes bulge in pure agony as he coughed up a fountain of fresh blood. It readied its stance, preparing to finish Seon-woo off, its remaining eye glowing as bright as a car headlight. As for him, he had completely given up, just lying there waiting for the Grim Reaper to take him away. I can't move. My core is completely empty. My bones, my internal organs, everything is shattered. Is this really the end? Just as Legia fired its laser beam, a mysterious beam of light instantly sliced it in half spectacularly. Sven lunged down towards Seon-woo, delivering a barrage of devastating attacks that pierced right through the monster's leg. It shrieked in absolute agony, a sound that shook the very earth. This sudden plot twist left Winter completely jaw-dropped. What was that? Is that a human? Standing right beside her, Sina was just as panicked. He split the beam. After that absolutely legendary entrance, Sven ran his hand through his hair, striking a handsome hero pose. He quickly noticed something off. He looked down at Legia's foot, where Seon-woo was pinned, and casually remarked, "Oh, there's a rookie down there. You almost got skewered, kid." The stubborn monster raised its hand, trying to slap Sven to vent its frustration, but being much faster, he leaped away before it could even touch him. Looking around, the monster couldn't find him anywhere, only to see its own foot gushing bright green blood. Legia instinctively looked up at the sky. Sure enough, Sven was hovering right there. It scrambled to use its demonic eye, locking onto its prey, but Sven didn't look fazed in the slightest. A blue sword materialized in his hand. Sven unleashed a flurry of slashes into the air, launching waves of magical energy that flew like boomerangs. "Let's calm down, shall we?" Struck by the attacks, Legia shrieked so loudly it echoed across the land. It was in so much pain that it lost its balance and fell flat on the ground. Seeing Legia's pathetic state, Sven burst out laughing. "Come on, I only used one hand. You can't even stand up?" Suddenly, mysterious specks of light flickered in the sky. Are they just getting here now? The heavy footsteps of 3 people echoed as they appeared one by one. Emily lashed out in frustration. "Commander, you promised you wouldn't charge in on your own again." But Sven just brushed her off. Yeah, stop nagging me." Then he turned to look at the others. "Hey, rookies," he said, casually nudging Seon-woo with his foot. "This guy is blocking my way. Take care of him." At that moment, Legia rose to its feet once more, despite being covered in wounds. Spotting it just in time, Winter warned him, "Look out! Why are you just standing there?" Even Sena cried out in panic, "Watch out!" Yet, Sven remained as carefree as ever. On the contrary, he grumbled at the girls, "What are you rookies so worried about? Watch out for what?" Legia fired its laser again, and of course, he blocked it with his bare hand without taking a single scratch. Sven's overwhelming power catches Orang completely off guard. How is that even possible? Mimi, sobbing right next to him, is just as shocked, saying, "I don't know either. I've never even seen a technique like that before." Sven, blunt as ever, barks out an order. "Are you feeling any better now? Take him away while he's still breathing, or should I just end his misery myself?" Hearing this, Winter rushes over in a panicked frenzy. "All right, I'm on it." She lifts Seon-woo up as easily as a feather. "Commander." Sena immediately begins casting her healing magic on him. Meanwhile, the people around them cry out in despair, "Don't you dare die, Seon-woo." "Captain," she reassures them while working, "don't worry, the commander is out of danger now." All the while, Sven keeps his smug, triumphant smirk. "Commander, captain, and friends, huh? That guy must be pretty popular to have 4 people clinging to him like that." He swings his sword once more, preparing to charge headfirst at Legia. All right, time to end this little game. With that, Sven's remaining comrades also join the fray. "Ah," they said, "it's S-class. Everyone, get into position. Unleash your sword techniques." Legia stubbornly spams its eye laser technique, but he is much faster, delivering a swift slash that cleanly slices the laser beam right in half. Moonlight Greatsword. Sven was just waiting for this, leaping forward instantly. Emily is just as quick on her feet. Right behind you, Emily channels all her energy to unleash her ultimate skill, Wind Shadow. Her magic acts as the perfect support for his attack. Sven glides on the Wind Shadow, looking incredibly badass as he charges heroically toward Legia. For the first time in its life, the monster is forced to raise its hands in a helpless attempt to shield itself. But no matter what it does, its fate is already sealed. Sven lets out a wild, crazed grin. With a single swing of his sword, he slices the monster's legs right off, sending it collapsing to the ground as it screams in absolute agony. After that devastating strike, Sven lands gracefully on. Winter watches the entire scene unfold, her teeth gritting in disbelief. Is he even human? Arang's eyebrows furrow in deep disbelief. He's a monster. While they eagerly discuss Sven, Seon-woo begins to stir and wake up. To think headquarters has someone like that. Who on earth is he? His sudden awakening fills her with joy. Captain, are you okay? The first thing Seon-woo sees as he opens his eyes is Sven's incredibly cool figure. He struggles to keep his eyes open to get a clear look, whispering with what little strength he has left when he realizes who it is. Sven. Hearing Seon-woo mumble that name, Winter can't help but ask, Sven. Who is Sven? But before he can answer, he passes out again. No matter how hard she shakes him, he won't wake up. Hey, at least tell us who he is first. But this name suddenly rings a bell for Sina. In an instant, her brain pieces it together, and she doesn't hesitate to explain on Seon-woo's behalf. Captain Lee Jae-sung talked about him before. Yet, only Winter is left looking completely clueless. Wait, you know him too? Meanwhile, Seon-woo has passed out so hard, he's practically foaming at the mouth, completely oblivious to his teammates bombarding him with questions. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me already. This is really starting to annoy me. Inside his fading consciousness, a flood of memories begins to play in his head. You keep adding the name Sven when speaking of power. What does it actually mean? Seon-woo remembers the first day he learned that the word actually refers to a person. Hearing this, both he and Sina were a bit surprised. Lee Jae-sung, who was lying flat on the ground, kept the conversation going. He's the strongest S-class hunter in Node. Those moonlight sword strikes are all techniques that he created himself. Seon-woo let his vivid imagination run wild as he pictured Sven. So that's how it is. He must be some legendary battle master from a pre-catastrophe novel or something. But to his surprise, Lee Jae-sung just laughed. Haha, he's actually younger than me. I think we're about 10 years apart. Sina's jaw drops. Unable to believe her ears, she stammers. But at his age, he was already S-class? On top of that, Jae-sung revealed even more mind-blowing details. What's even more shocking is that he was already a trainer when I first started as a trainee. His voice trails off as he returns to a serious tone. The Node headquarters is just that kind of place. They've gathered all the monsters there. I never really fit in. But even among those monsters, Sven is on a whole different level. There are too many titles and praises showered upon him to even count. The cornerstone of the Node search team, the greatest swordsman in the world, and the strongest man to ever live. Returning to reality, Senna finishes recounting all those old memories. He's the man who slaughters S-class monsters. Her story leaves Winter completely dumbfounded. Are you telling me all of those legends are about the same person? Instead of answering, she simply turns her gaze towards Sven, who is currently facing off against Legia. Sven is just that kind of person. To put it simply, he is a human weapon. Completely unaware that he is the subject of their conversation, Sven simply stands there, mocking the beast. You're pretty weak for an S-class monster. I was expecting a lot more. I'm hungry. Let's wrap this up before it gets too late for dinner. With that, Sven leaps high into the air. Jung-woo immediately obeys, a pair of small thruster wings sprouting from his back as he rushes over. Acting as a human propeller, he grabs Sven by the armpits and flies him forward. They shoot like a bolt of lightning high into the pitch-black sky, leaving the others staring up in absolute bewilderment. What on earth is that? Sven begins channeling his energy into his hand, conjuring a brilliant blue bolt of lightning before diving straight back down to the ground. Terrified, Legia can do nothing but repeatedly spam its eye laser attack. But of course, Sven deflects it with ease, effortlessly performing a mid-air flip like an acrobat. Taking advantage of that, he continued to use his magic to conjure a massive spear. With a sweep of his arm, he sent the attack hurtling straight down at the sacred beast. Legia. The impact triggered an earth-shattering explosion that easily dwarfed a heavy carpet bombing. Thick smoke billowed in every direction, forcing everyone nearby to shield their eyes from the blast. They coughed violently, and Sina strained her eyes to see what was happening. Right before her, Legia was writhing under restraint, while Sven calmly brushed off his hands without showing a hint of exhaustion. With a sudden snap of his fingers, he retrieved the core, and the magic sword impaled in its head vanished instantly, causing Legia to lose its balance and crash heavily onto the sandy ground. Sven, who had been waiting for this exact moment, walked over to it. He boldly stood on top of the monster's head, drawing his sword once again. Flashing a wild smile, he got into position, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Get ready, you old geezers. This time, I know exactly what you want to see. Green fluid gushed out, signaling the end of Legia. Aranga's jaw dropped in absolute shock, and sweat began to bead on Winter's forehead. As the strongest swordsman to ever live, her eyes remained fixed on Sven. With the battle over, things quickly moved to the next phase. Now, the Supreme Council was in session. At the highest tier of the room, the Supreme Council was heatedly debating the situation. Wait, a transmission error? And it stemmed from a calculation mistake by an awakened mage from Wa. A member of the council, the director of Not South Korea, spoke up to share his view. That certainly makes sense. Our relationship with Wa is hostile, but they aren't foolish enough to start a war on purpose. I agree with intern Kim Seon-woo's theory, In-chun chimed in next. That is true, but that isn't the real issue here, In-chun said. The director immediately asked out of curiosity, "What is the real issue then, Department Head Kim?" However, In-chun ignored him and focused his attention. Commander Kim, how did you know about Legia? Seon-woo had already anticipated this question. Right, I knew he wouldn't let this slide. He honestly explained the whole situation. Back when I was a scout, I happened to come across some files about this in the local branch manager's office. But that wasn't enough to satisfy the head of administration. In-chun pressed further with a few more questions. Really? Yet, everything concerning Wa is classified as top secret at headquarters. That is not something a mere local branch manager should have access to. Where are those files now? In-chun demanded. Seon-woo replied, his annoyance starting to show. They were burned when the Not military moved in, sir. This only made In-chun more suspicious. A fire caused by the Not forces, you mean? Before Seon-woo could explain, Ricky cut in. Yes, sir. Do you remember the incidents in Sector 14 and Sector 17 last month? In-chun nodded, confirming his words. Of course I remember. It happened during the rebellion, so it's hardly surprising. Standing nearby, Sena anxiously whispered to her teammate. Why is he being so aggressive with the commander? But Kim Hyung only shrugged helplessly. Beats me, he said, keeping his eyes on a frowning In-chun. This isn't just the usual condescending attitude from a superior, Hyung muttered. It feels like he's deliberately trying to make things difficult for the commander. Seon-woo himself kept a close eye on the man, head of administration, Kim In-chun. In my past life, I was the only one who knew his two secrets. First, he is an esper who never activated the voice of the devourer inside him. Second, despite being a supporter later on, he will betray our trust and stab us in the back. Fortunately, John stepped in just in time, saying, let's stop here. Deep down, Seon-woo made a silent vow as everyone's attention shifted back to In-chun. This time, I won't be fooled. No way. I'll make sure everyone sees who he really is behind that mask of his. Meanwhile, he was cut off by the director. We are gathered here to praise this intern's achievements, not to interrogate him about past mistakes. Left with no choice, In-chun could only bow his head in apology. I apologize, director. Another figure, Sujin, then joined the discussion. You faced an S-rank monster that wiped out the entire security team, managed to subdue it, and led your squad until Sven's unit arrived. This is the kind of performance we rarely see from interns. Seon-woo humbly brushed off the compliment. Since its power was sealed, its strength had dropped to somewhere between S-rank and rank 1. It was honestly just a stroke of luck, sir. Just as he finished speaking, Hyun-sok chimed in, dismissing his modesty. There's no need to be humble. On behalf of the training center, I commend the example you have set for all the interns. Is there any reward you would like? Hearing the word reward made his tense expression instantly soften, his heart filled with pure joy, as if spring had finally arrived. Finally, I can redeem my bonus points. While we show no mercy to traitors, Not always rewards those with outstanding contributions. Despite his excitement, Seon-woo maintained his cool, putting on a noble, self-sacrificing front. I don't believe I've done anything extraordinary enough to deserve your recognition, sir, but if you would grant me the opportunity, I would like a special training program prepared for me and my squad. His proposal caught Hyun completely off guard, making his heart skip a beat. "Are you saying you're not satisfied with our training program?" He immediately replied with a tactful answer. "No, the current training program is excellent and quite comprehensive. It's just that our focus is mostly on physical development and combat specialties. And in my squad, I have several awakened individuals with very unique abilities. These abilities range from monster taming, magic, beast transformation, to core recharging. In the remaining 3 months, I'd like them to receive specialized training to ensure they can fully unlock their potential." Sure enough, the High Council began to hesitate. Training instead of special privileges? Everything was going exactly according to Seon-woo's plan. They were slowly starting to trust him. Now, let's see if he could completely win them over. Wasting no time, he didn't give anyone a chance to think and went straight for the psychological manipulation. Right now, the chairman of this meeting, Instructor Vicky, is supporting our team. From day one, he emphasized that the node is not some utopian paradise. Instead, it stands as the world's final bastion of hope. He said, "We are here to help win the war against the monsters and bring peace back to the world." These overly dramatic words made Sena furrow her brow in confusion. Why was he suddenly kissing up to them? Even Ricky was no exception, thinking, "I've never exaggerated things like that before," but they still let Seon-woo play his part in the spotlight. And I completely agree with him. A sword that is never drawn is destined to rust. I want my teammates and me to join the front lines of the node search squad. So, I ask for your support to help us grow stronger and fast. But even that wasn't enough to convince Inchun. Most rookies would prefer cozy desk jobs at headquarters. Yet, you're saying you actually want to join the search squad? Only Sujin smiled at his sweet, flowery words. It has been a long time since I felt this deeply moved. But the cunning Seon-woo had already calculated everything in his head. His manipulation skills were truly on another level. These high-ranking leaders were all first-generation hunters with years of battle experience. They were the ones who had sacrificed everything for the order that the node would bring, and appealing to their humanity was the best way to touch their hardened hearts. Just as he predicted, the old man was already fully on board. "I say we give him our full, enthusiastic support, right?" The commander even smiled and went along with it. Of course, there shouldn't be any institutional issues with that, right? Meanwhile, Hyun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "I think I'm willing to hear you out. What kind of special training program are you hoping for?" Seon-woo, of course, knew exactly how to answer. "Well, if we start with my preferred training choices." At that exact moment, Sven, who was practicing hard with his sword, suddenly lost focus for some inexplicable reason. "Huh?" He narrowed his eyes and glanced around. Why did I suddenly get a chill down my spine? The next morning, everyone was having a lively discussion. So, that's for Winter, Kim Hyun, and me. As for Vina and Lee, Apprentice Orang will start an internship with the Black Cat Brigade, while Minnie will begin her apprenticeship at the Blue Star Workshop. Orang crossed his arms and flatly objected. "What's with this sudden change? Can they just change everything without even asking us? Isn't this a bit too much?" Even though Orang was sounding incredibly theatrical, he remained calm and explained. "Aren't you the one who complained about having no one to teach you how to control monsters? And now you can't even say thank you?" Sensing that wasn't quite enough to convince them, Seon-woo dropped a mind-blowing truth bomb. There is an S-rank monster tamer in the Black Cat Brigade. And as for Minnie, Blue Star is the leading magical engineering workshop in the node, specializing in crafting artifacts. Hearing this, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. Are you serious?" Lee quickly cut into the conversation, looking reluctant. "But what about Sena and me? Why are we stuck at the training center?" Seon-woo patiently answered each of their questions. "You two will receive special training from Instructor Olivia, because no one else can teach you about core energy." Once the commotion died down, Kim Winter finally spoke up. "All right, we get it. Everyone has been assigned to the place that suits their abilities best." She stared straight at Seon-woo and questioned, "But why did you have to complicate everything like this?" He kept a poker face and tried to provoke her. "What? Don't tell me the Great Winter is actually scared?" Having her buttons pushed, she stood right up and cursed out loud. "Who's scared? It's just because of his awful personality. That guy snaps at the slightest thing." Sitting next to her, Kim Hyun was both confused and surprised. Is his personality really that bad? He's strong and he saved us, so surely he can't be that awful, right? He stammered, feeling like something was off. "Wait, did I miss something?" Seon-woo let out a weary sigh, grumbling to himself that maybe staying unconscious would have been better. With the arrangements all made, he clapped his hands to dismiss them. All right, let's move. The instructor is waiting. On the way there, Kim Winter grumbled in annoyance. Ugh, this is so annoying. Is Kim Hyun really that clueless? When they arrived, Dong Chun was already waiting for them. Ah, there you are. I've been waiting for you guys. Recognizing his familiar face, Winter Kim's jaw dropped. Hold on, you're that guy from that battle, right? Dong Chun waved his hands frantically, trying to explain. No, that was actually my older brother, Jin Chun. He then regained his composure and calmly introduced himself. I'm Park Dong Chun, a year ahead of you guys. I'm here to show you around. She was quite surprised by his answer. Just to show us around? Wow, you're so thoughtful. Seon-woo stepped forward, but not for that. No, that wasn't the real reason he came here. Dong Chun is the newest member of Team Catnip. Please look after him. Constantly bombarded with surprises, Winter Kim was completely lost. So on top of the extra training, we have a new member now too? This is a bit too much to take in at once. Dong Chun spoke up apologetically. I'm really sorry for not letting you all know sooner. Seon-woo couldn't help but stir the pot. But he'll bring exactly what our team has been missing. Suddenly, a loud shout cut their conversation short. Where is everyone? Hearing that familiar voice, Winter Kim quickly urged them along. Shoot, he's about to lose his mind. Let's go, we'll talk about this later. Everyone agreed. All right. Inside the training center, Sven stood in the middle, complaining, that's right, thanks to some damn intern, I have to be a coach again, and waste my time babysitting. All because of some damn rookies, and they aren't even ordinary rookies, are they? You're the one who ruined my fun last time. I finally had a chance to warm up with an S-rank monster, but you just had to jump in and ruin everything. Since Sven kept rambling on and on, Emily decided to expose the truth. He just has to work a bit longer, so he's throwing a tantrum. Don't mind him. Startled, Sven glared and snapped back. Who's throwing a tantrum? She didn't even pay attention to him. She just struck up a conversation. Anyway, we've heard. You'll be training with our team for 3 months, right? Seon-woo nodded. She took the initiative to introduce herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Emily, he politely replied. I'm Kim Seon-woo. Then he scanned his surroundings, carefully assessing everyone. Emily, an S-rank esper with wind manipulation, can maximize the combat capabilities of Sven. Park Jin-chun, the older brother of Dong Chun and a dual-core esper. He has rock-solid defense and incredible recovery. No one in the node can match him. Han Seung-woo, a first-class flight esper, was once an administrative agent but was forced to become Sven's personal shuttle. Finally, Sven. Although on paper he is just an S-rank close combat esper, in reality, he's considered S+ rank because his energy far surpasses anyone of the same level. Seon-woo was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice what was right in front of him. Out of the over 100 S-rank espers in the node, his team alone had more than 3 of them. What an absolutely insane lineup. Sven glared angrily at his junior. Are you trying to stare me down now? I thought the node would show us some appreciation by now. Yet these brats get treated so well the moment they show up. Sven tapped Dong Chun's chest curiously. Is this your younger brother, Jin Chun? He replied, yes he is. Then Sven turned to ask, and you? What's your ability? Dong Chun immediately stood up straight and spoke clearly. Sir, strength enhancement and defense, sir. Sven's reaction was lukewarm, as if he had already expected it. Oh, so you're also a tank with dual-core abilities like your brother? However, your strength only leans toward defense. In the end, you're nothing but a meat shield. Dong Chun was too intimidated to argue against those harsh words. Yes, sir. Seon-woo just stood quietly to the side, observing. Suddenly, he remembered his superior's words. You sure are demanding. You didn't care about rewards but still got special treatment. And now you want to add another member to the team? He stood tall, using a firm attitude to make his request. The truth is, our team is short-handed. Sir. There were times we struggled heavily because we lacked a tank. The superior found it reasonable but still had to double-check. You know Dong Chun's stats, right? Though thanks to that, transferring him might be easier. At that time, Seon-woo remained firm in his choice. Sir, I know his record well. His superior sighed helplessly. And yet you still want to recruit that Park kid? I don't get it. Back to the present, Sven was assessing Dong Chun's strength. You're good at throwing your weight around, aren't you? The meat shield hesitantly denied. Not as good as my brother, sir. Sven lost interest and asked nothing more, talking so weakly. This guy probably won't amount to anything. Why was he pushed down to a weaker team? Perhaps only Seon-woo saw his true potential. No, he was just too intimidated by his brother's reputation to show his true power. One day, he will become one of the strongest S-rank tanks. In his past life, he was dragged into his brother's team, but this time, I won't let that happen. Before he can even show his talent, Team Catnip will strike first and snatch him away. Sven scowled in frustration when he saw Seon-woo smile. Are you seriously laughing? If it were up to me, I'd have kicked all of you out of here already. Still, he wanted to give him a chance, but since I heard you all want to join the search team, we should meet up first. By the way, is it true you actually want to join? Huh? A rookie. Seon-woo politely replied, Yes, sir. Then, he added a comment that was like pouring fuel on the fire. But it would have been better if you weren't the commander. Sven smirked and mocked Seon-woo. Oh, really? Well, it is not like I was planning on recruiting you anyway. But hey, fine by me. Why the hell not? Ignoring the mockery, he declared in a deep, serious voice, I want to lead my own strike unit. Hearing this, Sven burst out laughing. Haha. He waved his right hand to provoke Seon-woo. Are you kidding me? Big words. Sven's competitive spirit flared. Let's see if you can actually back up those words. Channeling his inner energy, he raised his right hand, summoning a blue flame that engulfed his entire body. Come at me. Seon-woo was no pushover either. He immediately grabbed his hilt, getting into a combat stance. Understood. Just as they were about to clash, someone suddenly put a hand out to stop them. Commander, wait! Seon-woo gasped in surprise. It was Kim Winter, who then suggested, Let me attack first. You should save your strength. Kim Winter gritted her teeth, her burning passion for battle suddenly surging. If we take turns wearing him down, you can land the finishing blow. But Seon-woo countered, No, we go in together. She couldn't believe her ears and blurted out, What? Since when did we become total punching bags? At that moment, he explained the situation to her. He is no joke. Fighting Sven one-on-one is a losing game. Seon-woo immediately ordered his other two comrades, Kim Hyung and Dong Chun. Let's move, they shouted in unison. Understood. To keep everyone focused, he yelled out a warning. From here on out, we treat him like an S-rank monster. Fight like you're trying to put him down for good. The battle officially began. He kept barking orders to surround him. Dong Chun, charge straight ahead. Winter and Hyung, flank him, and I'll strike from behind. All four of them charged at Sven at the same time. However, Dong Chun was suddenly pinned down by an invisible force, his face contorting in pain. Ugh. In the blink of an eye, another heavy blow struck him right in the chest, sending him flying backward. Sven's eyes suddenly flared with an eerie red light. Quick as lightning, he unleashed a flurry of kicks on Seon-woo, before using an iron fist to shatter Young's defense, and finally knocking Winter down with a direct punch to the face. Gah. Seeing all four of them completely out of commission, Sven crossed his arms. He smirked, utterly looking down on the four warriors' strength. I didn't even break a sweat. But then, someone suddenly groaned nearby. No. Sven turned his head, a sly smirk creeping onto his face. Well. Seon-woo was actually struggling to get back on his feet, leaving Sven quite surprised. What was that? With the Seorim blue sword in hand, he was determined to fight to the bitter end. It wasn't over yet. Sven looked down arrogantly at Seon-woo, who was panting heavily in front of him. Look what we have here. Even though his body was shaking violently, Seon-woo growled. I'm not done yet. Clearly, Sven didn't buy a single word of it. Sven smirked. Oh, come on. Just pass out already. Ignoring the mockery, Seon-woo swallowed his exhaustion, tensing his arms to point his blade straight at Sven. Seeing that he refused to back down, Sven showed no mercy and lunged forward. He threw a powerful kick right at Seon-woo, catching him off guard as he stammered. Core shield. Sven smirked with pure disdain as he kicked Seon. A core shield? Don't make me laugh. Not even a second after hitting the ground, Seon-woo bounced off and slid several yards away. Despite the excruciating pain racking his body, Seon-woo gritted his teeth, holding his sword as he forced himself back up. Arg. Sven nodded in mock admiration of his sheer grit, yet didn't hesitate to unleash a surge of powerful electricity. Kid, you really don't know when to quit, do you? Pausing for a split second to catch him off guard, Sven quickly unleashed a wave of magic straight ahead. Let's see you block this. A massive crescent-shaped wave of energy shot directly toward Seon-woo. Facing such an overwhelming threat, he hurriedly leaped high into the air. The attack instantly triggered a massive explosion, forcing Seon-woo to reinforce his lower body in mid-air to boost his leap, both hands gripping the hilt as he furiously locked his eyes on the target below, and with pure, unbridled rage, his solid frame plunged straight down. The ground and rocks exploded as his blade slammed into the floor, creating a perfect smokescreen that hid Sven's next move. Before his eyes could even spot his opponent, Seon-woo's heart began to race. Where did he go? And in that brief moment of distraction, he was blindsided by Sven's cheap shot, screaming out in pain. Ah! Seon-woo's entire body collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Feasting on the sheer satisfaction of seeing his opponent so miserable, Sven arrogantly kicked his sword away. Without a word, he quickly wound up another punch. His lightning-fast movement made Seon-woo freeze for a split second. Needless to say, just a second later, his cheek was introduced to the full force of Sven's fist. As heavy breaths escaped his nose, Seon-woo could only sigh in defeat, completely giving up on the world. This guy is a total monster. Every punch he throws lands with the force of a sledgehammer. Sven continuously rains down blows, leaving him with nothing but a choked groan in his throat. Unable to take it anymore, his eyes flare with an overwhelming desire to win, and he swings his fist with all his might. His magic-infused fist, packed with raw power, lunges straight at his enemy. Yet, when his fist is just inches away from Sven, Sunwoo's body completely shuts down, unable to move another inch. Staring at his stubborn face, Sven is visibly taken aback. Talk about pushing yourself too hard. Left with no choice, Sven has to call in backup. Jin-chun, heal this lunatic. Having watched from the sidelines the entire time, he immediately obeys. Right away, sir. He doesn't forget to call Emily over, forcing her to look up and pay attention. Sven watches intently as Sunwoo is being treated, his tone noticeably growing more excited. Contact the military department. Tell those senile old fools I'll take care of it. The guys they sent are nothing but a joke. As night falls, Sven checks on the team. All right, rookies, are you all fully recovered yet? What's with those looks? They had spent the entire day being treated by the finest healers in Not, including Jin-chun, so they didn't want to waste their breath talking back. He immediately asserts his authority over the clueless recruits, warning them, you'd better get stronger, and fast. The missions over the next 3 months are going to be far more brutal. Emily starts the briefing. The orders have been issued. Her calm, steady voice echoes throughout the massive room. Tonight, we depart for Luzon Island. The Not branch there has just sent an urgent request for backup. Confused, Kim Winter whispers to Kim Hyung, Luzon. Where is that? To her surprise, he only shakes his head in confusion. I have no idea. I've never heard of it. Meanwhile, Sunwoo is completely stunned upon hearing the name of Luzon Island. So, it has finally begun. I volunteered for Sven's team for 2 reasons. First, to train and get stronger. And second, because of the massive incident about to happen there. I have to be on site to alter. Sven sits with his legs crossed on the chair, announcing to the team, we're still 1,500 kilometers away from Luzon Island. Normally, it would take a few days by submarine or ship, but it seems they can't afford to wait that long. So, we've chosen my personal favorite way to travel. Hearing this, Dong-chun is incredibly curious. What is it? Moments later, a plane flies arrogantly through a raging storm, carrying passengers who are screaming their lungs out. Ah! Inside, Dong-chun is throwing up violently into a metal bucket, groaning in agony. Kim Hyung, looking at his pale face, asks with concern, Are you okay? Dong-chun miserably wipes his mouth and mutters weakly, Sorry, I have a really bad fear of heights. Sven looks at his pathetic state and mocks Jin-chun, a Not hunter, trembling like this? What a joke. Is this guy really your brother? Jin-chun glances at the rookies and doesn't hesitate to remind them, the others are out there working in the middle of this storm. Take our prime example. Sunwoo is flying behind the vessel, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Emily, try to keep the tail a bit more stable. Hearing this, she crosses her arms, turns her head, and speaks into the radio. Understood. But if things get out of hand, pull back immediately. Don't just stand there like a statue for too long. Kim Winter can't help but ask, Captain, do you know anything about our destination? He looks out the window and explains to her, on that island, there's a place called Hubtown. It's the world's largest producer of ghost yams. Emily is absolutely thrilled to hear that. Wow, that's impressive. Meanwhile, he lied through his teeth without even blinking. I only overheard it once, but internally I'm kicking myself. Man, I should have played dumb a bit more. Ignoring his brief explanation, she enthusiastically dives deeper into the details. According to Seon-woo, Hubtown is the only place that cultivates ghost yams on a massive scale. A level 18 plant monster? Kim Winter gasps in disbelief. They're farming monsters? Are they out of their minds? She's cut off, but Emily doesn't seem to mind. You know the recovery potions our hunters use in emergencies, right? They're actually made from ghost yams. Recalling that strange liquid, her eyes widen in shock. No way. Really? Emily continues to explain this God-given resource. They're easy to refine, and you can eat them or brew them into tea. Ghost yams reproduce quickly, are easy to find, have stable cores, and are simple to hunt, making them an ideal food source and attractive prey. Her mind suddenly flooded with this new knowledge. Kim Winter can't help but marvel. I've got to admit, they're an even bigger goldmine than the killer bees. Rarely getting a chance to lecture like this, Emily eagerly dives even deeper into the topic. It's no surprise they attract so many groups, leading to wars over control of the area. Now only Knot and Oasis are standing strong, jointly managing the cultivation area. Hearing a familiar name, Kim Winter can no longer hide her curiosity. Oasis. Come to think of it, that name was mentioned a lot when we fought Legia. What exactly is Oasis anyway? The question not only sparks the rookie's eagerness to learn, but also feeds right into Emily's love of sharing information. They are an oceanic European alliance centered around Australia, with a scale and structure just as complex as Knot's. We don't exactly have a good relationship with them. Kim Winter's questioning face suddenly goes blank. But, didn't you just say Hubtown is jointly managed? If we ever got into a fight, Emily would easily see right through any vague question and shut it down. Yeah, it was just like locking two angry wolves in the same cage. Getting that confirmation, she lit up with excitement and slapped her own bicep. So, does that mean we are going there to fight them? Seeing that he was completely misunderstood, Emily quickly went into more detail. Oh no, we already signed a peace treaty with WA. If we cause trouble now, Australia will definitely get involved. If war breaks out, that is the responsibility of the special military units, not us. We are only going there to hunt monsters. The moment she finished speaking, Kim Winter immediately questioned her. Monsters? What is it? A potato devil? Seon-woo, who had been staying quiet and playing dumb, finally had to butt into the conversation, sending an S-class hunter just for a level 18 monster, along with all the people gathered at the hub. There must be other monsters targeting them. Emily, busy piloting the ship, quickly confirmed his suspicion. Exactly. Nowhere else in the world is fighting a fiercer battle against monsters than right here. Suddenly, a problem arose, and she quickly turned back to warn them. Emergency, stop. Everyone, hold on tight. The aircraft suddenly shook violently, making Kim Winter panic. What is going on? Emily shot a meaningful look at Sven. The captain seemed to realize something was up too and responded immediately. Yeah, I see it too. Kim Winter tried to act calm, even though she had no idea what was happening. What is it? The clouds are too thick. Seon-woo's sharp eyes came in handy just in time. Wait, I see them. In front of them, strange monsters were flying right at them, forcing him to report immediately. Flying-type monsters. Emily quickly reported their coordinates. 4 flying monsters to the southwest. Contact in 3 minutes. It is still unclear if they are sirens or monster birds. Sven suddenly threw the door wide open, his powerful voice echoing through the cabin. All right, let us treat this as a quick warm-up. Watch and learn, rookies. Facing this situation for the first time, Kim Winter quickly tried to stop him. Wait, are you crazy? Even if you are the best S-class hunter of the Knot. Before she could even finish her sentence, he had already leapt out of the plane. She screamed in anger against the wind howling past Sven's ears. Who in their right mind fights flying monsters in the middle of a storm like this? Kim Winter stared out of the door, completely bewildered. Does he have a death wish or something? Before they could process anything, everyone in the cabin gasped in shock as they saw Youngjun dive straight down. Spreading his arms wide, he shouted with determination. Captain, I am on my way. Core chains, activate. Iron chains wrapped tightly around his muscles, giving Youngjun a secure grip. Got it. Magical energy surged through the 2 chains, making them vibrate violently in the air. With a burst of spiritual energy under his arms, Sven was launched straight into the enemy lines by him. Sensing an unfamiliar scent, the bird monsters shrieked a battle cry and charged forward. Seeing them, his eyes scanned the surroundings as he shouted, Targets locked. 4 bird monsters, all level 13. How disappointing. I thought we would at least be fighting some sirens. Hearing that disappointed complaint, Youngjun retorted, That is only for you. Personally, I am glad the only thing we have to worry about is these bird monsters. Amidst the dark, lightning-filled sky, Sven's adrenaline surged, making his usually deep voice sound incredibly powerful. Stop being a coward, let's get them. The moment he spoke, a magic spear materialized in his hand. Despite being in an awkward position, Sven still managed to throw it with all his might. Spear core. Leaving his hand, the spirit spear shot forward like lightning. The bird monster that was hit screeched in agony as it fell from the sky, causing the other monsters to panic upon seeing their ally go down. But before they could even react, Sven struck first, taking out another one to teach it a lesson for stepping out of line. The remaining survivor panicked and tried to fly away, but he immediately saw through its intention. A concentrated beam of spiritual energy pierced right through its brain as Sven smirked mockingly. That won't save you. From behind, the backup bird monster, realizing the tide of battle had turned, bared its sharp talons to counterattack. Fired up, he ordered his subordinate Yongjun, forcing him to push his limits and violently shift their flight path. Understood. Aerial dash. Their nimble maneuver rendered the bird monster's powerful kick completely useless. But while it was still reeling in confusion, Sven smirked and flew right up to it. His hand clamped tightly around its slender neck, like a butcher prepping a chicken at the market. Come here, you cowardly chicken, hiding in the back and waiting for an opening to strike? Nice trick. But in the end, I am the one taking the victory. He grit his teeth, tightening his grip on his prey, veins bulging on his cold face. A split second later, the long neck snapped in two under the raw power of the two humans. Feeling disgusted by the heavy, lifeless body in his hands, he let it fall into the deep blue sea. The three onlookers inside the cabin shuddered at the brutal sight, especially Kim Winter. I do not know about you guys, but I actually feel bad for that bird monster. Letting out a satisfied sigh, Sven ordered Yongjun, let us head back. With their task complete, the two sped back to their allies as if nothing had happened. After a while, the group finally made their way to Luzon Island in H City, where the active volcano was still spewing endless heat into the air. Standing proud inside the plane, they looked incredibly badass, just like a Power Rangers squad right before morphing. The moment they stepped out, they were greeted by two awakened soldiers standing at rigid military attention. Welcome back, Hunter Sven. I hope your trip went smoothly. Sven, clearly used to this kind of reception, brushed it off and immediately changed the subject. Not too bad. But where is the old man? The moment he asked, one of the soldiers quickly spoke up. The branch manager is waiting for you inside, sir. Standing in the background, Seon-woo scanned the area like a human radar. H City. I have been here 4 times in the past, but in this lifetime, this is my very first. It brings back so many memories. Before their greetings could even wrap up, Dongmu suddenly stepped up to Emily. It is good to see you again. It has been 8 months, hasn't it? In no mood for small talk, her eyes swept the area as her voice turned ice cold. Where is everyone? It was not this deserted the last time we were here. Knowing exactly how she was, he lowered his voice to report that after a series of murders 6 months ago, a self-proclaimed militia group appeared, leaving everyone living in constant fear. Under Emily's intense interrogation, she demanded, "Did they catch the culprit?" Dongmu scoffed, saying it was probably just some killer hiding among the refugees. As they watched, Kim Winter and Seon-woo whispered to each other. He talks about it so dismissively, as if it has absolutely nothing to do with him. It is no different in the ruins. His words were brief, but his thoughts ran much deeper. They did not care if the refugees slaughtered each other, as long as it did not threaten the current order. Emily, not letting it go just yet, asked Joseph directly, "How are things with OA? Are there any issues?" This annoyed Sung so much that he immediately started grumbling. "Do not even get me started. There is trouble with them every single day. They keep whining about the terrible quality of the ghost yams and want to run the farm themselves, to the point that the branch manager is actually considering silencing them." Hearing this, Sven gnashed his teeth, making no effort to hide his absolute fury. That old man is all talk, but those bastards need to be taught a lesson. I will handle this personally, let's go. All Emily could do was hold her head and sigh. Please, just do not cause any more trouble. Overhearing their conversation, Seon-woo didn't hesitate to butt in, asking, "Can we tag along?" It instantly took them down a notch. Sven glared back in irritation. What? Do you guys honestly think going to greet that old geezer is a fun little field trip? Skipping a straight answer, Emily just held up her glowing bracelet to change the subject. The rest of you go ahead and take care of dinner. We will contact you through the communicator bracelet when it is time to assemble at the barracks. As soon as she spoke, the crowd immediately agreed. Understood. Seon-woo accepted the answer and turned to Jin-chun. What about you, Hunter Jin-chun? Even while headlocking Dong-chun, he still managed to reply in a fit of rage. I need to teach this embarrassing brat a lesson. Hearing those words, the kid panicked, realizing he was completely at his mercy. Let go of me, you maniac. His protests echoed through the entire place. Who do you think you are talking to? This made Kim Hyung shiver in fear. Who would have thought such a gentle-looking guy would chokehold his own brother like that? Meanwhile, Kim Winter casually commented, brothers will be brothers. Watching Sven's group leave, Seon-woo spoke up to the remaining members. All right, let's grab some food and take a walk around the base. We will be here for 3 months, so we had better get familiar with the terrain. A short while later, a rare, mouth-watering feast appeared before the starving hunters. Kim Hyung and Kim Winter started devouring the entire table like a legendary food duo straight out of a K-drama. After clearing the plates, they let out a long, satisfied sigh. Even though the food is not as rich or fresh as back at headquarters, it is still pretty good. That was an amazing meal. Watching their epic mukbang, Seon-woo could only marvel. It looks like the local cuisine managed to survive the cataclysm. Taking a sip of his drink, Kim Hyung was pleasantly surprised by how good it was. Even the tea is delicious. What kind of tea is this? Playing the role of their personal tour guide, Seon-woo replied, it is brewed from ghost yam roots and has a strong, alcohol-like kick, right? His description got Kim Winter curious, and she poured herself a cup before she even realized it. Turning monster roots into tea this delicious? This is incredible. Let's get another pot. She stood up to grab the pot, completely unaware of someone walking toward her. At least it takes the edge off not having real alcohol. The sudden collision caused Kim Winter to accidentally drop the stainless steel pot onto the floor. Thinking it was her fault, she politely apologized. Oh, I am sorry. But the voices of the strangers echoing in her ears made her freeze for a few seconds. Did you see who I just bumped into? Yeah, some country bumpkin. Talk about clumsy. Refusing to let this slide, Kim Winter stood up in a rage and snapped, Hey, who the hell are you calling country bumpkins? Her voice echoed through the entire cafeteria, leaving Seon-woo to sigh in utter frustration. Not again. Kim Hyun slowly got up and shouted, Winter, are you okay? What did those guys do to you? His words got cut off, suddenly feeling out of place. Go calm her down. Meanwhile, a million thoughts rushed through Seon-woo's mind. Why was he getting so worked up too? But then, his gaze accidentally shifted and landed on something that made his heart skip a beat. Wait. Looking at the arm blocking him, the guy asked in annoyance, What's your deal? Looking at the scene in front of him, he only sighed and coldly briefed the group. Those uniforms. They're soldiers from the OA. Seon-woo grew so tense he unconsciously held his breath. The Oceania Alliance, a multinational organization built around the awakened of the Oceania continent. While not grew strong in the wasteland, the OA rose through constant monster attacks, unlike some idle prince inheriting a throne. Seeing him fall silent, Kim Hyun panicked slightly. We've already signed a peace treaty, so why are they still starting childish fights? The leaders of Not said they wouldn't cause trouble. Seon-woo's eyes darkened, his voice dropping a register. Yeah, the higher-ups won't, but that doesn't mean they can control their underlings. We're all just fighting over the remnants of the great disaster, so let's see how this plays out. Meanwhile, Kim Winter's explosive anger showed no signs of cooling down. I was playing dumb at first, but I know damn well you bumped into me on purpose. In response, Dan Ho and Do-un switched to their local dialect, mocking her. What the hell is this brat blabbering about? Maybe she's apologizing for being blind. Watching from the sidelines, Seon-woo's mind raced so fast he couldn't help but frown. Not understanding their words, Kim Winter saw their smug, disrespectful faces and blew her top. You bastards just insulted me, didn't you? If you bump into someone, you apologize, prepare to die. With a scream, she lunged right at them. Anticipating this, Do-un wore a treacherous smirk as he conjured a magic orb, blasting it straight into Kim Winter's stomach in the blink of an eye. She was sent flying backward, denting the thick wall upon impact. Seeing that, Do-un smugly asked his buddy, Whoops, did I go a bit too hard? Dan Ho squinted with a heartless grin, pretending to be merciful. You could have been a little gentler. But just as they were enjoying their power trip, a single comment froze them dead in their tracks. So, you guys are awakened, huh? That changes things. In that split second, Kim Winter's rage erupted into flames, forcing her true power to manifest. I guess I actually have to try now. The two were so panicked, they forgot to switch back to standard dialect. What the hell is that? I don't know. I've never seen an energy core like that before. The immense power of a tiger surged through her as she lunged forward, swinging a heavy fist charged with sheer killing intent. Seon-woo materialized like a ghost between them, causing Kim Winter to halt in surprise. Before her feet could even touch the ground, she demanded, "Captain, what are you doing?" In the heat of the moment, he didn't answer and silently cast his skill, Core Strike. An electric shock blasted straight into Kim Winter, sending her flying backward. Sun's sudden move caught Do-won and Dan-ho off guard, but they immediately gathered their strength to strike back. What is this crazy bastard doing? Attacking his own teammate? Whatever. We need to get ready to fight him first. They thought they had it all figured out, but he activated his core shield, instantly turning all their efforts to dust. As the counterspell finished, the shockwave violently blew the pathetic duo backward. Do-won and Dan-ho crashed into the wall like two bulldozers going the wrong way, right near Kim Winter. Kim Hyun looked at her groaning on the ground, completely filled with worry. "Winter, are you okay?" Back to the tense battle on the other side, Dan-ho scrambled to his feet, screaming curses at the insolent brat. Seeing their utterly ungrateful and arrogant attitude, Seon-woo let out a weary sigh. They still haven't learned their lesson. I can't let this escalate. I need to make them back off on their own. But before he could even process his next move, Hogan suddenly jumped in out of nowhere to "That's enough," Hogan barked, making Seon-woo flinch, his face twisting like he'd just seen his electric bill. "Huh?" Glancing back with a cold, contemptuous tone, he added, "And as for these two troublemakers," sending the best buddies, Do-won and Dan-ho, into a panicked frenzy. With the tension diffused, Hogan addressed both sides in the standard dialect. "Cut it out. Everyone, please stop fighting." Defying Hogan's expectations, Seon-woo slowly walked up and replied in Hogan's own local dialect, "Fine, let's call it a draw." That response sent shockwaves across Hogan's face. "Wait. You can speak our dialect without a translator?" Only to receive a casual reply from him. "Yeah, just a little." As if to distance himself from his two teammates, he gave a local hand gesture of greeting. "My bad. My guys crossed the line. I'm Jim Hogan." Seon-woo responded calmly without hesitation. "I'm Kim Seon-woo." But the sudden handshake sent a strange sensation through him, freezing him in place. That split-second hesitation didn't escape Hogan's sharp eyes. "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Even though Seon-woo was flustered, he managed to speak politely. "No, it's nothing. We're done eating, so we'll be heading out now." True to his word, he turned around and spoke to his two teammates waiting behind him. "Let's go." Even though Do-won was the one who picked the fight, he had taken a painful blow and was grumbling in frustration. "Why did you just let them walk away, Captain?" This was followed by Dan-ho's mindless agreement. "Yeah, seriously. You should have shown him who's boss." Without saying a word, Hogan grabbed Do-won by the throat and hoisted him into the air. The moment his saintly mask slipped, he flipped like a light switch, tightening his grip as he hissed, "Shut your damn mouth. You wouldn't stand a chance against them anyway." Hogan's rage boiled over as he slammed his subordinate onto the ground. "Don't say another word. My blood is absolutely boiling. I'm going to rip that bastard apart with my bare hands. Shred him so small that no one will even recognize what he used to be." Meanwhile, out in the night air, Kim Winter asked in frustration, "Shouldn't we have taught those guys a lesson?" But all she got was a calm yet warning response from Seon-woo. "Keep acting like that, and we'll end up getting ourselves killed." Thinking back to what just happened with Hogan, his mind grew heavy. Once again, I couldn't hear that voice. Kim In-chun rang, and now Jim Hogan. That makes 3, but why? Could it be some kind of core ability from another awakened? Their casual footsteps suddenly ground to a halt at the sight before them. Kim Hyun stared intently at the little girl huddled on the ground. His brief peace of mind vanished instantly, replaced by a shock that left him completely reeling. It was hard to believe that a child this young was begging on the streets. Seeing his teammate spiraling into his emotions, Seon-woo coldly reminded him, "She's not the only one. You're going to see a lot more of this." Kim Winter immediately shot back. "But she's way too young. I can't just turn a blind eye to this." Kim Hyun knelt down in front of the little girl and gently asked, "Where are your parents, little one?" Under the flickering streetlights, Chisa's blank, hollow face came into view, haunting the soft-hearted souls standing before her. Seon-woo immediately had an idea and shared it. "Turn on your bracelet's translation feature and speak into it, just like how you use your mana." It took him a few seconds to snap out of it and do as suggested. Ah, are you here all alone? Where are your parents? Hearing a familiar language, Chisa's face instantly lit up. She scrambled to her knees, bowing repeatedly to the strangers. You're hunters, right? My parents. They're both dead. They were killed by monsters. Her sudden bowing threw Kim Hyun off completely. Hey, please, you don't have to bow to me. What's your name? The little girl politely replied. Chisa-ha. He rummaged through his pockets, his voice softening, without him even realizing it. Chisa held out her small hands as he handed her a sparkling blue gem and their remaining dried rations. Here, every time I come by, I'll bring you some more of this, okay? Chisa's previously lifeless eyes now shone with absolute happiness at Kim Hyun's words. If anyone tries to steal this from you, just tell them that a not hunter will come after them. Clutching the precious items tightly to her chest, she bowed deeply in pure joy. Thank you so much for your kindness. I will pray for you. The burly man blushed, quickly turning his head away. All right then. But as he did, he caught Kim Winter staring at him with open admiration. Flustered to no end, Kim Hyun rubbed the back of his neck and sheepishly explained, Sorry, it's just that it reminded me of how Captain Jae-sung saved me back in the day. Hearing this, Seon-woo nodded approvingly. I get it. And you made the right call telling her how to protect those items. Without the mention of a not hunter, she wouldn't have been able to keep them for even an hour. But that still doesn't solve her real problem, Seon-woo pointed out. Did you see the mark on her shoulder? The sudden question left Kim Hyun completely puzzled. A mark? Seon-woo traced the shape of the tattoo he'd seen on Chisa's shoulder in the air. That's a slave brand. Those heavy words immediately struck a chord with the other two, who gasped in disbelief. What? Who would do such a thing? It's not the knots or oasis, right? Seon-woo gazed off into the distance, his heavy thoughts hidden from view. They might treat the people in the ruins like insects, but they can't openly enslave them. They have to maintain their righteous image. Hearing this, Kim Hyun grew even more confused. Then who could it be? Gazing out toward the fortress, his conclusion was even more clueless than high school seniors born in 2007 trying to guess their test results. There might be another faction ruling over this place. Sometime later, someone slammed their fist against a metal wall in pure rage. Sparks of magic flared around Sven's hands as he asked in a deadly cold voice, Say that again. What the hell are those Oasis bastards up to? Seeing Sven's fury, Seon-woo stepped in to diffuse the tension. It's not as bad as you think. But Emily, rubbing her temples to soothe a growing headache, cut in with frustration. That doesn't mean we can just ignore it. She let out a tired sigh, explaining that the restaurant owner had already reported the incident, so it was officially on the record now. Seon-woo frowned, caught completely off guard by the news. Sensing his shock, Emily quickly went on to explain. Any conflict between Not and Hwa could cause a major diplomatic incident, and anyone directly involved could be deported. Hearing this, Kim Winter felt completely wronged and snapped back. But those bastards started it first. Seeing her reaction, Emily asked skeptically, Really? Because the shop owner said you were the one causing a scene. Winter. Hearing that ridiculous claim, Kim Winter's eyebrows practically got married as her lips divorced. What? But they. Seeing his teammate being backed into a corner, Seon-woo immediately stepped in to back her up. They deliberately turned on their translators just so we could hear them call us country bumpkins. Knowing he was sticking up for her, Kim Winter quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, exactly. She thought back to the incident, remembering them whispering and trash-talking her in a snide, mocking voice. Hey, did you see who I just bumped into? Yeah, some country hick from Not. No wonder she is so clumsy. Not stopping there, Seon-woo kept explaining. And after they turned off their translators, they called Winter a blind little brat. Finding out she was still being insulted even after they shut off their translators, Kim Winter blew her top. Wait. What? Those bastards actually said that? But out of all the information dumped on her, something else entirely caught Emily off guard. Hold on, you understood what they were saying without a translator? Sven was just as shocked. What? How'd you pull that off? Answering their confusion, Seon-woo calmly explained. I learned a few foreign languages from the branch manager back in Sector 17. Hearing this, Sven couldn't help but marvel at the manager's foresight. Ha, that's incredible. So he taught you their language knowing it'd come in handy one day? Seon-woo stayed quiet, his gaze drifting off into the distance. I guess so. Though he didn't really teach me, he practically forced me to drill it into my head. That man's foresight was always mind-blowing. Emily let out a soft sigh. She cooled down and stopped scolding them, offering a gentle warning instead. Whew. Anyway, Just stay out of any more trouble with those Wa guys. You're lucky Seon-woo was there to keep things under control. Right in the middle of that heavy silence, Sven suddenly blurted out a wild question. So, did you guys beat them up or what? Driving Emily to scream in pure frustration. Frowning at her captain, she complained, her voice dripping with annoyance. Did you not hear a single word of his report? He already worked out a deal with their leader, but Sven wasn't backing down. With a face full of confusion, he scoffed, "Who said anything about making peace? Those jerks aren't the type to just play nice like that." Seeing him treat the situation like a joke, she warned him sternly. "Don't go riling up the rookies for no good reason. They have to work out in the fields all day tomorrow." Sven pulled a face and shrugged. To put it bluntly, they're basically being shipped off for hard labor. He played it cool on the outside, but deep down, he seemed to be plotting something very serious. Then, Sven's voice turned dead serious as he ordered, "Tomorrow morning, you're only helping out with farm work. In the afternoon, I'm putting you through a special training program. Got it?" The two immediately stood at attention, shouting, "Yes, sir." Emily looked completely fed up, but Captain Sven just ignored her protests. "Hey, I'm just giving them some training. Have I ever lied to you?" Emily froze at his words, while Seon-woo had a deeply annoyed look on his face. She could tell something was up, actually. She was pretty sure Sven was plotting something big. And just like that, time quietly slipped by. Over at the Mandrake plantation in Hup City, a terrifying, blood-curdling shriek pierced the air. A pair of hands forcefully yanked a mandrake root right out of the soil, triggering a deafening, brain-melting shriek. Grimacing in pure annoyance, Kim Winter snapped. She immediately treated it to a rapid-fire combo of slaps straight to its mouth, shouting, "Shut your trap already!" After that brutal slap, the mandrake went completely limp and dazed. She scoffed in disgust. "Ugh, these things are so damn noisy." Tossing the fragile monster onto the cart, Kim Winter pouted skeptically. "How on earth are these things considered rank 18? They turn into wet noodles the second you pull them out of the dirt." Seeing how clueless she was, Seon-woo decided to fill her in. In terms of raw strength, they're no different from an ordinary tree to a normal human, if it weren't for one fatal weapon, their shriek. To you and me, it's just an annoying noise. Kim Winter yanked another mandrake out as she listened intently to Seon-woo's explanation. But for low-level hunters or the unawakened, just hearing that sound is enough to kill them instantly. She gasped in shock. "Wait, seriously?" Looking at her dumbfounded face, he nodded grimly. "Yes, seriously. One shriek is all it takes to burst the blood vessels in their brain. Their eyes, nose, and mouth will start gushing blood." Hearing this, Kim Winter instantly used every ounce of her strength to launch the mandrake high into the air, yelling in disgust, "Gross! Get away from me, you freaky weeds." And just like that, the sunset slowly dyed the sky red over the outskirts of Hup City. The three of them stood in the quiet fields as a truck slowly rumbled toward them from the distance. The tires screeched loudly as the truck slammed on its brakes. The first person to step out was none other than the badass Emily herself. And stepping down from the back of the truck were three incredibly familiar faces. Kim Winter stared at the bizarre scene in absolute awe. Then Emily steps up to report, "Captain, we finished helping with the farm work." Sven rests his hands on his hips and nods. "Good job. Now, gather around quickly, rookies." Pointing his stick over the edge of the castle wall, he asks, "Do you recognize those monsters down there?" Everyone peers into the dark abyss, where magical beasts and predators are prowling for prey. Looking at the familiar creatures below, Seon-woo replies, "Sir, those are fire locusts. Rank M insect monsters." Sven nods in satisfaction. "Exactly. Your training for today is to head down there and wipe them out." Kim Winter looks down, completely demoralized. "Oh, great." Meanwhile, Seon-woo doesn't complain at all and immediately complies. "Understood. We'll get ready to move out right away." The second those words leave his mouth, Sven's expression shifts. His body shakes with rage right in front of their bewildered faces. Without warning, he kicks all four of them right off the edge. "I said right now, get the hell down there." They plummet in all directions, their screams echoing through the air. Ugh! Witnessing this, Emily is absolutely furious. "Captain, what do you think you're doing?" But Sven just lets out an indifferent sigh. "What's your problem? It's just a simple monster-slaying drill." His dismissive attitude makes her scowl with rage. "Wait, isn't this area co-managed by the OA and the US? Sven is clearly guilty after being caught red-handed, so he quickly turns his head to avoid her gaze. "Oh, is that so?" Inside, Emily is screaming with absolute fury. "Damn it. That bastard didn't even bother to notify the OA beforehand. Is this what he was scheming all along? She glances down at the rookies with concern. Are these kids really going to be okay? While it's true there's no better training than actual combat, we just need to step in and pull them back if they get in over their heads. Meanwhile, the four of them faceplant in completely different ways. Seon-woo quickly steps up as the leader, warning his teammates in a low voice. He's definitely testing us. So, fight using everything you've got in your cores. Even though we can easily overpower them, they're still dangerous. Their bodily fluids ignite the second they hit the air. Deploy your core shields now. Everyone quickly follows Seon-woo's lead. He continues assigning roles to everyone. I'll lead the charge. Winter and Hyung, follow me and form a triangle formation. Dong-chun, you handle any that slip through the cracks. The locusts, who were just enjoying some quiet, peaceful downtime, are suddenly startled by a powerful presence. They immediately shift into combat mode, flapping their wings and swarm. The buzzing sound they make drives Kim Winter absolutely crazy, and she screams in frustration. Ugh, these things are just as annoying as those damn mandragoras. I'd rather go massacre a swarm of bees than deal with these pests. The locusts flap their wings even harder, creating a deafening noise louder than a jet engine. Taking advantage of their flight, they swarm and surround the rookies from above. Seon-woo, who has never been one to back down, grips his sword and leaps high into the air, right up to the locusts' level. Then, with just a few basic sword slashes, he unleashes a wave of flames that sweeps the monsters away. Kim Winter is not to be outdone, using her razor-sharp claws to rip them to shreds one by one. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung casually swings his twin blades, cleanly decapitating two of the bugs in a single motion. Dong-chun goes for a more brutal approach, using his fist weapons to throw some heavy punches and knock the locusts out cold. Up on the wall, Sven watches with an amused grin. Well, look at that. Not bad at all, huh? His attitude makes Emily bite her nails in irritation as she grinds her teeth, sarcastic about how much he is enjoying their performance. After a long battle, everyone is panting heavily and completely exhausted. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Kim Winter looks around cautiously. Phew. I guess that's all of them, right? Suddenly, a massive shadow creeps up on them silently, but Dong-chun's sixth sense picks up on it. He's about to scream a warning when he's suddenly cut off by a heavy force. Gravity core. Ugh. Before Kim Winter can even process what's happening, a powerful dark shadow rams into both of them, sending them flying. The two of them are thrown far away, powerless to stop as their bodies drag across the dirt. Stunned, Seon-woo turns to warn the others. Are there still more fire locusts? Hyung, don't let your guard down until... His face suddenly turns pale, leaving his sentence unfinished. Seeing him freeze up, Kim Hyung readies his weapons and steps forward in high alert. Seon-woo, what is that thing? Even Emily, watching from above, is utterly shocked by this creature's appearance. Wait, is this... Seon-woo glares with deep hatred, shouting, no way, not this thing. The massive, aggressive monster towers over them, exuding a spine-chilling pressure as he gasps in disbelief. A lantern mantis! Kim Winter seethes with rage, grinding her teeth. Do I look like a bowling ball to you? You're not getting away with this. Seon-woo calmly orders them. Fall back. This isn't an opponent you two can handle. I'll take care of this myself. His words sound confident, but his face tells a different story. Fear is written all over it, showing he's not nearly as brave as he claims. Scared already? Sven mocks from above, crossing his arms. Don't tell me you're a coward. I've never even seen that monster before. Emily, is that thing an S rank? Hearing my question, she immediately pulls up the data on her watch for me to check. After a quick search, Emily quickly reads off the beast's details. It's rare, but not an S rank. In reality, down on the battlefield, Sun-woo already has his answer. It's a B rank. I remember it vividly from my past life. Unlike unique named monsters, these are found on other continents, meaning this isn't the exact one that wiped out the spearfish team. The more he thinks about it, the more his body trembles, and his grip on his sword falters. Even though it's just a black mantis, the sight of his past life comrades getting slaughtered flashes through Sun-woo's mind. We were wiped out in an instant. Comrades were blasted into the walls, knocked unconscious, while he was cornered by the monster, his face filled with pure despair. Its overwhelming power left deep trauma on his then unawakened self. He stares at the giant mantis before him, his resolve beginning to waver. Am I still terrified because of that accident? The beast doesn't wait for him to finish reminiscing, immediately lunging forward with its razor-sharp claws. But suddenly, Sun-woo wears a mysterious smile. No, He activates his energy core and boldly charges forward to face his trauma head-on. Caught completely off guard by his sudden attack, the beast is slashed deep across its body. Seon-woo finally realizes something. I get it now. Gritting his teeth, he lunges forward, attacking like he has nothing left to lose. His heart surges with a feeling that isn't fear. With his mind now clear, he realizes he's shaking from a burning desire for revenge. His relentless, rapid slashes make the black mantis shriek in agony. His will for vengeance transforms into a razor-sharp blade, repeatedly wounding the beast. Seon-woo's mind has long understood the source of his rage. He unleashes a flurry of strikes and growls. I'm not the helpless kid I used to be. Now, I have countless battles worth of experience under my belt. Seon-woo shouts right in its face, though it feels more like he's telling himself, I might not be at my peak yet, but a piece of trash like you is nowhere near my level. The moment the words leave his mouth, the mantis's limbs are severed, and it collapses to the ground, whimpering weakly. He steps forward, resting his blade against its neck, making the beast tremble in absolute terror. Tearing you into 100 pieces would probably make me feel a lot better. Seon-woo recalls the alarm that drew the monster's attention in the past. That sound had saved his life back then. But I need to find the source of that symbol, which means I should hand you over to the researchers so they can probe your brain. Seon-woo turns back to inform the two stunned onlookers. We need to take it alive. Help me. Kim Hyung agrees without hesitation, but out of nowhere, someone with a gun appears. A split second later, a loud boom echoes, blowing the black mantis to pieces. The explosion sprays the bug's bodily fluids everywhere, sending Seon-woo, who was standing closest, flying back. The massive beast is now nothing more than fuel for the raging flames. Kim Hyung rushes over to help him up. Are you okay? Seon-woo, in pain and disbelief, mutters, What the hell was that? Suddenly, a round of crisp applause and sarcastic praise echoes through the air. Impressive. It turns out to be the Wahoon soldiers nearby, clapping in mock admiration. Just a single shot, and that giant bug is history. Jae-ha shamelessly steals the credit. Was that a bit much? I think I could have used fewer cores. Quickly, let's pack it up before sunset. His two teammates happily reply, On it. As Gang carves up the mantis's flesh, he proudly boasts, This is at least a tier 5 monster. Meanwhile, Dae smirks at their sudden stroke of luck. We hit the jackpot. He he he. Seon-woo approaches them, but nobody pays him any attention. He grits his teeth in frustration. Are they deliberately ignoring us? I need that thing to get my answers. Are they hoping we'll start a fight? He steps forward, points right in their faces, and shouts, Hey! Why did you guys steal our kill? You clearly saw me bring it down. Jae-ha plays dumb and smirks with utter contempt. We have no idea what you're talking about. We're just harvesting the core of the monster we killed. He continues to boast, completely unaware of the powerful presence looming behind him. If anyone's causing trouble here, it's you. Seon-woo, standing opposite him, is also shocked when he senses the massive energy signature behind the man. Suddenly, Sven lunges forward and slams Jae-ha's head straight into the mantis carcass before he can even react. Coughing up blood, Jae-ha still tries to act tough and screams, Who the hell did that? You're dead. Haru quickly grabs his shoulder to hold him back. Commander, calm down. Furious, Jae-ha screams right in his face. What? How dare you stop me? Haru stammers in explanation. Because. That's Sven, sir. Sven smirks as he looks at the trembling gun barrel. Oh boy, you want to fight me? Everyone around is shocked to see Sven attacking the Wahoon soldiers. Commander Emily is just as stunned. When did he even get down there? Still, Jae-ha continues to run his mouth. Sven, that idiot. Before he can even finish his sentence, Sven sends him flying with a brutal kick. His two teammates scream in terror. Commander, not keeping them waiting, Sven moves like a ghost, delivering a swift chop to the back of each of their necks, knocking them out cold. He casually retrieves the mantis's core, his lips curling into a mocking sneer. Trying to steal someone else's lunch, are we? The groans of Jae-ha, writhing on the ground, catch Sven's attention. Even though he was covered in wounds, he couldn't let a free meal slip away. The arrogant bastard roared. According to the rules, anyone who kills the monster gets its core. You attacked everyone in the common administrative zone and snatched all the loot. Jae-ha was about to threaten him further with some nonsense about how he couldn't escape, but Sven grabbed him by the hair and yanked him up. He growled in annoyance, his grip tightening. Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson, huh? How much more do I have to beat you to get it through your thick head? This made Jae-ha scream in agony. Without a shred of hesitation, Sven glared at him threateningly. If you mess with my teammates again, your skull won't be staying on your shoulders for long. Only then did the guy realize he was in deep trouble and desperately begged. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Seeing that everything was settled, Sven tossed the core to Seon-woo. He didn't forget to grumble. Stop getting bullied everywhere you go. It's seriously embarrassing, leaving Seon-woo only able to smile sheepishly. Meanwhile, up there, Emily felt like her soul had almost left her body, letting out at the outdoor training ground of Hopetown. Sven's clear voice echoed. Only 2 days in, and we already have an incident. I have no idea why I'm stuck with a bunch of wacky rookies, but I'm not gonna let my team be treated like trash. So, it's time to whip you into shape. Morning and afternoon, you'll be exterminating monsters in the forest and the low wall areas. Hearing his command, Emily's face tensed up. After dinner, you will have one-on-one training with the person in front of you, Emily. He continued the introduction, but his tone was laced with a bit of mockery. Don't worry, she might look like that, but once training starts, she'll guide you through it perfectly. Bong Chun immediately complied. Right, the best training for the tank, Bong Chun, is getting beaten to a pulp and not giving up until he's half dead. Sven then turned to his next target. Next is Baek Jing-chun. The man quickly acknowledged. Yes, sir. He calmly analyzed the next rookie's strengths and weaknesses. Winter has some unique abilities, but her core reserve management is terrible. These words made her feel highly dissatisfied. Ignoring her expression, Sven continued giving instructions to his colleague. You're in charge of taking that idiot out to the wasteland and throwing them to the monsters, so she can see what true brutality is. Next up was the third person, Han Sang-woo. He let out a sigh and replied, Got it. Sven quickly issued his order. You'll be handling Kim Hyun. He bluntly exposed all of the guy's flaws. To be honest, your talent is basically zero. You know that, right? Knowing his own limitations, Kim Hyun nodded. Seeing this, Sven quickly offered some encouragement. Either way, your foundation is actually pretty good, so you just need to put in more effort. Your training will follow the standard curriculum step by step, but it will be 10 times more brutal. If you don't want to watch your teammates die because of your own weakness, you have to push yourself to the limit. Got it? Kim Hyun shouted determinedly. Yes, sir. Sven then stepped up to face Seon-woo, their shadows casting long on the ground. His voice seemed to echo in the fading light of the sunset. I'll train you personally, just as you hoped. Seon-woo maintained a serious expression and quickly replied, It's my honor. Sven smirked as a spark of lightning crackled in his hand. An honor, huh? Let's see if you still feel that way once we actually start training. A strange blue light enveloped Sven's entire body. He stood there, demanding in a stern voice, I heard you know my techniques. How many of them can you use? Seon-woo tightly gripped his sword, ready for combat. Moon Shadow Sword, Burst Sword, and Filament Sword, 3 in total. Sven raised his sword, charging forward with a roar. Fine, I'll show you the 10 basic sword movements. Try to counter them with the same techniques. Faced with his opponent's sheer decisiveness, Seon-woo panicked, his voice stammering. Wait, I told you I only know 3. But Sven's cold bluntness cut him off. Did you honestly think I'd go easy on you? Figure it out. Sven unleashed, Moon Shadow Sword. Not wanting to be outdone, Seon-woo quickly countered. It was Sven's Moon Shadow Sword versus Seon-woo's. A massive explosion lit up the entire sky. Anxiety suddenly crept into his heart. Just as he had feared, he was going to get overwhelmed on day 1. From the thick smoke, Sven burst out like an arrow, dripping with smug confidence. I'm using the absolute minimum amount of core energy right now, so focus and block it. His voice shook the entire area. Burst Sword. It looked like a massive missile, but it still wasn't enough to take down Seon-woo. He blocked Sven's Burst Sword with his own. Because the shockwave from that clash was too intense, he gritted his teeth, barely holding his ground while cursing his luck. Are you kidding me? You call that the minimum? He wasn't done yet. Sven fiercely unleashed his next move, Filament Sword. Seon-woo was not about to back down either, swinging his sword as he yelled, Filament Sword. Though he looked calm on the outside, Seon-woo kept telling himself that even if this was just training, he couldn't let his guard down. He had to fight, as if his life was on the line. Sven raised his hand toward the sky, and instantly, countless illusory swords rained down. Heaven's Unity Sword. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, Seon-woo was completely cornered, having no idea what to do. Taking the full force of the attack, his body was sent flying, but he still scrambled to get away. But luck wasn't on his side. He got impaled a few times, making him grit his teeth in agonizing pain. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in a storm of strikes. As the dust from the bomb finally settles, Sven is left staring at a completely battered and bruised Seon-woo. The sight leaves him utterly speechless, and with a dark expression, he mutters, "This isn't the first time you've faced these techniques, is it?" Even in his dazed state, Seon-woo snaps back to reality as Sven continues to analyze, "You dodged attacks that you've never even used before, as if you already knew their basic principles." Feeling like his deepest secret was just exposed, his face stiffens and he curses inwardly, "Damn it, I was so focused on dodging that I unconsciously relied on my memories. We might have been rival teammates once, but not anymore." To dodge the subject, Seon-woo desperately tries to make an excuse. "Back in the wasteland, someone taught me the basics of swordsmanship and some database info from headquarters." Sven suddenly regains his calm and relaxed demeanor. "Right," Sven says, though he still doesn't look fully satisfied. He continues his interrogation, "But why still can't you use a core weapon? Do you really need to use a regular sword?" Seon-woo lies on the ground, panting heavily as cold sweat pours down his face. "I haven't developed enough to use the core as a weapon yet. The best I can manage is a core bullet." The answer is like a slap in the face. Sven is incredibly disappointed. "Then what good is that?" Sarcasm drips from his voice as anger flashes across his face, and his hand begins to summon his weapon. "You know the rules and what's holding you back. Yet you still can't use even a basic technique. The gap between theory and practice is hilarious. It really feels like you're some time traveler from the future." Inside, Seon-woo's mind is racing. This guy even noticed the anomaly regarding his past life. He is way too sharp. I know he's strong, but I seriously need to watch out. Despite his frustration, Sven still offers some earnest advice. "Anyway, you need to readjust your body, and you know the fastest way to awaken, don't you?" Seon-woo nods in agreement. "Yeah." Before taking his leave, Sven coldly lays down a condition. "For the next 3 months, you must show me everything you've got. If you can manage to scratch me, I'll take you seriously. You get 3 chances. That was 1, so you have 2 left. Go see the doctor, then get back here." In another arena, Kim Hyun lies on the floor, gasping for air after a grueling battle. Jung-woo offers a reassuring smile. "Harder than I thought, right? But the more you train, the stronger you get." On his way home, the outcome of the battle weighs heavily on Kim Hyun's mind. "I attacked him more than 20 times, but couldn't touch him even once. Han Sang might be a rank 1, but he's not a combat specialist." Suddenly, a loud, cold voice echoes, putting Kim Hyun on high alert. "Why are you begging in front of someone else's house? Get lost, you filthy brat." Right in front of him, a tiny girl is being bullied by Chan-hyuk's thugs. Looking pitiful, Ji tries to explain. "I just wanted to pray for your family, mister." Kim Hyun immediately recognizes her as Ji-seo the moment he sees her face. Dong-jae, in a fit of pure rage, kicks her things over. "Beat it. What about my family? Are you going to save my wife? Or what? Take this." But before his blow can land, his hand is grabbed. Unleashing his strength, Kim Hyun easily slams him to the ground. Ji gasps in astonishment. Mr. Hunter Chan-hyuk isn't doing any better, as he is grabbed mid-air by one hand. Their habit of bullying the weak only makes Kim Hyun angrier. "You should be glad you're civilians. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be a scrap of you left." He throws him down like trash and barks coldly. "Now, get lost." The 2 thugs help each other up, limping away while bitterly cursing under their breath. But behind them, they can hear Kim Hyun's gentle voice comforting the child. "Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere?" Ji is so flustered she doesn't know what to do. "You helped me again, mister. I will pray for your health and happiness." He helps her up and gently soothes. "Come on, I told you that you don't need to kneel." But a mark on her arm suddenly makes Kim Hyun freeze. A look of absolute gravity washes over his face. Back at the mountain to report on the situation, Seon-woo gazes at the scenery while probing. "So, you took them in?" Kim Hyun silently nods. "Yeah." That level of devotion takes Seon-woo by surprise, and he questions, "You barely have enough time to train. And now you want to babysit too?" Kim Hyun can only hang his head in awkwardness. "Sorry. Is there really no way to get her on a train or to headquarters? She's a smart kid, if only she had been born normal." Hearing this, Seon-woo gets incredibly annoyed and instantly fires back. This world is anything but normal. And in this world, which core ability matters the most? If she awakens, she can secure a place to live. But you know HQ has absolutely no interest in ordinary people, right? The harsh reality makes Kim Hyun dejectedly admit, "True." Not wanting to be completely heartless, Seon-woo offers a suggestion. "If you're that worried, then take proper care of her. His brain fails to process this, leaving him utterly confused. What do you mean by that? Seon-woo's tone shifts, filled with a sense of danger and warning. If someone called her a slave, she definitely has an owner. And whoever that is, they will surely take their anger out on her if they find out a hunter is taking an interest. She might get tortured because of you. Meanwhile, back in the arena. True to his word, Sven gets ready to attack, full of excitement. Get ready, here I come again. Formless sword. The sheer force of his attack leaves Seon-woo completely stunned. Formless sword. That is the filament sword, at its absolute peak, the infinite state. This time, I am not letting him escape. Sven's flickering movements startle him. Damn it, he disappeared again. Seon-woo gets blindsided, letting out a sharp groan of pain. After a brutal beatdown, he is left completely battered, collapsing onto the ground. Seeing his pathetic state, Sven can't help but tease him. Ha, you look like you're doing some weird folding dance. It's already been half a month. When are you finally going to get it? Not stopping there, Sven coldly taps his own temple, lecturing him. At its core, the invisible blade is the perfect technique to truly grasp the principles of the core. If you can master this, you'll become incredibly strong. Now, focus. Seon-woo closes his eyes, slowly digesting the advice. He needs to take this one step at a time, far beyond what the naked eye can see. Across all techniques, a core manifesting in the void always leaves a trace. His mind must weave through every single corner. The moment he opens his eyes, Seon-woo finds himself floating in midair. He stares at the massive energy source before him in absolute awe. The core energy radiating from Sven looks like bundles of light, and he can actually see every single vortex. Before long, his eyes begin to glow with a mysterious blue light. This is it. This is the feeling. Seeing this, Sven can't help but smirk with excitement. Looks like you've finally figured it out, huh? Let's try again. Acting instantly, Sven leaps high into the air, unleashing the formless sword once more. Seon-woo stands dead still, immersing himself in the void for absolute focus. Suddenly, he seems to grasp something, filling him with pure excitement. I see it. I can see the flow of the core. In the blink of an eye, Seon-woo completely neutralizes all of Sven's incoming strikes. This only fuels Sven's excitement even more. Not bad. I knew you'd be a lot of fun. 1 minute you're completely hopeless, and the next, you're fighting like a totally different person. It isn't just Sven who's shocked. Even Seon-woo is stunned by his own performance, almost unable to believe it. I thought I'd only be able to block 1 or 2 strikes. Who would have thought I'd deflect all of them? Without even giving him a chance to catch his breath, Sven immediately gears up for his next onslaught. Now, how about we go all out? Suddenly, a blaring siren from the speaker system echoes through the area. The noise forces Sven to halt mid-motion. Seon-woo also quickly turns around to see what is happening. Sven can't hide his serious expression as he mutters under his breath. Did you feel that too? Sven asks. Seon-woo looks toward the source of the noise and explains. Yes, a massive surge of core energy. It definitely belongs to an awakened. A tense, forced smile creeps onto Sven's face. But they aren't from the knot. Looks like we have some uninvited guests to welcome. Down on the field, the crowd begins moving in the same direction, anxiety clear on everyone's faces. Just as they and their comrades are on high alert, a mocking voice suddenly cuts in. Oh, look at that familiar face. Sven folds his hands behind his back with a sarcastic smirk. I was wondering, so you're the one pulling the strings? Lieutenant Colonel Day, the commanding officer of OA in Happy City, looks at Sven as if staring down his arch-nemesis, growling through gritted teeth. The thick tension between the two factions makes Seon-woo uneasy. Why is a commander getting involved in this? Soldiers have minor skirmishes all the time, but why would a high-ranking officer bring so many troops to a knot territory as if they're putting on a military parade? Something is definitely off. Sven casts a contemptuous glance at them, scoffing. So you gathered a bunch of trash just to bring them here? I know those guys. Sven's words make the other 3 jump in fright. Their reaction only amuses Sven further. What, did you run away like cowards just to go cry to your daddy? Having their sore spot hit, they can only let out a cold snort. Seeing his men get bullied, Gao's face darkens as he steps forward to warn Sven. Watch your mouth, Sven. Not only did you enter a co-jurisdiction zone without authorization, but you also used violence against our people. You know exactly how strict the Melbourne Peace Treaty is between organizations. You will be held fully accountable for these illegal actions. Refusing to back down, Sven immediately fires back. And who do you think started this? Your people attacked us with core weapons and stole our hard-earned loot. But Dae, instead of reflecting on it, proudly holds his head high, acting all righteous. I've already read the report. My men only used core ammunition to save your squad from that monster, but instead of showing gratitude, you tried to kill them. There's no way a rookie could ever take down a high-level monster on their own. Don't you agree? Behind him, Jiha's squad can only look at each other in awkward silence. These blatant lies make Sven's blood boil as he quietly schemes his next move. Those bastards are hiding behind a fake report again. They never learn. Sven shakes his head, letting out a dismissive scoff. I can easily prove to you that our not rookies are capable of doing just that. And unlike your men, they don't even need fancy, over-the-top gear to do it. Honestly, your elites are probably weaker than our trainees. Despite his age, Dae refuses to lose and is determined to win this argument. You're incredibly childish. But fine, I accept your proposal. Listen up. Hearing this, Jiha immediately stands at attention and shouts, "Yes, sir." Dae points directly at Sven's group, declaring war. "We will hold a friendly sparring match, one of my captains against one of your rookies. Let's see if they are as well trained as you claim. Deal?" But Sven is no pushover. When you lose, don't you dare go whining and hiding behind the Melbourne Peace Treaty. Before the fight began, he walked over to Seon-woo and warned him, "You have to win. Otherwise, you're getting kicked back to headquarters immediately." Seon-woo gripped his sword tightly, calmly reassuring him. That's not going to happen. But Sven's hot-headed attitude was clear in his every word. "Go get him, Rookie Kim Seon-woo. Take those pigs down." As Seon-woo walked toward the arena, he replied, "Got it." Dae then wasted no time laying out the stakes of the battle. The loser would take full responsibility for the Any objections? Seon-woo immediately shook his head. None. His attention was quickly drawn to someone else. Jim Hogan was also there, and just look at those glares, you'd think they were facing a monster instead of an opponent. What should I do now? According to my memories from my past life, Wa's awakened captains are usually around level 5. If it's the same in this life, I can definitely take him down. Should I just go all out and end this quickly? As if suddenly struck by an idea, a sly smirk formed on Seon-woo's face. Actually, I have a better idea. Standing in as the referee, Dae called out in a stern voice, "Begin!" Jae-ha roared as the spear in his hand unleashed a powerful wave of energy. Seon-woo deflected the blow with his sword, thinking, "Gotta admit, he's fast." Not stopping there, Jae-ha continued to spin his spear with fluid grace before launching a strike that barely missed Seon-woo by inches. Facing such a relentless onslaught, Seon-woo focused on pacing himself to stay safe. Seizing the initiative, Jae-ha leaped into the air for his next strike. As their weapons collided, a deafening metallic clash echoed through the air, leaving a massive crater in the solid ground. Seon-woo panted heavily, catching his breath as he quickly formulated a plan. That guy knows how to use core energy, so I can't let my guard down. Meanwhile, the onlookers kept pointing and whispering in mock amusement. Is that idiot only capable of defending? His opponent's spear is way longer, so he can't even close the distance. He needs to block with sword force. What a dummy. Watching from the sidelines, Sven rubbed his chin in confusion. Is he really not planning on using sword force at all? What is he up to? Seon-woo thought as he blocked the incoming strikes. Analyzing his opponent's moves, he anticipated a spin, a downward thrust, and then a direct stab, which he easily dodged with a graceful sidestep. Watching the thrust go wide, Seon-woo couldn't help but let out a smirk. I knew it. Hogan's crew froze, completely speechless. Did he just predict the attack pattern to dodge it? Amid the murmuring crowd, Seon-woo carefully calculated his next moves. They were probably wondering why he wasn't using sword force. If I end this too quickly, they'll think I'm cheating. But if I let them see my true grasp of the basics, it'll ruin everything. Even Jae-ha. The man himself was completely dumbfounded after seeing how effortlessly his opponent dodged his strikes. Looking at him, Seon-woo suddenly felt a twinge of pity. Poor guy. He only learned his spear techniques straight out of Wa's standard textbook. The Crow-applied spear arts, Wa's close combat spear style, was a system created by Grouse, consisting of 6 basic techniques and 8 applied techniques. Memories of his former sworn brother suddenly flashed through his mind. Want to try it? Why not? The thought brought a wave of bittersweet sorrow to his heart, but it brought back too many painful memories. In my past life, Not and Wa had put aside their differences to cooperate for the greater good before the final battle. Back in reality, Jae-ha was getting ready to strike a second time, looking incredibly pissed. Damn it. Take this. Seon-woo smirked, mocking him internally. I can predict your every move. Next is a thrust with extended arms. There's my opening. He gracefully dodged the attack right before his opponent's panicked eyes, calculating every single millimeter. This attack had a massive recovery time. By the time Jae-ha realized Seon-woo had closed the gap and was right in front of him, it was already game over. Right at the peak of the tension, a stern voice cut through the air. Enough. Dae startled, looking toward the source of the voice, and even Sven glanced over to the left in surprise. At that exact moment, Jae-ha finally dropped his spear as Seon-woo held his blade right under the terrified gazes of everyone present. Dong-ho stood there, breathing heavily. His voice carried a powerful, warning authority. What on earth do you think you're doing? Dong-ho's sudden appearance made both of them freeze. Seon-woo quickly realized who the man was. It was Dong-ho, the Hub City branch manager. Speaking with all the authority of his position, he barked, Lieutenant Colonel Dae, what is the meaning of how dare you bring your men into Knott's territory to cause trouble? Facing this sharp questioning, Dae calmly explained, Hunter Sven was the one who started a fight with my men. But before he could even finish his sentence, Dong-ho cut him off. No matter what happened, you must follow protocol and submit an official report. Resorting to violence is absolutely unacceptable. The branch manager's sheer sternness made Jae-ha back down a bit, though he was still visibly frustrated. Wait, so you're taking Knott's side? Then why the hell did you pretend to be neutral? Suddenly, Seon-woo snapped his fingers, and a dozen swords materialized out of nowhere, pointing directly. Sven, still extremely salty, also chimed in to lecture him. An elder is speaking. Kid, show some respect. Dong-ho could only facepalm, completely exhausted by their immaturity. Respect? How can you talk about respect when you say one thing and do another? He sighed, trying to keep the peace. Stop threatening people. Seon-woo obediently withdrew his skill, though his expression was far from pleasant. A moment after cooling things down between the two sides, Dong-ho gently explained, I might be part of the knot, but I'm trying to ensure fairness. Please don't forget that Hwa assigned us the duty of managing Hub City. We will investigate in detail and report the results to both sides so they can prepare. Please withdraw your troops. This show of goodwill made him fall silent for a long moment. Then, he turned around and left, his demeanor much softer than before. We apologize. We trust you will resolve this issue today. However, his tone still carried a hint of resentment as he added, but I hope this never happens again. Hearing this, Sven sighed. Once the matter was settled, old Dong-ho turned to criticize him. Every time you cause trouble, it shaves years off my life. Feeling wronged, Sven immediately began to complain. I'm telling you, they're just looking for an excuse to kick us out of Hub City and take it all for themselves. Though Dong-ho understood the situation, he could only remind him helplessly, Sven, you see it, don't you? I'm just a weak old man. His hand holding the coffee cup trembled slightly, his face filled with desperate pleading. Can't you just let me live out the rest of my days in peace? With no other choice, Sven could only agree. Fine, fine. This sudden, obedient behavior left Seon-woo quite surprised. He wasn't shouting or throwing a tantrum anymore. To anyone else, who would have thought he could be this cautious and accommodating? His eyes shifted to old Dong-ho sipping his coffee, and he thought about how much the old man resembled Kim Busik. Even though there was definitely a demon hiding inside Sven, Seon-woo suddenly asked out of curiosity, we won't be able to meet Hwa. How did things end up like this? Thinking about what had happened, he complained, I've been here a few times, but I've never seen it this deserted. Dong-ho's face fell as well. I'm wondering the same thing. Yet, a smile broke across his aging face, and his voice carried a cheerful tone as he spoke. But I suppose we can count ourselves lucky. Just treat this as a day off and go get some rest. The old man's hopelessly carefree attitude left Sven staring in disbelief. Even Seon-woo was caught off guard. Once they were alone, Sven finally couldn't help but ask, What do you think, rookie? Do you agree with the manager that there's nothing to worry about? Seon-woo frankly admitted, I feel like something is off. Hearing this, Sven quickly prompted him to speak. Drawing on his knowledge, Seon-woo carefully analyzed. Generally speaking, low-level monsters stay far away from high-level ones to avoid becoming prey. Sven coldly interrupted him. Yeah, basic instinct. So what? Seon-woo calmly continued. But a swarm of low-level fire locusts living alongside black mantises, monsters that even predatory birds avoid? That's highly unusual. This revelation caught Sven completely by surprise. With deep suspicion and visible concern, Seon-woo added, which means they must have some kind of hierarchy. But Sven dismissed the idea. That's impossible. They're not the type of monsters to have structured ranks like goblins do. Undeterred, Seon-woo pressed on. There's only one explanation. Although extremely rare, some S-rank monsters have the ability to control lower-level ones. He began to hypothesize. What if those black mantises and fire locusts are being controlled by an S-rank monster? Just like how Galegia controlled the merfolk. This immediately piqued Sven's curiosity. Once he understood, Sven quickly took the lead. Let's check it out. We'll split up and look for clues down there. Seon-woo immediately obeyed. Understood. As they made their way, Seon-woo's heart was heavy with anxiety. I can't tell him directly. This isn't just a theory, it actually happened in my past life. Sven always regretted the horrific disaster that struck Hub. But I can't rush this. I need to find solid proof to convince the others first. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and mentally ordered a core scan. A massive wave of pink light burst forth, so vast that it blanketed the entire forest. Seon-woo's expression grew increasingly tense. Found it. It was a massive dragon-type beast, an earth dragon. A high-level creature like this would undoubtedly carry its mark. He quickly established a connection to report to Kim Seon's squad. I've located the earth dragon. A cold voice replied from the other end. This is Sven. Got it. I'm on my way. Hunt it now, Sven replied, and Seon-woo quickly answered. Receiving the order, Seon-woo dashed forward as fast as the wind, his mind racing with questions. He's really letting a rookie fight a high-level monster alone? I know he trusts my abilities, but this is still bizarre. Aside from their massive size and immense strength, these earth dragons are highly toxic. They're ranked as a Tier 3 threat, on par with the Goblin King. This thought made Seon-woo highly uneasy. A monster of that caliber would definitely sense his presence the moment he got close. What's more, it was already right in front of him. With no chance of tracking it stealthily, he would have to face it head-on right then and there. The dragon suddenly ground to a halt at the sight of the intruder. Staring into its glowing red eyes, a wave of doubt washed over Seon-woo as he thought to himself, it clearly sees me, but it hasn't attacked yet. Is it inviting me to fight? Fine by me. I might as well test out my newly learned skill. Unleashing Sven's formless sword technique, Seon-woo's sudden strike left the dragon utterly bewildered. Even as the blow landed, it couldn't comprehend. Only when its body was covered in blood did the dragon let out an angry roar. Its fierce cry echoed through the desolate forest. Seon-woo was secretly thrilled as he fought. His first attempt was a success, but the dragon quickly lunged back to counterattack. As its massive jaws gaped open, it spat out a bizarre liquid. He instantly recognized it as venom and struggled to hold his ground, letting out a shout. His scream echoed to the core. As drool dripped onto the ground, the earth dragon roared in sheer rage. It bared its fangs and lunged forward, trying to swallow Seon-woo whole. Gripping his sword tight, he swiftly channeled his immense strength to activate Sven's sword burst technique. With just one strike, the earth dragon wailed in agony amidst a thick cloud of dust. Without letting up, Seon-woo leaped high into the air and yelled, "Descent enhancement." His frustration was clear as he made his ultimate declaration. "You're dead meat." The raw power of the strike made him roar even louder. Sven's decimation sword, a colossal blade, materialized. It pierced right through the dragon's head, pinning it to the ground. That single fatal blow sent the earth dragon into a panic, letting out a deafening shriek. The moment Seon-woo touched down, the beast was completely obliterated. He could hardly believe his eyes at his own achievement. Did he really just take down a Tier 3 monster? Now he finally understood the value of Sven's training. This is Kim Seon-woo, and the earth dragon has been neutralized. All right, I'll get right to it. True to his word, he stepped forward and sliced into the earth dragon's hide. A blinding light flashed, leaving him completely stunned. Even Sven couldn't believe his eyes. What is that? But Seon-woo's expression turned dead serious as he looked back at him. There's your proof. A crest appeared right in the middle of the dragon's heart, and he slowly began to explain its significance. It's the mark of a phantom knight. Hearing that title, Sven immediately frowned in disgust. The Phantom Knight. Now that's a name I'd rather forget, Sven said. He went on to share what he knew about them, adding, high-level monsters don't. What makes the Phantom Knights different is that they brand monsters with a demonic crest, using them as their minions. Then, Sven casually tossed a questioning look at Seon-woo. But how did you know exactly where to find that mark? Taking advantage of his senior status, he pressed the rookie. Did you have a hunch or something? Seon-woo clicked his tongue and glanced at him, thinking, here we go again, trying to pry. Since Sven was his senior after all, Seon-woo had no choice but to cook up a plausible excuse. It was just a guess based on how the monsters were moving. They all seemed to follow a single pattern. Sven, however, didn't seem entirely convinced. Is that so? Ignoring Sven's sarcastic look, Seon-woo calmly continued his analysis. Even though other S-rank monsters like Legia can control beasts, only the Phantom Knight can issue commands with this level of detail. Sven frowned, letting out a sigh. In that case, dealing with them is going to be incredibly dangerous. Seon-woo nodded in agreement. Exactly. Any battle against a Phantom Knight is bound to be absolute chaos. You have to fight through thousands of monsters, and if they're on the move, it means we're already being surrounded. Sven let out a heavy sigh before making another sarcastic remark. With monsters on one side and the OA on the other, the branch manager must be pissing his pants. He bragged about wanting to wipe out the OA, but it's a real shame we can't. Hearing this, Seon-woo could only gape in disbelief. Unable to trust his own ears, he had to ask again to be absolutely sure. Are you serious? Sven shrugged. What? You think I'm crazy? Look, I'm actually a peace-loving guy. In truth, he had despised the OA for a long time, so he didn't hold back his blatant criticism. That Melbourne Treaty we signed is total garbage. They make us fight the monsters to preserve their own strength, and then when the beasts are dead, they treat us like total trash. So if OA keeps looking for trouble, I'll wage war on them first. This made Seon-woo frown and worry. But a second later, Sven casually dismissed everything he had just said, muttering, I'm just venting because I'm annoyed. I have a bad feeling they're going to come cause trouble again soon. Go ahead and harvest the core and that crest for the old man. Got it, he replied, quickly complying. On the outside, he followed orders. But in his mind, he was secretly calculating his next moves. Node and OA are destroying each other. If nothing changes, we'll lose the final battle in this lifetime too. As Seon-woo used his knife to carve out the marked section, he pondered. At least Sven is aware of OA's abnormal behavior and the motives behind it. A moment later, the piece of evidence was laid out neatly on the table. Dong-ho stared in shock at the man questioning him. Satisfied? Here is the evidence. Now let's talk. The old man slowly repeated the name, then asked to know more. I've heard of the Phantom Knight, but it's never anything good. Can you boys give me the details? Seon-woo saw no reason to hide anything, so he quickly listed off a series of formidable names. Vank, Leja, Mbas, and Celios are all S-rank monsters, but their power and abilities are completely different. A Phantom Knight is as strong as an S-rank, and they can easily level and Sven chimed in from the side. Do you remember what happened to the city of Uppram? Memories of that disaster immediately rushed back to Dong-ho, how India's last standing city crumbled and Node suffered catastrophic losses. Sven suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his voice dropping low with a threatening tone. Yet it seems his anger, far from subsiding, only flared up even more violently. But that isn't something you're surprised by, is it? No one said anything when you denied it last time, but now that we have proof, you'd better confess. Like a stubborn old fox, Dong-ho still refused to budge, keeping the truth entirely to himself. I'm no high-level awakened. I don't know anything, it's just an old man's intuition. That feeling that something big is about to happen. Sven isn't about to stop. He's determined to get to the bottom of this. You called the busiest person in Note and made him suffer in silence just because there was no proof? How is that fair? This time, the old man actually admitted it flat out. You're right. Right after that, Dong-ho changed his tune, appearing to go along with them. But you've proven that my worries were justified. It seems my trust in you wasn't misplaced. Now, tell me, what's the plan? What are those bastards planning? Seon-woo frowned slightly at the thought of the enemy's insane plans. The biggest issue is that the Death Knight's control isn't just limited to monsters. It's a type of demon, pride, envy, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. By planting the 7 deadly sins in the hearts of its victims, it will destroy the city from the inside out. Even if we don't realize we're cursed, the Death Knight will ruthlessly exploit the most vulnerable people. Dong-ho suddenly cut in to make a suggestion. In that case, do we need to contact Hwa for help? However, he was immediately met with Sven's rejection. No, forget about Hwa. He knew full well how much Sven detested the Hwa, so he quickly tried to reason with him. In an emergency like this, we don't have time to. But before he could even finish, Sven annoyedly cut him off. That's not what I meant, he suddenly blurted out of nowhere. I have a bad feeling about this, leaving Dong-ho completely bewildered. Sven had long noticed the suspicious movements of those foreigners. Perhaps the Death Knight has already manipulated them. There's no other logical explanation for their actions. Hearing this, Dong-ho couldn't help but feel gloomy. If so, the monster's influence might have already spread inside the 7th fortress. Seon-woo ignored the old man's pointless remarks and continued his explanation. Another issue is that even though the Death Knight is humanoid, its form isn't fixed, and it can mimic the appearance of other species. Sven then came up with an idea. So, an awakened with pure physical strength might be able to counter it. Call Yuri. Dong-ho didn't expect him to bring up that name. Yuri, the S-class awakened mage and the backbone of our guard unit? Will that really work? Sven didn't want to drag it out any longer and simply issued a light threat. If they don't want to lose HP City, they'll do it. After all, they're the ones who sent me here. And just like that, the old man was completely convinced. All right, I'll contact headquarters. Meanwhile, Seon-woo stood to the side, quietly observing every gesture and reaction from Dong-ho. Seeing how anxious the old man had been last time had made Seon-woo worry too, but Dong-ho was surprisingly calmer than he'd expected upon hearing the news about the Death Knight. He recalled the old man's previous outbursts and muttered to himself, maybe it's because of his age and experience? Just like the way he treats Hwa. A long time after that, Seon-woo sat dazed, thinking about the previous outcome. The last time it appeared, it gave Note and Hwa a massive headache, and over half the outside population died. He rested his chin on his hand, trying to gauge the team's capabilities. Although Sven and the search team were incredibly strong, he immediately shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, the current diplomatic situation between the countries is also a major concern. Seon-woo had looked into this very thoroughly. The relationship between Note and Hwa was only getting worse. While the Death Knight continued to destroy other regions, I only know about this because of the records of the battle to defend HP City, since I was away on another mission at the time. There were a few times he should have told me about it, but he never did. Maybe there's something wrong with his memory. His old memories replayed like a film, taking him back to that difficult time. The only time I actually saw the Death Knight was during our brief encounter in the final battle, which meant he survived until the very end. Seon-woo took a sip of water, silently weighing the gap between the two sides. The combined strength of the awakened here far exceeds that of normal cities. But whether they're S-class or not, it's going to be extremely difficult to defeat it with conventional As if suddenly realizing the truth, he stood up abruptly in shock. That's why the discord between Note and Hwa is an absolute gift to those bastards. It was getting late, and Seon-woo needed to head back and get some rest. All the way back, he remained deeply lost in thought. The biggest problem right now is the people controlled by the Death Knight. Sven is suspicious of Hwa, and honestly, so am I. Their aggression is just too bizarre. But no matter how closely he observed them in his past life, he still failed. Why? Walking past a small alley, Seon-woo was still busy drafting plans for the upcoming battle. There are only 2 months left. I have to find the force behind the Death Knight before time runs out. Suddenly, a sluggish figure stumbled into the alley, forcing him to stop and take a closer look. Huh? Staring at that familiar back, Seon-woo searched his memory for the girl's traits. Is that Chisa? How strange. I've never seen her act so strange, let alone walk with such an awkward gait. He raised his voice, calling out to Chisa down the dimly lit alley. As she turned around, her entire body was almost completely swallowed by the shadows, leaving only her voice to ring out clearly, though it was filled with utter confusion. Hello, Mr. Hunter. Having already guessed it was Chisa, Seon-woo immediately questioned her. Where are you going? Aren't you usually hanging around the central stairs at this hour? The girl hesitated, not knowing how to reply. She started, but he quickly cut her off. Hunter Heehyun is probably looking for you. Realizing she couldn't run from this, Chisa desperately grabbed at any excuse she could find. I'm sorry, but could you tell Mr. Hyun that I'm not feeling well? I really can't see him right now. Seon-woo bought it immediately. Not feeling well? All right then. But then, he paused, thinking it over, and a sudden realization flashed in his mind. Wait, don't tell me. Before he could finish, Chisa suddenly turned and bolted. Snapping out of his thoughts, Seon-woo chased after her and grabbed her arm. Hold on, Chisa. Dragged out onto the main street, she began to struggle in a panic. What are you doing? I'm fine. Please just let me go. Seon-woo's eyebrows furrowed deeply. No, you're not. Bathed in the bright streetlights, he could finally see her body covered in a gruesome web of wounds without a single spot left unscathed. Seon-woo gritted his teeth, forcing out a low, furious demand. Who did this to you? Terrified and anxious, Chisa pleaded with Seon-woo, her eyes completely devoid of light. Please don't tell Mr. Hyun, I don't want to put him in danger. Hearing this, he barked back in anger. Are you hurt anywhere else? He's worried sick about you, and you're trying to hide this from him? She stammered, wanting to argue, but had no idea what to say. Seeing her trembling violently in sheer panic right in front of him, Seon-woo realized he had been shouting. Losing his temper wouldn't solve anything. Besides, if Hyun dug too deep into this, it would only make things worse. With that in mind, he made his decision. Fine, I won't tell him. Chisa looked up at Seon-woo with desperate, pleading eyes, as if a massive weight had just been lifted. Then, but before she could finish, he cut her off again, issuing a firm command. But I'm not just going to stand by and do nothing. Take me to your master. Her eyes widened in absolute shock as she tried to stop this crazy idea. What? No, you can't go there. Knowing she would object, Seon-woo immediately threw down a threat. Are you refusing to obey a not hunter's order too? At those words, Chisa hung her head in submission, her voice barely a whisper. I'm sorry, it's this way. As he followed her lead, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. I hate using my title like some cheap threat, but I don't have a choice right now. It'll also make things easier for her if she gets interrogated later. I need to uncover what the hell is actually going on in this city. The further they walked, the more strange symbols began appearing on the walls. The moment Seon-woo saw them, he instantly recognized them. The Wa symbols. Does this mean we're trespassing on their territory? Chisa looked up hesitantly. Are you okay, Mr. Hunter? He glanced down at the fragile young girl beside him and thought to himself, even a kid knows about the tension between the knots and the Wa. Shaking off the thought, Seon-woo calmly replied, I'm fine, just keep leading the way. Chisa nodded obediently. Yes, sir. After a while, they finally arrived in front of a massive building. Staring at the sign, Seon-woo muttered to himself in confusion, Tanny Orphanage? Stopping in an open clearing, Chisa spoke up. I'm sorry, but I can't go any further. Understanding her situation, he didn't push her. No, this is plenty. Seon-woo then handed Chisa a golden ball, reminding her of his promise. This is a token of my thanks. I'll tell Hyun that you won't be around here for a while. He added, make sure you stay out of his sight so he doesn't see you like this. Cradling the gift in her hands, she replied softly, thank you. I'll do my best. Once Chisa left, Seon-woo finally got a good look at his surroundings. Those scumbags run an orphanage? He took slow, cautious steps inside. Seon-woo was met with an empty hallway and a suffocating, deathly silence. The further he ventured, the more nauseating the air became, forcing him to cover his nose. What is this stench? Seon-woo suddenly stopped right outside room 106. Peering through the small window, he saw 3 skeletal, starved children huddled together in a corner. The grim, gray walls seemed to swallow any shred of hope. Dirty trays covered in unidentifiable filth littered the floor. Seon-woo felt a wave of disgust wash over him. This place was worse than— Suddenly, a man sneaked up behind him, raising an iron bar to strike. But just as the metal pipe was about to crush Seon-woo's head, he ducked swiftly, dodging it with flawless precision. In the blink of an eye, he spun around and delivered a devastating kick straight to Kilwon's chest, leaving the guy 0 time to react. But he wasn't done yet. An accomplice tried to seize the moment, charging at Seon-woo with a club while his back was turned. Even with his buddy's painful example right in front of him, this idiot clearly hadn't learned a thing. A split second later, he took a savage uppercut straight to the jaw. Agonizing screams echoed through the hallway. Arg. Ah. Ow. Shortly after, Seon-woo was lounging with his legs crossed on the chair, looking down on the people in front of him with pure arrogance. Is this really how an orphanage treats its guests? After getting absolutely schooled, both Kyo and Do-hyuk quickly fell in line. We're so sorry. We had no idea you were a hunter too. Without wasting any more time, Seon-woo cut straight to the chase. Is this a facility of Wa? The two glanced at each other, tilting their heads. Kilon spoke up. Yes, sir. The people from the knot never come here. He then hesitantly questioned the man who had just barged in unannounced. But, are you here to buy kids, sir? Seon-woo quickly played along, giving them a vague answer. Something like that. Hearing this, the two exchanged sly grins, instantly reading each other's minds. Heh, perfect. If you've got enough cash, you can even adopt the awakened kids. We guarantee Wa won't suspect a thing. To play his part, Seon-woo asked about the price of the little beggar girl under the central stairs. Realizing Seon-woo wanted to buy Chija, Kwon immediately slipped back into his slick salesman persona. You've got a great eye, sir. She's incredibly smart, a perfect addition to any hunter's collection. He just kept rambling on with excitement. A girl like her doesn't come cheap. It'll cost you at least a rank 5 monster core. Little did they know, their disgusting choice of words was already rubbing Seon-woo the wrong way. Merchandise, collection. Suddenly, Seon-woo decided to up the ante. I want to go big. What if I buy the awakened kids too? Keelan was taken aback by the bold offer. Sorry, but that's going to be tough. We've already signed a contract to deliver them to Hwa. Thinking they were just playing hard to get to drive up the price, Seon-woo cut straight to the point. Cut the crap. How much? Yet, Keelan still shook his head, refusing. No can do, sir. That'll get us killed. Kyo chimed in. Awakened kids don't have a price tag. Realizing how strict the rules here actually were, Seon-woo had no choice but to let it go. Is that so? Never mind then. Whether it was just whether on purpose or by coincidence, just as Seon-woo was about to leave, the man suddenly remembered something crucial. Now that I think about it, Q1 quickly shared a shocking piece of news, saying a man from Node had come there a few days ago, which immediately made Seon-woo whip around to listen. Seon-woo immediately began questioning him, asking, From Node? Who was it? But he was only met with a firm shake of the head. Our rule is that we can't reveal our clients' names. However, being a street-smart guy who had spent years navigating the underworld, Q1 knew exactly how to bend the rules and craftily offered a hint, asking, But there aren't many Node citizens who have the authority to enter Oasis territory, right? Seon-woo chuckled. Hearing that, he couldn't help but think of one person. Could it be the branch manager? He continued to grill him aggressively. So, what did that person do here? The two men exchanged glances once more and nodded in unison. Well, thinking back to that day, Q1 hesitantly recalled. It was actually pretty strange. That person didn't say a word. They just stood there, watched, and then left. Their face was so expressionless. It was honestly chilling. Realizing he wasn't going to get any more useful information, Seon-woo decided to wrap up his investigation for now and told the two men, I see, I'll think about this and get back to you later. They bowed deeply as he walked away, saying, Safe travels, sir. After walking a short distance, Seon-woo suddenly glanced back, wondering why he hadn't felt surprised at all by what he heard. They were running a human trafficking ring, forcing homeless kids to beg on the streets, only to sell them to Oasis for a massive profit once they awakened, while the rest were sold off as slaves or forced laborers. Lost in thought, Seon-woo suddenly leaped high into the air. Landing perfectly on the rooftop ledge without making a sound, his mind was flooded with 100,000 questions. None of this made any sense. Even if Oasis paid a fortune for awakened children, they were extremely rare, definitely not enough to fund this entire operation. So, how are they keeping this place running? Was the branch manager actually mixed up in this? Right then, a group of Oasis people started approaching the building. Seon-woo smiled at his unexpected luck. Perfect timing. 3 Oasis men were looking around suspiciously, clearly on high alert to make sure they weren't being watched. Shortly after, they led 4 children out of the building, right in front of the 2 human traffickers. The poor children, with their hands tightly bound, could do nothing but walk dejectedly behind the Oasis thugs. Seeing this, Seon-woo stood straight up, wondering where on earth they were planning to take those kids in the middle of the night. He quietly shadowed them the entire way, keeping a close eye on the 3 Oasis men and the children. Seon-woo's agile figure darted across the high walls, taking extreme care not to make a single sound. Eventually, he dropped to one knee on a wall right near the edge of the forest. Pulling out a pair of binoculars, Seon-woo grew increasingly suspicious. They had walked for 30 minutes to this Oasis outpost outside the wall. But why here? Looking through the binoculars, he saw the men below cutting the ropes off the children's hands one by one. But then, they suddenly dumped a pile of swords, knives, and spears onto the ground. Seon-woo's confusion grew. Why give weapons to children? What are they trying to do? As he watched intently, a loud, savage roar suddenly echoed nearby. Huh? Down below, Hamin was busy unlocking a massive iron cage. The second the door swung open, a feral, 2-headed wolf charged out, eager for blood. Seon-woo gasped in shock. Wait, a level 18 2-headed wolf? Why the hell are they releasing a beast like that in front of little kids? The children were absolutely terrified, trembling so hard they were completely paralyzed with fear. As if things weren't chaotic enough, Taejung decided to mock them, yelling, Hey kids, You'd better fight with everything you've got if you don't want to become dog food. The two-headed wolf slowly crept toward the children, causing them to scream at the top of their lungs. Only then did the cruel reality of their plan hit Seon-woo. They were deliberately forcing these children to awaken. The two-headed wolf's eyes gleamed like blood-stained scythes as it hungrily eyed its helpless prey. When pushed to the brink of death, humans often unlock a hidden power that transcends their normal limits. Awakening works the exact same way. Most people only awaken when they are gripped by absolute terror, like facing down a monster or staring death in the face. That was the sole reason Node kept the Oasis land so dangerous to force awakenings. On the flip side, Oasis had very few awakened individuals because they lacked any real threats. Seon-woo gritted his teeth as he watched the horror unfold. Now, they were throwing children to monsters just to force an awakening. Something was seriously wrong with Oasis. By now, the two-headed wolf had worked itself into a frenzy, baring its razor-sharp fangs and letting out a terrifying roar to assert its dominance. In a flash, it lunged at Minjai, sinking its teeth into her arms. The child next to her froze in terror, completely unable to react as they watched their friend face certain death. Honestly, all three kids were far too young to think of a way out of this. Paralyzed by sheer panic, they were utterly helpless. Seon-woo instinctively reached for his sword to intervene, but he hesitated. I need to calm down. First, I have to figure out what's really going on between the branch manager and the Oasis leadership. If I blow my cover and step in now, it could end up sealing the fate of even more innocent children down the line. After standing there completely frozen, Soa finally mustered up the courage to grab her spear and stab the two-headed wolf right in the calf. Oh boy. But this didn't even scratch the beast instead. It just gave the wolf a golden opportunity to tear her apart. After dealing with the first two, the beast turned its attention to the remaining two children and growled, making their tiny bodies tremble violently. Out of pure terror, they threw down their weapons and ran toward the Wa soldiers, crying, but those heartless bastards only pushed them away and barked back. Get back in there and fight, you useless brats. As the two children screamed in pain, Seon-woo watched from above as the Wa soldiers ruthlessly abused them. And suddenly, it clicked. So, that was why Chisa was always covered in bruises. Down below, the two-headed wolf was already lunging at its final two desserts. The overwhelming gap in strength terrified the kids to their core. In the blink of an eye, the beast slashed its razor-sharp claws across their bodies. Blood sprayed like rain, staining the ground even though they were all lying helplessly on the ground. Fortunately, a few of them were still barely clinging to life. The two-headed wolf then turned its gaze toward Soa, eager to devour its next meal immediately. Knowing she was about to meet her maker, she shook like a leaf. At this point, Seon-woo couldn't stand it any longer. He began to unsheath his sword, knowing he had no other choice. But suddenly, something caught his eye. Thinking it was the absolute boss of this place, the two-headed wolf recklessly lunged forward to devour its prey. But it forgot that there were still 3 adults present, and just like that, Howin hit it with a powerful electric shock. Taeyong also stepped up with his weapon to help, forcing the two-headed wolf back into its cage. Get back in there, you crazy beast. Watching this, Seon-woo finally put all the pieces together. Now it makes sense why they chose the two-headed wolf. That monster usually just makes sure its prey can't escape before eating them alive. It's the perfect tool for dealing with test subjects they don't want to kill just yet. Haemin called out to his 2 lackeys, ordering them to report back. We didn't find any awakened ones. Taeyong quickly replied, yes sir, but Howin was still curious. Should we send these kids back? Without a shred of caution, he passed on all the information to his subordinates. Any of them who were bitten or scratched will be treated and re-examined in 10 days, he said, completely unaware that Seon-woo was eavesdropping on everything. Haemin then instructed them to tell the kids in room 6 to be ready for tomorrow. A prompt reply echoed back. Understood. With their plans fully figured out, Seon-woo quickly made his exit. The next morning, he rushed back to the corpse of the Earth Dragon he defeated yesterday to take care of some business. We left the Earth Dragon's core behind when we retrieved the core membrane for the manager. Moments later, he pulled out the brilliantly glowing core. Even so, Seon-woo couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. Am I really doing all this just for that kid? Why do I feel like I'm getting played here? He then handed it straight to a bewildered Kim Hyung. Here, a tier 3 core. Utterly confused, Kim Hyung asked, why are you giving this to me? Seon-woo sighed and explained, it's enough for one child. He then carefully guided him through the plan, step by step. You're going to meet Chisa today. Follow her to the orphanage and tell them this is what you're trading. Kim Hyung was completely caught off guard by his decision. Knowing exactly what his teammate was about to say, Seon-woo quickly cut him off. But that's the limit. We can't save the other kids. Seon-woo clenched his fists, his gaze firmer than ever. Chisa is the one who started this, so we're only helping her. With nothing else he could do, Kim Hyung could only bow deeply to show his sincere gratitude. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Seon-woo calmly accepted it and urged him to move. Watching him walk away, Seon-woo fell into deep thought. Truth be told, he was torn over an important matter. Should I tell Sven that I saw the branch manager at the orphanage? However, there were too many obstacles holding him back, and since it all happened so fast, there were still many things he didn't understand. On top of that, the branch manager has the trust of both Not and Hwa. Making reckless accusations would only invite trouble. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he quickly calculated his next move. I need to figure out his connection to the orphanage first. I'm going to dig up all his secrets. That was all he could do for now. Right then, Kim Winter appeared in the distance, waving excitedly with a bright smile on her face. Oh my gosh, I didn't think I'd be this happy to see you again. Captain. Guess you should never say never, huh? But all she got in return was a weary sigh and some ruthless sarcasm from Seon-woo. So, is your 1-month training done already? Time really did fly, but his attitude made Kim Winter just want to smack him. She shrieked in frustration, her voice dripping with annoyance. I was dragged out to the wasteland for 1 whole month. Was risking my life not enough for you? Dong-chun suddenly appeared behind her and chimed in. Luckily, we both made it back in one piece. The sudden intrusion gave Kim Winter goosebumps. Get away from me. You look just like your brother. You're creeping me out. This time, it was his turn to feel insulted. I mean, do they even look alike? Not wanting to play favorites, Seon-woo turned his head to check on his other teammate. All right, Miss Winter, that is enough. How about you, man? Dong-chun, can you handle Emily's training? Just mentioning that name made his entire body shudder in fear, and he could only stammer out 3 words. The witch's grave. As for the other two, they could barely picture it, so they could only wonder in silence. What is so terrifying about it? Just then, Seon-woo's communicator wristband started ringing. He quickly answered and asked, Hey, Hyung, is everything okay? Immediately, a panicked voice came through from the other end. Seon-woo, she is not here. Kim Hyung was currently inside the child trafficker's base. However, even after giving those 2 guys a massive beatdown, he still had no idea where Chisa was. He decided to call and report that the Hwa had already taken her and the other kids somewhere else. Unlike Kim Hyung's confusion, Seon-woo knew exactly where the children were. Head from the southwest outer area to District 16, right now, he spoke firmly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he dragged his 2 teammates along with him. We are going too. I will explain later. Just follow me. Although they protested loudly, they were already running at full speed. We just got back, and you are making us do another run? What a lovely surprise. Before long, Seon-woo arrived at the exact spot where they had hidden yesterday. However, looking at the situation below, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Damn it, we are too late. Fortunately, there was still one person standing, fighting back against the 2-headed wolf. That child was none other than Chisa. Even though her entire body was trembling, she still tried her best to point her blade forward. Seon-woo was about to shout her name, but was interrupted by a shout from behind. Hey, who are you? The moment those words left his mouth, he fired a shot. Fortunately, Seon-woo managed to block it with his sword in time. With just one look, the 2 Hwa soldiers recognized Seon-woo's identity. At this point, he found them incredibly annoying. Seriously, what kind of timing was this? They teamed up, 2 against 1, and rushed Seon-woo at the same time. He swung his sword, slashing Haroon across the chest, making him scream in agony. At the same time, his attention was drawn to something else. No time to keep chatting? It turned out Kim Hyung had already arrived, seizing the opportunity to jump down, leaving Seon-woo utterly shocked. Hyung, when did he get there? He shut his eyes and leaped from the high wall without a single shred of hesitation. While fending off the 2 Hwa soldiers, Seon-woo screamed to stop him. No, Hyung, don't. The moment Kim Hyung hit the ground, he immediately lunged at Hamin, completely catching him off guard. Hey, who the hell is this? They began to viciously clash with one another. Farther away, Chisa somehow managed to remain standing all this time. Suddenly, the knife slipped from her hand and clattered to the ground. While they were fighting, sharp spikes suddenly erupted from Chisa's back, followed by an endless stream of dark aura. The girl groaned in agony. Kim Hyung quickly noticed that something was terribly wrong with her and temporarily halted the fight. Chisa could only watch as the sharp spikes grew larger, tearing through her flesh to burst outward. She was now completely terrified and overwhelmed with panic. Ugh. Watching from above, Seon-woo was also utterly shocked. What the hell is going on? The spikes on Chisa's back suddenly burst out to their full length, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Her scream was unspeakably agonizing. Through the thick cloud of dust, Chisa's eyes glowed crimson red. Sensing her intense killing intent, the two-headed wolf hesitated for a brief moment. But a second later, it charged, baring its razor-sharp teeth as it tried to tear her apart. Calmly, she retaliated using spider-like legs. In the blink of an eye, the spider legs pierced straight through the wolf's two heads, sending blood spraying in every direction. Witnessing the scene, Kim Hyung was left utterly speechless in shock. Seon-woo was in no better state, his jaw dropping in disbelief. An awakening? Suddenly, Kim Winter ran up out of nowhere, shouting in alarm. "Captain!" She stopped, desperately catching her breath. "Why did you run so fast?" The sight of the battlefield immediately caught Kim Winter's eye, filling her head with questions. What on earth is that? Is that a human, or two monsters? Wait, is that the girl from before? Over here. The more Haroon watched, the more confused he became. An unclassified awakening ability? Dia guessed. Yeah, I have never seen anything like this before. It must be a new type. Hearing this, Seon-woo inwardly disagreed. No, those tentacles aren't energy cores. They are actual internal organs. The more he thought about it, the more disgusted he felt, instinctively covering his mouth to keep from gagging. Dia immediately pointed her spear forward and ordered, "Either way, this is an anomaly. We need to capture that brat and bring her back." Haroon obediently followed the order. The moment those words were spoken, Chisa lunged straight at them, proudly brandishing her tentacles as a challenge. Both of them quickly snapped out of it and blocked the strike with their spears, muttering in frustration, "Well, looks like she is not going to come with us willingly." Determined to subdue her, their auras flared, surging to the next level of power. Just treat her like a monster and go all out. Just don't kill her. Got it. Kim Hyung bravely lunged forward to block the path, shouting a desperate warning. "Run, Chisa." The young girl was breathing weakly. Chisa was so exhausted she couldn't even form words. "Save me." The sight seemed to touch Seon-woo's heart, his eyes wide as he stared at the little girl. Amidst the chaos, two gusts of wind-slashing energy suddenly shot out from nowhere. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, successfully saving Chisa's life. He glared, focusing all his energy to release his core. A second later, Seon-woo's entire body radiated a brilliant, divine light, like the light of the Buddhas. Blown back by the overwhelming force, Chisa was sent flying. He looked back anxiously, hoping the kid would understand that this was the only way to protect her. Pointing his blade directly at Ja, he said, "Let the girl go." Just when things were getting good, this pest had to ruin it. Furious at the interruption, Ja screamed right in his face. "You again! We shouldn't be the ones backing down. This is OA territory, and she is our test subject." The two sides immediately clashed with words. Seon-woo snapped back. "If you think this is going to end like the Black Mantis incident, you're dead wrong. Without Sven around, you sure talk big, don't you? Well, I'm not backing down either." With that, spear met blade in a chaotic clash. The screech of clashing metal was deafening. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Winter gritted her teeth in frustration. Suddenly, she unleashed a burst of powerful energy, crouching down to prepare for a leap. "I'm going in too!" Kim Hyung rushed over to stop her. "Are you insane? Getting involved here is suicide." Kim Winter snapped back in frustration. "Who said anything about you going? If you're scared, just hide here." Before he could answer, she lunged straight down. "If the captain's in, so am I." Left behind, Kim Hyung sighed in absolute defeat. "I definitely joined the wrong squad." Suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through him. Ah! Unable to hold it back, he coughed up blood on the spot, lost consciousness, and fell off the cliff. Kim Hyung crashed face first onto the ground. Up above, a mysterious figure watched silently. Under the faint moonlight, he waited, biding his time. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Seon-woo's attention. Just as he dodged to the side, Kim Winter charged forward like a flash of lightning. She savagely clamped down on Ja's spear, making him scream in terror. "What the hell is this?" Over on his side, Seon-woo smirked in satisfaction. "Perfect timing, Kim Winter." A moment later, he yelled to alert his allies, "Our time is almost up. Kim Hyung, wrap things up here quickly before the kids wake up. Forget about that Melbourne Peace Treaty. You're authorized to use core energy." Having just regained consciousness, he barely dodged an incoming strike. Understood. Kim Hyung drew his sword and lunged like a fierce tiger, determined to unleash all his pent-up frustration. Mid-air, he swung his arms wide, delivering a devastating cross slash. The opponent took the hit head-on and collapsed instantly. Watching the scene, Seon-woo was relieved, thinking, I was worried Chisa's condition would distract him, but he didn't lose his edge at all. Sensing Seon-woo's brief lapse in focus, Ja seized the opportunity. "You idiot, you really have time to look around? Too bad for him. Seon-woo is the main character here. You're the real idiot." Seon-woo swung his arm in a perfect arc, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes. Sven's moonlit blade. In the blink of an eye, Ja's arm was clean, severed. By the time he realized he'd been turned into a one-armed warrior, it was already too late. Seon-woo followed up with another strike, taking off his remaining arm with one clean slash. Exhausted and with blood gushing like a fountain, Ja fell to his knees as Seon-woo casually walked up to mock him. "If you knew my guard was down, you should have just struck. Why'd you feel the need to announce it?" He lightly finished his opponent off with the hilt of his sword, casually adding one last insult. "Hope OA has a decent medic in the city." Watching his opponent writhe in pain on the ground, he coldly delivered the final verbal blow. "Oh wait, can anyone actually reattach limbs anyway?" Once the job was done, the other two rushed over in a hurry. The captain looked around and asked, "Did you take care of all of them?" They immediately replied, "Piece of cake." They were like annoying flies. Seon-woo turned back to check on Chisa. So a whole month of training was actually worth it. Huh? Let's take the kids with us. Hearing this, Kim Hyung was absolutely thrilled. "Thank you." Even though he still felt a bit bitter inside, he really didn't want to get on Seon-woo's bad side anymore. "I feel bad for Kim Hyung, but protecting that girl isn't actually my main goal. I just don't want the OA guys messing with her powers. Besides, I have a feeling that uncovering what happened to her will be key to our battles." A split second later, Seon-woo roared a warning. "Kim Hyung! Kim Winter! Look out!" As soon as the words left his mouth, a deafening shockwave erupted from out of nowhere, putting them through sheer agony. Unable to withstand the intense pressure, both of them collapsed and lost consciousness. Out of the darkness, Hogan slowly emerged. "You actually felt my presence?" The moment Seon-woo saw him, he gasped in shock. "Jim Hogan," the man slowly spoke. "I came to back up those idiots, but who could have guessed they'd end up losing their arms? Here's my offer. If you leave that monster behind, I can guarantee no one will ever know you were here." Hearing this, Seon-woo couldn't help but wonder. When did he even take down Dongchun? The next second, he boldly challenges them. "I thought you were smart, but I guess I was wrong. What if I refuse?" Suddenly, a crowd of other henchmen appeared on top of the cliff. Hogan slowly revealed, "I thought so too. It seems you have no idea what you're up against. I suggest you don't do anything stupid." Sun-woo was terrified by the sight, while Hogan gloated smugly, "Because I didn't come alone." Facing this disadvantage, Sun-woo cried out helplessly in his mind, "There are too many of them, but I can't hand her over to them." Hogan reached his hand out, ready to use his psychic powers, while coldly mocking his opponent. "What a shame. I thought you finally got it." As soon as those words left his mouth, Sun-woo's head throbbed with intense pain. He screamed in agony, "Arg!" Unable to hold on any longer, he helplessly clutched his head and fell to his knees. Hogan sneered, "I only turned up the power a little bit. How does it feel? Like an ice pick piercing right through your eardrums and into your brain, right?" Sun-woo panted heavily, anxiety rising deep within him. A psychic ability. I couldn't feel his energy, and there was no warning sign before the attack. After a moment, he used what little strength he had left to crawl back up. Can he really lock onto his target and attack instantly? Sun-woo swung his sword forward, launching a counterattack. Sven's moonlight blade. Seeing that his opponent still had the strength to fight back, Hogan praised him. Impressive. Quite a few S-class hunters have collapsed right here, foaming at the mouth. But the moment he finished speaking, Sun-woo's ear-piercing scream echoed out. A second later, he began to stumble, completely losing his balance, as he nearly fell forward. His head was a total mess, feeling like a bell was constantly ringing inside his brain. "I'm gonna puke." Seeing his opponent struggle, Hogan smirked triumphantly. "Come on, you shouldn't get distracted while wielding a sword, you know? You still have to control your core flow. Lose focus, and you're dead." As Seon-woo's condition worsened, he suddenly fell to his knees. Long-range attacks were useless, and since psychic abilities must also use core energy, he held out his hand to summon a defensive barrier, the core shield. Fortunately, the core shield completely blocked all of Hogan's mental attacks, and Seon-woo began to feel a slight sense of relief. Alright, I can block him with the core shield. Hogan wasn't about to back down. He immediately charged forward with a dagger. Fine, then let's settle this head on. Seon-woo also braced himself to fight close quarters. The deafening screech of clashing metal immediately rang out. Hogan took advantage of the situation and reached his hand out, but everything went exactly as Seon-woo had planned. I knew it. When I block his psychic power, he'll try to get close. But this is exactly what I wanted. Watch me counter this, my devour ability. Core absorption. But reality is often disappointing. Seon-woo's plan failed at the very first step. My ability. Why isn't it working? While Seon-woo was in a state of confusion, Hogan reached out and grabbed him by the head. He then unleashed his mental power at point-blank range. The sheer shockwave of energy was so massive that Seon-woo instantly spat. The next second, he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Hogan looked down at his miserable state and mocked him. You stubborn idiot, why do you keep trying? Seon-woo lay there, his mind filled with questions. Why didn't it work? Meanwhile, Hogan continued to order his men. Take these guys to the solitary confinement room and take that monster to the lab. A while later, inside the solitary confinement room, Kim Winter slammed violently against the door, shouting, "Open up! How much longer are you going to keep us locked in here? Get your leader out here right now!" Standing beside her, Dong-chun quickly tried to calm her down. Kim Winter, please calm down. But she didn't care, screaming out in sheer frustration. Are they out of their minds? They've kept us locked in here for 3 whole days, and they didn't even give us any food. Is anyone out there? Just you wait until I get out of here. Seon-woo quietly observed everything, doubts rising in his mind. An awakened who can block me from activating my ability. I thought Kim In-chun and Orang were just coincidences, but after 3 times, it's clear now. There are certain awakened whose abilities I simply cannot absorb. Back in the present, Kim Winter was about to explode with rage. Don't stop me. I'm going to tear this place down right now. Dong-chun hastily tried to soothe her. I told you. This place was specially built to hold awakened people. It's not going to work. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. What's all this racket about? The two of them gasped in surprise. It turned out to be Sven and Emily coming to bail them out. I'm here to take you idiots home. Winter jumped for joy. Sven, love of my life. I knew you'd come to rescue us. Suddenly, Sven reached out and gave her a painful flick on the forehead. Who are you calling the love of your life? Besides, you stink. Go take a shower. Kim Winter wished she could bury him 6 feet under. You're so mean. Do you think I wanted to be trapped in this filthy place? Seon-woo suddenly spoke up. Sven, you came here yourself? Before he could finish his sentence, Sven gave him a brutal shove. Seon-woo was sent flying back, slamming into the wall as a thick cloud of dust billowed up. Sven stood there with his arms crossed, grumbling. You're always throwing yourself right into traps, aren't you? I know that girl is a rare find, so you didn't want to hand her over to them, but didn't you go a bit too far? Hearing this, Seon-woo suddenly felt a wave of guilt. I thought something weird was going on, but now I finally get it. It's way more than that. A second later, he opened up, confessing, I want to throw away that petty hypocrisy. Sven looked confused. Petty hypocrisy? Seon-woo didn't hold back, laying it all out there, pretending to help the citizens, while turning a blind eye to the scumbags running wild. Both Hwa and Not exploit the weak under that fake humanitarian cover. At the very least, I want to protect my comrades and the people who matter to me. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance, thinking it'd be better if he stuffed those morals back into his mouth. But when the old man called them to go, he softly agreed. Yeah, you're right. But deep down, he couldn't just let it go. I don't let my emotions cloud my judgment like Kim Hyang, but that doesn't mean I want to blindly serve Not and hunt monsters forever. My only goal is to settle the score between this life and my past one. Just as they stepped out the door, Sven delivered some grim news. By the way, those Hwa bastards took that little girl away. Seon-woo cried out in shock. What? Are you serious? He stared straight ahead. Look at this hallway. Not even a mouse could slip in. Finding the place strangely deserted, he couldn't help but wonder, where did all of Hwa's troops go? Sven answered right away. They're prioritizing the outer wall, so they moved out there. Emily spoke cryptically. Once we step inside, I'm not so sure you'll be thanking us for saving you. But we don't have any other choice. Kim Hyang frowned in confusion. What do you mean by that? But Seon-woo's eyes widened as it clicked. Does that mean it's already started? But that wasn't supposed to happen until next month. A short while later, they arrived at the train station. As soon as the train started moving, Sven briefed them on the situation. While you guys were locked up these past few days, the branch manager went looking for the Dark Knight, but there was absolutely no trace of him. Those Hwa lunatics were out of their minds from the start. You'd better just forget about that girl. Seon-woo felt utterly helpless as the realization hit him. Was this all just a sick joke to Hwa? Did we walk right into their trap? Kim Winter observed the route and realized something was off. What's the meaning of this, Captain? We're heading in the opposite direction of Nott's headquarters, Sven explained immediately. We're heading to a defensive fortress managed by Nott. Suddenly, Seon-woo cried out, alerting everyone. Everyone, look down. The ground is covered in all these weird glowing spots. Kim Winter couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, what are those glowing spots? Don't tell me. A second later, his confirmation threw the entire group into sheer panic. Yeah, they're monsters. Out of the shadows, thousands of monsters with blood-red eyes were frantically hunting down their prey. While Dong Chun was diligently carrying supply crates, a panicked voice suddenly echoed, they're all monsters. Dumping the crate's contents onto the floor, he urged. These are healing supplies from Mandragora. This is all we've got left, so grab as much as you can. Dong Chun asked in disbelief, do we really need this much? Which prompted Kim Hyang to make a guess. This must be prep for a massive battle. Suddenly, he pulled out a mysterious case. Oh, by the way, Sven, Yuri wanted you to have this. She couldn't make it, so she asked me to bring it to you. Sven stared at the weapon inside the case, his curiosity piqued. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. Suddenly, Seon-woo blurted out, hold on, that's the demonic sword. It's an ancient artifact that significantly boosts the user's physical abilities. If you combine it with your energy core, you'll be unstoppable. Captain Sven shot him a cold look, putting him right on the spot. You recognized something from Yuri's collection instantly, didn't you? You sure know a lot. With that, he sheathed the sword, his expression turning solemn. I appreciate the rundown, but let's save the chit-chat for later. Sven nodded briefly. Emily, who was steering the train, suddenly called out, the first unit will be deployed to the outer wall shortly. Sven nodded in approval and ordered, all right, Emily, switch to autopilot. You're heading down with us too. She let go of the controls and nodded. The next second, Sven pointed outside, ordering the four of them to jump down and join the fray. Understood, they shouted in unison. Without wasting another second, Seon-woo and his crew leaped straight into the battlefield, their eyes blazing with intense determination. Down below, the monsters were ready to tear their four new targets to shreds. The group quickly landed on top of a high stone wall. In-ho slowly approached them and spoke up. Hunter Sven, we've been waiting for you. Sven got straight to the point. How's the situation on Hwa's end? In-ho quickly reported, the monsters, they all seem to be heading right toward us. Hearing this, Sven gestured aggressively. Send someone to Hwa for backup immediately. They might be out of their minds, but they'd never pass up a chance to hunt monsters. Yes, sir, he replied instantly. Seon-woo stood tall and firm, his eyes locked onto the massive horde of monsters surging before them. He stood in silence, blocking out the background noise as the other two kept discussing their strategy. The sight of all these unknown monsters swarming from both above and underground, it really brings back memories of that tragedy, those painful memories. Letting his battle aura flare up, Seon-woo got into a fighting state. But things are different now. This time, I actually have the power to protect myself. Suddenly, Sven bellowed to warn everyone. They're scaling the walls. Keep holding the line. In an instant, a massive magic circle materialized beneath the monster's feet. A split second later, they were blown to pieces in a violent explosion. Seeing his team taking control of the battle, Seon-woo let out a small sigh of relief. Great, the magic circle is working perfectly. But there are too many of them. A teammate shouts in warning. Here they come. Right on cue, a massive guardian beast charges forward, shattering the defense line. Facing such overwhelming power, Nott's frontline soldier is ruthlessly blown away. Sven immediately barks orders to the team, spread out and defend, now. Use as many power cores as you need, just don't let a single monster escape. The group replies in unison, understood, Captain. The fours charge forward, fighting with incredible bravery. Soon, fresh monster blood splatters everywhere. Suddenly, a voice rings out, warning everyone about incoming aerial monsters. Harpies, bearded eagles. Wait, there are merfolk too. Sven calmly orders the archers to take action. No one is going to miss, right? Wanting to play it safe with their ranged attacks, he raises his voice and commands, "Don't shoot yet. Wait until they get closer." Once the perfect moment arrives, Sven raises his hand, signaling them to fire. The entire squad shouts back, "Understood." A barrage of arrows flies through the air, piercing straight into the eagles. They screech in agony. Suddenly, one of them changes direction and lunges at a not soldier, catching him off guard before he can even react. Huh? Fortunately, Seon-woo steps in just in time, slicing the eagle's head clean off in one swift motion. Without letting his guard down, he quickly looks back to assess the situation. Everything seems to be under control for now. But right before his eyes is an endless horde of every monster imaginable. Seon-woo stares at the massive beasts trailing behind and screams a warning. The main force, they're all high-tier monsters. Two members of Not instantly descend into panic. We have to fight those things? There's no way. But Sven immediately snaps them back to reality. No retreating. If we fail, the inner fortress will be in immediate danger. Saying that, he draws the sword gifted by Yuri and channels his power into it. Then, he leaps high into the air. "I'll handle the attack. Everyone, stay back." The sword in Sven's hand bursts into raging flames, swirling into a blazing vortex that lights up the dark night. Without a moment's hesitation, he swings his arm, unleashing. The vortex of fire crashes down upon the sea of monsters, creating a magnificent spectacle. What follows is a series of earth-shattering explosions, sending thick plumes of smoke billowing into the air. The monsters are ruthlessly incinerated, shrieking in agony before slowly burning to ash. Watching this from behind, the F3s can't help but marvel. That guy is a total monster. Seon-woo stands nearby, wearing a knowing smile. Has Sven's power truly reached its absolute peak? He continues to praise him in his mind. The presence of an awakened S-ranker is truly incredible. With just a single attack, he completely wiped away their fear and fired up their spirits again. Meanwhile, Sven chuckles with pure excitement, slaughtering monsters to his heart's content. This is what I'm talking about. Nothing beats wiping out an entire horde. Even Emily, in the middle of her own fight, has to pause and call out, "Captain, don't get too ahead of yourself. There are way too many of them. You can't take them all on one by one." Jin-chan freezes in shock, crying out in panic. Did that earth dragon poison Dong-chan? Sung-chan immediately rushes up from behind to provide cover. Using his razor-sharp wings, he slices the earth dragon into tiny pieces. Jin-chan anxiously calls out his name, Sung-jun. He then runs over to help his younger brother up. "How did you let yourself get in this state?" Dong-chan groans in pain. "It hurts like hell. Heal me, quick." Meanwhile, Sven looks back, warning them. "There are too many of them. They're starting to break through our defensive line. Fill the gaps, quick. We have to hold the line." Sung-jun immediately responds, "Understood, Captain." Just as those words leave his mouth, a sickening pierce echoes through the air. He is hit with a fatal blow, blood spraying out in gushes. Sven's eyes widen in sheer horror. Suddenly, memories of the past come rushing back. Sung-jun is diligently typing away on his computer. Sven walks over to greet him. "I heard you awakened with a rank 1 flying ability. Is that right?" Sung-jun looks up, too surprised to speak, staring at Sven as if he's being interrogated. "Why is a guy like you stuck in an office? You should get out there and breathe some fresh air." Sven then reaches out a hand, offering an invitation. "Want to try hunting monsters with me?" Back then, Sung-jun had hesitated, but returning to the harsh reality, he is now gravely wounded, squeezing out one last word before losing consciousness. With that, Sung-jun passes out and plummets from the sky. A second later, he crashes onto the cold ground. Sven screams out in agony, "Sung-jun." Sven's desperate, agonizing scream echoes through the battlefield. His trusted comrade is gone. In this moment, he is left all alone to face the giant monster. An uncontrollable rage ignites within him, causing his power to erupt violently. He flashes high into the sky, moving too fast for the beast to track his movements, before delivering a devastating kick aimed right at the monster's skull. The massive impact sends the beast crashing down, shattering the ground beneath it. Yet, still unsatisfied, Sven continues to brutally pound its already lifeless body. Die, 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 die. Emily has to quickly step in to stop him. "Commander, stop." Her shout snaps him back to reality. The beast is already dead. The stark reality only makes Sven feel more helpless. Damn it! But she can only watch in silence as he flies away. Commander. He dives straight back into the chaotic battle like a moth to a flame. I will kill all of you. Watching this from afar, Seon-woo grew even more anxious. Whether he is Sven or not, he is only wasting his entire energy core right now. He needs to snap out of it. The situation nearby was not any better. Jin-chun had lost his composure after Sungo's death, while Dong-chun could only struggle to call out to him. Watching the swarms of Garks invading their territory, Seon-woo fell into deep thought. Most of the defense lines had already collapsed, but right now, there was nothing he could do to stop this chaos. They were pouring into the city. Sven finally regained his senses and landed. Damn it. Seon-woo quickly took the chance to speak. Sir Sven. Before he could even catch his breath, Sven asked about the situation. So, the monsters have breached the city? Seon-woo immediately confirmed. Yes, sir. And it is not just the inner defense line that's in danger. If the monsters attack from both sides, we could easily be overwhelmed. Sven was slowly losing his patience. What on earth happened to the Wa forces? Where is their backup? On the other hand, Seon-woo let out a sigh of relief. This is the first time I have seen him look so exhausted. Still, I am just glad he has finally calmed down. Right then, an urgent report crackled through his comlink. I can't find the Wa forces, sir. They have completely vanished. All of them? Sven was completely taken aback. What? His rage and loss of control were pushed to the absolute limit. Those bastards, they never learn. Once this is over, I will slaughter every single one of them. Seon-woo finally found a chance to interject. The Wa forces aren't the only ones acting strange. The enemy is getting more and more chaotic too. What is our next move? Damn it. Sven didn't beat around the bush anymore. In a situation like this, we should have heard from the commander-in-chief by now. But we've got nothing. None of our radio calls are getting any response. And most importantly, the Dark Knight is nowhere to be found. Sven started falling back into his hopeless thoughts, but he quickly snapped out of it to give a decisive order. We are falling back to the inner defense line. Search for any trace of the Dark Knight and report back to me. Seon-woo agreed without a second thought. Roger that. Sven was finally regaining his composure as a leader. Seon-woo is right. It is highly unusual that no orders have been passed down. Once we make it inside the fortress, head to the situation room and order a full retreat. Winter, hold the left flank. Hyung, take the right. Jin-chun, you carry Dong-chun. Emily, boost everyone's speed. We need to get out of here right now. Everyone answered in unison. Understood. On top of that, Sven volunteered to take on the heaviest burden. I will stay behind and draw them away. Avoid any unnecessary fights and focus on getting inside. Emily immediately hesitated and spoke up. What? But if you do that, who will lead us? Sven already had the answer. Seon-woo, you're in charge. Although he was slightly taken aback, Seon-woo quickly agreed. Got it. Kim Winter and Kim Hyung were both left utterly confused. Why not Emily? On top of that, Sven had even stopped calling Seon-woo a rookie. Had something happened? Despite his teammates' doubts, Seon-woo proved his capability with his absolute composure. We are breaking straight into the fortress. Stay close. The entire group free fell down together. The moment their feet touched the ground, they sprinted toward the enemy. A Gark suddenly leaped out, lunging straight at Seon-woo. But before it could even get close, he sent it straight to its grave. He took charge of carving a bloody path forward, preserving his teammates' strength. Only then did Kim Hyung suddenly remember another crucial issue. Damn it, what about the citizens? Those words made Seon-woo halt mid-stride, freezing him in his tracks. He stood still for a moment, scanning the surrounding chaos. Through the gloomy darkness of the path ahead, a massive pack of Garks swarmed toward them, their jaws wide open, as if waiting for prey to fall right into their mouths. Yet, that terrifying sight didn't make Seon-woo waver for even a single second as he unleashed the core power of his sword. The attack triggered a localized explosion, blasting the monsters into a pile of shredded flesh. At the same time, he and his team successfully cleared the obstacle. We made it through. Only Jin-chun, who was carrying Dong-chun, began falling behind. Kim Hyung quickly reported the situation. Commander, Jin-chun is running out of steam, but Seon-woo kept moving forward according to plan. We can't stop, or the monsters will surround us. Instead, he called on another teammate for support. Emily, help him. She immediately activated her powers. On it. In an instant, the two brothers were tethered together and shot forward like an arrow. Ahead of them, Seon-woo was busy clearing the way. Jin-chun couldn't help but marvel in admiration. This is incredible. He is dodging every monster he can and taking down the rest in a single strike. They were almost at their destination. Right then, a joyous and relieved shout rang out. I see the inner wall. Sure enough, right in front of them was the gate, with grotesque creatures crawling and lingering all around it. Nearby, a panicked crowd was descending into absolute chaos, crying out, "Why on earth aren't they opening the gate? We are going to get eaten alive out here." But the arrival of Seon-woo's group was like a shining beacon of hope for them. Look over there, those are not hunters. Please, save us. Unfortunately, they drew their last breath right here, brutally torn apart by those savage monsters. The fighting spirit inside Kim Hyung and Kim Winter instantly boiled over. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. I'm going to slaughter every last one of them. Seon-woo had to step in to snap them out of it. Don't let yourselves get distracted. Our objective has to take priority. Both of them could only grit their teeth, fighting the agonizing conflict raging inside. We can't afford to waste any time here. Shit. Watching them from behind, Emily couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. They still followed him, even though their frustration had practically reached its boiling point. Now I see why Sven handed command over to a rookie. Anyone would hesitate to lead a team full of seasoned veterans. But he doesn't waver for a single second when making hard calls and directing everyone. Just as she expected, Seon-woo's orders were completely logical and precise. We're scaling the wall. Emily, cover Jin Chun. With that, the entire squad scaled the fortress wall with blistering speed. Seconds later, he was the first to reach the top. Seon-woo warily scanned the surroundings. I don't see any not soldiers guarding the walls or the two towers. An uneasy premonition flashed through his mind. Was it because the night sky was scattered with stars? But the ground below was pitch black, as if swallowed by a dark veil. Behind him, Kim Winter couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is going on? Why is it so pitch black? Right then, Seon-woo's foot bumped into something on the ground. The moment he realized what it was, his brow furrowed with tension. He quickly turned back and warned his team, "Watch your step, everyone. There are obstacles ahead." Emily stepped closer, both confused and curious. Obstacles? Like what? Without hesitation, he revealed the truth. They were members of the special forces deployed inside the fortress. She immediately realized the grim reality. The special forces were all on the ground. Shining her flashlight down, she saw corpses scattered everywhere, stiff as if they had been there for a long time. Kim Hyung gasped in disbelief. Did the monsters actually manage to penetrate this far? Seon-woo corrected him. No, this is far worse than monsters. With his sharp perception, he had already noticed the chilling truth. This was done by humans. Emily's face paled in instant shock. Humans? You're right. These wounds weren't made by monsters. Kim Winter was quick to point fingers. Then it has to be the Wa squad. But Seon-woo wasn't so sure yet. Sure, they're the only ones with a motive, but something still doesn't add up. Why would the Wa squad leave them in such danger? Letting the monsters breach the perimeter so easily makes no sense. Kim Winter was utterly baffled by this logic. Yeah, why indeed? Seon-woo suddenly spoke up, pulling them back to the main objective. We need to move fast and secure our objective first. Let's head to the command room. But they never expected the scene inside to be just as horrific as the one outside. Kim Hyung and Kim Winter walked over to inspect the bodies. Looks like they're all dead. No wonder we couldn't get a hold of them. Just then, an urgent voice called out, "Wait, everyone, get over here." Emily had quickly stumbled upon a vital clue. This blood trail leads all over the branch manager's desk, but I don't see him anywhere. Kim Winter immediately jumped to conclusions again. If there's no body, doesn't that mean he was taken hostage? But Seon-woo quickly shot it down. Like I said, none of this makes any sense. If the Wa squad wanted to wipe out Not, they had the power to eliminate the guards inside without ever showing their faces. They could have just waited for the Not forces outside to exhaust themselves, retreat, and then ambush them. Seon-woo fell silent, lost in thought. He only spoke when he was absolutely certain. Emily is right. It would only make sense if we were supposed to be fighting the security forces right now. But the Wa squad is in total chaos. However, if this is all the work of the Dark Knight's mark, then it fits perfectly. That bastard created a puppet to spark a war between the two factions. But he couldn't just mark every single Wa soldier one by one. So, he must have targeted someone highly trusted and influential, someone whose orders would be followed blindly. No matter how bizarre those orders might be, Seon-woo pieced the clues together and reached a final conclusion: the commander of Hub City. Lieutenant Colonel Diverdun is the one he marked. But even if that mystery was solved, another puzzle remained. The communication device at the branch manager's desk was configured to broadcast to all hunters, yet there was no evacuation order, nor any warning calls about the attack. Without hesitation, Seon-woo pressed a button on the console and initiated a broadcast. Emergency transmission from the Situation Room is now active. Friend jumped in surprise, staring down at his wristband. The rest of the squad received the same notification. Emergency transmission from the Situation Room is now active. All not soldiers fall back inside the fortress. I repeat. Sven sighed, cutting off the urgent broadcast. Mission accomplished. I hear you. He then shouted out his final orders to the squad. Save as many as you can. We're pulling back to base. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Back with Seon-woo's group, they received the confirmation. All right, I've set the broadcast to repeat. From now on, Sven's team will establish a second line of defense to keep the monsters from breaching the inner area. Out of nowhere, he issued an unexpected order. Hunter Emily, please take command. I'm going to find the branch manager. She didn't even have time to process it. What? She immediately objected. You can't go alone. It's much better if we stick together. But Seon-woo's resolve didn't waver for a second. No. We have to establish a second line of defense before the monsters swarm in. Stay here and make sure the retreating hunters don't get flanked from both sides. Emily had no choice but to follow his instructions. All right, I'll take care of it. So now, he was carrying out the hidden quest all on his own. My real goal is something else entirely, but I can't let anyone know the truth. My core power is down to 28%, basically nothing. But I have to hurry. The Shadow Knight's next target is definitely Wa. They'll be wiped out before they even realize they're being manipulated. Their base is the perfect spot for monsters to scale the walls and surround them. They can hold their own on the lower ground, but as they go higher, the space narrows, leaving them with absolutely no escape. Before long, Seon-woo reached his destination, the volcano where the Mandragora farms were located. Driven by relentless determination, he knew what he had to do. I have to find the Shadow Knight. If he survives and escapes, he will destroy countless cities before the final battle. I don't care what happens to Wa. I have to catch that bastard first. On his way, Seon-woo noticed some Wa guards watching the path leading up to the volcano. Just as I thought. If a core energy clash breaks out here, their headquarters will definitely sense it and intervene. So, if I want to eliminate them quietly, I just need to launch a surprise attack and devour them. He made a swift, decisive decision. It's time to unleash the full power I've been holding back for so long. The Wa guards were instantly struck with terror. What? But that look of shock was frozen on his face forever, and his nearby comrade didn't even have time to save him. Shinrun immediately screamed into his earpiece. Hurry! Call for! Before he could even finish, Seon-woo almost sent him straight to the afterlife. It's not going to be that easy. He barely escaped death by sacrificing his own hand, collapsing to the ground in terror, before quickly using his ability to heal the damage. Witnessing this absurd display, Seon-woo couldn't help but gasp in shock. Regeneration? In just a few seconds, Shinrun's main blood vessels had already reformed, but his awful luck forced him to lose an ear next. A dark, mysterious voice whispered in Seon-woo's ear, kill him and take his power. Instantly, his sword plunged straight into his opponent's chest. The energy inside Shinrun surged into him like a raging storm amid blood-curdling screams. The sight of his opponent being drained of life was a stark contrast to Seon-woo's rapidly surging power. Yet, he felt absolutely no regret for his choice. Luckily, his skill wasn't fully developed. A high level awakened with an ability like this would have been a real nightmare to deal with. He couldn't help but marvel, but regeneration is an incredibly rare ability, so I'm lucky I could steal it so easily. Seon-woo gripped his sword and, without a second thought, sliced open his own palm. It was all in the name of testing. I just need to visualize the skin tissue reforming. To his amazement, his wound healed completely in just a matter of seconds. Seon-woo was extremely pleased with his new buff. Incredible. I thought I wouldn't be used to it, but it works perfectly. Now, let's see how many more abilities I can take. That whispering voice echoed in his head once more. Kill them. Take everything. Meanwhile, Seon-woo grew even more eager to fight. While under his spell, you abused children. You left those hunters to rot. Those who should have been your allies. You let them walk into a trap and die. The second ability has been absorbed. Agility increased. And you stood by as the surviving townspeople were slaughtered. Every life extinguished brought him another ability. Stamina increased. The major might have been the one who issued the order. Next came another power, enhanced energy perception. But in the end, it is entirely your fault. Seon-woo continued to absorb them relentlessly. Vision increased. That voice kept echoing inside his head. I forged myself through countless deaths in my past life. This was bound to happen sooner or later, and it will surely keep happening in the future. Kill him and take his power. You gave me this opportunity, and I won't let it go to waste. Seon-woo's kill streak reached an astonishing 18. What's more, I've replenished my energy several times over compared to what I used before. He calmly scanned his surroundings. Now, who is my next prey? But suddenly, unable to hold it in, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Doubling over, he clutched his mouth and gagged. For the first time, Seon-woo experienced what it felt like to almost What? A side effect? Have I already exceeded my limit? No. That can't be it. In my past life, I absorbed monster cores without any issues. This body must not be developed enough yet to handle such a sudden, massive surge of core energy. My stomach is tying itself in knots. I need to find a place to hide and rest before. Curled up in agonizing pain, Seon-woo let his guard down, leaving him completely open as someone else approached. Well, look who we have here. Hogan appeared, throwing a smug, infuriating greeting. Still breathing, are ya? Seon-woo never expected to run into this guy here. Jim Hogan. Seeing Seon-woo looking pale and weak, Hogan's face twisted with even more contempt. Congrats on surviving your little trip outside the wall, though you look half dead. Even so, Seon-woo's fighting spirit didn't waver one bit. Are you here to avenge your little friends? If you've got the guts, bring it on. Seon-woo immediately unleashed a strike to seize the upper hand, his water strike sword. But Hogan easily blocked the blow with his spear, openly mocking Seon-woo's naive words. Avenge them? Don't make me laugh. Hogan's response only left Seon-woo more confused about his opponent's true motives. A second later, Seon-woo launched an even more ferocious attack, but Hogan's spear effortlessly sliced his powerful water strike sword strike right in two. He then struck a smug, relaxed pose. Too easy. That trick might work on Oa, but it's utterly useless against me. Gasping for air and completely exhausted, Seon-woo still couldn't help but ask, What? You're not on the same side as Oa? As expected, Hogan just twirled his spear, playing with him like a cat with a mouse. Don't overthink it. It's not like you're leaving this place alive anyway. Sick of that smug look, Seon-woo charged forward regardless of the risk. Now is my chance. Hogan instantly shortened his spear, ready to meet him in close quarters combat. It won't be that easy. Taking advantage of his opponent's momentary carelessness, Seon-woo reached for Hogan's face, preparing to unleash his destruction ability, only to be shocked when Hogan caught and stopped him with a single hand. Nice try, kid. Seon-woo hadn't anticipated this outcome. It's not working. Something is blocking my destruction power. Hogan grew furious at his stubborn resistance. What the hell do you think you're doing? Capitalizing on their close proximity, Seon-woo delivered a hard headbutt, utilizing his enhanced durability. The headbutt nearly cracked Hogan's forehead, allowing Seon-woo to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Perfect. The regeneration ability I absorbed is still working. Realizing he'd been played, Hogan's rage boiled over. You little bastard, I'm going to make sure you die a slow, agonizing death, Seon-woo gasped, shocked by the bizarre state his opponent was in. Are those monster eyes? Before he could even process it, Hogan slammed a knee right into his gut, sending a wave of agonizing pain straight to his brain. Without giving him a second to catch his breath, Hogan raised his weapon to strike again, but he was no match for Seon-woo's quick reflexes and sharp eyes, which immediately spotted an opening. Even though Seon-woo managed to land a blow, Hogan still looked as energetic and unstoppable as ever. The stubborn bastard ignored the pain in his palm and tightly gripped Seon-woo's sword, causing a brief flash of panic to cross the young man's face. A second later, the sword lodged under Hogan's armpit shattered into tiny fragments. Hogan roared like an enraged, wild beast. Pouring all his strength into every single thrust, Hogan unleashed a brutal counterattack. This time, Seon-woo couldn't suppress an agonizing scream of pure pain. The murderous aura radiating from Hogan exploded with terrifying intensity. You might be useful to humanity, but now I'm going to rip your soul to shreds, piece by piece. Seon-woo was now caught in a desperate, deadly dilemma. Does this mean he's also a puppet of the Dark Knight? Seon-woo felt despair creeping in as he stared at his mangled hand. If only I could get that spear out of the way. But the only weapon I have left is a dagger, and it'll shatter if I try to slice through his core spear. Just then, Seon-woo's eyes widened. He had found a breakthrough. Wait, To catch the tiger, you have to enter its den. I have no choice but to trust my ability. Seon-woo drew his last remaining weapon, raised it high, and ruthlessly sliced through his own wrist without making a single sound. Even Hogan was completely stunned by the horrific sight. That split second of hesitation cost him his chance to stop Seon-woo's counterstrike. He shrieked like a madman. "You chopped off your own wrist? What are you going to do with no weapon and only one hand left?" Seon-woo shot back with equal defiance. "Who said I don't have a weapon?" In that critical moment, Sven's past words flashed through his mind. "Why can't you use a core weapon? Do you really need to use a physical sword?" "I just haven't developed the sensitivity required to turn my own core into a weapon. All you have to do is transform your body into the weapon itself. Just like this." Back in the present, the look of helplessness was completely gone from Seon-woo's face. "I've absorbed so many cores, and thanks to them, the side effects are gone. And my body feels lighter than ever." In a heartbeat, he resolved to go all in and unleashed his power. "Take this, core spear." Hogan instantly threw up his defenses. "A core weapon? Not bad, but it's still useless." Seon-woo charged headfirst into the barrier with such desperate force that blood seeped from his eyes, enduring another mental assault. Yet, he refused to let go of this one chance. "I just have to endure it. If he keeps deploying his core shield, he won't be able to maintain his core spear." He decided to bet absolutely everything on this final, do-or-die strike. Hogan leans on the spear, pinning Seon-woo's palm to the ground, like crushing a cockroach, then uses it to counter his attack. "I don't think so." As the two sharp weapons are about to clash head-on in high tension, Seon-woo takes the chance to infuse another skill into his sword form. Countless arrows rain down from the sky, aiming straight at Hogan. Did it split into a bunch of spears? He gets hit with surprise after surprise. Wait, did it disappear? Before he can even process what's happening, his body is hit over and over by glittering spots of light. Seon-woo quickly seizes the chance to shield himself. "Got you. Now, time for the core shield." When Hogan's spear hits the defense barrier, an explosion shatters it into a million pieces. He falls straight down, crashing flat on his back. Seon-woo desperately forces himself to stay conscious. "I have to reattach it." His vision begins to fade. I'm still not sure if he's really dead. Damn Death Knight. A long while later, he wakes up from his coma and instantly panics, wanting to check what the hell happened to Hogan. Only when he sees the tragic scene of the battlefield does he finally let go of his intense anxiety. He's definitely dead. I got him. Only then does Seon-woo look down at his severed hand. He crawls desperately across the dirt to reach it, quickly activating his newly absorbed regeneration ability. The muscles slowly stitch themselves back together, to his absolute satisfaction. Incredible. Seon-woo can't help but praise this amazing power. Who would have thought this ability would be so useful? But suddenly, a disgusted voice speaks up right next to him. "Gross. Honestly, that's just nasty." He immediately goes on guard and spins around, but before he can get a clear look, a foot stomps down on him mercilessly. Seon-woo can only squeeze out his remaining breath to gasp, "See Commander Sven." But his only reply is a cold, heartless glare and a razor-sharp blade. "Answer me, right now," Sven demands, radiating a terrifyingly thick aura of bloodlust. "Are you a monster?" Sven demands, stepping heavily on him with a threatening look. "Don't play dumb. If I don't like your answer, you're dead, right here, right now." Seon-woo is a total mess, but he still finds the strength to joke. "Can you relax a bit? It's kind of hard to talk with a sword pointed at my back." Sven frowns, his face dripping with sarcasm. "What? Aren't you strong enough to kill me whenever you want?" Even after being beaten to a pulp, the kid still has a smart mouth. Seon-woo sits up, slowly rotating his wrist. "How did you find me?" But Sven ignores the deflection, staying focused on his interrogation. "Don't change the subject. Who the hell are you, really?" Seon-woo averts his eyes, having a serious internal conflict. How much should I actually tell him? But none of his actions could escape the sharp eyes of the commander. Is he seriously trying to make up an excuse? "On my way here, I counted 15 dead orcs. There is no way a regular recruit like you could have pulled that off. You should be completely drained of energy, yet I feel a massive power coming from you. How is that possible in such a short amount of time? And you mentioned a regeneration power to reattach your hand. You have some kind of ability that lets you absorb other people's powers, don't you?" Those sharp, accurate words leave Seon-woo frozen, utterly shocked. Damn it, he saw right through me. I can't lie to him anymore. Turning his head away, Seon-woo admits, "You guessed pretty well, it's close to that." Sven raises his sword, wanting to confirm his suspicions. I'll ask you one more time. Are you a monster? Startled, Seon-woo lifts his head and firmly denies it. Not at all. Even if my abilities look like one. Yet, Sven still refuses to let. So you don't deny having it, then why did you hide it from us? Left with no choice, Seon-woo confesses his long-standing worries. I figured most people would feel threatened by it, so I thought the safest bet was to keep it a secret until I was strong enough to protect myself. Seemingly convinced, Sven gives a faint nod and sheathes his sword. Once the tension eases, Seon-woo finally remembers what's important. How's the battle going? Sven lets down his guard and reports the situation. The remaining scattered units defending the outer perimeter heard your warning and retreated to the inner fortress, where they've been reassigned. Seon-woo feels a wave of doubt, imagining the brutal clash. Will they really be okay on their own? Commander Sven sighs, unable to hide his exasperation. The war barely even started, and their strongest vanguard already dropped dead. Since the inner fortress is smaller, it's much easier to defend with our remaining forces. Now, why do you think I'm out here? I came out here to kill the Death Knight. Seon-woo's eyes widen in sheer surprise. You know where it is? Sven turns his gaze toward the distance and reveals, at the volcano. But you already figured that out, didn't you? That's exactly why we crossed paths here. Every word he speaks is highly calculated. Seon-woo's mind races as he processes this. This guy is incredibly sharp. Sven wastes no more time and takes action. Let's start by taking down that Death Knight. Seon-woo scrambles to his feet, standing at attention. Yes, sir. Sven stands tall, hands on his hips, throwing out one last threat. I'll figure out what to do with you later. If you're too scared, feel free to let the monsters tear you apart. Beside him, Seon-woo turns his gaze in the same direction as his commander. I'm fine. How much time has passed? How long was I out? Sven gestured toward the defeated enemy below and explained. I'm not sure. You were already lying there when I arrived. I saw the glow of your core energy during the fight, so it probably hasn't been that long. Seon-woo suddenly remembered his earlier theory. Hold on a second, I want to check a few things before we go. He used his sword to rip open the man's clothes, so it's not him. The commander watched the whole thing in sheer confusion. What are you looking for? Seon-woo's voice was thick with disappointment as he replied, the Dark Knight's mark. I thought it would be here. He frowned, a flash of doubt crossing his face. Why on earth did you expect to find it on him? After searching and finding nothing, he stood up. I felt an incredibly powerful demonic energy. Sven shrugged it off, keeping things simple. Then maybe he was just corrupted because he was too close to that guy. Seon-woo recalled his opponent's state earlier and immediately disagreed in his mind. No, if that were true, he would have lost all reason and become a wild beast. But he was more like a monster. That's right. Chisaka. That eerie, unsettling feeling I got from Chisaka. His hand gripped his weapon tighter as the commander's voice rang out. Let's hunt that bastard down. Everything will make sense once we get to work. A Wa spear? Where's your sword? Seon-woo gave his new toy a casual swing and explained. It wasn't very durable, so I figured I needed a replacement. The two immediately set off, their agile figures dashing through the dense forest. Suddenly, Sven sensed something and signaled for a halt. They crept toward the cliff as blood-curdling screams echoed through the sky. Ah. Down below, countless soldiers were locked in a savage battle. Their uniforms were identical, and their faces wore the exact same crazed, bloodthirsty look. The brutal, relentless slaughter raged on without end. One by one, they fell as the stench of blood filled the air. Sven, utterly lost, muttered, I can't make heads or tails of this. Which side is ours? But Seon-woo was all too familiar with them. They are Wa soldiers, and they're slaughtering each other. He was quiet for a second, then gasped in disgust. Ugh. Did they lose their minds because of that demonic energy? A cold sweat trickled down his temple as he quickly processed the situation. Yes, the final moments of those corrupted by the Dark Knight always looked like this. It was nothing like Jim Hogan earlier. They completely lose their minds and act like beasts. As if pitting Wa and Note against each other wasn't enough, that bastard is making them tear each other apart. Sven sensed the shifting tide and frowned, urging, We're out of time. Let's move. Even Seon-woo realized how critical the situation was. Understood. Suddenly, a blade flew right between them. The soldiers from below were charging up their way. Taking a few steps back, he warned grimly, I'm afraid we're going to be late. Sven knew a quiet escape was out of the question. Gearing up for a fight, he yelled, Get ready. They might behave like wild animals, but they are still Wa soldiers. Don't underestimate them. Seon-woo deeply furrowed his brows as he watched the oncoming mob. Understood. He gripped his spear tightly as the commander's warning echoed in his ears. Oh, and make sure not a single one escapes. There's no turning back for them now. The moment those words were spoken, they leaped high into the air, combining their forces. They charged straight ahead. Lunar crescent slash. Precise strikes tore through the crowd, sparking a brutal battle. In an instant, the Wa soldiers standing nearby were sliced to pieces. They unleashed another skill to quickly sweep up the trash. Auspicious burst strike. A wave of pure, devastating energy blasted right through them. Sven couldn't help but grumble. Do you really have to yell the name of your attack every single time? And it would be great if you stopped screaming my name when we combined our attacks. Seon-woo awkwardly turned his head away, muttering, It's just a habit. The two quickly got back into their flow, continuing to cut down the soldiers. Whatever, let's just wrap this up. Here they come. Right. A massive wave of devastating strikes was unleashed once more. Blinding light from their weapons pierced through everything in their path. Auspicious ruin blade. A deafening explosion shook the area. High above, the two calmly watched the shockwaves they had created before landing on a nearby patch of ground to assess the situation. By now, the soldiers had lost all human form. They're still over there. Let's move in and wipe them out. Sven lightly tapped his chest, reminding him, recharge your core energy while you still can. Hearing this, Seon-woo realized, oh, right. Instantly, he dashed forward to throw himself back into the fight. Who knows how much time passed. But finally, the two were able to resume their journey. Sven had held back his curiosity until now, but he finally asked, do some of those abilities actually work on monsters? Seon-woo smirked and honestly shared what he knew. I tried it on Legia, but it didn't seem to work. And even if it did, I doubt it's easy to master. Having too many excess cores would just overload your body. Sven let out a weary sigh upon hearing the explanation. Well, I guess that means my energy is safe then. Seon-woo rolled his eyes, unable to stop a sarcastic thought from crossing his mind. It was just a habit. But right then, their eyes met, both of them instantly sensing that something was terribly wrong. Standing right before them was a bizarre communication tower. Sven could hardly believe his eyes. The purple smoke, rising from the top of the tower, made Seon-woo, standing right beside him, even more certain of his suspicion. Yes, this was definitely it. A pair of demonic eyes seemed to burn through the dark night. The commander suddenly caught onto a crucial detail. Wait, is that a human standing right in the center? A cold sweat broke out all over him at this shocking discovery. What? Could it really be? Seon-woo began to tremble violently, his mouth hanging open, unable to make a sound. The image of that familiar little girl with blood-red eyes flashed before him, leaving him in utter disbelief. Chiga? Seon-woo clenched his fists in pure rage. That bastard. He's been hiding inside Chiga all this time. He's been laughing at us this entire time. Sven finally put all the pieces together, so that's why we could never find him. Man, there's no time to waste. Let's move. He furrowed his brows, completely determined to follow through with the mission. With their target in sight, they both charged forward. But suddenly, Sven ground to a halt, sensing something ahead, a core barrier. Up ahead, the enemy was using energy to block their path. Suddenly, a figure flickered behind the wall, instantly catching their attention. Over by the broadcasting tower, Sven didn't hesitate for a second and dashed right in. Who the hell are you? The mysterious figure was completely unharmed, shielded by a protective barrier sphere. As the thick smoke finally cleared, the two could finally see who they were facing. A moment later, the commander quickly assessed the situation. Those eyes. It looks like my guess was spot on. He's being controlled by the dark night. No wonder Oa was acting so strange. Suddenly, Seon-woo noticed another figure with their head slumped over. Seeing the captain behind him, Sven lost his temper, gripped his weapon, and charged ahead. That bastard dared to lay a hand on the old man. He swung his sword with a force that seemed to tear through space. Die. Old man, are you okay? From behind, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Watch out! Just as expected, Dong-ho, wielding the water moon sword, sprang to his feet, brandishing his blade to strike the Fortunately, Seon-woo stepped in just in time to force them apart. The commander was left completely dazed by what had just happened. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Looking at Roy's state, he finally understood the branch manager had been possessed, too. He was just baiting you into a trap. Memories began to flood Seon-woo's mind, and all the pieces of the puzzle finally started falling into place. Why was there no order to retreat? And why did the remaining soldiers inside the fortress fall so easily? The Dark Knight had taken complete control over both Oa and Not, turning them into his mindless puppets. Now, I get why Sven never mentioned HP Town. It's because the branch manager himself was the victim of this whole tragedy. Sven's eyes widened, still trapped in utter horror. How long? How long do you think they've been like this? Seon-woo gave him a concerned look and shared his honest assessment. He targeted Lieutenant Colonel Vun first. The branch manager was likely only taken over after we got here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to summon our team in the first place. He must have reached out once he realized how bad things were, only to get dragged into this mess himself. Still skeptical, Sven pressed for confirmation. Right, old man? Come on, say something. But Seon-woo's words instantly shattered all of his remaining hope. It's too late. Once the Dark Knight's mark seeps into your skin and creeps into your bloodstream, you're nothing but a puppet. He did everything he possibly could while he was still sane. Seon-woo couldn't help but sigh in admiration. So that solves the mystery of the orphanage. Someone spotted him there a few days ago, but they said he just stared and left without uttering a single word. Now we know that Chiga, the host of the Dark Knight, was there too. That bastard must have summoned him there because he was already pulling his strings. Cutting his thoughts short, it was time to take action. I'll take care of them. You go deal with the Dark Knight. Even now, Sven still didn't have much faith in his teammates' abilities. By yourself? You can't be serious. But for Seon-woo, this was the only way to handle both situations. Then let me ask you this. Given your relationship with him, do you actually have the guts to drive a sword through his heart? Even so, the commander refused to back down. Of course I can, why wouldn't I? But knowing exactly how that would end, he had to find a more convincing excuse. Besides, it's not like I can go up against an S-class monster all by myself. I'll take the two awakened ones with me. It's the most logical strategy. Having no other choice, Sven finally agreed. Let's see if this rookie actually has what it takes to back up his attitude. Fine, we'll do it your way. Just as they finished planning, the two old men charged at them at the same time. Once again, they unleashed their flawless dual sword coordination. The water moonlight sword technique was unleashed, clearing a path for the commander. Thanks. I'll head up first. Gripping his weapon tightly, Seon-woo quickly formulated a plan. It's best to neutralize Vun first, so I can face the branch manager head-on. With a dark, menacing look, he prepared for battle, suddenly appearing in front of his opponent at the speed of light. Seon-woo didn't even have time to brace himself and took the hit head-on. A physical speed-boosting skill? It has to be at least level 1, maybe even S rank. Even though I've devoured countless skills and have a massive this guy is still no easy target at all. Getting out of here in one piece would be a miracle. But of course, bad luck always comes in waves, and now even Dong-ho is stepping into the fray. Looking at the mess in front of him, Seon-woo can't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, the branch manager is joining the fight? Dealing with Woon was already hard enough. What do I do now? Suddenly, it feels like my vision has been completely sealed away. Everything is plunging into pure darkness. Is the branch manager's ability some kind of psychic power? I can't see a single thing. Damn it, where did Woon go? I need to focus on defense first. My core shield? Is it shattering? A sharp cut from the orb slices right across Seon-woo's face, sending a stream of dark red blood trickling down. I have to get out of here. He executes a perfect landing, doing everything he can to minimize the damage to his body. But in this pitch-black darkness, getting blindsided is practically inevitable. He dashes forward with everything he's got, but a pair of invisible hands is sticking to him like glue. In the end, Seon-woo is still caught by his opponent, who slams him brutally onto the ground. The guy twists Seon-woo's arm behind his back with terrifying precision, but Seon-woo isn't giving up just yet. He flails his other arm wildly until finally he grabs hold of him. What if this turns out just like Jim Hogg? Whatever, worrying about it now won't do me any good. Channeling his core absorption, streams of dark energy instantly pierce right through the guy's body. Seon-woo grits his teeth, glancing over his shoulder. Yes, it's working. A massive surge of energy erupts from the man's body as his agonizing screams echo through the air. Ah! His eyes roll back from the sheer overload as he absorbs the power. There is so much energy that, in an instant, the man collapses to the ground, reduced to a shriveled, lifeless, and just like that, the first round goes to Seon-woo. But as he coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood, it's clear his body is in critical condition, another brutal side effect of his power. No, I can't stop now. I have to deal with the branch manager, but my eyes. I still can't see a damn thing. Seon-woo doesn't even notice the streak of light hurtling straight toward him, leaving him completely wide open to the devastating blast. Ah, it's Dong-ho, wielding a long spear in a lightning-fast thrust. As Dong-ho tears the weapon out of his flesh, Seon-woo's entire body staggers backward. Even without his sight, he can feel the overwhelming, suffocating pressure radiating from his opponent. Oh, so the branch manager was the real threat all along. A bizarre, overpowering energy floods the entire area. Sven is trapped inside a protective barrier, completely unable to land a single hit on his opponent. This demonic energy is suffocatingly thick. If I let my guard down for even a split second, I'll end up dead, just like the rest of them. No wonder those creatures all lost their minds. And stop giggling. You're about to die, you bastard. Throwing caution to the wind, he drops his defense and surges upward with everything he has. I know you're nothing but a vessel, but since you're blocking my way, I can't reach it. Please, understand me. Chisa, clinging to the absolute last shred of her consciousness, softly begs. No. Sven freezes, completely caught off guard by what just happened. But before he can react, Chisa is suddenly struck from behind by a devastating blow. The shockwave blasts Sven back, but he reacts in a flash, raising his hand to block the incoming blade. Looking at the deep, bloody gash on his palm, his rage boils over. Damn it! The girl, her eyes completely lifeless, trembles as she desperately begs for help. Please save me. Hunter, please. Right behind her, a grotesque, demonic silhouette is slowly eating away at her vessel body. Sven can't stand looking at this hideous sight for another second. I told you to stop laughing. Is that really all you've got? Fine, let's settle this face to face. In a flash, countless razor-sharp spikes shoot straight toward him, wrapping tightly around his body before he can even react. Sven is completely pinned, left dangling helplessly in midair. Is this really you going all out? With one powerful flex, Sven easily shatters the chains binding him. With absolute precision, Sven unleashes a series of powerful slashes, cutting the energy threads to pieces. Their battle in the sky quickly escalates, turning fiercer by the second. Down below, Seon-woo's situation is looking grimmer by the moment. Still completely blind, he is slowly being backed into a corner by Dong-ho. Suddenly, a deafening rumble shakes from above. The entire tower feels like it's on the verge of collapsing. Within moments, the massive structure tilts heavily to one side. Carried by its own momentum, the tower begins sliding dangerously close to the mouth of the active volcano. It plummets off the cliffside with a thunderous crash, throwing everyone inside off balance before they can even react. Dangling just inches away from the molten lava, the tower is inevitably swallowed whole by the raging volcano. Seon-woo tumbles down the steep rock face, desperately clawing at any flat surface he can find to stop his fall and escape. What the hell just caused that massive shockwave? I still can't see a thing. What am I supposed to do now? Sven is already standing above him, looking down at his pale, battered body with a mocking smirk. Do you know why the formless sword keeps knocking you down, rookie? Seon-woo lies on the ground, panting heavily after the brutal battle. Is it because I can't see it? The commander agrees with his theory. Exactly. Because it's invisible, the only way to dodge it is by reading the flow of core energy. And yet, you keep foolishly trying to track it with your naked eyes. He still hasn't fully recovered, but his expression shows he's starting to understand. Sven stands with his hands on his hips, offering a piece of advice. You have plenty of other senses to rely on. Try closing your eyes. Block out all visual distraction, and focus on what's left. Now, get back up and try again. Seon-woo quickly regained his determination, bracing himself to follow through. That is right. I need to stay focused. Trying to fight two enemies while blind was what made me lose control. I need to forget the sense I lost and focus on the ones I have left. The thick stench and scorching heat of the Candina volcano. The transmission tower must have been knocked down during the clash between Sven and the Dark Knight. Sven closed his eyes, straining his remaining senses, but there was only absolute silence. So, Vun and the branch manager are not nearby. They must have been blown away when the tower collapsed. I need to fix my dislocated arm before they catch up. Action followed thought. He snapped his joint back into place without making a sound, knitting his brows as he waited for his stab wounds to heal. I am far from my peak, but this will have to do. And finally, a good weapon. The sword Seon-woo just gripped was suddenly hit by a mysterious attack. He poured all his focus into assessing his opponent. Seon-woo quickly sensed two blinding lights in front of him. They are definitely here, but they have not gotten too close yet. They probably want to exploit my blindness to attack from a distance. Just as another strike is launched. This time, It will not take him down so easily. To me, this is nothing. The shape and core trajectory of their attack are so clear, I can practically touch them. If I can overcome this psychological trick, they are nothing but an old man and a puppet drained of energy. There is no way in hell they can beat me. Hey Vun, I am returning that nasty little headache you gave me earlier. Countless energy blades, unleashed by Seon-woo, shot straight toward his distant opponents. They gripped their spears tightly, bracing for the impact. He was using the exact same attack that had defeated him to strike back. Sven's formless sword. The two of them stood frozen, completely caught off guard. He felt a wave of absolute satisfaction watching them squirm. Now you know what it feels like to face an invisible threat. The collision triggered deafening explosions that shook the air. Seon-woo suddenly snapped his eyes open, waking up. Those two opponents had been obliterated, their bodies torn to pieces. He had actually defeated them. His upper body was cleanly severed from his lower half. The cut so smooth there was not even a drop of excess blood. Next to him, Dong-ho had a gaping hole right through his chest, his body giving one final, desperate shudder. But no matter what form they took, they both finally collapsed to the ground. Seon-woo let out a long breath, sighing in relief. It actually worked. He moved toward the sea of crimson energy that looked like molten lava, his eyes locking onto the two figures locked in a tense standoff. The Dark Knight suddenly unleashed a massive surge of power, manipulating the heat waves around his body to manifest a physical weapon. Sven instinctively leaped backward, narrowly escaping the deadly danger by a hair's breadth. He quickly swung his sword, slicing through the hideous tentacles that tried to latch onto him. But no matter how legendary his swordsmanship was, Sven was still caught and squeezed tight by those annoying things. Struggling with everything he had, he could not help but curse under his breath. The knight's skill was no joke. Before long, Sven was dragged right to the edge of the lava pit. He slipped just a fraction, and the soles of his boots immediately began to sizzle and smoke, proving just how lethal the heat was. Seeing its prey on the brink of doom, it manifested with a sadistic grin. Yet, at that life-or-death moment, Sven asked a completely random question. Hey, do you know how a slingshot works? Without waiting for an answer, he threw all his weight into pulling back, stretching the tentacles until they trembled on the verge of snapping. Once he reached the maximum stretch, Sven suddenly went completely limp, his feet leaving the ground. Using the recoil of the very thing binding him, he launched himself straight at the knight like an arrow shot from a bow. This sudden turnaround caught it completely off guard, leaving it helpless as it watched him slice the tentacles clean in midair. The recoil slammed back, making the knight shriek in agony. Sven gripped his sword with both hands, offering a mock-friendly warning. It's useless. With those words, he brought his weapon down right into the center of his opponent, his killing intent illuminating the entire area. The sheer force of the counterattack sent the knight sliding back. While Seon-woo was still dazed, a massive explosion erupted behind him. He turned around, yelling in shock, "What on earth is that?" As he got a clear view of Sven finishing off the knight, he gasped out, "Captain!" Sensing Seon-woo's approach, Sven quickly yelled a warning, "Get back! The demonic energy will swallow you whole." Indeed, with its host destroyed, the knight was forced to manifest before their eyes. The moment it stabilized, it roared in pure fury. Sven did not give it a single second to breathe, pressing his advantage. "So, you've finally shown your true form, huh?" Chasing the knight down at breakneck speed, he pressured him closely. "You're not getting away." Closing the distance, Sven swung his sword with a heavy strike, drawing a splash of its black blood. The knight stared in sheer panic at the dark energy leaking from its abdomen. Taking advantage of its dazed state, Sven generously gifted it a few more slashes. "Go ahead, scream all you want." Watching this incredibly one-sided and tedious beatdown, Seon-woo began to understand the situation. The Dark Knight was classified as S-class, not because of his raw combat power, but because of his sheer cunning and unique abilities. But when he saw it chopped into minced meat, doubts began to creep into his mind. Besides, how could that guy ever stand a chance against Sven wielding the magic sword? Before he could think about it any further, Sven had already returned. Sheathing his sword, Sven casually announced, "It's over, good job. Both enemies have been dealt with." Seon-woo politely replied, "Thank you, Captain." He said that, but deep down, he couldn't shake his suspicion. Did we really defeat them that easily? Something was off. While they stood there in silence, a sound suddenly broke the awkward tension nearby. Dong-ho, who they thought was dead, suddenly started moving again. Shocked, the two of them cried out, "What the?" Even though he was trembling violently, The old man feebly gasped out Sven's name. Hearing his name, Sven rushed over to him. Before even reaching him, Sven asked anxiously, "Are you back to yourself?" Looking at the old man, Seon-woo gritted his teeth as realization hit him. I knew it. He quickly racked his brain, recalling his few remaining memories. In his past life, Sven hadn't intentionally spared the creature's life. After that fierce battle, he had simply assumed he had killed the Phantom Knight. Recalling how exhausted Sven had been back then, Seon-woo finally understood. It wasn't because of carelessness, it was because the mortally wounded knight had managed to trick him and escape. Realizing the knight was using the branch manager, Seon-woo snapped out of his thoughts and rushed forward to intercept Sven. Sven was stunned by this sudden move and couldn't help but shout, "Are you out of your mind? Rookie, don't tell me you." But Seon-woo's only response was to leap high over his head. Sven couldn't believe his eyes and gasped in disbelief. "What? No way." Ignoring him, Seon-woo calmly locked onto his target as the final puzzle piece fell into place. He reached his hand out towards Sven and commanded, "Captain, the magic sword." Despite his confusion, Sven didn't hesitate to throw his weapon, and Seon-woo caught it with perfect precision. Immediately, Seon-woo swung the sword, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sliced right through the swirling dark energy in front of him. Staring at the Phantom Knight's crest, he exclaimed excitedly, "Found you." Seon-woo leaped high into the air, aiming to deliver the final blow. Now, it's truly over. The magic sword pierced right through the center of the crest, sending waves of dark energy scattering in all directions. Seon-woo braced himself, holding his ground, as the ground beneath him began to crack loudly. Just as he was about to lose his footing, the Phantom Knight unleashed a sudden burst of energy, blowing Seon-woo back. Landing gracefully right next to Sven, who stared at the dark energy still clinging to the blade, Sven muttered, "So, man, he's stubborn as a leech." Sven gave him an inquisitive look, making Seon-woo break into a cold sweat. "Seriously, it's like you're always one step ahead. I really want to get to the bottom of this." But as the dark energy slowly faded, Sven decided to let it go. "But since you played a huge part in this, I'll let it slide for now." Sven walked past him, offering a sincere compliment. "Good job." Standing before Dong-ho's stiff body, Sven sighed softly. "In any case, we can't bring him back anymore." Right then, Seon-woo poured cold water on his relief. No, the Phantom Knight only temporarily released the spell to make his escape. Sven bit his lip as he listened to Seon-woo's analysis. The demon crest was already deep in his heart. It's tragic, but his entire life was controlled by it anyway. Sven sadly accepted the reality. "All right, I get it." Sven sat down beside the corpse, voicing his thoughts. "You had a feeling this would happen, didn't you? That's why you called me." Oddly enough, Dong-ho had a smile on his face as he closed his eyes forever. Sven sent the old man off on his final journey, whispering, "Now, Herbtown can go back to how it was. Old man, just as you always wished." With the emergence of the Phantom Knight, the shadow of fear looming over Herbtown was finally coming to light. That day, the Node military stationed in Herbtown went through one of the toughest nights of their lives. However, the order given by Kim Seon-woo acting on behalf of the missing branch manager to abandon the outer walls proved to be a decisive move in defending Herbtown. The hunters were able to hold their ground against the monster onslaught by reinforcing their positions and utilizing the fortress's heavy internal defenses. Thanks to Captain Sven and Hunter Kim Seon-woo successfully defeating the Phantom Knight, the monsters were finally freed from its control. The beasts either retreated back to their original territories or ended up tearing each other apart. While the Node hunters dealt with the remaining stragglers inside the walls, the monsters vanished completely as the first rays of morning light finally broke. It felt as if everything had just been a terrible nightmare. The surviving members of the OA team were thrown into cells to await transfer back to OA headquarters. While this incident wouldn't be included in any official report, they still had another pressing issue to face. The members of the Node search team gathered together, their eyes locked on the massive glass tank in front of them. G stood inside, warily keeping still under everyone's gaze. Sven suddenly gave an order to the two standing next to him. "Emily, Seon-woo, report." Emily stepped forward and shared everything she knew. G is slowly turning into a monster. Right now, not only are there limbs growing out of her back, but her hands and feet are also starting to look like insect legs. Emily frowned, clearly feeling powerless. "I have gone through all the old medical records looking for a cure, but I couldn't find a single case like this," Seon-woo added, his voice laced with worry. "If we send her to headquarters, Chisa might not even look human by the time she gets there. When they see her like that, they will dissect her alive." He spoke his mind bluntly, knowing there was no other choice. Terrified, Kim Hyung reached out with a trembling hand, calling her name. Chisa instinctively screamed for them to stay back. Behind her, those razor-sharp claws were frantically tapping against the glass partition. He closed his eyes in agony, unable to face this cruel reality. Watching her, uncontrolled movements, the little girl explained in a small, trembling voice, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this." Wary of the sharp claws, inside the glass, he tried to comfort her gently. "We know, and those things made getting back here a lot harder than we expected." Though deeply worried, he patiently asked, "What do you want to do? What do you want us to do?" Chisa pressed her hand against the cold glass, weakly crying out, "I'm not a monster." Emily covered her mouth, stifling a sob, as she listened to the girl's final wish. "If I can't live as a human anymore, then I want to die as one." The others clenched their teeth in agony as she begged, "Please, have mercy on me." Sven, unable to hold back his frustration, slammed his fist and yelled, "Damn it!" He dragged his feet forward, his steps heavy as he muttered to himself, "The world might be in absolute chaos right now, but a kid is supposed to kick, scream, and beg to live." Emily suddenly rushed forward, spreading her arms to block his path. "Commander!" she screamed, desperate to find another way. "She holds a secret that humanity might need. We have to report this and hand her over." Sven lost his patience and cut her off. "Shut up, Emily." He glared right into her eyes, questioning her coldly. "You know exactly what happens to test subjects. As I recall, you didn't particularly enjoy it either." Seon-woo fell silent as those words echoed in his ears. "And I remember a certain cocky rookie lecturing us about our pathetic hypocrisy, too." Sven's voice grew louder and louder, forcing Kim Hyung to hang his head in shame. "This child is begging us to end her life. How can we just turn a blind eye to that? If what's left of humanity is going to experiment on children, then we might as well all just die." Summoning all his courage, he reached for the weapon on his back and shouted, "If it has to be done, then I should be the one." But Seon-woo pushed the hysterical man aside, stepping forward to handle the crisis himself. "Let me do it." Sven shot him a meaningful look. Keeping his composure, Seon-woo looked at the man beside him and said, "I'm sorry. Please understand." Realizing there was no other way, Kim Hyung reluctantly agreed. "I understand. Thank you." Seon-woo slowly approached Chisa as she struggled inside. He spoke to her softly. "I'll do as you wish. Just close your eyes." The little girl obediently whispered, "Okay." Chisa calmly closed her eyes, but she couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her cheeks. In the end, she couldn't hide her terror. She clutched her head, sobbing hysterically. I don't want to die." She kept her eyes shut tight, but the words kept pouring out. If only this hadn't happened to my body." Both Kim Winter and Kim Hyung trembled as she cried. "I would still have hope to keep living, unmoved." Seon-woo calmly placed his hand on the glass and spoke. "Goodbye, Chisa." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted inside the glass chamber. Under his overwhelming power, right before she lost consciousness completely, the girl managed to whisper her final word, "Uncle Hyung, thank you." As her monstrous limbs shattered into pieces, there was still one last thought left unspoken in her heart. "Even though it was just a brief dream, I was truly happy." The entire room fell into a suffocating silence, with only the splattered blood left to prove the girl had ever existed. Trembling, Seon-woo pressed his face against the cold glass wall. Sven was the first to regain his composure, calmly reminding everyone, "Forget everything that happened here. And don't you dare mention a single word of this in the report." Kim Hyung collapsed to his knees, listening to his orders. Nobody saw anything. Sven turned on his heel and walked away, leaving behind a final, chilling warning for anyone else who knew. "If anyone breathes a word, I will kill them." After that day, no one ever spoke of Chisa again. Each of them struggled to cope with the pain in their own way. Hyung would swing his sword relentlessly, practicing until he collapsed from pure exhaustion. Meanwhile, Kim Winter would sneak outside the walls to hunt monsters. The deep-seated pain in their hearts slowly tightened into a knot of burning hatred for the beasts. Not a single one of them had any remaining doubts about their mission to eradicate the creatures. During a hunt, Seon-woo stumbled upon an unusual corpse. He decisively ordered his men to separate the corpse, noting that it needed to be analyzed. As for him, he simply focused on doing what needed to be done. Sven was just as busy, acting as the town's temporary leader, until the new branch manager arrived. Right then, Emily called out rookie Kim Seon-woo's name. Instinctively, he answered, "Present." But her next words struck like a bolt of lightning. "You are being placed in isolation until further notice." Winter clenched his fists, completely blindsided. What? Why? Why so suddenly? Emily stood her ground, firmly explaining. After everything that went down with the monster's minion, the branch manager, and Lieutenant Colonel Vun, we've been ordered to isolate anyone suspected of monster toxin contamination until they can be confirmed negative. Kim Hyung stepped forward, cutting straight to the point. Who put him on that list? She pursed her lips tightly, clearly uncomfortable with the question. But Emily still chose to lay it out for everyone. Commander Sven. 2 days later, he paid Seon-woo a visit in the quarantine room. Sven pulled out a chair and casually asked, "Are you holding up okay?" The young man gave a brief, indifferent reply. "I'm managing." Once they both settled in, Seon-woo finally let out his frustration. "But how long do I have to stay here? Do you really still think I'm a monster?" Sven looked at the documents in his hand and replied mechanically. "That depends on your answers. I haven't completely ruled you out yet." Internally, Seon-woo could somewhat understand his caution. Even though Sven had seen his display with his own eyes, he still didn't trust him. But that made sense. The trauma left by the Dark Knight ran too deep. Sven suddenly threw a stack of papers right in front of him and declared, "Though this is causing us quite a headache, I've got some good news for you." Seon-woo picked them up, his voice stammering as he read. "This is..." Sven slammed his fist onto the table, angrily laying out the facts. "Exactly. The corpse you tricked Emily into sending to Yuri? The autopsy results are in." Seon-woo's face went pale as Sven exposed it all. Jim Hogan was officially confirmed to be a monster. Gripping the documents tightly, Seon-woo stood up and gasped, "Jim Hogan is a monster?" He sounded doubtful, but in his mind he thought, "I knew it." Sven quickly cleared up the rookie's confusion. More accurately, he turned into one. You could call it monsterization. He made a throat-slitting gesture and concluded, "You uncovered his identity, cornered him, and took him out. That should prove you're not a monster." But then, Sven flipped on him on the spot. "But that's still not enough. You could easily have used him as a distraction." Seon-woo calmly asked, "So what exactly are you still suspicious of?" Sven didn't hesitate to share his perspective, treating him like an adult, not a child. His appearance never changed. Before the autopsy, how could you have possibly known he was a monster? Seon-woo hadn't expected him to dissect the situation from this angle. He froze completely as Sven growled, "So, how did you know?" Sven suddenly leaned in closer, warning him, "You can stay silent, but that won't clear your name. You'll just be locked up here until the war with the monsters is over, rotting away day after day, month after month, like a lab rat." Even though he spoke harshly, Sven still held on to a tiny bit of hope. "Keep this in mind, your life is in my hands until I decide to let you go. Don't make me write down that you died in an accident. Got it?" Snapping out of his daze, Seon-woo immediately agreed. "I understand." He exhaled deeply to gather his courage, then calmly revealed the secret everyone had been waiting for. "I knew Jim Hogan was a monster because of my ability, the one you've been so curious about." Sven reflexively pressed him. "Your ability? You mean absorption?" Seon-woo raised his hands to demonstrate. "Yes. I call it devour. I can absorb the abilities and energy cores of other awakened individuals, making them my own." He gripped his disobedient left arm tightly as he finished explaining. "It happens either when I kill them, or when my energy core makes contact with their body for a certain period of time." Sven was still struggling to wrap his head around it. "Okay." Seon-woo prompted him to recall their last joint operation. "Do you remember when I told you it doesn't work on monsters?" Only then did it click for Sven. So, with humans who have undergone monsterization, Seon-woo cut him off with a confirmation. "Exactly. It doesn't work on them either." Seeing that Sven had grasped the concept, Seon-woo continued to open up. "I can't say for sure about Chiza since she isn't an awakened, but after coming into contact with Hogan 3 times and clashing with him, nothing happened at all." Sven suddenly had an epiphany. "So that's how you deduced it." Clasping his hands together, he sought further confirmation. "If you're telling the truth, this could be used as a verification method. The moment you make contact with an awakened person, you'll know if they've turned into a monster." This sharp intuition startled Seon-woo, but he kept his composure. "I don't have enough data to back that up," he thought, even as a command kept echoing in his head. Of course, he would keep this dark urge completely to himself. Now is definitely not the time to tell him about the voice urging me to kill other awakened. If I do, he'll probably end me on the spot. Sven didn't notice his stiff expression and kept digging. "Do you suspect anyone else?" Seon-woo stammered a denial. "No, not right now. But in reality, His mind was in complete disarray. I still need to find out more about them. Besides, revealing anything more would only trigger a massive, loud investigation. I'm not worried about Kim In-chun, but since he's a high-ranking official, it would make things incredibly messy. Thanks to his cooperation, Sven quickly declared, "All right, you're off the suspect list." But before Seon-woo could even celebrate, Sven added a line that made his eyes widen. "But that's all." He stood up abruptly, raising his voice to warn him. "What? Did you think this was over? I told you, once we dealt with the Dark Knight, I'd torture you for information." Sven had a billion questions he wanted answered. "You learned all of my swordsmanship skills before I even got to teach them to you. And you knew that the dark cloud in the grasslands was caused by the Dark Knight. You even predicted we'd have to fight those monsters before the airship even arrived." The more Sven spoke, the more he looked like he wanted to dig up every single inch of the ground. I can keep going. Specifically, the moment Seon-woo charged toward the Dark Knight's mark with a magic sword was still burned into his mind. Sven gritted his teeth, hissing out the one thing that bothered him the most. "I want to know why you just stood by and let it all happen. Now, start talking." Inside, Seon-woo's mind was churning like a violent storm. "This is a major turning point. I've never told anyone about my past life." He looked straight at the man standing in front of him, feeling more conflicted than ever. "And this is Sven. I can't just brush him off with some cheap, half-baked excuses." Seon-woo closed his eyes tightly, his mind racing. "He is also the strongest human to ever exist. If he believes and accepts what I have to say, he'll be the strongest ally I could ever ask for." After weighing his options, he decided to take a leap of faith. "All right, it actually has to do with my ability, or, more specifically, one of the abilities I absorbed." Seon-woo slowly began to peel back the layers of his secrets. There is a branch manager in District 17 named Kim Bui. His awakened skill was memory enhancement. I acquired that skill, along with all of his memories. Sven was completely stunned when he heard those key words. But those memories weren't just from his current life, he continued, dead serious as he explained how he came to know so many secrets. He was a regressor, someone who had lived a past life and was reborn. By absorbing his power, I obtained those memories as well. Sven immediately snapped, brushing the whole story aside. "Do you really expect me to believe that? I've never heard anything so absurd in my life." Seon-woo calmly reminded him, "You saw for yourself just how accurate my predictions were. You wanted to know the reason, and I told you." Before the other man could even process it, he dropped another bombshell. But more importantly, something massive is going to happen in 5 years. Sven was so shocked he actually swayed. "What now?" Seon-woo chose to warn his side first. Based on his memories, Kim predicted there would be a massive, all-out monster invasion 5 years from now. He left me a ton of information on the locations of S-rank monsters, and his dying wish was for me to hunt them down and gather a force to stand against them before it happens. Sven narrowed his eyes, voicing his suspicion. "And why does it have to be you?" Seon-woo casually flexed his extraordinary power from his past life. "Because I'm the hunter who killed the most S-rank monsters in the final battle." Ignoring how Sven was shaking with rage, he calmly concluded. "So, that's why." Before he could even finish his sentence, Sven smashed his fist right through the table and roared, "Stop talking nonsense." But the part Sven fixated on left Seon-woo completely dumbfounded. "You killed more monsters than me?" Seon-woo couldn't help but scoff internally. What is wrong with this guy? I just told him a story about a whole past life, and that's what he cares about? He's a complete psycho. Fortunately, Sven seemed to wrap his head around it a little. "All right. Aside from that completely ridiculous part, I guess this does explain everything." Seon-woo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like he believed it. At least this was much better than him thinking I'm a monster. Sven, operating on pure habit, started handing out orders. "First off, I want a report on when and where these high-rank monsters are going to show up. This would also help prove your innocence." He had no reason to refuse, but before leaving, Sven still had to give him a warning. "But I'll still be keeping my eyes on you. If even one tiny thing feels off, I will treat you like a monster and kill you." The same goes for any information about you murdering people to steal their abilities. Seon-woo agreed, but added, "I understand. But I think it's best if you don't report this to the higher-ups." Sven slumped back into his chair and replied condescendingly, "Don't worry." He mockingly pointed out the consequences. "If those old geezers up top found out about this, they'd definitely force other people onto you, just so you could drain their powers." Seon-woo hesitated before shaking his head. They wouldn't. Sven sneered at how naive he was. I knew you didn't understand them at all. Anyway, I'm not about to put myself in a tight spot. Then, he casually revealed a key piece of information. The monster seeds are more than enough. Seon-woo repeated the unfamiliar term in confusion. Monster seeds? Hearing this, Sven immediately told him to look at the notes in the report. Inside Hogan's brain, they found an unidentified seed-like object. They believe it's a result of monsterification, as it emits an incredibly powerful magical energy. To keep it simple, we're calling them monster seeds. There's a high chance that more of these things exist, and it's hard to predict just how dangerous they could be if the monsters can produce them in large quantities. Seon-woo repeated like a robot, monster seeds. He gripped the documents tightly, unable to contain his inner excitement. So, this is what's turning people into monsters and stripping away their humanity. Finally, we have a clue. Sven ignored whatever Seon-woo was thinking and casually made a promise. For now, I won't report this to the higher-ups or anyone else. Seon-woo could only look at him blankly and stammer, "What do you mean?" But Sven just put his index finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. "You have no idea monsterized humans could be hiding all around us. We need to keep this a secret until we find a way to detect the monster seeds without having to dissect the hosts." Seon-woo, reading the room, quickly agreed. "I understand." However, Sven shared another piece of bad news. The other issue is that the higher-ups will lose their minds if we arm them. Seon-woo's mind immediately became a tangled mess. First, they were going to find people for him to drain. And now, even Sven didn't trust his superiors? Sven noticed his silence and quickly changed the subject. "The new branch manager will be here soon. This means my annoying stint as the acting administrator is finally over. Once you leave here, get ready to head back to Jew Island." Seon-woo readily agreed. "Sounds good." Just like that, they had achieved their goal in Herbtown. But even though he ended up with new worries, the monster attack on Herbtown confirmed once again that these beasts weren't appearing at the same times they did in Seon-woo's past life. He knew he would have to mention that in his report to Sven. With the timeline shifting, Seon-woo's rate of growth became an even bigger concern. Sven's personal training was helping him get stronger and faster, making up for his late awakening. But what if the monster's arrival outpaced his growth? If the worst-case scenario happened, Seon-woo might have to fight the final battle even less prepared than in his past life. He had no choice but to fast-track several steps of his plan. As Seon-woo was lost in thought, something else came to mind. Beside him, Gyul eagerly cheered. "Look, there's Jew Island." This isolated chunk of land rising from the sea had suddenly become their most secure fortress. Sena welcomed them with wide, excited arms. "Welcome back, everyone," she chimed in, sympathizing with what Seon-woo's group had been through. "We heard about what happened in Herbtown. I'm so sorry we couldn't help. Even headquarters couldn't send any backup. But I'm just glad we all survived to see each other again." Seon-woo, however, noticed that someone was missing. "But where's Orang? Why didn't he come?" Minnie quickly rushed over to explain. "Oh, he'll be here soon." Before she could even finish her sentence, a loud shout cut her off. "Hyung!" Orang finally burst out to greet him, trailing his beloved pets behind him. Seeing this display, everyone else was left dumbfounded. He really wanted to bring his monsters with him. "I guess he was just dying to show off his collection," Seon-woo said with a chuckle before asking warmly. "So, you've got yourself quite a collection now, huh?" Orang beamed, eager to share his treasures. Hee, not bad, right? I've got so much more to show you." Orang blushed as Seon-woo praised him to the high heavens. "I can really see how much your monster-controlling abilities have grown. Great job." But at the same time, Seon-woo was testing him with a simple pat on the shoulder. What he was truly worried about was the monster seed. This action caused Sao to suddenly go wild, and the other two pets aggressively lunged to attack him. The green serpent bared its fangs, opening its crimson mouth in fury. Seon-woo instinctively leaped backward, barely dodging its razor-sharp fangs. Before it could strike again, Orang swiftly grabbed it by its weak spot. Ignoring his struggling pet, he yelled in reprimand, "Hey! What do you guys think you're doing?" The other two pets suffered the same fate, getting pinned down instantly, while Orang let out an earth-shattering roar. "Are you guys crazy? How dare you attack Seon-woo?" Seon-woo stood frozen in shock, watching Orang wrestle with his three pets. He turned to Seon-woo with an apologetic look. "I'm so sorry, Hyung. They're usually really well behaved. I have no idea why they're acting so crazy today." Seon-woo quickly reassured him, "Don't worry about it, I'm fine." While he sounded calm on the outside, he stared at his hand and cursed inwardly. Damn it, this is the absolute worst-case scenario. It feels exactly like what happened with Kim In-chun and Jinmok. The more Seon-woo thought about it, the more his blood ran cold. On top of that, the monsters went wild the exact moment he activated his devour ability. Could that also be a sign of monsterization? But endless speculation wouldn't get him anywhere. So he had to force himself to let it go. No, worrying about it now won't help. The message has already been sent, so all I can do now is wait patiently. Seon-woo then turned to his teammates. Our training period is almost over. Have you guys decided which division you want to join yet? There were a few minor divisions under Node, including the Special Task Force, the Guard Division, and the Inspector Division. Most of these divisions had relatively easy duties or never required leaving headquarters, but the Scout Division was a whole different story. Its members fought on the front lines for the absolute lowest pay, making the Scout Division the perfect destination for those who loathed the monsters down to their very bones. Without a single care for her own life, Sena was the first to speak her mind. Do you even need to ask? We're all joining the Scout Legion. She tilted her head, questioning him right back. As if we'd just pack up and leave right after declaring war in front of high command. That's basically a done deal. Don't you think so? Winter chimed in, speaking for all of them. Besides, I don't think anyone hates monsters more than we do. Seon-woo let out a quiet sigh of relief. He thought he'd have to scheme to drag them along, but who would have thought they'd actually volunteer? He called out to confirm one more time, and just like that, everyone was on board. The team members shouted in unison, officially in the same boat now. Seon-woo immediately finalized the decision. All right, as of this moment, you're all part of the Scout Legion. His mind flashed back to his time in the solitary confinement cell. My plan is this. Once we leave the camp, we'll head to the wastelands and start operating independently as Team Catnip. But the man sitting across from him shut it down immediately. No, you don't have that authority. Everyone is joining Team Sven. Seon-woo was completely speechless, stunned by those cold, decisive words. He stood up abruptly, arguing back. But I told you at the very start of training that I wanted to form my own strike team. Sven leaned back in his chair, completely unbothered as he replied, I know. He propped his legs up on the desk, calmly delivering a devastating analysis. But even with your memories from your past life, you're still just a rookie who just graduated. Do you really think the captain would agree to that? Still, Seon-woo tried to salvage his position. We've already planned to operate independently. Sven immediately cut him off, waving it aside. Don't worry about that anymore. This will actually benefit both sides. He laid out a very clever win-win scenario. You'll officially be listed as members of Team Sven, but you'll have complete freedom of action. Meaning you can do whatever you want, without any unnecessary supervision from the higher-ups. Then, he raised his index finger to add a crucial condition. But in return, you must respond to any emergency calls to help take down grade 5 monsters and things like that. Besides, slaying monsters is your goal anyway, right? So, this is a win-win situation for both of us. Seon-woo had no choice but to try and secure another benefit. I plan to recruit more team members from the areas where we operate. That's part of the reason I wanted an independent team. Is that okay? Sven waved his hand, signaling that Seon-woo had full authority over the matter. Suit yourself. I'll only contact you when it's absolutely necessary, so don't worry about any petty nonsense. Let's go with that. But just as Seon-woo stood up, he completely froze when Sven asked out of curiosity, but why the rush to head out to the wastelands right after leaving? I know the Scout Legion isn't allowed to stay at headquarters for long, but going this early, Seon-woo had to quickly make up a vague excuse. To grow. To grow, sir? Sven repeated thoughtfully. He paused for a moment before seeing right through him. You mean, to unlock your next stage of awakening? Huh? Seon-woo blurted out in admission. That's right, he said, though internally he was quite shocked by Sven's sharp intuition. Of course, Sven knew. Awakened individuals go through 4 stages of awakening: unlocking abilities, separating traits, and accumulating knowledge. The training center only prepares you up to this point. Once your core and skills are high enough, you'll naturally reach the 3rd stage, reversal. This is the level of the catnip members. And then, there's the 4th stage of awakening, dimensional core. While every stage requires grueling effort, the 4th stage is on a completely different level. That's because unlike the previous 3 stages, simply accumulating cores isn't enough to reach the 4th level. Based on this, Seon-woo mapped out a detailed plan in his head. I'm sure it has to do with one's why. To reach the 4th stage, I need to experience the wastelands firsthand. Sven suddenly spoke up, reminding him, "Oh, right. On your way back, make sure to drop by Jihee's place." Seon-woo looked at him, utterly confused. "Excuse me?" Seon-woo was startled, as Sven casually went on. "I heard you asked her about something related to monster seeds?" She said the warding device or whatever is ready. The moment he arrived, she struggled to open her sleepy green eyes, warmly raising her hand in welcome. "Hey, sweetie, I'm Lexi. So, you're Seon-woo? Quite handsome, aren't you? And this cute boy next to you must be Orang, right?" Her incredibly casual and free-spirited vibe made him stammer in response. "Yes." Once the introductions were out of the way, she got straight to business. "Where are the monsters?" Seon-woo replied seriously. "We thought they'd be a bit of a hassle, so we didn't bring them." Lexi immediately showed her disappointment. "Aw, and here I was, hoping to get a little peek at them." Quickly brushing off her disappointment, she skipped ahead to lead the way. "All right then, follow me. Don't be scared, little Orang. I'm just going to do a quick health check. I don't bite." Lexi pointed toward a glowing purple chamber and gave detailed instructions. "Strip down and step right in here." Orang was left standing there in nothing but his boxers, so embarrassed that his entire body froze up like a wax statue. Crossing his arms over his chest, he groaned softly. "This is so embarrassing." Leaning against the wall, Lexi made a suggestion. "Let's chat for a bit. He won't be able to hear anything anyway." With that, she took the initiative to kick off the conversation first. "Sven has told me so much about you, it almost feels like we've met before." Seon-woo indifferently replied. "Oh, really?" But Ryuji's next words left him with nothing but a dry chuckle. "You're the one who asked Emily to do that autopsy, aren't you? For a rookie, you've got quite a reputation. You're like a dish that people just can't get enough of." She rattled on, not even waiting for him to reply. "I know exactly why you wanted to examine that body. And I know about that devouring ability of yours, too. Honestly, I'd love to study it." Hearing this, Seon-woo decided to finally break his silence. "I'm just being careful, that's all. All I wanted to confirm was that he wasn't a monster." He even went a step further, boldly trying to strike a deal. "I just want to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. So, if you could keep this strictly between us." Ryuji gave a vague, non-committal response. "Maybe, as long as nothing weird happens. But I'm not making any promises." That answer didn't exactly sit well with Seon-woo. Ignoring his reaction, she calmly went back to work. "I'm starting." Ryuji used both hands to carefully control the talismans. Once the energy flowed through her entire body, her lips moved as she chanted the command, "Prophetic Omen." A purple light shot straight toward where Orang was standing. Ryuji shut her eyes tight and muttered the next spell, "Locate." Dozens of yellow talismans swirled around her body, accompanied by a low, eerie chant. Heat waves radiated from the glass chamber, filling the entire room with a soft purple glow. The process didn't take long, and soon, the two of them stepped out. Unable to contain his curiosity, Orang spoke up, "Hey, brother Seon-woo, about today's test." Seon-woo, catching his drift, immediately reassured him. "Oh, it's nothing serious." Orang listened with wide eyes as Seon-woo explained, "You had a really tough time during the fight with the mermaid, so I just wanted to make sure you were completely fine." But Orang's next words caught Seon-woo completely off guard. "I was just worried that I'd be left behind again when you guys head to the wasteland." Seon-woo sighed to himself, realizing the kid still hadn't gotten over that. Orang continued to pour his heart out. "As long as that doesn't happen, I'm totally fine. When the Bunan shelter collapsed, and it felt like the world was ending, you were the one who reached out to save me." With a bright, beaming smile, Orang made a solemn promise. "I'll follow you anywhere, brother." He then spun around excitedly, muttering to himself, "You hear that, wasteland? Here I come." Meanwhile, Seon-woo suddenly recalled the moment Ryuji touched his chest. The second she pulled her hand back, she had given him a strict warning. "This talisman will suppress demonic energy. I'll place a similar seal on Orang. It's not a lot, but it should help a bit." Stunned, he asked, "Thank you. But why are you going this far to help us?" Ryuji shrugged and casually dismissed his concern. "Is it really that weird for me to help? If Sven trusts you, then I do too." Looking straight at his tense face, she made a solemn promise. "Our goals are aligned. If you ever need anything else, just say the word." Hearing those words, Seon-woo immediately bowed deeply and said, "Thank you so much." But Ryuji wasn't done warning him. "Just remember, even if I didn't find anything today, it doesn't mean he's safe. There's always a chance I miss something." She patiently went into detail. "You'll need to find a higher-ranking sorcerer if you want to be absolutely sure. They might detect a monster seed that I completely missed." Seon-woo quickly nodded. "Understood." He followed behind Orang, but his mind was still racing with endless questions. Why did Chia transform into a monster, while Jim Hogan remained completely unchanged? Are Orang and Kim In-chun turning into monsters too? Seon-woo lost himself in thought before silently steeling his resolve. If they end up like Hogan, it'll depend on whether they awaken or not. But right now, all I can do is speculate. There is only one way to know for sure, and that gives me all the more reason to head back to the wasteland and find the sorcerer gone. And that brings us to the end of today's video. That was the quick recap of this incredible story. If you have any thoughts about it, feel free to drop them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss out on more exciting recaps. But for now, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.